Crossing Douluo with a time modifier? Just awakened the system and was suspected by Tang San. It's too exciting. Chu Feng had just finished drinking water when suddenly a loud sound echoed in his head. Ding! Time modifier loaded successfully. A virtual panel popped up. Can modify the existence time of a single target. Soul Masters can modify 1 year, and breakthroughs can add more. The beginner package directly gives 5 6-fold critical hit cards. This golden finger is too amazing, right? Time can be modified. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It's Tang San. Chu Feng stared at his eyes, and Han's purple extreme magic eyes, and Xian Yu hand can't be hidden. In the next second, Tang San's hand moved towards his waist. His gaze was off. What does he want to do? Is he going to attack me? Chu Feng's heart raced, but he appeared calm on the surface. Tang San frowned. Did I see it wrong? What's different about this kid today? It turns out Tang San caught Chu Feng while practicing hidden weapons? Or did he sense the aura of the awakened system? If the time modifier gets discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Next, when they go to the spirit hall to awaken, what spirit will Chu Feng awaken? Will Tang San continue to test him? This plot, right at the start, is full of gunpowder smell, making people sweat. The system task requires standing in the awakening array for 30 seconds. Tang San awakens blue silvergrass, and Su Yuntao's face darkens. Old Jack's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao San, Xiao Feng, the spirit awakening is about to begin. Tang San quickly withdrew his hand, but his gaze was still lingering on Chu Feng. Chu Feng sneered inwardly. Want to test me? No way. Upon arriving at the village spirit hall, the blind Su Yuntao was indeed there. Old Jack nodded and bowed. Master of Battle Spirits, everyone is here. Su Yuntao, full of arrogance. Let's start point one by one. The children stepped forward to awaken. Sickle Spirit, no soul power. Host Spirit, get out of the way. Su Yuntao's scoldings were non-stop, and the children looked dejected one by one. When it was Tang San's turn, blue silvergrass emerged from his palm. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes. Another useless spirit, get down. Tang San was anxious. I haven't measured my soul power yet. Su Yuntao impatiently handed over the crystal ball. Measure it, wasting time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Task triggered. Stand in the awakening array for 30 seconds. This system is going to stir things up. What rewards can standing for 30 seconds give? Could it be related to the time modifier? Will Tang San's soul power blind Su Yuntao's eyes? If Chu Feng stands for 30 seconds, can he awaken a heaven-defying spirit? This plot, Su Yuntao is about to be slapped in the face. Can't wait. Chu Feng awakens the creator dragon god spirit. The golden light even scared Tang San's Haotian hammer. Tang San just measured his innate full soul power. Yet Su Yuntao sneered. Blue silvergrass is useless no matter how strong it is. Tang San scoffed. You don't understand. I still have the Haotian hammer. When it was Chu Feng's turn to step into the awakening array, golden light points exploded and nothing could be seen outside the shield. Su Yuntao's legs went soft. This anomaly is even more terrifying than the dragon's spirit. Tang San's Haotian hammer suddenly trembled, a pressure making him gasp for AI, or as the golden light dissipated, golden dragon scales appeared on Chu Feng's skin. Su Yuntao's lone wolf spirit was directly forced back into his body. It's the sub-dragon spirit. Su Yuntao shouted excitedly. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly. This is the Yinglong. Do you understand the creator dragon god? System prompt. Task completed. Reward 20 times critical hit card. Now modifying time can multiply by 20 times. This is a huge profit. Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball, his hands trembling. What will Chu Feng's soul power be? Even an innate full soul power counts as a loss. Tang San clenched his fists, his expression complicated. This Chu Feng is definitely not simple. What kind of miracle will happen next during the soul power measurement? This plot, Holy Soul Village, is about to produce 2 monsters. Nodding Academy is going to go crazy. Chu Feng's critical hit card explodes in a maximum soul power. Tang San's Haotian hammer is scared out of its wits. As the crystal ball just lit up with a faint glow, Su Yuntao shook his head. Only second-level soul power wasted this spirit, Tang San chuckled. As expected, not as strong as me, Xuantian is the way to go. Chu Feng silently pulled out the 6-fold critical hit card. His internal soul power surged wildly, and his meridians became thicker. The crystal ball in his hand suddenly erupted with blue light, turning the entire wooden house into a blue ocean. Su Yuntao was directly stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Is this innate, full soul power? No, it's even brighter than full soul power. Chu Feng sneered. 6-fold critical hit, do you understand? Tang San's face instantly turned pale. Did that trace of killing intent get discovered? This Chu Feng is definitely intentional. His Haotian hammer was trembling again, as if it was afraid. Su Yuntao reacted, grabbing Chu Feng. Join the Spirit Hall. I guarantee you'll become a core disciple. Chu Feng calculated in his heart. With the Time Modifier, becoming a title Douluo in the future is easy. Tang Hao in the distance at the blacksmith shop frowned. These two kids are not simple. Will Chu Feng agree to Su Yuntao? Will Tang San find an opportunity for revenge? This plot, Holy Soul Village, is about to turn upside down. The Spirit Hall is going to go crazy. Chu Feng was frantically sought after by the Spirit Hall. Tang San was so angry he trembled, his killing intent unable to hide. The crystal ball flashed with blue light. Su Yuntao yelled at the top of his lungs. Innate full soul power. This is the innate full soul power of beast spirits, 10 times stronger than Tang San's blue silvergrass. Tang San's face turned purple. Why? He clearly only has Xuantian Skill. Su Yuntao pointed at Tang San with a smirk. Look at this kid, trembling with excitement. Tang San cursed inwardly. I'm angry. Can't you see? Chu Feng threw a fatherly smile over, and Tang San trembled even more. Su Yuntao immediately threw out an olive branch. Join the Spirit Hall. Food and accommodation provided, monthly stipend, graduate to become a high-ranking official. Who wouldn't be tempted by these conditions? Tang San clenched his fists. The Haotian hammer in his left hand was almost uncontrollable that he really wanted to show his twin spirits. Him also very strong. But Chu Feng was pretending to be dumb. Let me think about it. Su Yuntao was anxious. This is the Spirit Hall. Missing it, you won't even have time to cry. Tang San's killing intent was almost solidifying. He was calculating. Should he steal Chu Feng's secret manual? Tang Hao at the blacksmith shop sneered. Little brat, dare to touch my son? Will Chu Feng agree to join the Spirit Hall? Will Tang San secretly take action? This plot, two geniuses from Holy Soul Village are at odds. The good show has just begun. Old Jack was so excited he fainted. Holy Soul Village has produced two innate full soul powers. They're going to the heavens. As soon as Su Yuntao stepped out, he yelled, Village Chief Jack, two innate full soul powers. Old Jack jumped up immediately, then rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Chu Feng rushed over. Grandpa Jack. Su Yuntao was delighted. With this relationship, persuading Chu Feng to join the Spirit Hall is secured. When Old Jack woke up, he first asked Tang San, What spirit do you have? Tang San mumbled, Blue silvergrass. Old Jack's smile froze. It's okay, just practice hard. He turned to ask Chu Feng, his voice trembling. Xiao Feng, what about you? Yalong Marshall's soul. Old Jack burst into wild laughter. Our village is going to produce a soul saint. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes in his heart. Small-minded. This is the future title Douluo. Su Yuntao grabbed Old Jack. Is Chu Feng an orphan? Then help me persuade him to join the Spirit Hall. Old Jack pounded his chest. Leave it to me. Tang San, listening nearby, had a sinister look in his eyes. He was calculating how to get his hands on Chu Feng's secret techniques. If Chu Feng joins the Spirit Hall, won't the resources be at his fingertips? How long can Tang San's Haotian hammer be hidden? Will Old Jack strongly persuade Chu Feng? Will Chu Feng nod next? Will Tang San's little scheme succeed? This storyline, the sky of Holy Spirit Village, is about to change, and Nodding Academy is going to be lively. Tang San is working overnight to create hidden weapons to stir trouble. Chu Feng is being lured to Nodding City by Su Yuntao, and it's dangerous. Old Jack, spitting as he persuaded Chu Feng. Join the Spirit Hall. You won't have to worry about a wife. Chu Feng pretended to be foolish. He'll go take a look first. Su Yuntao panicked. Don't let other forces snatch him away. Go to Nodding City right now. Tang San watched them leave, his eyes turning red. He was feeling ruthless. Hurry up and finish the hidden weapons. When he comes back, it will be the end. His father's forging skills are top-notch, and the progress on the hidden weapons is maxed out. Chu Feng got on the carriage, fully aware. Nodding City has few experts. Just try to figure out the details of Douluo Continent. Su Yuntao is still dreaming. Once we get to the Spirit Hall, let's see if you join or not. Old Jack suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no, Tang San is about to start school. Is this meant to have Tang San and Chu Feng meet at Nodding Academy? Will Chu Feng encounter the big shots of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City? Can Tang San's hidden weapons harm Chu Feng? This storyline, the two geniuses are about to clash heat-in at Nodding Academy. Thrilling. Chu Feng's parents were actually killed by Yu Xiaogang. The missing wings of the Ning Rong and low spirit power are all his doing. Tang Hao was grinning at the door. This innate full spirit power beast martial soul must join the Haotian Sect. But he didn't know that Chu Feng had already made it to the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. The dormitory is even more impressive than the City Lord's mansion, and the treatment is top-notch. Chu Feng took out the necklace from his neck and infused it with spirit power. Inside was actually a letter. After reading the letter, he gritted his teeth. Yu Xiaogang. It turns out Chu Feng's parents once believed in Yu Xiaogang's theory. The third spirit ring collapsed directly, spirit power drained, and the body fell apart. His mother died shortly after giving birth to Chu Feng, and his father died seeking revenge, too. The missing wings of the Ning Rong and low initial spirit power are all this bastard's fault. Chu Feng looked towards Nodding Academy, his gaze murderous. Yu Xiaogang is teaching there. Is this a chance for revenge, served on a platter? Is Tang Hao still waiting for the people from the Haotian Sect? Does he know who Chu Feng's enemy is? If Tang San's hidden weapons face Chu Feng's Ning Rong martial soul, what will Chu Feng do next to deal with Yu Xiaogang? Will Tang San help his teacher? This storyline, the revenge drama, is about to begin. Yu Xiaogang is in for a tough time. Yu Xiaogang is poisoned by the mandala snake. Chu Feng's opportunity for revenge has come. The system suddenly prompted. Task triggered. Confront Yu Xiaogang. Chu Feng sneered. Just what I wanted. Su Yuntao brought a temporary token. Looking troubled. The Hall Master has gone to Spirit City. You stay here for now. He turned around and saw the goddess Sai, immediately fawning. I brought local specialties. Chu Feng's simple greeting of hello completely broke Sisai's defenses. A few days later, Chu Feng was eating in the cafeteria. Master Matthew sat down and said, Tang San has become Yu Xiaogang's disciple. His first spirit ring is from the mandala snake. Chu Feng's hand paused while picking up food. Why Yu Xiaogang is injured from the snake poison. Isn't this a heavenly opportunity? Chu Feng hadn't been idle these days, buying a bunch of things to prepare for action. Yu Xiaogang's spirit power is stuck at level 29, and now he's poisoned. Facing the innate full spirit power Ning Rong martial soul, the odds are not great. Will Tang San protect Yu Xiaogang? Can Chu Feng's revenge plan succeed? This storyline, Yu Xiaogang will pay the price for what he did back then. Thrilling. Yu Xiaogang actually thought Chu Feng was here to be his disciple. His face was swollen. Chu Feng took the pass and headed straight to the teacher's dormitory of Nodding Academy. Room 103. He knocked on the door. Yu Xiaogang thought it was Tang San. Come in, the door is unlocked. When he turned around, he saw a handsome young man. Chu Feng spoke. Chu Feng, looking for Yu Xiaogang. Why Yu Xiaogang's eyes lit up. Isn't this the innate full spirit power beast martial soul? Immediately putting on airs. I knew you would come. From today on, you are my disciple. He even stood with his hand behind his back waiting for a salute, making it laughable. Chu Feng sneered. Who gave you the right? I'm here to ask questions. Do you know Chu Liuxiang? Yu Xiaogang's expression changed drastically. That was my experimental subject back in the day. Oh no, the practitioner. He's my father. Yu Xiaogang instantly panicked, forcing himself to stay calm. How is your father doing? When he died, he was still mentioning your name. Yu Xiaogang's snake poison hadn't healed, and his spirit power was only at level 29. Once Chu Feng's Ning Rong martial soul erupted, could he withstand it? If Tang San comes back at this time, who will he help? Will Chu Feng reveal the truth of that year next? How will Yu Xiaogang argue his way out? This storyline, the revenge scene, is too thrilling. Yu Xiaogang is about to fall. Then he suddenly remembered something, his tone a bit urgent. What about your mother? She passed away shortly after I was born. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Yu Xiaogang's body relaxed slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief internally. It seems this kid learned that his father mentioned Yu Xiaogang from someone else, and he just happened to hear his name from Tang San, so he came to check it out. Yeah, it should be like that. Looking at it this way, this Chu Feng probably knows nothing. Perhaps he could trick him, make Chu Feng his disciple, even an adopted son. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang pretended to show a sad expression and sighed. Your parents were good friends of mine, but I never expected that after more than a decade, my friend has already passed away. Child, how have you been living these past few years? It must have been quite difficult for you, right? But don't worry, since you found me. You can live with me from now on. Watching Yu Xiaogang perform passionately, Chu Feng realized that Yu Xiaogang had actually chosen the wrong profession. If Yu Xiaogang hadn't become a soul master and had instead pursued acting, he would surely be a famous actor, a pillar of the Grand Theater by now. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he noticed that Chu Feng didn't respond, and he felt a bit annoyed, thinking, why is this child so uncooperative? At that moment, Yu Xiaogang missed Tang San a little. Tang San had bowed and acknowledged him as a master with just a slight hint. He even said something as philosophical as once a master, always a father. Then he looked at Chu Feng. When he asked a question, Chu Feng didn't answer. Not answering was one thing, but what kind of look was that on Chu Feng's face? Disbelief? Disdain? And a hint of mockery. Although I'm indeed a bit weak right now, there's no need for you to show such a look. Yu Xiaogang muttered in his heart. Once you acknowledge me as your master, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Seeing that Chu Feng remained silent, Yu Xiaogang coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. He then continued, Xiao Feng, You should have heard from Tang San that I am a theoretical master. With my guidance, you will know which soul rings are most suitable for you. Observing Yu Xiaogang's behavior, Chu Feng realized that he had truly underestimated Yu Xiaogang's shamelessness. Yu Xiaogang was not only distorting the truth, but also daring to think of taking him as a disciple. Chu Feng angrily laughed. Thank you for your kindness. You level 29 soul master. I'm afraid if I follow your advice, the soul rings will collapse. Hearing Chu Feng's sarcasm, Yu Xiaogang's heart stirred. Recalling an old incident from a few years ago, he felt a bit flustered inside. You. Seeing Yu Xiaogang stutter, Chu Feng sneered. What do you mean, you? I. What do you mean, I? Chu Feng scoffed. A dignified theoretical master. And you can't even speak properly? Yu Xiaogang circulated his soul power to suppress the panic in his heart and said angrily, You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I let your soul ring collapse? Chu Feng sneered again, saying nothing, just tossing a letter to Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang caught the letter and, upon reading it, was instantly filled with shock and anger. He was shocked that Chu Feng knew about the old matter from years ago. This disciple could no longer be taken in. He was angry that, in Chu Feng's eyes, his earlier performance must have looked like that of a clown. Yu Xiaogang raised his head, tore the letter to shreds, and coldly said, This is really cutting the grass, but not removing the roots. The future troubles are endless. Back then, your parents were lucky. Someone even helped them eliminate the assassins I hired. Hearing this from Yu Xiaogang, Chu Feng recalled what his father had mentioned in the letter about how they were pursued after leaving the Tiando royal family. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who was standing near the desk, slowly moved back a few steps without making a sound, sneering, From what you just said, do you look down on me? A level 29 soul master? Then let me show you the consequences of offending a great soul master. Immediately, Yu Xiaogang focused his mind and summoned his martial soul, the three cannons. Instantly, a creature resembling a dog, but the size of a pig appeared in the room. Seeing this creature, Chu Feng thought to himself, So this is the three cannons? He then opened the bag in his hand, preparing to take out its contents. Just then, a sinister voice from Yu Xiaogang filled the room, fart like smoke, hypnotize, and put the three cannons to sleep. Suddenly, the somewhat listless three cannons flew into the air, its belly slightly bulging. BFA, BFA, BFA. After the sounds, a yellow smoke spread throughout the room. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, looking at Chu Feng with pride, secretly thinking, Let's see if this little brat can withstand my second soul skill. The smoke released by the three cannons has a hypnotic effect. Yu Xiaogang was very cautious. He knew that Chu Feng had come alone, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. A couple of days ago, when helping Tang San find a soul ring, the three cannons had been poisoned by the mandala snake, which left it still feeling weak now. His first soul skill is not very effective at this moment, and it can't knock the person back very far. So Yu Xiaogang used his second soul skill right away, letting Luo Sanpao release poison. He even released it 3 times in a row. The effect of this soul skill is something that even soul masters over level 20 can rarely withstand, let alone a kid who doesn't even have a soul ring. It seemed he could see the scene of Chu Feng being fainted. Yu Xiaogang's stiff face revealed a hint of a proud smile, secretly thinking, This is the price of insulting a great soul master. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed when he saw Chu Feng's figure. This is impossible. In Yu Xiaogang's shocked gaze, Chu Feng was now wearing a mask, draped in a cloak, and had gloves on both hands. Even the area around his eyes had 2 transparent crystals. Seeing Chu Feng fully armed, Yu Xiaogang was somewhat bewildered. Because Yu Xiaogang valued his reputation highly, he rarely used his soul skills. After all, who would want to unleash a soul skill that was essentially farting? Chu Feng's parents didn't even know the effect of his soul skills, let alone Chu Feng himself. How could Chu Feng prepare so thoroughly? Just as Yu Xiaogang was puzzled, Chu Feng made his move. Chu Feng did not use the Time Modifier. Yu Xiaogang's soul power had reached level 29 many years ago. Over the years, Yu Xiaogang's soul power had not increased by a single level. Using the Time Modifier to adjust Yu Xiaogang's cultivation level forward by several years, or even 20 years would be useless. Adjusting Yu Xiaogang's cultivation level backward would only help him recover from his injuries. Moreover, if Yu Xiaogang happened to hit the jackpot and broke through level 29, wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Chu Feng reached into his bag and took out a homemade firecracker, lit it, and threw it at Yu Xiaogang. At the same time, he quickly retreated a few steps and circled outside the door. This was made according to the formula he learned in his previous life, and after some testing, it proved to be very effective. Seeing Chu Feng's actions, Yu Xiaogang's expression changed. Yu Xiaogang knew that the teacup-sized object Chu Feng threw must be dangerous, and he wanted to dodge to the side. However, due to his weakened state, he couldn't evade in time. Just as the object was about to hit him, Yu Xiaogang shouted desperately, "San Pao!" Instantly, Luo San Pao stood in front of Yu Xiaogang and bit down on the firecracker thrown by Chu Feng. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Luo San Pao was thrown into the air by the firecracker, tumbling several times before disappearing before hitting the ground. Yu Xiaogang was also knocked down to the side by the shockwave of the explosion. Dragging his battered body, Yu Xiaogang slowly leaned against the wall inside the house. Cursing in his heart, damn, what is this thing? Could it be a soul-guiding device? The power is even greater than San Pao's fart. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Yu Xiaogang looked up and saw Chu Feng walking in from outside the door. Seeing Chu Feng unharmed, Yu Xiaogang spat blood and weakly said, "What kind of soul-guiding device is this? So terrifying. Firecracker. Specifically for scum like you," Chu Feng said coldly. Then, Chu Feng took out an old dagger from his bag and walked towards Yu Xiaogang. This dagger was something he had specially bought from a grocery store. A new dagger for Yu Xiaogang would be a waste. This unwanted old dagger was just right. Seeing Chu Feng approach with a dagger, Yu Xiaogang was no longer as calm and composed. He was really panicking this time. "Xiao Feng, good child, you can't do this. I am friends with your parents. Throw away the dagger. I know I was wrong. I'm begging you. Xiao Feng, spare me. I still hope Tang San can prove my theory is correct to the world." 010 Tang San has also been dealt with. Chu Feng walked in front of Yu Xiaogang, said nothing, and directly stabbed the dagger into Yu Xiaojiang's chest amidst his pleas for mercy. At this moment, Chu Feng held the dagger, feeling a bit nervous. Whether in his past life or this life, it was his first time stabbing someone. Chu Feng was still a bit unaccustomed to it, but he had to take revenge for his parents. After all, this world of Douluo Continent only understands power. If no one else is going to deal with Yu Xiaogang, then he would. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Beep. Task completed. Reward. 110x critical hit card. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Feng opened the virtual panel. At this moment, the critical hit card section of the virtual panel changed. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years. 1 critical hit cards. 4x 6x critical hit cards. 1x 20x critical hit card. 1x 10x critical hit card. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, feeling the dagger piercing his chest, was filled with extreme regret. He regrets not hiring more assassins to kill Chu Feng's parents back then. Without Chu Feng's parents, this situation wouldn't have happened today. He regrets leaving Lu Erlong and coming to this small nodding city Junior Soul Master Academy. With Erlong, a soul saint here, he wouldn't be in such a miserable situation today. He regretted helping Tang San hunt the mandala snake 2 days ago even more. If it weren't for helping little San hunt the mandala snake, he wouldn't have been poisoned. If he hadn't been poisoned, he wouldn't be so weak today. The pain in his body, combined with the fear in his heart, caused Yu Xiaogang to faint. Chu Feng took a few deep breaths to calm his nervous emotions. Then, he prepared to pull out his dagger to deliver a finishing blow and eliminate future threats. Just at that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the room. As Chu Feng was about to turn around to see who it was, he heard a loud shout by his ear. "Teacher." Upon hearing this voice, Chu Feng knew who had arrived. Tang San. Immediately after, he felt the floor beneath him shaking. This was Tang San's first soul skill, Blue Silvergrass Bind. Chu Feng quickly dodged to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a series of sounds, he saw that the place where he had been standing was now wrapped in several thick blue silver grasses. Seeing that Chu Feng had dodged, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. At the same time, his killing intent grew stronger. Originally, Tang San thought this strike would surely bind Chu Feng. His soul skill is something even the son of the Lord of Nodding City cannot evade. That kid is a level 11 one-ring battle soul master. Although Chu Feng has full innate soul power, he doesn't even have a single soul ring. It seems that the martial arts manual Chu Feng picked up is not simple at all. It can actually evade his first soul skill. Seeing the dagger embedded in teacher Yu Xiaojiang's chest, Tang San did not continue to pursue Chu Feng after missing his attack. Instead, he used his lightness skill, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, to arrive beside Yu Xiaogang. He put down the meal box in his hand and quickly leaned down to check Yu Xiaojiang's pulse. The pulse was faint and intermittent. Then, Tang San pressed a few points around Yu Xiaojiang's wound to help stop the bleeding. After doing all this, Tang San immediately stood up and looked at Chu Feng. With Chu Feng nearby, he couldn't safely treat his teacher's injuries. Tang San looked at Chu Feng and sneered. Their essay saying in my hometown, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Chu Feng, you really surprised me. Before the awakening of your martial soul, I thought you were just handsome with nothing special about you. I didn't expect I misjudged you. Chu Feng, you must have cultivated some kind of technique, right? Hand it over, and I might consider letting you go. Hearing Tang San's words, Chu Feng felt puzzled, but his expression remained unchanged. Technique? Does Tang San think I have a technique in my hands? Chu Feng thought to himself and realized, it seems Tang San believes my innate full soul power is cultivated just like his. With this in mind, Chu Feng shook his head and smiled. Yu Xiaogang was beaten so badly by me. You want to let me go? What about the bond between you and your teacher? Hearing the sarcasm in Chu Feng's words, Tang San felt even more furious. However, for the sake of the secret manual in Chu Feng's hands, he had to suppress his anger. After all, once more people arrived, Chu Feng would definitely be captured. At that time, it would be even more difficult to retrieve the secret manual from him. Killing Chu Feng was out of the question. If Chu Feng didn't have the manual on him, killing him would mean no one would know its whereabouts. He had to get the manual in Chu Feng's hands. Once he had the manual, Chu Feng would be like a fish on the chopping board, at his mercy. With this thought, Tang San suppressed his anger and said, Chu Feng, I mean what I say. Hand over the technique, and you can leave. After saying that, Tang San secretly activated the Xuantian Skill, and his eyes began to show a faint purple hue. If Chu Feng still didn't agree, he would take action to subdue Chu Feng first. He couldn't delay any longer. Hearing Tang San's words, Chu Feng glanced at Yu Xiaogang lying on the ground and thought to himself, as expected of Tang San, he can disregard everything for the sake of enhancing his own strength. Glancing at Yu Xiaogang, Chu Feng then looked at Tang San not far away. When he saw the purple in Tang San's eyes, Chu Feng knew Tang San had used the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. This was a sign that Tang San was about to take action against him. Seeing this, Chu Feng said lightly, I don't have any technique to give you. Tang San, let me give you another piece of advice. Villains die from talking too much. After saying that, he focused his mind and adjusted the time limit of Tang San's Xuantian Skill cultivation. At the same time, Chu Feng used a six-fold critical hit card. Upon hearing Chu Feng refuse him, the purple hue in Tang San's eyes surged. He immediately focused his mind, wanting to use his first soul skill to bind Chu Feng. Huh? What's going on? Why didn't the blue-silver grass come out? No way. Where's my soul power? Suddenly, Tang San realized that his soul power was completely empty. It was as if he had returned to when he was just over a year old and had just started cultivating Xuantian Skill. At this moment, Tang San was completely panicked. Without soul power, he couldn't use soul skills, which meant that the 5 years of cultivating Xuantian Skill had been in vain. His combat power will be greatly discounted. How could this happen? Is it because of Chu Feng? Tang San recalled that in the previous world, there was a type of martial arts that could absorb a person's internal energy, but that kind of martial arts requires contact with the opponent to absorb their internal energy. Chu Feng hasn't even touched me. Tang San felt a bit confused. Could it be that the secret manual Chu Feng obtained can absorb internal energy from a distance? Thinking of this, Tang San's eyes lit up with excitement. He must get his hands on Chu Feng's secret manual. With this divine skill, his cultivation could rapidly increase. Becoming the #1 in the world would be just around the corner. Before Tang San could take any action, Chu Feng took advantage of Tang San's moment of distraction, swiftly approaching him. Then, Chu Feng swung his fist towards Tang San. Bang! 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 With the support of Chu Feng's martial soul and soul power, after a few punches, Tang San was left dazed. At this moment, Tang San's head was buzzing, and he was seeing stars. He raised his left arm. Just as he was about to launch the hidden crossbow arrow concealed under his left sleeve, a sharp pain shot through his left arm. Immediately after, a wave of intense pain surged through his right arm as well. His arms were forcefully dislocated by Chu Feng. Tang San was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely, and he didn't even have the mood to curse Chu Feng. He was gasping for air. You brat. If you can't dislocate someone's arms, then don't do it. How can you just pull someone like that? After dislocating Tang San's arms, Chu Feng continued to throw a few punches at Tang San's eyes. The power that Chu Feng unleashed after channeling his soul power was greater than that of an average adult. After a few punches, Tang San's eyes quickly swelled up. Forget about using the purple extreme magic eyes. Even opening his eyes was a struggle. At this moment, Tang San felt utterly hopeless. Without the Xuantian skill, all his other ultimate techniques were like castles in the air. After all, the Xuantian skill provided real power, while the other techniques were just skills. Without soul power, His current strength was only equivalent to that of an ordinary 6-year-old boy, and he couldn't break free from Chu Feng's control at all. Not to mention counterattacking. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Chu Feng got tired of hitting him and sat down on top of Tang San. Tang San, your skin is really thick. My hands hurt from hitting you, and wearing gloves doesn't help. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Tang San coughed in anger, even coughing up blood. In the end, he was so furious that he fainted. At this moment, Tang San looked extremely miserable. His body was covered in Chu Feng's footprints. His face swollen to the size of a pig's head. His lips were stuck to his face like 2 sausages, and more than 10 teeth had been knocked out. At this moment, Chu Feng glanced at the time and prepared to take action to eliminate Tang San and eliminate future troubles. Just as Chu Feng was about to act, he heard a loud shout from outside the window, "Kid, stop!" As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang. The outer wall of Yu Xiaogang's room collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, a figure radiating a terrifying aura rushed straight towards Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly dodged to the side, barely managing to escape. In Chu Feng's sight, the newcomer waved his sleeve, and the dust in the air was blown out of the room. Once the dust inside the room cleared, Chu Feng saw the appearance of the newcomer, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Tang Hao, Tang San's biological father. At the same time, Chu Feng felt the temperature around him drop sharply, as if he had sunk into a quagmire, making any movement feel extremely slow. Like an aging old man. Is this Tang Hao's domain? Chu Feng thought to himself. After Tang Hao cleared the dust in the room, he bent down to carefully examine Tang San's injuries. After checking Tang San's condition, Tang Hao's tightly furrowed brows slightly relaxed. That was close. Luckily, I arrived in time. Fortunately, little San is not in danger of losing his life. He just exhausted his soul power. Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself. For the past few days, he had been secretly watching over Tang San. But today, at the gate of Nodding City, he saw a title Douluo from the Spirit City. He thought that the title Douluo from Wuhuan City was the same classmate who came to Nodding City's Junior Soul Master Academy to capture Tang San, Xiao Wu, a transformation soul beast of 100,000 years. Killing a 100,000-year soul beast would definitely yield a soul bone. The appearance of soul bones would drive all soul masters crazy. After all, many title Douluo do not possess a single soul bone. Because his wife, Yin, was also a 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao couldn't bear to see Xiao Wu fall into the hands of the Wuhuan Temple. Therefore, when that title Douluo went to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, he went to Nodding Academy to take Xiao Wu away. He didn't expect such a huge accident to occur in such a short time. If something happened to Xiao San, Tang Hao wouldn't know how to explain it to his deceased wife, Yin. After using his soul power to temporarily stabilize Tang San's injuries, he finally had time to look around. Seeing the miserable Yu Xiaogang not far away, Tang Hao frowned and waved his hand. Yu Xiaogang flew to Tang Hao's side like garbage. After checking Yu Xiaogang's injuries, Tang Hao shook his head while using his soul power to temporarily preserve a trace of Yu Xiaogang's life. After doing all this, Tang Hao's gaze fell on Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng's performance in the Killing God field, Tang Hao nodded slightly. This person's determination is not inferior to Xiao San's. Tang Hao glanced at the fallen Tang San and Yu Xiaogang on the ground and said in a deep voice, "Good. Very good. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless at such a young age. Not only did you deal with the master to take revenge for your parents, but you also laid hands on a playmate from the same village." Hearing Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng was unimpressed. Playmate? In his memory, it seemed that Tang San had never played with the children in the village, right? However, how would Tang Hao know that Yu Xiaogang was his enemy? Could it be that because Tang Hao is a disciple of the Haotian Sect, one of the 7 major sects of Douluo Continent, he knows the hidden details? How do you know that Yu Xiaogang is my parents' enemy? Chu Feng asked Tang Hao. At the same time, he was thinking about how to break the current situation. Huh? Your mind is quite quick. A hint of barely noticeable surprise flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. It's fine to tell you. Although the matter of your parents didn't spread widely, some high-level figures in the major sects have heard of it. I am a disciple of the Haotian Sect, so I naturally know about such a big matter. Therefore, the moment your father stepped in a Holy Spirit village, I knew who he was. Seeing the trace of doubt and disbelief flash in Chu Feng's eyes, Tang Hao said in a deep voice, "Chu Feng, you may think I'm bragging. However, in these past few days, you should have heard some names of title Douluo in the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, right?" In order to avoid raising Tang Hao's suspicion, Chu Feng deliberately feigned surprise and said, "Tang Hao? Haotian Sect? Haotian Douluo?" Seeing Chu Feng's expression, Tang Hao calmly said, "That's right. I am Tang Hao from the Haotian Sect. Chu Feng, the abilities of title Douluo far exceed your imagination. Just like Xiao San, who often sneaks out to practice after being over a year old. How could I not know? However, he has his own opportunities, and I simply do not want to interfere too much." Hearing Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng secretly nodded. Indeed, a soul saint at over level 70 can form an aura around themselves with their soul power and sense everything within 100 meters. Moreover, a title Douluo with over level 90 soul power would naturally be able to perceive the movements of Holy Spirit Village. Just as Chu Feng was deep in thought, Tang Hao's voice reached his ears again. "Chu Feng, although Yu Xiaogang is your parents' enemy, Xiao San is not. He is only Yu Xiaogang's disciple. How could you be so heavy-handed with him?" From Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng realized that Tang Hao did not know about Tang San's suspicion regarding his martial arts manual. Tang Hao's voice continued to sound in Chu Feng's ears. "Chu Feng, I consider you a genius. As long as you agree to one condition, today's matter will be settled." "What condition?" "Very simple. You will take Xiao San as your master and treat him as Xiao San treats his teacher. Of course, you can also choose not to agree. If you don't agree, I won't bully you. I won't use my soul power. As long as you can withstand one of my blows, I will let you go." After saying this, Tang Hao waited for Chu Feng's response. Tang Hao believed that Chu Feng had immense potential and would definitely become a title Douluo in the future. That's why he thought of such a method. Xiao San's mother was killed by the Wuhuan Temple, and when Xiao San sought revenge against the Wuhuan Temple in the future, he would have one more helper. Making Chu Feng take Xiao San as his master was a way to impose a restriction on him. In Douluo Continent, a soul master can only have one master in their lifetime. If they betray their master, they will be despised by other soul masters and have no place in the soul master world of Douluo Continent. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng secretly complained his heart. "Treat him like Xiao San treats Yu Xiaogang? Tang Hao wants me to recognize him as my father, not bullying the small. That sounds nice. But your physical strength is enough to beat Zhao Wujia to a pulp. Zhao Wujia is a soul saint over level 70, and his martial spirit is the great strength king bear. I'm just a soul master without a single soul ring. If you hit me, I'll probably end up traveling through time again." Chu Feng knew that Tang Hao had no intention of letting him go. He kept thinking of countermeasures in his heart. His advantages, apart from the time modifier, are having read the original work and knowing the general plot. Tang Hao is now a title Douluo with soul power over level 90. Even if his cultivation is adjusted back 20 years, he still wouldn't be able to handle it. Lowering Tang Hao's soul rings and soul skills wouldn't help either. After all, he still couldn't withstand Tang Hao's physical strength. A series of thoughts kept flashing through Chu Feng's mind. Each idea that emerged was dismissed by him. In the end, Chu Feng was starting to lose confidence. Do I really have to take Tang San as my master? Just then, he heard Tang Hao's impatient voice in his ear. "Have you made up your mind, kid? Are you going to take Xiao San as your master, or do you want to take a hit from me?" As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. He had an idea. He thought of a solution. Lowering the soul power was pointless, so he would adjust his physical body. With this in mind, Chu Feng raised his head, looked at Tang Hao, and said, "You want me to casually acknowledge someone as my father? I can't do that. Just right. I also want to see if the title of the hammer of the Haotian Douluo is just for show." 012 The Spear Hall has come. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Tang Hao's expression turned ugly. He detected the sarcasm in Chu Feng's words and also understood why Chu Feng said that. He was present when the third party paid respects to Yu Xiaogang as a master. He felt that what the third party said, "Once a teacher, always a father," was very true. A soul master can only have one master, just as a person can only have one biological father. Isn't that master equivalent to a biological father? Although he also thought that the third party and Yu Xiaogang had only known each other for a short time before becoming master and disciple, which seemed a bit hasty. What did it mean for a kid to say this in front of the third party's biological father? Tang Hao felt somewhat unwilling and still wanted to bring Chu Feng over. He pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao San has dual martial souls, innate full soul power, and soul skills. I think he is qualified to be your master. Chu Feng, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Chu Feng calmly shook his head, indicating he would not reconsider. Seeing this, Tang Hao repeatedly said, all right. Since you don't know the heights of heaven and earth, then I'll grant you this. A genius? A genius that hasn't matured is of no use at all." After saying this, Tang Hao prepared to use the 9 methods of exerting force from the Haotian 9 absolutes, taught by the Sect, to strike down Chu Feng. With a thought, Tang Hao retracted the killing god domain. At the same time, the martial soul Haotian hammer appeared in his right palm. He raised his right arm, constantly gathering power. Although he did not use his soul power, his own momentum made the black robe on him move without wind. At this moment, Chu Feng felt a lightness all over his body, realizing that Tang Hao had withdrawn the god of death domain. Seeing Tang Hao's actions, Chu Feng also did not act rashly. He was waiting for Tang Hao to gather his strength to the peak before striking. Time passed second by second. Under the slightly anxious gaze of Chu Feng, Tang Hao's right arm moved. Chu Feng knew that Tang Hao had completed his power-up and was about to unleash his attack. At this moment, he silently chanted in his heart, "Lower Tang Hao's physical age." At the same time, he used a six-fold critical hit card. Chu Feng aimed to revert Tang Hao's body to 6 years ago, to the time when Tang Hao had just finished battling the Spirit Hall and was at his most severely injured state. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was about to smash his hammer down on Chu Feng. Tang Hao believed that under his Haotian hammer, Chu Feng would definitely be crushed. The martial souls of the entire continent are divided into beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. The Haotian hammer is known as the weapon martial soul with the highest attack power. Just the weight of the Haotian hammer alone was something Chu Feng couldn't bear. Not to mention that he also used the Sect's ultimate skill, Haotian 9 Absolutes. Just as Tang Hao was brimming with confidence, he suddenly swayed. The Haotian hammer in his hand struck directly onto the ground. Instantly, the entire building trembled, and a large hole was smashed into the ground. Wasn't my injury suppressed? Why did it suddenly worsen? Tang Hao's heart filled with shock and confusion. He felt that his physical condition at that moment was even worse than when he was injured 6 years ago. Haotian Douluo, you have already swung that hammer. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Tang Hao's face turned ugly. He understood what Chu Feng meant by this sentence. It was saying, "You've already swung your hammer, so I can leave now, right?" Tang Hao pondered for a moment and decided to swallow his pride and eliminate Chu Feng, even if it meant breaking his promise. Developing an obsession and affecting his future cultivation, he was willing to do it. He cannot allow Chu Feng to grow up and pose a threat to the third party in the future. Thinking of this, he prepared to use his soul power to eliminate Chu Feng. Suddenly, Tang Hao's expression changed, and he waved his hand, pulling Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. And flashing out of the room, Tang Hao landed in the open space outside the house, his gaze fixed on the spot where he had been. He saw that in that position, there was an indistinct dark shadow. The surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by the shadow. Upon seeing this shadow, Tang Hao's expression became serious, and he slowly uttered 2 words, "Ghostly." The visitor was one of the titled Douluo under the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BBDong, known as the Ghost Douluo, Ghostly. Suddenly, Tang Hao's expression changed again, and he thought, not good. He had just seen the title Douluo in Nottingham, not Ghost Douluo, but Ju Douluo Yuegwan. Tang Hao also knew that Yuegwan and Ghost Douluo had a martial soul fusion skill called Polar Stillness Domain, which could simultaneously freeze the opponent's skills and actions. At this moment, Tang Hao knew that Ju Douluo was definitely nearby, and he should leave quickly. With this in mind, he prepared to take Xiao San and Yu Xiaogang away. Before Tang Hao could set off, a soft voice rang out from the open space. After so many years, Haotian Douluo finally showed up. Since he had appeared, why rush to leave? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a flamboyant man standing near a flower bed in the distance, holding a chrysanthemum in his hand. Beside the flamboyant man were several soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing the flamboyant man, Tang Hao's eyes instantly turned red. He recalled the situation 6 years ago when he and his wife, Ain, were ambushed. At that time, the 3 titled Douluos attacking him included the former pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Xuanji, and the other 2 titled Douluos were one known as Shandao Douluo and the one in front of him, Ju Douluo. If it hadn't been for Ju Douluo and Shandao Douluo using their martial soul fusion skill, Ju Hua Baoman Shan, to trap him and Ain, things might have been different. He was completely able to escape from the siege of the Spirit Hall members. Ain wouldn't sacrifice herself to save him. Although he later used the explosion ring skill, killing the Mountain Douluo, and Qiang Sunji also died from his injuries, the Chrysanthemum Douluo was still alive and well. At this moment, Tang Hao really wanted to take action and eliminate the Chrysanthemum Douluo, but he knew he couldn't be impulsive. He still had Xiao San by his side. He had to consider Xiao San's safety. In the distance, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, seeing the predatory gaze from Tang Hao, smiled seductively. Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the Haotian Douluo shouldn't leave now. The Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, "Old Ghost." The Ghost Douluo. Having worked with the Chrysanthemum Douluo for many years, naturally knew what he meant. They were going to use the soul fusion skill, polar silence domain, to trap Tang Hao. The ghost Douluo flickered and quickly arrived beside the chrysanthemum Douluo in just a few breaths. Before the two of them could take action, Tang Hao sensed something was wrong. Disregarding his injuries, he swung the Haotian hammer straight at the chrysanthemum Douluo, seeing the flying Haotian hammer. The chrysanthemum Douluo didn't dare to be careless and quickly released his soul power to resist alongside the ghost Douluo. Boom! A loud roar echoed, and a large cloud of dust was raised in the open space. The chrysanthemum Douluo felt something was off. The power of the Haotian hammer seemed to have diminished quite a bit compared to 6 years ago. At the same time, he sensed Tang Hao's aura rapidly flying away into the distance. Not good. The chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, waving his hand holding the chrysanthemum to disperse the dust before him. Then he looked towards Tang Hao's position. He saw that there was no one in the spot where Tang Hao had stood. Not only had Tang Hao disappeared, but the other two had also vanished. The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Then, the ghost Douluo became blurry and chased after the distant figure. The chrysanthemum Douluo instructed the two soul masters under him. One of you immediately return to Spirit City to meet the Pope and report that we've discovered Tang Hao's whereabouts. The other one, bring back that boy named Chu Feng to the Spirit Hall. After speaking, he also flickered and went to chase after Tang Hao. Originally, a beast martial soul with full innate soul power was not worth him and the ghost Douluo acting together. Their main task was to investigate the situation of the 100,000-year rabbit in the Stardow Forest. Returning Chu Feng to Spirit City was just a side task. However, unexpectedly, they encountered Tang Hao in this small nodding city. Moreover, Tang Hao appeared to be seriously injured and had not recovered at all. Such a great opportunity to make a contribution. How could he let it pass? After the departure of the chrysanthemum Douluo, one of the two spirit masters from the Spirit Hall left Nodding Academy to return to Spirit City. The other spirit master, led by Matthew, walked toward the dormitory building. You must be Chu Feng, right? I'm the spirit master here to take you to Spirit City. My name is Zhong Wuxiu. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng paused his steps, turned around, and helplessly said, yes, I am Chu Feng. Originally, Chu Feng had seen the people from the Spirit Hall about to fight with Tang Hao. He was very happy in his heart, preparing to quietly leave when both sides started fighting. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao was useless. He feigned an attack and turned to run. Before he could leave the dormitory building, Matthew had already brought the soul masters from the Spirit Hall to find him. Well, let's go. I'll take you back to the Spirit Hall, Zhong Wuxiu said to Chu Feng. As soon as Zhong Wuxiu's words fell, a hoarse voice rang out. No, Chu Feng can't leave. Upon hearing someone blocking him, Zhong Wuxiu felt a bit annoyed. Who dares to obstruct the Spirit Hall's business? At the same time, he looked at the person who spoke. When Zhong Wuxiu saw the newcomer, his expression changed dramatically, and he struggled to utter two words, title. Douluo. 013 invitation from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School under the shocked gazes of everyone. A man wearing a mask and a gray robe walked towards them. The man's body, over 2 meters tall, was completely hidden under the gray robe. What was most striking was the 9 soul rings surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wuxiu's expression turned ugly. No wonder, with his 72nd level soul sage strength, he hadn't sensed the unusual situation around him. The newcomer was a titled Douluo. He felt a bit frightened in his heart and quickly bowed, saying, I didn't know the senior had arrived, and I spoke recklessly. I hope the senior won't take offense. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, what's going on today? Is the titled Douluo free? Usually it's hard to see even one titled Douluo, but today several have suddenly appeared. The gray-robed Douluo cast a glance at Zhong Wuxiu, but did not respond and continued to stride towards Chu Feng. It seemed he intended to take Chu Feng away from his place. Seeing this, Zhong Wuxiu gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, Your Excellency, Chu Feng is one of us from the Spirit Hall. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to do this? Upon hearing Zhong Wuxiu's words, the gray-robed Douluo paused and said, Oh, has Chu Feng agreed to join the Spirit Hall? Hearing the somewhat cold voice of the gray-robed Douluo, Zhong Wuxiu showed a troubled expression. Whether he had joined or not, he didn't know. He was just ordered to bring Chu Feng back to the Spirit Hall. Zhong Wuxiu instinctively glanced at Matthew. Seeing this, Matthew quickly whispered, It seems that Chu Feng hasn't agreed to join the Spirit Hall yet. Hearing Matthew's response, Zhong Wuxiu almost exploded in anger at him. Brother, you are such a straightforward person. Didn't you see me wink at you? Why are you saying such honest words? Can't you just tell a lie? However, Zhong Wuxiu also knew that lies couldn't deceive a titled Douluo. It is said that once one reaches the title Douluo level, their spiritual power increases dramatically. As he saw the gray-robed Douluo continue to approach Chu Feng, Zhong Wuxiu gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, Chu Feng hasn't said he will join our spirit hall, nor has he said he won't join." Before Zhong Wuxiu could finish, the gray-robed Douluo snorted coldly. Instantly, Zhong Wuxiu felt an invisible pressure. Just as he was struggling to hold on, he heard the gray-robed Douluo's voice again. "I'm only letting you off because of BBDong's face. Chu Feng, do you wish to join the spirit hall? Or do you want to come with me?" Chu Feng, standing nearby, did not respond directly to the gray-robed Douluo. Instead, he asked, "Senior, I would like to know, where did your jade pendant come from?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the gray-robed Douluo reached down to take off the jade pendant from his waist and said, "This one?" Seeing the jade pendant in the gray-robed Douluo's hand, Chu Feng nodded. He noticed the jade pendant when the gray-robed Douluo appeared. The jade pendant is completely snow white, with 7 differently shaped gemstones carved on it. In a letter left by his father, there was a page specifically drawn with a jade pendant. The jade pendant in the hands of the gray-robed Douluo is exactly the same as the one in the letter. His father mentioned in the letter that there were assassins chasing them back then, and someone came to their rescue. That person had a jade pendant hanging from their waist, identical to the one in the hands of the gray-robed Douluo at that moment. Upon seeing Chu Feng nod, the gray-robed Douluo, though somewhat puzzled as to why Chu Feng asked this, slowly replied, "A gift from a junior." Hearing the gray-robed Douluo's words, Chu Feng touched the firecracker in his pocket. Then he spoke up, "I'm willing to follow you, Senior." Chu Feng made this decision not only because of the jade pendant, but also because he guessed who this gray-robed Douluo was. It was Gu Yong, the Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Gu Yong stood over 2 meters tall. Moreover, Chu Feng felt a familiar aura from this gray-robed Douluo, and his martial soul also stirred slightly. Chu Feng concluded that the other party's martial soul should also be a dragon type. Among the titled Douluos, dragon-type martial souls are rare, including Bone Douluo Gu Yong, Sea Dragon Douluo, and Yu Yuanjin. Sea Dragon Douluo has long been stationed at Sea God Island and rarely comes to land. Although Yu Yuanjin expelled Yu Xiaogang from the sect, he is after all his biological son. Seeing Yu Xiaogang in such a miserable state, he couldn't just stand by. Therefore, the newcomer should be Gu Yong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Compared to other sects, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not so arrogant and overbearing. They recruit some children from commoner families every year. Moreover, since he had beaten Yu Xiaogang and Tang San so badly, with Yu Xiaojang's life hanging in the balance, he couldn't go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Haotian School, or Spirit Hall. At that moment, Zhong Wuxiu, who was nearby, hurriedly spoke up, "Chu Feng." Just as Zhong Wuxiu had said 2 words, the gray-robed waved his sleeve and sent him flying, rasping, noisy. The moment Zhong Wuxiu was sent flying, he felt a sense of relief throughout his body. He thought to himself, "This is the strike I've been waiting for. At least I've done my duty. Even the Pope won't punish me too harshly." Seeing that Zhong Wuxiu had been blasted away, the other soul masters of the Spirit Hall dared not make any moves, only able to watch helplessly as Chu Feng and the gray-robed Douluo left. The gray-robed Douluo took Chu Feng and swiftly disappeared from everyone's sight in just a few breaths. After turning several corners, the gray-robed Douluo arrived at an ordinary courtyard in Notting City. In the courtyard, a refined middle-aged man sat by the stone table. On the table lay a very exquisite scepter. "Master, I'm back." Upon hearing the hoarse voice of the gray-robed Douluo, the refined man raised his head, his gaze landing on Chu Feng. As the refined man assessed Chu Feng, the gray-robed Douluo conveyed to him the events that had just occurred at Notting Academy. After listening, the refined man glanced at the jade pendant in the gray-robed Douluo's hand. Then, looking at Chu Feng, he nodded, his tone filled with appreciation. It seemed that Tang Hao was right. He was indeed a talented individual. At such a young age, he remained composed even in the face of Tang Hao's killing God domain. In response to the refined man's praise, Chu Feng simply said, "Thank you for your kind words, Senior." At the same time, Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Tang Hao? This refined man before him should be Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, the Tang Hao he mentioned should be Xue Tang Hao, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire. No, the current Xue Tang Hao should be the daughter of BBDong, Qian Rinxue, in disguise. Why would Xue Tang Hao know about him? Su Yuntao reported his information to the Spirit Hall. Xue Tang Hao, being in the Heaven Do Empire, shouldn't know him, unless someone tipped her off. Seeing that Chu Feng did not show any signs of pride in the face of praise, The refined man nodded secretly. He looked at Chu Feng and said in a deep voice, Chu Feng, I am Ning Fengji, the Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I would like to invite you to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Are you willing? After saying this, Ning Fengji's gaze was fixed intensely on Chu Feng. He was very eager for Chu Feng to join the sect. With a beast martial soul and innate full soul power, Chu Feng's potential was limitless, and becoming a titled Douluo was just around the corner. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's invitation, Chu Feng did not respond immediately, but instead looked at the jade pendant in the hand of the gray-robed Douluo Gurong. Junior has a question. Could you please enlighten me, Your Excellency? Who exactly bestowed this jade pendant upon you, if you would be so kind to share? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Bon Douluo Gurong and Ning Fengji exchanged smiles. Chu Feng, that person is right in front of you. Hearing Bon Douluo's words, Chu Feng suddenly turned to Ning Fengji, who was smiling with a hint of excitement in his tone. Sect Master Ning, may I ask where this jade pendant came from? Ning Fengji glanced at the jade pendant and replied with a smile, I have worn this jade pendant since I was young. It has a calming effect. Because Uncle Gu used to have a somewhat irritable temperament, I gave the pendant to him. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng realized that the person who helped his parents eliminate the assassins back then was the current sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Thinking of this, he bowed and said, Thank you, Senior Ning, for your assistance to my parents back then. Your parents? Ning Fengji seemed to recall something. My father is Chu Luxiang. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Fengji understood why Chu Feng had acted against Yu Xiaogang. At the same time, he also remembered a long-buried memory. After a few seconds, Ning Fengji waved his hand, saying, It was just a small effort on my part. My wife was once seriously injured by assassins while trying to protect me. So, when I saw someone chasing your parents, I stepped in to help. After saying this, Ning Fengji looked at Chu Feng with a smile. Seeing the hope in Ning Fengji's gaze, Chu Feng felt very conflicted. Through these days of understanding, he realized that within some sects, there were many rules and regulations. He didn't want to be too constrained. But Ning Fengji was the benefactor who helped his parents back then. In fact, without Ning Fengji's intervention, he might not even have been born. Chu Feng pondered for a moment, then let out a long sigh and said slowly, Senior Ning, may I ask what rules the sect has? I'm used to being free and lazy. Chu Feng didn't finish, but Ning Fengji understood what he meant. This child, Chu Feng, was afraid of being bound by too many sect rules. After all, a 6-year-old child certainly wouldn't want to be managed by others, just like his daughter Rong, who disliked being constrained. Then, Ning Fengji and Gu Douluo exchanged glances. He smiled slightly and said, Chu Feng, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School doesn't have that many rules. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is very similar to the Holy Spirit Village where you lived before. Everyone works hard for this big family. After speaking, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and continued, Chu Feng, since you don't like to be restricted, after joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you can live and study at the Xuantian Academy. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Feng's face. Live and study at the Xuantian Academy? At the same time, he thought to himself, Xuantian Academy? Isn't that one of the 5 elemental academies? The original text didn't mention which sect supports Xuantian Academy. Is Ning Fengji suggesting that I study at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Could it be that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School supports Xuantian Academy behind the scenes? Just as Chu Feng was deep in thought, Ning Fengji's voice rang in his ears again. That's right, go live and study at the Xuantian Academy. In fact, many disciples from various sects go to the academy to live and study. This is also a way to expand one's social circle and meet more friends. However, soul masters who possess the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower often lack self-protection abilities, coupled with some other reasons. Soul masters with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower rarely go to the academy to study. But you can go to the academy to live and study. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng kept thinking. The Xuantian Academy, aside from having a few mediocre students, had decent facilities. While Chu Feng was contemplating Ning Fengji, noticing that Chu Feng had not expressed his stance, thought to himself, does Chu Feng still have some concerns? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be because I'm the teacher of the Tiando Prince that he's hesitant? After all, his parents were expelled by the Tiando royal family's soul master team back then. With that thought, Ning Fengji said solemnly, Chu Feng, when your parents were expelled, I was not yet the teacher of the Tiando Prince. But don't worry, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Tiando royal family is the Tiando royal family. I will definitely help you seek justice from the Tiando royal family regarding your parents' matter. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng felt Ning Fengji's sincerity. He pondered for a moment, then bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Senior Ning." Junior pays respects to Sect Master Ning. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's smile grew even wider. He held the scepter and stepped forward. "Xiaofeng, no need to call me Lord Ning. I am friends with your parents, so just call me Uncle Ning." Then, Ning Fengji seemed to remember something and slowly spoke. "Xiaofeng, I have a question I want to ask you. Please go ahead." "Uncle Ning, how did you manage to defeat Yu Xiaogang so badly?" As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, the Bon Douluo beside him also looked over. When he arrived at the Nottingham City Junior Soul Master Academy, he coincidentally arrived just after Tang Hao. He did not witness the fight between Chu Feng and Yu Xiaogang, so he was quite curious about how a boy without a single soul ring managed to defeat a level 29 Great Soul Master. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng showed a hesitant expression. It seems that Bon Douluo didn't see the whole situation. Should I tell Ning Fengji the truth or not? Seeing Chu Feng hesitating, Ning Fengji thought to himself, "This child, doesn't he think I'm worried about the retaliation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Does he?" With this in mind, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Feng, don't worry. Now that you have joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sect will protect your safety. I won't stand by and let others bully the weak. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is one of the top 3 sects, and we are not afraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This gentleman beside me is a Daw title bone." The Bon Douluo then proudly spoke up, "Xiao Feng, are you worried about Yu Xiaojiang's father, Yu Yuanjin? Don't worry. That old dragon is not someone that Chi Xian and I haven't beaten before." Hearing the words of the Bon Douluo, Chu Feng realized that the two had misunderstood him. However, he saw Ning Fengji's determination and courage to protect him. With this in mind, Chu Feng decided to speak the truth. He pulled out a firecracker from his cloth bag. Originally, Chu Feng had prepared some homemade firecrackers to deal with Yu Xiaojiang. However, he underestimated the fighting ability of the Soul Masters on the Douluo Continent. One firecracker was enough to take care of Yu Xiaojiang. There were still a few firecrackers left in the bag. I relied on this to severely injure Yu Xiaojiang when he was caught off guard. Is this what made Yu Xiaojiang suffer so badly? Ning Fengji and the others took it over, examining it back and forth with disbelief, thinking to themselves, although we are getting old, we are not foolish. This thing has no fluctuation of soul power at all. Even if a great soul master is unprepared, can this thing really injure him severely? Just as Ning Fengji and the others were looking at the firecracker, a mechanical voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Beep. Detecting that Ning Fengji and the others doubt the power of the firecracker, triggering a random task. The host must demonstrate the power of the firecracker to Ning Fengji and the others, making them believe in the power of science. Upon completion of the task, the host can receive rewards. 015 Bewildered Bon Douluo, hearing the system's voice, Chu Feng knew it was time to act. The opportunity to take advantage of the system had come. He looked at the skeptical Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo, quietly thinking to himself, it's no wonder the two don't believe that there are such powerful mundane objects. After all, the combat power in the Douluo world is truly hard to describe. Perhaps it is indeed, as some readers speculate, that the Douluo world is located at the edge of the universe, which is why the overall combat power of the world is so weak. Just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, he heard Bon Douluo's hoarse voice beside him. "Xiao Feng, show me how this thing without any soul power fluctuation managed to injure a great soul master." Chu Feng turned to see Bon Douluo's large hand tightly gripping the firecracker. Before Chu Feng could speak, Ning Fengji, who was beside him, glanced around and said, "Wait, let's leave the city." Although Ning Fengji also believed that something without any soul power fluctuation wouldn't be too powerful, he was somewhat worried that the commotion during the demonstration would disturb the surrounding citizens and attract outside attention. Chu Feng followed the two out of Nottingham City, walking several miles until they stopped at a small hillside. "Fengji, I just checked, and there are no other people within a few hundred meters." Hearing Bon Douluo's words, Ning Fengji nodded and then looked at Chu Feng. "Xiao Feng, you can start now." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng glanced at the firecracker in Bon Douluo's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Bon Senior, don't forget to use your soul power when I demonstrate." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Bon Douluo Rong shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "No need. I'm not a great soul master of over 20 levels." What does Xiao Feng mean? To have him, a title Douluo, use soul power? Comparing him with that so-called theoretical master? Wouldn't that make that coward Chun Xian laugh at him for months? Hearing Douluo's words, Chu Feng turned to Ning Fengji. He saw that Ning Fengji also shook his head. Xiao Feng, don't worry. Uncle Bone's defense is among the best among titled Douluos. Ning Fengji also felt that Chu Feng was making a big deal out of nothing. Not to mention Uncle Bone's defense. Just the fact that Uncle Bone's body has been nurtured by soul power for so many years is something those 20 or 30 level soul masters cannot compare to. Seeing this, Chu Feng thought to himself, I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen, so don't blame me. With that thought, Chu Feng took out a match and ignited the fuse of the firecracker. After 2 or 3 breaths, boom, a loud explosion sounded, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Douluo was originally quite unconcerned, but when the firecracker exploded, his expression suddenly froze. Douluo felt a slight numbness in his palm, as if he had lost some sensation. He slowly stretched out the fingers of his right hand and found that his palm was pitch black, with faint traces of blood appearing on the surface of the skin. Seeing the condition of Douluo's right hand, Chu Feng secretly nodded. As expected of a defense-type titled Douluo, the physical defense was indeed impressive. It seemed that the enhancement from the martial soul and soul power to the body should not be underestimated. If it were Yu Xiaogang, his entire right hand would probably be gone. He would have to go directly to the orthopedic department. Ning Fengji, who was beside him, looked worried upon seeing this. He just saw Douluo's right hand move very slowly. What does this represent? It means that Uncle Bone's right hand is not as obedient as it used to be. He took a few steps towards Douluo and asked with concern, Uncle Bone, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Douluo turned to look at Ning Fengji. Seeing the worried expression in Ning Fengji's eyes, he pretended to be fine, laughed heartily, and said, of course I'm fine. This thing is nothing, it can't hurt me. Fengji, look, not even a scratch. I just wasn't used to it the first time it hit me. My palm feels a bit numb. Really okay? Ning Fengji asked, somewhat skeptical. Could it be that Uncle Bone really was hit for the first time and couldn't adapt? Was this thing not that powerful? But that sound just now was quite loud. Was it just a big noise with little impact? However, the way he looked at Uncle Bone's palm didn't seem right. Seeing the doubt in Ning Fengji's eyes, Douluo felt a bit embarrassed. Of course I'm fine. How could such a small thing hurt me? I can even demonstrate for you. As he spoke, Douluo stretched his left hand out in front of Chu Feng. Little Feng, give me 2 more. 1 isn't enough. Before Chu Feng could react, Ning Fengji quickly interjected. Forget it, Uncle Bone. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Douluo's stubborn temper flared up. He grabbed Chu Feng's cloth bag with his left hand, placed it on the ground, and took out 2 firecrackers from inside, holding them tightly in his left hand. Then, he ignited them following Chu Feng's method. Boom, boom. At the moment the firecrackers exploded, Douluo's expression changed, sensing something was wrong, and he began to channel his soul power. However, it was still too late. After 2 loud bangs, in Douluo's somewhat dazed gaze, a meaty aroma wafted from his left hand, along with some blood droplets that dripped down through the gaps in his hand. Uncle Bone. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengji's soul skills were unleashed towards Douluo, as if they were free. Under the effect of Ning Fengji's attribute soul skills, Douluo's left hand, which was injured and bleeding, began to visibly recover at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Chu Feng nodded in appreciation. No wonder it was the #1 auxiliary sect in the Douluo Continent. It significantly increased Douluo's recovery speed. The attribute enhancement was terrifying. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Beep. Task completed. Reward. 1-time pause card. Time pause card. Using this card allows you to instantly pause all actions and thoughts of multiple targets. The duration of the pause is random. Hearing the system's voice, Chu Feng knew that Ning Fengji and the others believed in the power of the firecrackers. After understanding the function of the time pause card, he thought to himself, this is very similar to that fusion skill of the chrysanthemum. However, this card doesn't have the many restrictions that their fusion skills do. With this card, I have gained another trump card. Then, Chu Feng focused his mind and opened the virtual panel. At this moment, changes occurred on the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years. 1 critical hit card. 6x critical hit card x2, 20x critical hit card x1, 10x critical hit card x1 time pause card. x1, just as Chu Feng was looking at the virtual panel, Ning Fengji and Douluo beside him saw shock and excitement in each other's eyes. They never expected that Chu Feng could bring such a huge surprise. They also didn't anticipate that this little thing would be so powerful. They knew that the emergence of this thing would change the 7 treasures glazed sect. 016 Yu Xiaogang awakens after a while, Ning Fengji calmed his excited emotions and slowly spoke. Xiao Feng, where did this thing come from? Can you tell me about it? I made it. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances. There was disbelief in both of their eyes. You made it? How old are you? 6 years old. You can make this at 6. However, after experiencing what had just happened, neither of them hurried to deny it. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and asked Xiao Feng, is it really you who made this? Seeing Chu Feng nod, Ning Fengji's breathing became a bit hurried. After hesitating for a while, he said, Xiao Feng, can you tell me how you made it? Ning Fengji knew that asking for the method to create something so powerful was indeed a bit inappropriate, but it was related to the safety of the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. He cannot keep this to himself. The direct line auxiliary soul masters of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school are indeed very weak in combat. This is why the sect has a rule that the partners of auxiliary soul masters must be combat soul masters, for the sake of the safety of the auxiliary soul masters. After all, relying too heavily on external forces to protect the sect poses great risks. Historically, there have been instances where external soul masters wielded too much power, resulting in the slaughter of sect disciples and severely wounding the sect's vitality. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng nodded and decided to tell Ning Fengji the formula for gunpowder. After all, Ning Fengji saved his parents years ago. Chu Feng spoke the prepared words. To avoid arousing suspicion from Ning Fengji and the others, Chu Feng said that the formula was left behind by his father. After all, it would easily raise suspicions if a 6-year-old boy understood such things. Subsequently, Chu Feng shared the gunpowder formula with Ning Fengji and the Douluo. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji and the Douluo exchanged glances, seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. They should quickly return to the sect to study this formula, and use this substance called gunpowder to arm the sect. With this thought in mind, Ning Fengji and the Douluo took Chu Feng and left the place. Meanwhile, in a damp cave, Tang San was watching his father Tang Hao treat Yu Xiaogang. The three had long escaped the pursuit of Douluo and others. At this moment, Tang San's arms had been reattached by Tang Hao, and his facial injuries had also improved slightly. However, Tang San's heart was far from calm. Back at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, when Tang Hao smashed the hammer on the floor, he was jolted awake. However, he endured the intense pain in his body, pretending to be unconscious, while secretly observing what was happening around him. He learned about his father Tang Hao's true identity through later events. At this moment, many doubts flashed through Tang San's mind like a revolving lantern. If his father had such strong abilities, why didn't he teach him? Why did his father choose to live in a small place like Holy Soul Village? Why was his father being hunted by the Spirit Hall? Eventually, Tang San felt a hint of resentment towards his father. He sighed in his heart. If his father had taught him the art of forging earlier, he would have crafted hidden weapons sooner and dealt with Chu Feng already. He has practiced the Xuantian Skill for 5 years, and it won't just disappear. He won't just watch as Chu Feng's martial arts manual slips away right in front of him. Meanwhile, Tang Hao skillfully tends to Yu Xiaogang's wounds. He didn't raise his head and calmly said, Tang San, do you have any resentment in your heart? No. Upon hearing Tang San's answer, Tang Hao shook his head. He is a titled Douluo and also a god of killing, very sensitive to killing intent and resentment. Tang Hao thought for a moment and slowly said, Xiao San, in a few days, I will take you to a place. After a while, under Tang Hao's treatment, the fallen Yu Xiaogang slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the man in a black robe with a scruffy beard in front of him, Yu Xiaogang was momentarily confused. Then, he saw Tang San beside him, and his eyes lit up. Xiao San. He wanted to sit up, but it tugged at his wounds. Under the stimulation of pain, Yu Xiaogang remembered that he had been stabbed by Chu Feng. Feeling the pain in his body and looking around, Yu Xiaogang thought to himself, could it be that I'm not dead? Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Tang San's voice, Teacher, how do you feel? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang came to his senses and a forced smile appeared on his pale face. I'm okay, just feeling a bit weak. Xiao San, what happened? Teacher, this is my father. He saved us. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang carefully looked at the man in the black robe beside him. Suddenly, he was stirred and recognized the man in black, his tone somewhat excited. You are the Haotian law? Seeing that Yu Xiaogang recognized him, Tang Hao felt a bit emotional. Let's not mention past titles. I didn't expect that after more than 20 years, the master still remembers me. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness Haotian. After Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, he tried to get up to bow. Seeing this, Tang Hao pressed down on Yu Xiaogang. You have injuries. Don't move around. It was just a simple effort on my part. However, I didn't expect your heart to be on the other side, in the opposite position of a normal person. As soon as Tang Hao's words fell, Yu Xiaogang gave a and sighed. It's precisely because my body is different from others that my cultivation is so slow. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang seemed to remember something, and his expression changed. He hurriedly summoned his martial soul. A flash of light appeared, and a short, stout creature resembling a soul beast appeared in the cave. It was Luo Sanpao. However, at this moment, Luo Sanpao had his eyes closed and was completely still, as if he were asleep. 017 guessing Yu Xiaogang looked at the motionless Luo Sanpao. His brow furrowed. There were fluctuations of soul power coming from Sanpao, but why was there no response? Yu Xiaogang hesitated for a moment, disregarding his injuries, and whispered a phrase. Fart like thunder, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, Luo Sanpao. As he spoke, he placed a soul ring on Luo Sanpao. After doing all this, Yu Xiaogang stared intently at Luo Sanpao. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 5 minutes passed, Luo Sanpao still showed no response. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang's expression turned grim. He was somewhat unwilling and thought for a moment before softly saying another sentence. Fart like smoke, hypnotize, and put Luo Sanpao to sleep. Similarly, a soul ring wrapped around Luo Sanpao. A few minutes later, Luo Sanpao still showed no reaction. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogangs face turned ashen. He knew something was wrong with his martial soul. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang felt very frustrated, even having a sense of wanting to die. His martial soul was already quite peculiar, and his soul skills were even more bizarre. But back then, he at least had soul skills to use. He could still be considered a great soul master. Now, with Sanpao in this state, showing no reaction at all, he didn't even know if he could still be considered a great soul master. Historically, there had never been a great soul master who possessed soul power, but could not use soul skills. Yu Xiaogang kept recalling the knowledge he had stealthily learned over the years. Yet, he still couldn't figure out why Sanpao had become like this. However, Yu Xiaogang knew that Sanpao's condition was related to that sudden impact. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Yu Xiaogang's eyes as he silently vowed, Chu Feng, you little brat, though young, your methods are so vicious. Just wait. After secretly swearing, Yu Xiaogangs expression became dejected. For a soul master, the martial soul is life itself. If something goes wrong with the martial soul, it can lightly affect cultivation, or, severely, it can endanger life. The Tang Hao father and son saw this scene and realized that Yu Xiaogangs' martial soul was in trouble. After a while, Tang San hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke. Teacher, don't be too anxious. Maybe Sanpao has just fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, he will wake up on his own. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaogang knew that his disciple was trying to comfort him. Sanpao was his martial soul. How could he not know what was going on? If the martial soul had a problem, how could it possibly recover on its own after a while? Just as Yu Xiaogang was lost in thought, Tang San's tender voice came to his ears again. Teacher, don't lose heart. There are no useless martial souls, only useless people. This is what you told me. So, no matter what happens to Sanpao, you must cheer up, Yu Xiaogang. He glanced at Tang San and thought to himself, I was encouraging you to practice diligently. That's why I said that. You actually took it seriously. You were still young. If martial souls weren't important, there wouldn't be so many low-level soul masters. Those children from poor families, once they have soul power, which one of them doesn't practice hard? If it weren't for my physical condition causing my martial soul to deteriorate, would I have been unable to break through level 30 at this age? After a while, Yu Xiaogangs' mood slowly calmed down, and he was no longer so dejected. After all, he has been through decades of setbacks and has gotten used to it. If there are problems with his own martial soul, then so be it. It's no big deal if he can't use his soul skills. These two soul skills were already quite awkward to begin with. He glanced at Tang San beside him and thought to himself, as long as he still had this disciple, he had a chance to turn the situation around. He can prove to the world that the title of master is truly deserved. The theories he organized are correct. With this in mind, Yu Xiaogang set aside Luo Sanpao's issue and inquired with Tang Hao and the others about what had happened after he was injured. When he heard that Tang San was being beaten up by Chu Feng, Yu Xiaogang frowned and murmured to himself, it shouldn't be. That kid Chu Feng doesn't even have a soul ring. How could he possibly defeat Xiao San? Then Yu Xiaogang raised his head to look at Tang San and asked, Xiao San, are you seriously injured? Is your martial soul okay? Now, all his hopes were pinned on Tang San. Tang San's martial soul must not have any accidents. Teacher, I'm not seriously injured. It's just some superficial wounds. My martial soul is fine. Look, As he spoke, Tang San extended his hands, and with a movement of his mind, a small grass and a hammer appeared in his palms. The hammer seems fine. Why has the blue-silver grass returned to its form before hunting the mandala snake? Before Yu Xiaogang could voice his doubts, Tang Hao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiao-san, what's going on with your soul power? After such a long time, why is there still not a trace of soul power in your body? As soon as Tang Hao's voice fell, Tang San's expression changed, and he thought to himself, it has been discovered. The cultivation was absorbed by Chu Feng. How could it possibly recover to its original state so quickly? Even though I possess Tang Sec's top inner skill, Xuantian Skill, cultivation still requires some time. It seems that obtaining the secret manual in Chu Feng's hand by myself is somewhat impossible now. After pondering for a while, Tang San decided to tell the truth about the situation. He slowly spoke. Father, my cultivation has been drained by Chu Feng. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao squinted his eyes slightly. Your soul power has been absorbed. After such a long time, it should have recovered some. But there isn't a trace of soul power in your body. Father, it's not soul power, it's cultivation. I've completely lost my cultivation, and I don't even have a soul ring. Tang San's words stunned Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang. Completely lost cultivation? No soul ring. Tang Hao quickly checked Tang San's martial soul and physical condition. After a while, Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang finally accepted the reality of Tang San's complete loss of cultivation. Suddenly, Tang Hao seemed to think of something, his eyes narrowing as he said in a deep voice, No, Chu Feng didn't absorb your cultivation. When I saw him, his soul power fluctuations were about the same as before, although he hasn't obtained a soul ring, and his soul power can't break through level 10. If he had absorbed your cultivation, the soul power fluctuations wouldn't be the same as before, but my cultivation disappeared at that time. Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang fell into deep thought. After a while, Tang Hao slowly voiced his speculation. Although I don't know what skill Chu Feng has, it should have limitations. For example, the target's soul power level can't be too much higher than his own level. Otherwise, the master's cultivation would also disappear. And my cultivation would too. Upon hearing Tang Hao's analysis, Tang San's eyes lit up, feeling it made a lot of sense. I didn't expect my father's level to be on par with the master's. Meanwhile, the master beside them felt a slight flush on his face. He claimed to be invincible in theory, yet he couldn't even analyze this. It seems that his grasp of the theory is still insufficient. It's a pity that back then, he couldn't finish copying the books in the family's library before he was expelled from the family. After Tang Hao voiced his speculation, the cave fell into silence again. 018 Spirit Hall needs people. A month later, Shrek Academy, student dormitory. Chu Feng looked at the layout of the room and nodded in satisfaction. The conditions of this dormitory were no worse than those of the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City. All the necessary facilities were available, and each person had their own dormitory. After surveying the environment in the room, Chu Feng summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years, 1. 5 critical hit card, 6x critical hit card x2, 20x critical hit card x1, 10x critical hit card x1 time pause card, x1 upon seeing the modification years, 1-5. Chu Feng couldn't help but complain inwardly. He has reached a higher level, but the modification period has only increased by 0.5. He was still thinking about rising to the Soul Master realm and using the Time Modifier to roam the Douluo Continent. It seems that this idea cannot be realized temporarily just by relying on the Time Modifier. He had to come up with a way to enhance his combat power using external means. After reading the virtual panel, Chu Feng's mind stirred, and a yellow soul ring appeared around his body. This century-old soul ring was obtained with the help of Ning Rong and others when he killed a swift dragon that was over 490 years old on his way to the Xuantian Academy. Looking at the yellow soul ring, memories of what BBDong said while hunting soul beasts flashed through Chu Feng's mind. The influence of martial souls on soul masters' bodies is significant. Some powerful soul masters can endure soul rings of longer ages than ordinary soul masters. It is said in the soul master community that every time a soul master advances in rank, the number of years of soul rings they can absorb is based on statistics from the Martial Soul Hall regarding most soul masters' advancement, which does not apply to powerful martial souls like dragon martial souls. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, there was a knock on the door. Chu Feng, are you in there? The dean is looking for you. After Chu Feng opened the door, a boy around 15 or 16 stood outside. This boy, Chu Feng recognized, was Fong Sha, the captain of the Shrek Academy battle team in the original work. Seeing Chu Feng Fong Sha said. Chu Feng, hurry to the dean's office. The dean seems to be in a hurry. After Fong Sha finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded, closed the door, and hurried with Fong Sha to the dean's office. On the way to the dean's office, Fong Sha spoke to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, the master of the martial soul branch in Xinfeng City, Ku Jin, is also in the dean's office. I don't know what he's here for. Be careful. That old guy is quite insidious. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and thanked him. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. The branch master? Could it be that he was here to look for him? However, since he obtained the soul ring, he hadn't gone to the martial soul branch to register as a soul master, but had come directly to Xinfeng Academy. Ku Jin should not know that he was in Xinfeng City. While the two were talking, Chu Feng arrived at the dean's office. You go in, I won't go in, Fong Sha said in a low voice. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the voice from inside, Chu Feng stepped into the office. Inside the dean's office, Chu Feng looked at an elderly man with graying hair. Dean, you were looking for me? Chu Feng asked. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the dean of Xinfeng Academy, Feng Wui, nodded. Then, Feng Wui introduced a man in a martial soul hall uniform sitting on the sofa, wearing glasses. Chu Feng, this is Ku Jin, the master of the martial soul branch in Xinfeng City. Master Ku Jin, now that Chu Feng is here, you can speak. Ku Jin, sitting on the sofa, slowly stood up and examined Chu Feng from head to toe with a pair of triangular eyes. A hint of pity flashing in his gaze. Sure enough, heroes emerge from youth. Chu Feng, come back to the martial soul hall with me. As soon as Ku Jin finished speaking, Feng Wui snorted coldly. I guess you were here to snatch someone. I asked you just now, and you didn't say anything. If it wasn't for the Pope's face, I wouldn't have agreed to let Chu Feng come here. Seeing Feng Wui angry, Ku Jin smiled sinisterly. Dean Feng, what you're saying is not correct. Snatch someone? If it weren't for that Lord's obstruction, Chu Feng would already be a student of our martial soul hall. Moreover, having Chu Feng return to the martial soul hall is also the Pope's intention. As soon as Ku Jin finished speaking, Feng Wui snorted again. Chu Feng is not only our academy student, but also a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hearing Feng Wui's words, Ku Jin thought to himself, here it comes. I knew this would be mentioned. Before coming, Ku Jin had already learned from the Pope's message that Chu Feng was a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he had prepared a counter-argument. Feng Wui, don't speak recklessly. It's only been a few days. How could Chu Feng be a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? As far as I know, Chu Feng has never been to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and they haven't held a disciple recruitment ceremony. As soon as Ku Jin finished speaking, Feng Wui felt a bitter smile in his heart. Of course, Chu Feng had never been to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji and the others sent Chu Feng directly to Xinfeng Academy to save trouble. Not to mention outsiders, even within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Very few people knew that Chu Feng had joined. However, Feng Wui said, it's not time for the disciple recruitment ceremony yet. Besides, does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School need to inform the Martial Soul Hall when recruiting disciples? Hearing Feng Wui's words, Ku Jin ignored him and turned to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, what do you think? Hearing this, Chu Feng replied calmly, I want to stay at Xinfeng Academy. Are you sure? Ku Jin frowned, thinking to himself, this is troublesome. I thought that by invoking the Pope's name, Feng Wui would obediently let him go. That Chu Feng would follow me without hesitation. I didn't expect it wouldn't work. Am I going to have to resort to underhanded tactics? The Pope's message was, life or death is irrelevant. It seems the Pope only wants Chu Feng dead. Just as Ku Jin was pondering secretly, he heard Chu Feng's voice, I am sure. After saying this, Chu Feng remained on guard. Although the dean, Feng Wui, was present, Ku Jin should not act against him. But it was better to be cautious. That old man had looked at him in a strange way earlier, as if he were examining a product. There was definitely something wrong with that. Contrary to Chu Feng and Feng Wui's expectations, after hearing Chu Feng's answer, Ku Jin did not say anything further, only gave Chu Feng a meaningful look before taking his leave from Xinfeng Academy. After Ku Jin left the office, Feng Wui spoke with Chu Feng, telling him to focus on his training and not to worry about the Martial Soul Hall. Then, Chu Feng also left the dean's office. Just as he exited the dean's office, Fong Sha approached from not far away. Chu Feng, what did that old man Ku Jin come for? Was he looking for you? I'm telling you, Ku Jin is really insidious. You need to be careful when dealing with him. Watching Fong Sha beside him, Chu Feng thought to himself, I never noticed before that Fong Sha was such a chatterbox in the original work. Seeing that Fong Xiaotian continued talking without stopping, Chu Feng jokingly said, Senior Feng, with a mouth like yours, it won't be easy to find a partner in the future. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Xiaotian was stunned, then waved his hand dismissively. Find a partner? Being alone is great. I can do whatever I want. Hearing Fong Xiaotian's words, Chu Feng smiled slightly, thinking to himself, when you meet Huwu, you won't think so. 019, does a genius not need money? Just as Chu Feng and Fong Xiaotian were about to reach the dormitory building, a group of people walked towards them. Huh? Did Shrek Academy lower the admission age this year? Why are there so many kids coming? As soon as Fong Xiaotian finished speaking, a teacher named Zhang from Shrek Academy pointed at Chu Feng and said to a girl in a blue dress beside him, Miss Ning, that boy is Chu Feng. The girl in the blue dress's eyes lit up as she walked straight towards Chu Feng. Seeing the scene, Fong Xiaotian glanced at Chu Feng beside him, revealing an expression of understanding. Chu Feng, no wonder you asked me about relationships earlier. You want to gain some experience from me. Senior Feng, I'm only 6 years old, Chu Feng said with a hint of helplessness. Of course. Childhood sweethearts start from a young age. Fong Xiaotian's words had just fallen when the girl in the blue dress approached Chu Feng. She lifted the apple in her hand and threw it at Fong Xiaotian's head. What childhood sweethearts? You, at such a young age, should focus on cultivating, not thinking about nonsense. Fong Xiaotian, who's younger between us? I'm several years older than you, okay? Who spoiled your temper? Just throwing things without a second thought. Thankfully, I dodged quickly. If this gets out, how embarrassing would it be for me to be hit by a child? Thinking of this, he wanted to teach the hot-tempered girl in the blue dress a lesson. Just as Fong Xiaotian was about to release his soul power, he heard the voice of the dean, Feng Wuyo, coming from a distance. Little brat, withdraw your soul power. This is Miss Ning from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuyo arrived in front of them. He raised his hand and patted Fong Xiaotian on the head, then smiled at the girl in the blue dress. Rong, what brings you here today? Feng Wuyo was somewhat curious. This young lady had never visited Xuantian Academy before. Grandpa Feng, I'm here to find him. I want to compete with him. The girl in the blue dress, Ning Rong, pointed at Chu Feng. Feng Wuyo felt somewhat troubled. Ning Fengji and Douluos had instructed him to ensure Chu Feng's safety and not let him get harmed. And this little witch in front of him was definitely not easy to handle. Spoiled rotten by her cousin Shrek Academy and Douluos. It was said that Douluos' hair was thinning because of this little witch. Just as Feng Wuyo was feeling troubled, Ning Rong carefully scrutinized Chu Feng in front of her. This delicate boy, aside from being handsome, didn't seem particularly talented. She had never seen her father, Ning Fengji, place such importance on a boy. Not only did he personally go to pick up Chu Feng with Grandpa Bone, but he also helped this boy hunt soul beasts. Moreover, after returning to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, her father often mentioned how talented Chu Feng was. This made her very unhappy. So, she brought the talented individuals from her sect to check out this Chu Feng and to humble him a bit. Thinking of this, Ning Rong disregarded Feng Wuyo's advice and insisted on competing with Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng guessed who the girl in the blue dress was, he still pretended not to know. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't recognize her, Ning Rong's anger grew even more. She gritted her silver teeth. I am Ning Rong, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Suddenly, Chu Feng remembered what Ning Fengji had asked him to do on the way. Then, his eyes flashed, and he calmly said, Oh, what's wrong? Seeing Chu Feng's expression, Ning Rong was momentarily taken aback. The next second, she came back to her senses and said, Chu Feng, do you dare to compete with me? Why would I compete with you? Chu Feng glanced at Ning Rong and said, lightly, to prove that you're not just a name without substance. Hearing Ning Rong's answer, Chu Feng felt that her excuse was quite low. It was obvious that she was a bit jealous because Ning Fengji valued him, just like someone who had their favorite toy taken away. She came to Xuantian Academy just to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Chu Feng shook his head. I'm a genius myself. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. Come on, fighting is such a physically exhausting activity. What's the benefit? Who would do it? After saying this, Chu Feng prepared to walk towards the dormitory building. Swish! A blue light flashed, and Ning Rong stood in front of Chu Feng again. At this moment, she wanted the boys behind her to rush forward and beat up the boy in front of them. However, Ning Rong suppressed this impulse. She had to maintain her composure in front of outsiders. Ning Rong looked at Chu Feng, suppressing her anger, and said, What would it take for you to agree to compete? How? Chu Feng was just about to say, no way, but before he could finish, a thought flashed through his mind. This thought would cost quite a bit. Chu Feng muttered to himself, Then, he changed his words and said, "There has to be some stakes." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Rong was stunned. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses and said in shock, "You're a genius. You're a soul master. Why do you need money to compete?" Chu Feng looked at Ning Rong as if she were an idiot. Don't soul masters need to spend money to buy things? Do geniuses not need money? Let me give you a piece of advice. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze towards Chu Feng changed. What this boy said made a lot of sense. Ning Rong understood the meaning behind Chu Feng's gaze. Her teeth clenched tightly, her chest heaving with anger, thinking to herself, "Let you be arrogant. Soon you'll have your moment of tears." Ning Rong took a deep breath. "We can have stakes, but I will set the rules for the competition." After saying this, she fixed her fiery gaze on Chu Feng, waiting for his response. 020 IOU. Looking at the sly glint in Ning Rong's hopeful eyes, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. In order to be more cautious, he was about to ask Ning Rong about the rules of the competition. Before he could speak, a voice rang in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host is about to be surrounded and beaten, triggering a random task. The host must achieve victory in the encirclement. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive rewards. After hearing the system's mechanical voice, Chu Feng maintained a calm expression on the surface. However, his gaze passed over the support-type Soul Master Ning Rong and looked at the boys behind her. He was still puzzled, as Ning Rong didn't seem stupid at all. Why did she want to compete with him, a battle spirit master? After all, it's rare for support-type spirit masters to compete with battle spirit masters. In the same realm, support-type spirit masters would basically be crushed by battle spirit masters. It turned out that Ning Rong wanted him to compete with the boy behind her, and they were going to gang up on him, truly deserving of the title Little Witch. No wonder Ning Fengji grinned whenever he mentioned this daughter of his. Just as Chu Feng was contemplating the task, he heard Ning Rong urging him. "Chu Feng, have you thought it through? Will you agree or not?" Chu Feng glanced at Ning Rong and said blandly, "Okay, you set the rules." Before Chu Feng could finish, Ning Rong, afraid he would go back on his word, hurriedly said, "Okay, you said it. The rules are." Seeing Ning Rong's eager expression, Chu Feng quickly interrupted her. "I haven't finished yet. You set the rules. I'll set the stakes." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Rong hesitated for a moment, looked at the boy behind her, and thought to herself, "You think you can win? Set the stakes however you like. If you can take it away, I'll consider it a loss." With that in mind, Ning Rong said, "You want to set the stakes? No problem. Since you agreed to the competition, I'll start explaining the rules." Then, Ning Rong began to outline the competition rules. "I have 7 young disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School behind me. I will use my first spirit skill to boost their strength. The competition will be a team battle. All 7 of them will fight you on the stage. If even one of them remains standing on the stage at the end, it counts as your loss." After saying this, Ning Rong looked at Chu Feng with a triumphant expression, secretly thinking, "I came prepared. I know your talent is a bit stronger, but can you take on 7 by yourself?" As soon as Ning Rong finished speaking, the onlookers displayed expressions of shock and began to discuss among themselves. "This girl looks quite cute, but who knew she could be so ruthless?" "Exactly. 7 against 1. No, with her, that's 8 against 1. Did Chu Feng steal something from his girl? What kind of grudge is this? Who can say otherwise? I see that the 7 young disciples behind this girl all have spirit power fluctuations above level 15. At this moment, the principal of Shrek Academy, Fong Wuyo, also hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Miss Ning, this isn't appropriate. Sect Master Ning and Lord Bone Crown have instructed that Chu Feng must not be harmed." After hearing Ning Rong's competition rules, Fong Wuyo was frightened. "Is this a competition? This is just one-sided bullying." Ning Rong heard Fong Wuyo's words and smiled cheerfully. "Grandpa Fong, it's fine. I brought a healing spirit master. If Chu Feng gets hurt, I'll have someone treat him for free. Moreover, none of these 7 young disciples are above level 20. Didn't everyone say Chu Feng is a genius? A genius can handle it alone." After saying this, Ning Rong turned to look at Chu Feng and asked, "So, Chu Feng, do you dare to agree?" Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Feng appeared calm and said, "I agree." Looking at the elated Ning Rong, Chu Feng secretly thought, it's not easy to encounter a fat sheep these days. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not only the top support school, but also the richest among the 7 major sects. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the crowd around erupted in an uproar. Isn't this obviously overwhelming the opponent? How can Chu Feng agree? I've heard that geniuses are strong in certain aspects, but they tend to be a bit single-minded. Is it true? It should be. Who would agree to such an obvious trap? Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Chu Feng's expression remained calm as he thought. Let you see the power of the system in a bit. Seeing Chu Feng agree, Ning Rong quickly said, let's go. We're heading to the arena at Xuantian Academy. Wait, we haven't finished discussing the rules or the stakes. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Ning Rong stopped and casually said, you tell me, how many gold soul coins for the stakes? After saying this, she took out a bag of gold soul coins from her soul guide and handed it to Chu Feng. Is this enough? Seeing the gold soul coins in Ning Rong's hand, Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, not much for the stakes, just 10,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Rong's expression froze, and her hand holding the gold soul coins hung awkwardly in the air. 10,000 gold soul coins. She only had a few dozen gold soul coins for her monthly allowance. A hint of anger appeared on Ning Rong's small face. Chu Feng, this stake is too much. 10,000 gold soul coins. Why don't you go rob someone? Hearing Ning Rong's words, Chu Feng secretly nodded. Isn't that just robbing your gold soul coins? However, he said out loud, not too much. You said I'm a genius. The appearance fee for geniuses is always high. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Rong was so furious that her teeth itched, muttering in her heart, genius? I see you, Chu Feng, as a born money grubber. She squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth, but I didn't bring that much money. No problem, you can borrow from others. Seeing that Chu Feng wouldn't let it go, Ning Rong had no choice but to gather the stakes from the young disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After going around, she was still 3,000 gold soul coins short. Ning Rong turned her gaze to Feng Wuyo. Grandpa Feng, can you lend me 3,000 gold soul coins? When I return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I'll have my father send the money to you. Feng Wuyo wished for the competition to be cancelled and thought to himself, it seems that this kid Chu Feng also doesn't want to compete. So he's asking for such a high stake. This is a good opportunity. I can't miss it. With this in mind, Feng Wuyo showed a difficult expression. Rong. It's not that Grandpa Feng won't lend it to you, but I really don't have any money. All my money is managed by my wife. Seeing Feng Wuyo's firm attitude, Ning Rong had no choice but to turn to Chu Feng and say, I've gathered 7,000 gold soul coins. Can we lower the stakes? Chu Feng shook his head, indicating that it was not possible. Just as Ning Rong's anger was about to explode, Chu Feng smiled slightly. If the money isn't enough, you can write an IOU. Who told you we have a connection? Seeing Chu Feng's annoying expression, Ning Rong was furious. If I had known I could write an IOU, I wouldn't have borrowed money. If I don't beat you into a pig's head, I won't take your surname. After Ning Rong wrote the IOU and put it together with the gold soul coins, she prepared to head to the arena at Xuantian Academy. Suddenly, she remembered something. Ning Rong turned to Chu Feng and asked, Chu Feng, where's your stake? Hearing Ning Rong's question, Chu Feng smiled slightly and took out paper and pen. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote an IOU for 10,000 gold soul coins. Seeing this, Ning Rong, Fong Sha, Feng Wuyo, the onlookers, 021 betting Ning Rong stared blankly at the IOU for 10,000 gold soul coins in Chu Feng's hand. The calm Chu Feng stepped forward and took the pile of gold soul coins and the IOU from Ning Rong, walking toward Fong Sha. Seeing the scene, Ning Rong snapped back to reality and hurriedly shouted, Chu Feng, what are you doing? Chu Feng said without looking back, I just need a witness. So you won't take the money back if you lose. Hearing this, Ning Rong's chest heaved with anger. Am I such a petty person? No, would I lose? She looked at Chu Feng's back with a hint of confusion. Wait, if I need a witness, it should be Feng Wuyo. Why did Chu Feng go to find Fong Sha? Amidst the curious and puzzled looks of the crowd, Fong Sha, with a touched expression, took the gold soul coins and the IOU and immediately promised to take good care of these items. He wouldn't let down Chu Feng's trust. While Fong Sha was still feeling moved, he heard Chu Feng quietly say, Senior Feng, later you organize everyone to bet on this match, just like in the soul fighting arena. Upon hearing this, Fong Sha frowned and said, Junior Chu, we need capital for this. Where's the capital? Hearing Fong Sha words, Chu Feng remained silent and instead indicated with his eyes towards the pile of gold soul coins in front of him. Seeing this, Fong Sha feelings of gratitude vanished without a trace. This kid doesn't seek good things for him. This pile of gold soul coins belongs to that lady. Who would dare to touch it? He definitely doesn't want to be remembered by that little witch. Thinking of this, Fong Sha quickly waved his hand. This won't do. Seeing this, Chu Feng said, "It's fine. I'll take the blame if it goes wrong." "No way. Absolutely not. I'll give you 1%. This still won't do. I'll give you 2%. Deal. I'll get started on this right now." Fong Shaotian agreed, while secretly thinking, "Don't blame me. It's Chu Feng who offered too much." In the training arena of Xuantian Academy, Ning Rong frowned as she looked at the crowd inside. The arena was packed with people. Not far from the arena stage, there was a table. Fong Shaotian was stacking the money he collected on the table, and there were even 2 students from Xuantian Academy helping him. Seeing this scene, Ning Rong's expression grew darker. She now realized what Chu Feng and Fong Shaotian had been whispering about. But where did Chu Feng get the capital? His stakes are all on IOUs. Ning Rong felt a bit puzzled. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Feng Wuyo, the principal of Xuantian Academy. Looking at the large bag of gold coins in Feng Wuyo's hand, Ning Rong's face turned even darker. Isn't this old man supposed to be broke? She angrily turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Chu Feng, how much longer until the match? Are you really that short on money?" Soon. Chu Feng gasu zipli. His gaze was always fixed on the crowd in the training ground. This money was crucial to his upcoming plans. Just as Ning Rong was about to explode, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. "Great. It's time to compete." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Rong gritted her silver teeth and thought to herself, "Finally, we can compete. I'll make sure to teach you a good lesson later. With your obsession for money, let's see if you cry when you lose." In the training ground, on the stage, Chu Feng stood there with an indifferent expression. Around him were 7 young members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Xiaoyan, Martial Soul, Board Axe. Level 16, One Ring Weapon Soul Master. Lindong, Martial Soul, Iron Hammer. Level 17, One Ring Weapon Soul Master. Muchun, Martial Soul, Lightning Whip. Level 15, One Ring Weapon Soul Master. As the young members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School revealed their martial souls, the crowd around them erupted in discussion. Wow, these are all weapon martial souls. It seems they are all battle soul masters. Look at their soul rings, all are 100-year ones. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Ning Rong stood below the stage, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. These few disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were carefully selected by her. According to Grandpa Gu, Chu Feng's martial soul is a dragon, which suppresses some beast martial souls. So, she found 7 young people with weapon martial souls. This was to avoid being affected by Chu Feng's martial soul. Moreover, she stood below the stage to prevent Chu Feng from eliminating her first during the competition. Seeing Chu Feng on the stage with a calm expression, Ning Rong couldn't help but shout, "Chu Feng, can we start?" She was already prepared to assist. Hearing Ning Rong's voice, Chu Feng nodded and slowly spoke. "Chu Feng, Martial Soul Dragon. Level 15 One Ring Battle Soul Master." After speaking, a yellow soul ring emerged around Chu Feng. Golden dragon scales emerged on his skin, and his hands slowly grew larger. At the same time, when Chu Feng's martial spirit appeared, a noble aura filled the arena. When Ning Rong heard Chu Feng's soul power level, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. Although she had long known about Chu Feng's soul power level from Grandfather Bone, she still felt a shock and jealousy in her heart at that moment. It also ignited her competitive spirit. She, the jewel of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, had just obtained her first soul ring. With only a soul power level of 12, he, Chu Feng, a boy without any background, actually reached level 15 soul power, at the same age as her. Yet he was 3 levels higher. Why? Ning Rong took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She wanted to assist well and prove to others that she, Ning Rong, was also a genius, not weaker than Chu Feng. With this thought in mind, Ning Rong spoke up. "Ning Rong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. A first ring soul master at level 12. 022, it's time to show the real skills." After the match started, Ning Rong did not immediately enhance the boys from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. If she enhanced all 7 boys at once, her soul power would deplete quickly, and the enhancement time would also be very short. She was waiting for the opportunity. Suddenly, Ning Rong's eyes lit up as she saw the boys from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect sealing off all the directions where Chu Feng could dodge. She slowly spoke. 7 treasures turn into glazed tiles. 7 treasures have a name. One is strength. Instantly, a glow erupted from the 7 boys on the stage, and their momentum was stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Ning Rong felt a sense of certainty in her heart. She knew victory was assured. Her first soul skill increased other strength attribute by about 20. This time, she specifically targeted 7 Battle Soul Masters. Under her enhancement, their strength was already comparable to level 19 or 20 Soul Masters. She seemed to see Chu Feng being beaten to ground. Ning Rong looked at the face on the stage that was even more handsome than hers and thought to herself, "Are you still smiling now? Let's see how you cry later." On the stage, Chu Feng heard Ning Rong reciting the soul incantation and knew that the 7 boys around him were about to launch an attack. Sure enough, after receiving the strength enhancement, the boys from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect exchanged glances. Then, some boys suddenly leaped up, their long sticks coming down like a mountain. Some boys suddenly increased their speed, rushing towards Chu Feng with their axes. Some boys flicked their wrists, and the lightning whip struck towards Chu Feng like a glowing long snake. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng's expression remained calm, and he thought to himself, "It's time to show the real skills." He suddenly thought, "Use the time pause card on these 7 youths." Beep. The time pause card was successfully used. Time pause for 10 seconds. In the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, the youths from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School seemed to be frozen in place, as if they had been hit by a binding soul skill, standing still on the arena. The boy who was leaping in the air maintained his posture and crashed straight down onto the arena. At the same time, a sudden fluctuation of soul power surged around Chu Feng as he unleashed his first soul skill, Swift Wings. Swift Wings is a skill granted by the Soul Ring when he absorbed it. The effect of Swift Wings is to double the caster's speed, lasting for 15 seconds. In an instant, Chu Feng's movement speed skyrocketed. He moved swiftly and charged directly towards the young members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bang! 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 After 7 loud noises, the young members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School flew off the stage like broken sacks. At the same time, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Beep. Task completed. Reward, 2 time pause cards. As the young members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School fell to the ground, the crowd around the arena began to murmur. Is this a script? 1 against 7. How is that possible? A script? Why don't you try acting it out? The boy with the stick fell face first to the ground. In the crowd, the principal of the Xuantian Academy, Feng Wuyo, saw this scene and his pupils suddenly constricted, filled with shock. This seems to resemble the martial soul fusion technique of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, doesn't it? No way. Their fusion skill, the polar stillness domain, isn't that strong. After using the fusion skill, the 2 of them couldn't move. But Chu Feng could still move. Around the arena, Ning Rong, seeing this scene, showed an expression of disbelief on her face. She muttered to herself in a daze. This is impossible. In the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, I have been the most outstanding genius for hundreds of years. How could Chu Feng still win under my amplification? At this moment, several young members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School slowly stood up from the ground with the help of healing soul masters. They supported each other and came to Ning Rong's side. Miss Ning Wei, halfway through the sentence, the group of youths fell silent, because the word lost was simply too hard to say. 7 against 1, and they still lost. They can find a piece of tofu and crash into it. Hearing the voices of these teenagers, Ning Rong suddenly looked at them and shouted with a crying tone, "It must be your fault. Losing the match has nothing to do with me." Then, she turned her head and ran outside the Xuantian Academy. She didn't want to stay in this broken place for even a moment. "Miss Ning, your IOU is still in my hands. Don't forget to pay me back." Hearing Chu Feng's voice coming from behind, Ning Rong's anger grew even more. "Chu Feng, just wait." Seeing Ning Rong running away, the members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School hurriedly chased after her. After Ning Rong left, Chu Feng got off the stage and walked towards where Fong Sha was. From a distance, Chu Feng saw Fong Sha with a long face. As he got closer, Chu Feng noticed that there were quite a few more gold soul coins on the table than when he had given them to Fong Sha. Chu Feng asked in confusion, "Senior Feng, didn't you make a profit? Why are you still looking so down?" Upon hearing this, Fong Sha glanced at Chu Feng, sighed deeply, and said, "You made a profit, but I worked hard for nothing." After saying that, Fong Sha fell silent again, continuing to sigh with his head down. A student from the academy helping nearby quietly told Chu Feng that Senior Feng had also placed a bet, but he bet on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to win. Chu Feng, betting on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to win? Then Feng Xiaoyan's loss is not unjust. Just as Chu Feng was sorting the gold soul coins on the table, Feng Wuyo walked over with a serious expression. Feng Wuyo looked at Chu Feng, hesitated for a moment, and asked Chu Feng, what soul skill did you use to defeat the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School just now? Upon hearing Feng Wuyo's question, Chu Feng thought to himself, here it comes. To deal with others asking him his question, Chu Feng had already prepared his answer. Director Feng, this is my first soul skill, Swift Wings, which can increase my speed with a 100 enhancement effect. There's also a certain chance to absolutely immobilize the opponent. But this chance is a bit low. I've tried many times, and this is the first time I successfully executed it. Hearing Chu Feng's answer, Feng Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I knew it. Such a powerful soul skill could not possibly belong to a child. Although there's a certain chance. This soul skill is still very impressive. Then, Feng Wuyo looked at the gold soul coins on the table and felt a pang of pain. He secretly saved some money behind his wife's back, and this time it was all lost. 023 Shui, Qinghe, the next day. Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Conference Hall. Sword Uncle, you're back? Where's Ning Rong? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the white-robed sword Douluo Continent shook his head and Ning Rong went straight back to her room. She was hit pretty hard this time. I guess she is still thinking about how to win against Chu Feng. Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded. It's not bad for Ning Rong to receive some setbacks. This girl has been neglecting her cultivation. She has been distracted and hasn't even entered the first stage, while disciples with lesser talent than her have already made progress. Then, Ning Fengji seemed to think of something and quickly asked, Sword Uncle, you didn't show up this time, did you? In the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle spoil Ning Rong even more than her own father. He was really afraid that Sword Uncle would see Ning Rong being wronged and step in to help her save face. If that happened, his good intentions would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Sword Uncle raised an eyebrow, saying, Fengji, I can still distinguish between light and heavy matters. Besides, Ning Rong wasn't injured. I wouldn't go looking for a young man to settle scores. However, this boy named Chu Feng is not simple. His first soul skill can actually completely immobilize his opponent. What? Hearing this, Ning Fengji suddenly stood up. He showed an excited expression and inquired in detail about the situation at that time from Sword Douluo. After listening to Sword Douluo's account, Ning Fengji sighed deeply, feeling a bit emotional. I can't help but envy this Chu Feng. Dragon martial soul, innate full soul power, and such great soul skills. Back when I helped Chu Feng obtain his first soul ring, he told us that the soul skill he acquired has a chance to completely immobilize his opponent. He let Chu Feng release his first soul skill with Bone Douluo. As a result, after many attempts, the absolute stillness effect did not trigger even once. Unexpectedly, this time at the Xuantian Academy, it succeeded. Sword Douluo, who was nearby, nodded upon hearing Ning Fengji's sentiment, saying, indeed, this Chu Feng is more talented than some geniuses. I somewhat agree with what you said. Let Ning Rong and Chu Feng interact more. After speaking, Sword Douluo hesitated for a moment and continued. However, Ning Rong's actions this time won't make Chu Feng feel dissatisfied, right? Hearing Sword Douluo's concern, Ning Fengji shook his head with a slight smile. Don't worry, Uncle Jian, it won't. On the way from the Stardow Forest to Xuantian Academy, I talked to Chu Feng about Ning Rong, so he has some psychological preparation regarding her personality. Besides, you didn't show up this time. It's just a little quarrel between kids. Seeing Ning Fengji's confident expression, Sword Douluo muttered to himself. No wonder he practices the art of distraction control. Just as Ning Fengji and the others were talking, a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School came in to report, Sect Master, Prince Shui Qinghe has come to visit. Upon hearing that Shui Qinghe had arrived, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. It seems Qinghe has finished handling the matters at the border. This time, meeting the genius Chu Feng is all thanks to Qinghe. Thinking of this, he said, quickly invite him in. After speaking, he stood up and walked towards the hall's entrance. Soon, Shui Qinghe, dressed in a brocade robe, appeared in Ning Fengji's sight. Seeing Ning Fengji welcoming him at the hall's entrance, Shui Qinghe quickly stepped forward. Teacher, what merit do I have to trouble you to greet me at the hall's entrance? Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Qinghe, come in and talk. After Shui Qinghe and the others took their seats, Ning Fengji asked, Qinghe, was this trip to the border smooth? Smooth. It's just that a kingdom bordering Wuhuan City was a bit restless, and His Majesty asked me to give them a warning. Looking at the increasingly mature Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengji nodded slightly. This student of his is increasingly exuding an imperial aura. Just as Ning Fengji was lost in thought, Shui Qinghe hesitated for a moment and spoke up. Teacher, how was your recent trip to Notting City? At the same time, Shui Qinghe, as Qianrenshu, secretly thought in her heart. She had originally told Ning Fengji about Chu Feng to stir up some trouble between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and BBDong, hoping they would come to blows. Unet pesti, Tang Hao Han Fai. Had she known Tang Hao was hiding in Nodding City, she would have sent her 2 titled Douluos there for protection. She didn't believe that 4 titled Douluos couldn't catch a wounded Tang Hao. Compared to the vendetta against Tang Hao, the conflict between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and BBDong seemed insignificant. Hearing Xuantian's words, a look of joy appeared on Ning Fengji's face. He was very grateful to Xuantian for informing him about Chu Feng. Afterwards, Ning Fengji began to recount his journey to Nodding City to Xuantian. After returning from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Xuantian had been sitting in the Grandmaster's chair, deep in thought. Chu Feng's first soul skill has a chance to completely immobilize his opponent? Interesting. It seems you should get to know this young man. Suddenly, a man in a black robe appeared silently in the room. The man in the black robe bowed to Xuantian, who was sitting in the Grandmaster's chair, and said, "Young master, Ku Urjin from Shenin City is going to take action against Chu Feng." Upon hearing this news, Xuantian narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who gave the order?" "It is said to be the Pope." Hearing this, Xuantian suddenly raised her head to look at the man in the black robe and said, "Not long ago, you told me that Yu Xiaogang went to see BBDong at the Pope's palace?" "Yes." When she heard the black-robed man's words, a trace of coldness flashed in Xuantian's eyes. That woman BBDong still has feelings for Yu Xiaogang. I am hiding my identity in the Tiando Imperial Palace, working hard to manage things. Yet she goes to see her old lover at the Pope's palace. Taking action against Chu Feng is probably also to vent her anger for her old lover, right? Thinking of this, Xuantian coldly said, "Tell Ku Urjin that he cannot touch Chu Feng. Just say it's the Grand Offerings order." Xuantian does not want BBDong to ruin her plans. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Soto City, Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang Hao and Tang San, a stiff smile appearing on his face as he pretended to be profound. "Don't worry. Thanks to my efforts, the matter has been resolved. The Spirit Hall will no longer publicly hunt down Tang San. But Your Majesty Haotian, you may still be wanted. After all, you seriously injured the former Pope Qian Xuanji, leading to his death." After saying this, Yu Xiaogang felt somewhat emotional, as expected of my idol. Doing what I wanted to do for many years, but didn't. However, it would have been better if Tang Hao had acted sooner to eliminate Qian Xuanji. That way, no one would obstruct me and Donger, and we could be together. Just as Yu Xiaogang was lost in thought, Tang Hao said solemnly, "It's fine. I've been wanted by the Spirit Hall for so many years, I'm already used to it. As long as Xiao San is not wanted, that's good." After speaking, Tang Hao turned to look at Tang San beside him and asked, "Xiao San, how is your soul power? How much have you recovered?" Hearing his father Tang Hao's words, Tang San, who was practicing, opened his eyes and said, "Dad, I've already reached rank 1 soul power." During this time, apart from sleeping and eating, he spent most of his time practicing Xuantian Gong. Perhaps because he had practiced Xuantian Gong, this time his recovery was particularly fast. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Yu Xiaogangs eyes lit up. The speed at which Tang San's soul power was recovering far exceeded his expectations. He finally has a chance to prove his theories. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment and said, "Your Majesty Haotian, Xiao San can't go back to Nodding Academy. However, I found a school for him called Shrek Academy. What do you think about him studying there?" Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that the academy that only accepts geniuses? With Xiao San's current soul power level, can he pass their assessment?" Tang Hao had heard of this academy, which claimed to only accept monsters. The minimum requirement for enrollment was being under 13 years old and having a soul power level above 21. Although Xiao San was under 13, his soul power was only level 1. Sensing Tang Hao's concerns, Yu Xiaogang smiled slightly. "Your Majesty Haotian, you can rest assured about this. Their director, Flander, is a good friend of mine. Moreover, Xiao San has full innate soul power and twin martial souls, so there will be no problem with enrollment." As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Tang Hao suddenly remembered a well-known trio in the Spirit Master world, the Golden Iron Triangle. Flander and Yu Xiaogang were 2 of the 3 corners, the Wing of Flight and the Wing of Wisdom. Yu Xiaogang noticed Tang Hao's realization and saw that he recalled Yu Xiaogang's former title. Yu Xiaogang smiled slightly, and then looked at Tang San. "Xiao San, did you send your classmate Xiao Wu back to the Stardow Forest?" Seeing Tang San nod, Yu Xiaogang showed an approving look, thinking to himself, "As expected of my disciple, his approach is very similar to mine." Fortunately, after separating from BBDong, he didn't have any extreme reactions. Otherwise, This trip to Spirit City wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Then Yu Xiaogang spoke again. Xiao San, you did well in this matter. Always leave a way out for future encounters. There are many soul beasts in Stardew Forest, which will save you a lot of trouble when you obtain your soul rings in the future. Hearing his teacher Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San nodded, but didn't say anything. However, he was thinking about what his father Tang Hao had said regarding his mother being a 100,000-year soul beast. Would a 100,000-year soul beast definitely produce a soul bone? He wants to quickly improve his strength and avenge the humiliation brought by Chu Feng at the Divine Wind Academy inside an abandoned house. Xiao Feng. This is Zhao the blacksmith. Although he is not a forge master, he is also a senior blacksmith. After Fong Sha finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, worried that Chu Feng might doubt Zhao the blacksmith's abilities, and added, don't underestimate Zhao the blacksmith just because he is a senior blacksmith. He is very experienced. He was already a senior blacksmith 20 years ago. It's just that he hasn't reached the level of a forge master due to a lack of soul power. Even the Divine Craftsman Tower has surely recognized his basic skills. Hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, Chu Feng looked at Zhao the blacksmith, who had gray hair and a muscular build, and nodded. Zhao the blacksmith, you can start. Chu Feng asked Feng Xiaotian to help him find an experienced blacksmith to teach him some forging techniques. He needs to master the basic forging skills, and, using the memories from his past life of playing with cannons, he aims to create a revolver. With a gun in hand and a time pause card, he can unexpectedly take down a tidal Douluo. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. As Zhao the blacksmith forges and explains, Chu Feng learns the basic knowledge of forging. The rest is just practice. Zhao the blacksmith, thank you for your explanation. Here is the reward we agreed upon earlier. Take it. As Chu Feng speaks, he hands over a large bag of gold soul coins. Zhao the blacksmith takes the gold soul coins, feeling somewhat excited. Thank you, little brother. He is just an ordinary person without soul power. And this big bag of gold soul coins is enough for a prosperous life. After the blacksmith Zhao left, Chu Feng looked at Feng Xiaotian beside him and asked, Senior Feng, how's the Iron Mother I asked you to buy? Originally, if he learned the forging technique, he could forge the Iron Mother himself. But that would be a waste of time. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Feng Xiaotian pondered for a moment and replied, it's been settled at the agreed price. And the other party said they are preparing the goods and will deliver them in a few days. However, Xiao Feng, do you really want to learn blacksmithing? Have you thought over? When Feng Xiaotian learned that Chu Feng wanted to learn forging, he had advised him against it. After all, as a soul master, he could easily earn money without the hard labor of learning to forge. Moreover, the status of a soul master is much higher than that of a blacksmith. They are not on the same level at all. He didn't want Chu Feng to waste such a great talent on spending time learning forging. However, neither he nor his grandfather could persuade Chu Feng. Senior Feng, don't try to convince me. I've already made up my mind. I can't just focus on cultivation. I need to have a hobby, Chu Feng replied. Learning the forging technique might take a lot of time for others, but for him, it was a piece of cake. Moreover, at this stage, he couldn't let others know how the revolver was made. So, he had to learn the forging technique by himself to create the revolver. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Feng Xiaotian could only nod in agreement. He got up and walked toward the door while saying, I'm heading back first, Xiao Feng. Let me give you some advice. Don't let forging delay your cultivation. Perhaps it's because heroes appreciate each other. Feng Xiaotian truly didn't want Chu Feng to waste too much time on forging. After all, having a friend who is a titled Douluo is more impressive than having a friend who is a forging master. After Feng Xiaotian left, Chu Feng picked up the hammer and began practicing according to the method Zhao the blacksmith had just taught him. Clang, clang, clang. After practicing all the movements, Chu Feng, he felt a surge of inspiration and used the system to modify the years of his forging skills. At the same time, he used a 6-fold critical hit card. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt as if he had learned forging for 9 years. Some techniques that he had just not understood instantly clicked into place. A few days later, Feng Xiaotian, looking worn out, delivered the Iron Mother that Chu Feng needed. In addition to Feng Xiaotian, there were a few unexpected guests. Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and a boy around 11 or 12 years old. Ning Fengji walked into the room, glanced around, and slightly frowned upon seeing the forging equipment inside. Upon hearing that Chu Feng wanted to learn forging, he hurriedly came over from the Sect with the sword Douluo. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Fengji spoke up. Xiao Feng, I heard you want to learn forging? Seeing Chu Feng nod, Ning Fengji thought to himself, why forge? Isn't it better to be a soul master steadily? I was hoping you would reach title Douluo. Then our 7 treasure glazed tile school would have another backing. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengji tried to speak in a calm tone. Xiao Feng, listen to my advice. Don't learn forging. Even if you reach master level, the things you forge won't withstand a single strike from a titled Douluo. After saying this, he signaled to the sword Douluo with his eyes. Upon seeing Ning Fengji's look, the sword Douluo immediately understood the meaning behind it. He summoned his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, and then, with a thought, the sword flew straight towards a piece of Iron Mother nearby. With a whoosh, a piece of Iron Mother was split in two. Xiao Feng, this old man in white beside me, is a titled Do, known as the sword. Just now, with one sword strike, he split that hard Iron Mother in half. So, Xiao Feng, don't forge anymore. Just focus on your training. Amit Ning Feng Tit Somevhat Pustlet Kaze. Chu Feng walked up to the cut Iron Mother. Seeing Chu Feng measuring something with his hands, Ning Fengji felt a bit confused. What was Chu Feng doing? Was he studying the extent of the damage caused by sword Douluo? Before Ning Fengji could voice his doubts, he saw Chu Feng stand up, clap his hands, and say, "This piece of Iron Mother is no longer long enough to use. It's considered scrapped." After saying this, Chu Feng shifted his gaze from the Iron Mother to Ning Fengji. Upon meeting Chu Feng's eyes, Ning Fengji understood the meaning behind his gaze. He took out a few bags of gold soul coins from the soul guide and handed them to Chu Feng. "Xiao Feng, here you go. This is money from Iron Mother, and also the money Rong owed you last time." As Chu Feng received the gold soul coins, he secretly thought, "Even if you were my uncle, you can't just break my things without saying a word. Iron Mother is quite expensive. I am now as broke as my face because of buying these Iron Mothers." Seeing this, Feng Xiaoyan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. Wow, is my little brother so fierce? Even a master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is losing money to him? After Chu Feng received the gold soul coins, Ning Fengji noticed that Chu Feng still had no intention of giving up on learning forging techniques. He glanced at the accompanying boy and then advised Chu Feng, "Xiao Feng, being a blacksmith is not that easy. If you want to become a forge master, or even a forging grandmaster, it requires a long time of accumulation." After saying this, Ning Fengji pointed to the boy beside him. "This boy is Wang Dachui, a disciple of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. He has a high talent for blacksmithing. Even Master Shun from the Divine Craftsman Pavilion believes he can become a blacksmith grandmaster in the future. He is 11 years old this year and started learning forging at the age of 8. It took him 3 years to reach the first level of blacksmithing, which is the beginner blacksmith. The subsequent levels take even longer. So, Xiao Feng, you should focus on your own cultivation and not waste your talent." Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng nodded. Forging is indeed very difficult, and he had just started to grasp some techniques in the past few days. Chu Feng was speaking the truth. He used a time modifier to change the time of his forging skill. He felt that his forging skills had barely reached the level of a mid-level blacksmith. It took him 9 years to reach the 2nd level of blacksmithing, not to mention that there are still 5 more levels to go. When Ning Fengji heard the first half of Chu Feng's sentence, he felt a surge of joy, thinking that Chu Feng was going to give up blacksmithing. However, when he heard the second half of Chu Feng's sentence, Ning Fengji found it somewhat amusing and exasperating. "Are you boasting? You say forging is difficult, yet you also claim to have found the knack for it. In just a few days, many people probably wouldn't even be able to swing the first hammer properly." The young man beside him, Wang Dachui, was already a beginner blacksmith, yet he didn't dare to say he had grasped the essentials. It seemed he needed to demonstrate, to let Xiao Feng see the difficulties of forging, so that Xiao Feng would think twice. With this thought, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Feng, can I borrow your tools for a moment? I'll have Dachui demonstrate forging for you, so you can see how challenging it really is." After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. It was just right. He could assess his own skills in blacksmithing by watching Wang Dachui's techniques and see if he was at the intermediate level. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui took the iron ingot handed to him by Ning Fengji and walked straight to the workbench. He was prepared to let Chu Feng experience what a beginner blacksmith is like. Although Wang Dachui's talent for cultivation was lacking, his talent for blacksmithing was extraordinary. Hearing Chu Feng's words, he looked at him with an expression that seemed normal on the surface, but inside he was sneering. He had studied forging for 3 years to become a beginner blacksmith, and didn't he even dare to claim he had mastered the basics? With your delicate appearance, you figured it out in just a few days? With that thought, Wang Daju was ready to give a good demonstration to dampen Chu Feng's spirits. Clang, clang, clang. As Wang Daju struck down with his hammer, Ning Fengji, who was watching from the side, nodded. As the sect master, he had also spoken with the forging masters within the sect about forging techniques and had a bit of knowledge about it. At that moment, seeing Wang Daju's performance. He thought to himself, Wang Daju's forging talent is indeed quite good. Compared to before, his forging skills had made progress. In 2 or 3 years, he should be able to reach the level of an intermediate blacksmith. Isn't the son of a god, just like this. After a while, Wang Daju finished his demonstration, wiped the sweat from his face, and went to rest on the side. Seeing this, Ning Fengji took the opportunity to say, Little Feng, did you see that? Forging is much more tiring than cultivation. Daju has good talent, but it took him 3 years to become a beginner blacksmith. Just think about how many times you have to hammer day after day to reach the level of a master blacksmith. Just as Ning Fengji continued to persuade Chu Feng, footsteps sounded from outside the room. Blacksmith Zhao had arrived. Upon seeing that there were others in the room besides Chu Feng and Fong Sha, Blacksmith Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, Little brother Chu, you have guests. Should I come back another day? Chu Feng waved his hand, indicating it was fine. A few days ago, he had arranged with Blacksmith Zhao to come back once the Iron Mother was delivered. He strikes the iron once to let Zhao the blacksmith see if there are any mistakes that can be corrected in time. When the others in the room learn of Zhao the blacksmith's intention, they all seem somewhat skeptical. What progress can be made in just a few days? However, as soon as Chu Feng's first hammer falls, everyone's expression changes. Even Fong Sha, who doesn't understand forging, believes that Chu Feng's movements are not much different from those of blacksmiths who have been working for over a decade. Wang Dachui, standing beside him, is even more shocked. Did Chu Feng really only learn forging for a few days? His posture and movements are far more standard than those of this beginner blacksmith. Wang Dachui shows a look of shame. The level that others can achieve in a few days, he can only reach after several years. He felt like a clown just now. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, Chu Feng finished and looked at Blacksmith Zhao. Blacksmith Zhao, do you see anything wrong with my work? Hearing Chu Feng speak to him, Blacksmith Zhao smiled wryly and shook his head. No, everything is very standard, young brother Chu. Now I understand what it means to be exceptionally talented. In just a few days, you've already touched the threshold of intermediate blacksmithing. This is what a reincarnation of a divine craftsman would be like. As soon as Blacksmith Zhao finished speaking, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with shock. Ning Fengji looked at the small figure by the forge and sighed inwardly. People really can't be compared. At such a young age, a soul power of level 15, mastery of forging has reached the intermediate blacksmith threshold. Even the son of a god wouldn't be much better, right? It seems that this trip to Xuantian Academy is purely to watch a genius perform. He glanced at the stunned Wang Dachui and felt a bit regretful for bringing him to Xuantian Academy. I hope Dachui won't be too affected. Ning Fengji thought to himself. After a while, Ning Fengji looked at the dashing Chu Feng, sighed, and said, Xiao Feng, I won't advise you anymore. However, strength is fundamental. You must not neglect your cultivation. After saying this, he and the Sword Douluo took Wang Dachui and left Xuantian Academy. For a period of time afterward, Chu Feng began to work tirelessly on crafting the components of a revolver. One day, exhausted, Chu Feng sat in a chair and looked at the table in front of him. Seeing the revolver on the wooden table, an excited expression spread across his face. Finally, it was completed. After resting for a while, Chu Feng decided to find a place to practice his shooting skills. He couldn't practice shooting within Xuantian Academy. A few days ago, the dean, Feng Waya, had just returned from the Feng Sword Sect. Feng Waya was a powerful soul sage at level 75. He is making some noise at the academy, and Feng Wuyo knows exactly what's going on. In the past few days, Feng Wuyo has visited this temporary blacksmith shop several times. With this in mind, Chu Feng packed up his things and left the Xinfeng Academy, exiting Xinfeng City to find a place to practice his spear. Meanwhile, a team of powerful soul masters from the Spirit Hall set off from Spirit City, heading towards Xinfeng City. In the team, a Douluo, surrounded by black mist, secretly communicated with a Douluo with a delicate demeanor. Xiaoju, how can someone as wise as the Pope be fooled so easily by Yu Xiaogang? Now he actually sends us to kill a child. If this gets out, what face will we have left? Hearing the Ghost Douluo's complaints, Zhu Tuguan patted the sturdy arm of Ghost Douluo and said, Old Ghost, don't you understand? This is the power of love. It seems the Pope is quite devoted. Upon hearing Zhu Douluo's words, Ghost Douluo snorted coldly, Love my foot. I don't know what's so great about that hypocrite Yu Xiaogang. Compared to the former Pope, Yu Xiaogang is nothing. You also know that back then, the former Pope went to capture the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor just to find a 100,000-year soul ring for the Pope BBDong. As a result, he was severely injured by Tang Hao and died without treatment. What has Yu Xiaogang done for the Pope all these years? Old ghost, be cautious with your words. Zhu Douluo quickly transmitted this warning. He became increasingly excited upon seeing Ghost Douluo, and the black mist around him stirred. Zhu Douluo was afraid that Ghost Douluo, in his moment of excitement, would stop using sound transmission and speak out loud. After all, they didn't know if there were any confidants of the current Pope BBDong in the team. These things were best kept to themselves. If Pope BBDong found out, they would be in serious trouble. At that moment, Zhu Douluo recalled the situation of the former Pope after being severely injured, and a complex look flashed in his eyes as he sighed. Old ghost, the mission is the priority. Don't think about other things. 027 encountering Ku Erjin with a gun practice in the Martial Spirit Branch Hall of Shinkei City. Zhu Douluo placed the teacup down with a delicate gesture and looked at Ku Erjin standing below, sneering. Ku Erjin, your courage is getting bolder. You even ignore the Pope's orders? As Zhu Douluo's soft voice fell, Ku Erjin showed a look of panic and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Ku Erjin felt bitter in his heart. It wasn't his fault. It was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall who sent someone to inform him not to interfere with Chu Feng's matters. As a small branch master of the martial soul, how dare he go against the great offering? Sigh, he really is in a difficult position. Keljan organized his thoughts, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, please let me explain. It's not that I don't listen to the Pope's orders, but the Grand Priest sent someone to convey that we cannot move Chu Feng for the time being. I have already reported this situation to the Pope. Upon hearing Keljan's explanation, Zhu Douluo snorted coldly and said nothing. He was aware that the Grand Priest had sent a message to Keljan regarding this matter. He just said that to put on a show for outsiders, indicating that Zhu Douluo, is part of the Pope's faction. Sitting beside him, Gue Douluo may notice the look Zhu Douluo gave him. Gue Douluo put down his teacup and smoothed things over. All right, Ku Erjin, pay more attention next time. Let me ask you, what is going on with Chu Feng over there? Reporting to your Majesty. Chu Feng has been leaving the Xuantian Academy every day these past few days. Leaving Xuantian Academy? Where to? Zhu Douluo frowned and asked. I don't know. Keskiviko Aryan answered somewhat nervously. Don't know? Upon hearing Ku Erjin's response, Zhu Douluo stood up and walked step by step toward Ku Erjin. Suddenly, Ku Erjin felt a powerful aura rushing toward him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He cursed in his heart. What's going on? The Great Offering doesn't let me intervene. Do I dare to intervene? The Great Offering Qian Daolu was once the Judgment Elder of the Spear Hall. Even titled Douluo have died at the hands of the Great Offering. How dare a sole emperor not obey? Seeing Zhu Douluo approaching him step by step with a flower, Ku Erjin wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly said, Your Highness, I really don't know. Every time I reach the entrance of the Xuantian Academy, that old man Feng Wuya discovers me and chases me away. Hearing Ku Erjin's explanation, Zhu Douluo snorted coldly, waste. After saying that, he exchanged glances with Ghost Douluo and then spoke. Ku Erjin, lead the way. I will meet the principal of this Xuantian Academy, outside Xuantian City, on an unknown small mountain. At the top of the mountain, Chu Feng was practicing his shooting skills. Over the past few days, relying on his previous life experience of shooting flying discs, he was no longer just shooting wherever he pointed. I should consider myself to have a grasp of shooting techniques now, Chu Feng thought to himself. A few days ago, when he first got the revolver, he wanted to use the Time Modifier to change his shooting skills. However, the system prompted that because the host did not know this technique, it could not be modified. At this moment, Chu Feng silently recited, Modify Shooting Technique. At the same time, he used a 6x critical hit card. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that his mind was filled with a wealth of knowledge and skills about shooting handguns. As if he were an experienced shooter. After a while, he organized the shooting knowledge and skills in his mind and raised his right arm. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the thin wire tied to the tree trunk snapped, and a gold soul coin fell to the ground. Finally, I can shoot accurately. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. With his shooting skills reaching the level he desired, he packed up his things and began to descend the mountain, preparing to return to Xuantian Academy. Just as Chu Feng reached halfway down the mountain, he saw someone walking up. Upon seeing this person, Chu Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. It was Ku Erjin, the master of the martial soul branch in Xuantian City. At this moment, Ku Erjin had become much taller, and some beastly fur had grown on his skin. He was sniffing around while walking up the mountain. Just when Chu Feng saw Ku Erjin heard footsteps from the mountain, looked up, and barked, Oh, so you're here? Initially, Chu Feng was unsure about what Ku Erjin's martial soul was. Hearing that bark, a smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. Wasn't this just a dog? It seems that Ku Erjin was able to find his way here thanks to his martial soul talent. Seeing the smile on Chu Feng's face, Ku Jin felt a bit annoyed. He knew that Chu Feng was mocking his martial soul. "You little brat, you're about to die, and you still dare to laugh at me?" Ku Jin said coldly. He was ready to act quickly and deal with Chu Feng. After all, Zhu Douluo had told him that he didn't want anyone to know that the Spirit Hall had killed Chu Feng. At this stage, he couldn't afford to fall out with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With this in mind, Ku Jin prepared to unleash his soul skill for a quick resolution. Before he could release his soul skill, a loud bang sounded in his ear. Then, Ku Jin felt as if he had lost consciousness, and something was flowing out from his forehead. Before he could wipe it away with his hand to see what it was, he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a thud. In that brief moment of losing awareness, Ku Jin thought to himself, "No wonder the Pope sent Zhu Thao and Fei Dao here. It turns out Chu Feng is so difficult to deal with." Seeing Ku Jin's shot in the forehead, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, then fired a few more shots at Ku Jin's heart. After doing all this, Chu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or he would have wasted another time pause card. Chu Feng waited for a while, and when he saw Ku Jin was not moving, he approached Ku Jin's corpse. Chu Feng reached out to take the dagger hanging from Ku Jin's waist. Then, he used this dagger to pry out the bullet heads. At this stage, he could not let others notice anything unusual. After removing the bullet heads, Chu Feng pondered for a moment and began to loot the spoils. One does not realize the cost of living without managing the household. A revolver had already exhausted his savings. In just a short while, Chu Feng had looted gold soul coins, silver bracelets, gold necklaces. He put these things into the cloth bag he was carrying. "It's time to consider getting a bigger soul guide," Chu Feng thought to himself. The soul guide left to him by his parents didn't have much space and couldn't hold many things. However, this hall master was really poor, not even having a storage soul guide. After doing all this, Chu Feng strolled down the mountain, heading towards the Xinfeng Academy. 028 title Douluo Fallen. Xinfeng Academy. Dean's office. The lazy Geo Douluo Yuguan sat in the chair behind the desk. He leisurely sipped his tea and said in a soft voice, "Feng Wuyo, just stay here quietly. Your elder brother Feng Wuying may have attack power comparable to a title Douluo, but his realm is only that of a soul Douluo. I have only sealed your soul power for the duration of an incense stick to let you be quiet, which is already giving him face." Feng Wuyo's soul power was sealed, and he stood beside with an ugly expression. Feng Wuyo looked at Zhu Douluo, sitting in his position, a surge of anger rising in his heart. Sitting in his position, drinking his tea, these two old fellows treated his office as if it were their own home. Just then, Zhu Douluo narrowed his eyes, suspiciously exchanging glances with Ghost Douluo. Zhu Douluo had sensed a familiar aura appear in his perception. Why did this aura feel somewhat like that boy named Chu Feng? However, hadn't Chu Feng left Xinfeng Academy just a short while ago? Just as Zhu Douluo was feeling puzzled, a knock on the door sounded in the office. "Your Majesty, there is urgent news to report." Gumin. As soon as Zhu Douluo's voice fell, a man dressed in Wuhuan temple attire walked in. The first thing the man said upon entering was, "Your Majesty, Ku Jin is dead." When Zhu Douluo heard this news, his heart jolted. The most formidable Feng Wuyo of Xinfeng City had been stopped by him. Ku Jin was a soul emperor over level 60. Is there anyone in the Xinfeng City who can match him? Zhu Douluo quickly asked for the specifics. It turned out that the personnel from the Wuhuan temple, who were searching for Chu Feng along with Ku Jin, had discovered Ku Jin's corpse on a small mountain. After hearing his subordinate's report, Zhu Douluo narrowed his eyes. Before coming to Xinfeng Academy, he had told Ku Jin he and Ghost Douluo blocked Feng Waya, while Ku Jin and other Spirit Hall personnel secretly went to capture Chu Feng. After all, Title Douluo also has his own dignity. It would be embarrassing for him to deal with a young boy. If word got out, it would make him, Zhu Douluo, lose face. But now, the mark he left on Chu Feng had appeared. It proved that Chu Feng was safe. And now, he had also received news of Ku Jin's death. Something was off. Zhu Douluo thought for a moment and said to his accompanying subordinates, "You two keep an eye on this old fellow, the rest come with me." After speaking, Zhu Douluo exchanged glances with Ghost Douluo, and the two left the dean's office with 3 subordinates. Once outside the dean's office, Zhu Douluo led his group directly towards that familiar aura. When he first arrived at the Kamikaze Academy, he deliberately spread his mental power to cover the entire academy and found Chu Feng, leaving a mark on him. Meanwhile, on a quiet path in the Kamikaze Academy, Chu Feng was humming a tune while happily enjoying the skewers he had just bought. He had just finished dealing with those things from Keljan at the temporary blacksmith shop in the academy, and was preparing to return to the dormitory for a rest. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Host detected to be in a desperate situation, triggering random task. Task: survive the siege. Upon completion, the host will receive a reward. Hearing the emotionless voice of the system, Chu Feng was taken aback. Desperate situation? Survive? Before he could take any action, several figures appeared not far away. Douluo, Douluo, and 3 individuals dressed in spirit hall attire. Seeing the people who had appeared, Chu Feng was also startled. This narrow path only led to his temporary blacksmith shop. These people were clearly here for him. Damn, BBDong really thinks highly of me, actually sending 2 titled Douluos. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. Just then, Douluo saw Chu Feng humming a tune while eating skewers and instantly felt an anger rising within him. He shouted, "Spirit Fusion Technique." In Chu Feng's line of sight, Ghost Douluo's figure flashed and rushed to Douluo's side, grasping Douluo's hand. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that he couldn't move. The polar stillness field. Douluo and Ghost Douluo's Spirit Fusion Technique. Damn! He had just wanted to use the time pause card to deal with these people. He was a step too late. Douluo was faster than him. Seeing Chu Feng being immobilized by the Spirit Fusion Technique, Douluo felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Before he arrived, he had heard that Chu Feng's first soul skill had a chance to completely immobilize the opponent. Although it was only a chance, it was influenced by the incident where the former pope was severely injured by Tang Hao. He knew that nothing could be taken for granted. Moreover, Kuerjin's death had made him more vigilant. Therefore, he immediately used the soul fusion technique with Ghost Douluo. Seeing Chu Feng being immobilized, Douluo felt relieved. This time, there shouldn't be any mistakes. He said to his 3 subordinates beside him, "You 3 go and seal Chu Feng's soul power." Then, he smiled charmingly at Chu Feng and said, "Last time we met, I only paid attention to Tang Hao. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome." After saying that, Douluo snorted coldly, and with a change of tone, added, "But being handsome is of no use in this world." At that moment, Douluo secretly thought, "Let you enjoy your delicious skewers, while I'm in Feng Wuyo's office, drinking loose tea that costs 1 copper soul coin per pound. Last time, you left Shinkei's academy obediently with Kuerjin, which was great, right? I wouldn't have to run so far to catch you. Come to this broken place. If this gets out, I won't have any face left." At this time, Chu Feng saw 3 soul masters approaching him step by step from a distance. Chu Feng's expression appeared normal on the surface, but his mind was racing. Stay calm. Don't panic. He definitely can't escape now. Since he can't escape, if he wants to live, there's only one way left. Eliminate the people in front of him. With a gun in hand, killing these people isn't that difficult. But the problem now is that his body can't move. If his body can't move, he can't use the gun. So, he needs to break the fusion skill of Douluo first. Yes, break their fusion skill. Chu Feng's gaze fell on Douluo and Ghost Douluo, constantly scanning. The black mist on Ghost Douluo hasn't crossed the hands they are holding together? Suddenly, a word flashed in Chu Feng's mind: balance. The soul power of the 2 should now be in a balanced state. Yes, as long as we break the balance of their soul power, we should be able to disrupt their martial soul fusion skill. It would be best if we could force Ghost Douluo out of his ethereal state back in a human form. With this thought, Chu Feng silently chanted, "Modify Ghost Douluo's cultivation." At the same time, he used a 20x critical hit card. Instantly, Ghost Douluo's cultivation was set back to what it was 30 years ago. The black mist around Ghost Douluo visibly decreased at an observable rate. Douluo's soul power surged towards Ghost Douluo like a tidal wave. Poof! Ghost Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood. The disruption of the martial soul fusion skill, combined with Douluo's soul power, left him severely injured. His form was also forced back to human shape. Seeing the scene before him, Chu Feng smiled faintly. He knew that things had changed. Immediately, he silently recited in his heart, "Use the time pause card on the 5 people in front of me." Beep. The time pause card was successfully used. Time pause for 8 seconds. At the moment the time pause card was used, Chu Feng quickly drew his pistol and shot forward. 029 reactions from all sides. When the 2-pole stillness domain was broken, Yu Xiaogang felt something was off. Before he could prepare, his body suddenly stiffened. His thoughts seemed to be frozen as well. The image in his mind still lingered on the slight upward curve of Chu Feng's lips. In fact, he didn't even hear the gunshots that followed. Bang, bang, bang. After 5 gunshots, Douluo and the others collapsed to the ground. Beep. Mission accomplished. Reward: 3 6x critical hit cards. 1 10 X critical hit card, 2-time pause cards. Hearing the emotionless voice of his system, Chu Feng knew he had completed the task. However, to be safe, Chu Feng removed the empty shells from the revolver and reloaded it with new bullets. Then, he shot each of them in the heart again. After that, Chu Feng began his routine of looting the spoils and extracted the bullets from the bodies of Zhu Douluo and the others. After doing all this, Chu Feng sat on the ground, gasping for breath. That was close. Fortunately, there were critical hit cards and time pause cards. In addition, with the polar stillness domain being broken, Zhu Douluo and Ge Douluo were backfired, and their protective soul powers similar to vital energy was gone. His bullets could easily take out Zhu Douluo and the others. Otherwise, this time he might really be done for, and he would have to traverse again. However, as he had anticipated, excluding the skills brought by soul rings and soul bones, the combat power of this world was equivalent to that in martial arts novels from his previous life. No matter how high one's martial skills were, they still feared handguns. Chu Feng paused for a few seconds, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and prepared to stand up to deal with the corpses of Zhu Douluo and the others. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a wave of dizziness. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Beep. System energy has dropped to warning level. Please pay attention, host. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chu Feng's expression changed. However, he knew that this place was not suitable for staying long. Chu Feng did not check the system immediately. He stuffed the bodies of several people into Zhu Douluo's storage soul guide. After doing all this, Chu Feng quickly left the place and headed towards the dormitory building. Chu Feng endured the dizziness and returned to his own dormitory. He picked up the cup of water on the table and took a few sips. Then, Chu Feng sat down in the chair and summoned the system. On the virtual panel, a few lines of text appeared. The gist was that it had been less than half a year since the system was successfully repaired. He has used the Time Modifier too many times, consuming too much system energy. Moreover, the longer the time modification lasts, the greater the energy consumption. The current system energy value has dropped to 10. If he continues to use the system, there's a risk of energy depletion, leading to a state of dormancy. The system energy can only recover slowly on its own, and there is no other way. After reading the words on the virtual panel, Chu Feng leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and took a moment to rest. After 2 intense battles, coupled with the dizziness caused by the system, he now felt extremely fatigued. After a while, Chu Feng felt that he had regained some energy, and the dizziness had faded significantly. He reached into the cloth bag and took out 2 tokens, placing them on the table. The 2 tokens were identical in shape, about the size of his palm, hexagonal, with an ancient style that resembled wood, but was not quite wood. However, their colors were strikingly different. One was entirely light yellow, and the other was completely dark black. These were the 2 storage soul guides that Chu Feng had scavenged from Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Chu Feng infused his soul power into the 2 tokens to extract the contents inside. He prepared to put everything he could use into 1 token, while the things he couldn't use would go into another token. Looking at the pile of things on the table, Chu Feng nodded. Title Douluo is indeed richer than a soul emperor. This amount of funds is enough for me to craft another revolver, just in case. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a small booklet. The pages of the booklet were slightly yellowed, clearly showing signs of age. The cover of the booklet had 2 large characters, Medicine Classic. Upon seeing this booklet, Chu Feng thought to himself, it seems that Zhu Hua Pass has really used every means possible to deal with Dugabo. After sorting through the spoils, Chu Feng summoned the system. Instantly, a virtual panel appeared before him. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years. 1. 5 System Energy. 10 Critical Hit Card. 6x Critical Hit Card x3. 10x Critical Hit Card x 2-time Pause Card. x3 compared to before, the virtual panel had an additional column for system energy. After studying the system, Chu Feng got up and left the dormitory to deal with the bodies of Zhu Douluo and the others. He also asked Feng Wuyo to send someone to bring Old Jack's family from Holy Soul Village. Chu Feng was worried that the Spirit Hall would take out their anger on Old Jack. Old Jack had raised him since childhood. He couldn't let Old Jack fall into danger. Before long, the bodies of Zhu Douluo and the others were discovered. When the people from the Spirit Hall arrived at the scene and saw the bodies, they were immediately shocked. It had been several years since a title Douluo had fallen. No one knew if this incident would create a storm in the Soul Master World. As the people from the Spirit Hall transported Zhu Douluo's bodies back, they also sent someone to report this matter to the Pope in Spirit City. As time passed, the news of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo's demise spread rapidly throughout the entire Douluo Continent. In Spirit City, in the Pope's Hall, Upon learning that Douluo and the others had been killed, Pope BBDong suddenly stood up from her throne. She sent someone to bring back Chu Feng, not only to repay a favor to Yu Xiaogang, but also to test and pressure the seven-treasure glazed tile school. However, she did not expect to lose two titled Douluos instead. After a moment, BBDong's chest rose and fell, and she slammed her staff onto the ground, shouting, "Investigate this matter thoroughly." In Shrek Academy, in a nearby village, the disheveled Tang Hao sat in a small tavern. He held the wine glass, murmuring to himself, "They actually died. Who could have done it? Killed in Shinfeng City, could it be Qinxin? In the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, at the training ground. Big brother, I heard from a scout that Douluo and the others went to Shinfeng City to capture that boy named Chu Feng." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang, who was practicing, stopped his movements. He opened his mouth to ask his brother Yu Xiaogang, "Which couple's child is this Chu Feng?" "It's him," the elder brother replied. "Should I send someone?" Yu Xiaogang didn't finish his sentence, only making a gesture of cutting his throat. Seeing Yu Xiaogan's action, Yu Xiaogang's expression darkened. Nonsense. How can the blue lightning tyrant dragon family do such despicable things? Back then, dealing with the turmoil for Yu Xiaogang already made others laugh at us. Moreover, this breaks the tacit rules established by the major forces. If you send someone to assassinate Chu Feng and fail, it will anger the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The Sword Douluo and BBDong, one stationed at the Sect, and the other secretly dealing with our family's young disciples. Can you bear the consequences of that? You have to know, our family only has me as a titled Douluo. I need to stay in the family. In the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. In the conference hall, Fong Sha, what do you think about this matter regarding the chrysanthemum Douluo? Upon hearing the words of the sword Douluo, Ning Rong slowly spoke. This matter is closely related to Xiao Feng. Hearing this, the sword Douluo's eyes narrowed. Shall we go to Shinkong City now? No, we must go to Shinkong City. But not now. Ning Feng she ready. In the Tiando Empire, in the Crown Prince's palace. After listening to the report from the spiked Douluo, Xuantian's expression was gloomy. After a long time, she resentfully said in her heart, "BBDong, you are ruining my good deed." It seems that the matter of contacting Chu Feng needs to be planned for the long term. Half a year later, a few days later, in Wuhuan City, in the Papal Palace, wearing a nine-curved purple gold crown and a long gown, BBDong was leaning against the throne. A man dressed in Wuhuan Hall attire stood below, respectfully saying, "Your Holiness, Elder Magic Bear has sent word that they have just arrived in Shinkong City. And the sword Douluo and Ning Rong from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school have also arrived in Shinkong City." Upon hearing her subordinate's report, a trace of anger flashed in BBDong's eyes. She had just sent 4 titled Douluo to Shinkong City to investigate the truth behind the death of the chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ning Rong and the sword Douluo arrived immediately after. BBDong knew this was the Seven Treasures glazed tile school expressing their stance. She had planted her pieces in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Through those hidden pieces, she learned that when the chrysanthemum Douluo and others were killed, the sword Douluo and BBDong from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school had not left the sect. All clues point to that Chu Feng. That Chu Feng is suspicious. That's why she sent 4 titled Douluo to investigate. Ning Rong's actions are merely to express the stance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to the outside world. They will protect this young man, Chu Feng. After a while, BBDong suppressed the anger in her heart. For the sake of her plan, she could not afford to lose any more titled Douluo. It seems that killing Chu Feng is not an easy task. BBDong thought for a moment, then lightly parted her lips. "I understand. Let Elder Magic Bear and the others return." At the same time, she secretly thought, Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Let you jump around for a few more years. We'll see. Hearing BBDong's order, the man standing below hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said, "As you command, Your Holiness." Half a year later, in Xuantian Academy, in the dormitory building, Chu Feng, just waking up, lay in bed, yawned, then focused his mind and accessed the system. Host, Chu Feng Realm, Soul Master Modification Time. 1. 5 System Energy, 35 Crit Card, 6x Crit Card x3, 10x Crit Card x2 Time Pause Card. x3, he glanced at the System Energy section and mumbled to himself. With an energy value of 35, it should be enough to use a Time Pause card once, and modify his cultivation with a critical hit card. For the past 6 months, the first thing Chu Feng did every day upon waking was to open the virtual panel and check the system's energy value. 6 months ago, when the System Energy section first appeared, Chu Feng looked at the explanation for System Energy. When the energy value reaches 100, The system energy section will be hidden from the panel. After that, when the energy value drops to the warning level of 10, the system energy section will reappear, and it will be hidden again once the value recovers to 100. When the system energy section first appeared, each time he used the system modifier, it would prompt how much energy was consumed. When he saw the calculation method for energy consumption and recovery, Chu Feng directly chose to give up learning the calculation method. According to the calculation, if he wanted to use a time pause card on a soul master, regardless of whether it was one person or many, it would consume 5 energy points. If the target was a great soul master, it would consume 7 points. If the target was a soul venerable, it would consume 11 points. And this was only for the soul master level. There would be changes with each level he ascended. Modifying the target's years also resulted in different energy consumption values. Even each critical hit card consumed different energy values. At that time, he glanced at the explanation and felt a bit emotional. In this day and age, if you don't do well in math, it's not easy to be a transmigrator. However, Chu Feng thought of a solution. Since the system energy section shows the energy consumption each time he uses the system modifier, he could keep the system energy section displayed at all times. 2 months ago, the accumulated energy value was enough for him to modify his cultivation with a critical hit card. But to be safe, Chu Feng waited until he had enough energy for a time pause card before deciding to modify his cultivation. After getting up and washing up, Chu Feng disabled the protective devices he set up last night and then hurried to the cafeteria for a meal. As a standard foodie, how could he not actively go eat when it was mealtime? As for modifying his cultivation, he would deal with it after eating. After returning to the dormitory from the cafeteria, Chu Feng sat on his bed and felt his cultivation. Level 16, Soul Power. When he first obtained the Soul Ring, he had a Soul Power of level 15. After more than half a year, his Soul Power increased by 1 level. Through more than 6 months of cultivation, he realized that the higher the Soul Power level, the wider the meridians in his body, allowing him to absorb Soul Power faster. The faster he absorbed Soul Power, the higher his Soul Power level. This created a positive cycle. After sensing the Soul Power within him, Chu Feng focused his mind and used the system to modify his cultivation. At the same time, he used a 6x critical hit card. Suddenly, he felt his meridians gradually widening within him. His Soul Power was skyrocketing. He even sensed that his Soul Power had already reached saturation. Chu Feng knew that his Soul Power level had reached level 20. Through the comprehension of advancing from the Soul Master Realm to the Great Soul Master Realm, Chu Feng understood that only by obtaining a Soul Ring and advancing to the Great Soul Master Realm could he cultivate new Soul Power. This was also the reason why Soul Masters immediately sought to obtain a Soul Ring once they reached the level to do so. After all, only by breaking through to a new realm would the body undergo a qualitative change. With the widening of the meridians, the speed of cultivation would also become faster. After a while, Chu Feng left the dormitory and headed straight for the dean's office. He wanted to tell the dean, Feng Wui, that his Soul Power had reached level 20. He asked Feng Wui to help him hunt soul beasts to obtain his second Soul Ring. In the dean's office, Dean, my Soul Power has reached level 20. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Feng Wui, who was enjoying his tea, nodded and casually said, I see. After Feng Wui took a sip of tea, he realized something was off. Wait, what Chu Feng just said seemed to be level 20. Level 20. He held up the teacup, looked at Chu Feng, and with a tone of shock said, wait, how much Soul Power did you just say you have? Level 20? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Feng Wuyo immediately stood up, walked around the desk, and came to Chu Feng's side. He reached out and grabbed Chu Feng's wrist, sensing Chu Feng's Soul Power level. After a few seconds, Feng Wuyo let go of Chu Feng's hand, somewhat in disbelief, murmuring to himself, it's really level 20. It's really level 20. When Feng Wuyo came back to his senses, he turned to look at Chu Feng, not knowing how this kid grew up. Clearly eating the same food, yet your Soul Power is skyrocketing. This is what genius is. Chu Feng. After hearing what Chu Feng said, Feng Wuyo actually nodded seriously, his expression somewhat melancholic. Indeed, each generation is stronger than the last. He knew that the incident with Jude's Douluo 6 months ago was closely related to Chu Feng. However, at Ning Fengji's suggestion, everyone kept silent about it. Then, Feng Wuyo spoke up. However, when it comes to hunting soul beasts, I can't help you. It requires the 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to take action. I will send someone right now to inform the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School about your situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. He knew that Feng Wui was speaking the truth. The area where Yalong appeared was somewhat close to the core region of the Stardo Forest. With Feng Wui's strength as a level 75 soul saint, it was indeed a bit dangerous to go there. As for the core area of the Stardo Forest, even titled Douluos risk falling there. A few days later, in the office of the principal of Shrek Academy, Xiao Feng. This is His Highness the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuantian. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's introduction, Chu Feng raised his head and carefully scrutinized the so-called Crown Prince in front of him, secretly thinking, this is the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuantian? No, it should be the disguised Shui Qianren pretending to be the Tiando Crown Prince. This woman is also ruthless. She can disguise herself as a man and has been lurking in the Tiando Empire for 20 years. Moreover, she can even win over Tang San, the son of her father's enemy. But what is she doing at Shrek Academy? Is she here to investigate the truth behind the death of Zhu Douluo on behalf of BBDong? Chu Feng glanced at Xuantian and did not bow, only saying in a flat tone, "Greetings, Your Highness." He does this to express an attitude. He is not Qian Ringshu and will not forget about his parents. The Tiando royal family must give him an explanation regarding his parents' matters. Moreover, once his own strength is sufficiently powerful, he will definitely pay a visit to the Tiando royal family. Seeing Chu Feng's actions, Xuantian remained calm and did not show a hint of displeasure. However, a surge of anger rose in his heart. This anger was not directed at Chu Feng, but rather at BBDong. She disguised herself as the prince to unify the continent for the Spirit Hall. And what has that woman done? She actually came to kill such a talented young man because of an old flame. She must be blinded by her ridiculous love. If she had just killed Chu Feng, that would be one thing. Instead, not only did she fail to kill him, but she also lost 2 titled Douluos. This woman is only engaged in losing transactions. It seems that winning over Chu Feng will require careful consideration. After Chu Feng finished greeting, Xuantian stepped forward, wanting to appear elegant and benevolent. He approached Chu Feng and, noticing the fluctuations of soul power around him, smiled slightly. You must be Brother Chu Feng, right? Truly deserving of the teacher's esteem. Not only are you handsome, but your strength is also extraordinary. At such a young age, to have level 20 soul power. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Brother Chu Feng, if you have time someday, feel free to come to my residence. At the same time, he thought to himself, the level of soul power is impressive. But I wonder if the martial soul is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Perhaps I should find a way to test it out. After Xuantian finished speaking, Chu Feng casually replied, You're overpraising me, Your Highness. Ning Fengji, standing nearby, noticed that the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward. He exchanged a glance with Douluo, then spoke to ease the situation. Xiao Feng, Qing, he has been sent by the Emperor to the Barak Kingdom, which happens to be in the same direction as us. He has often heard Rong mention you, and wants to see this genius for himself. So, he came with us to Shrek Academy. In fact, when Xuantian mentioned Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji already knew that Xuantian wanted to recruit Chu Feng. After all, the Tiando royal family did not have any members who had reached the title Douluo level. Therefore, they needed a title Douluo to oversee matters. Facing the potential of becoming a title Douluo, Xuantian naturally could not miss the opportunity to recruit Chu Feng, even if it meant paying some price. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng nodded and said nothing more. Days later, in the Barak Kingdom, Barak City. Teacher, Senior Bone, Brother Chu Feng, we shall part ways here. Qing, he has official business to attend to and will not accompany everyone to the Stardo Forest. Xuantian, dressed in fine attire, finished speaking and walked with his guards towards the Barak Royal Palace. Watching Xuantian's back, Chu Feng secretly thought, I'm afraid this fake prince is officially on a mission to the Barak Kingdom, but in reality is secretly returning to Wuhuan City. At that moment, Chu Feng heard Ning Fengji's voice beside him. Xiao Feng, there are some things you should do if you want to. Don't think too much about it. My relationship with the Tiando royal family is just a cooperative one. Here, my feelings are mostly towards this child, Qing He. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng understood. Ning Fengji was telling him that the 7-treasure glazed tile school is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the Tiando royal family is the Tiando royal family. Chu Feng secretly nodded, thinking, as expected of someone who plays with wit. Even his words have such depth. However, he had never dealt with the fake Xuantian. Chu Feng originally wanted to tell Ning Fengji that Xuantian was an impersonation by Qianren Xue. However, after some thought, he decided not to wade into this murky water until he had strengthened his own abilities. There was still more than 10 years before BBDong took action. There was no rush for this matter. Looking at Ning Fengji's hopeful gaze, Chu Feng nodded and calmly said, Uncle Ning, don't worry. I am not an unreasonable person and will not harm the innocent. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt slightly relieved. He was really afraid that Chu Feng would distance himself from him because of the Tiando royal family. Between a nation's royal family and a title Douluo, he would definitely choose the title Douluo. The safety of the seven-treasure glazed tile school could not rely on the Tiando royal family. They had to depend on the title Douluo. Even the Tiando royal family itself needed protection from the title Douluo. Ning Fengji looked around, discerned the direction, and then said, Let's go. We should head to the Star Do Forest to hunt soul beasts. After saying this, Ning Fengji walked towards the city outskirts with Chu Feng and Bon Douluo. Star Do Forest. A white mist drifted through the jungle. Bon Douluo Ning Rong stopped, turned his head to look at Chu Feng beside him, frowned, and asked Xiao Feng, Did you sense the breath of the Yaolong? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng shook his head and replied no. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Bon Douluo's frown deepened. Seeing Bon Douluo's expression, Chu Feng knew that there were no Yaolong living in this area. He and Bon Do both have dragon-type martial souls, making them particularly sensitive to the presence of dragons. If a sub-dragon passes through an area, they would definitely sense it. However, not only did he not sense anything, but judging by Bon Douluo's expression, he also seemed not to have sensed the sub-dragon. Sure enough, Bon Douluo hesitated for a moment before speaking to Ning Fengji, who was resting nearby. Fengji, there shouldn't be any sub-dragons in this area. I want to go check the core area of the Star Do Forest. You and Xiao Feng wait for me here. The core area is too dangerous, and I worry I won't be able to take care of you if something happens. I just sense this area, and there doesn't seem to be any danger for now. After Bon Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji nodded and said, Go ahead, Uncle Bon, we'll wait for you here. It's true that this is just a mixed area of the Star Do Forest, and there aren't any particularly powerful soul beasts. Even if there were, he could handle it in the short term. After all, every soul master with a seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda may not excel in offense, but they all possess a defensive soul skill for self-preservation. Moreover, Xiao Feng is by his side, and two title Douluos have already fallen to this child. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji gave Bon Douluo a reassuring look and then began to enhance Bon Douluo's attributes. Once the attribute enhancement was complete, Bon Douluo said solemnly, You wait here. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he rushed toward the core area of the Star Do Forest. 032 Encounter with Daim Mui. After a while Ning Fengji and Chu Feng were chatting, Bon Douluo Ning Rong returned, dragging a soul beast behind him. Thud! The barely alive soul beast was casually thrown to the ground by Bon Douluo. Xiao Feng, this is an over 800-year-old Earth Sand subdragon. It's perfect for your second soul ring, Bon Douluo said while handing over a sword. The Earth Sand subdragon, an Earth-type subdragon, has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Soul beasts and soul masters of similar strength cannot break through the Earth Sand subdragon's defenses in a short time. As Chu Feng recalled the information about the Earth Sand subdragon he had seen in the library of Shrek Academy, he took the sword and stepped towards the Earth Sand subdragon. His previous soul ring was obtained from the swift Yaolong, which had been hunted for over 490 years. The Bon Douluo had examined his condition and believed that he could not absorb a soul ring of more than 900 years at present. Chu Feng mobilized the soul power within him, preparing to kill the Earth Sand Yaolong in front of him to obtain his second soul ring. Just then, a deep voice came from afar. Wait. As the voice fell, an old man in a blue robe appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by a golden-haired boy. The blue-robed old man saw the critically injured Earth Sand Yaolong and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he made it in time. He wandered in the Star Do Forest for a long time, but did not encounter a suitable soul beast for the young man beside him. This soul beast in front of him must not be missed, although it was over 800 years old, which is 100 years more than the limit for a second soul ring recorded by the Spear Hall, with the physique of the young man beside him. There would be no problem in absorbing it. Then, the old man in the blue robe looked at Ning Fengji and thought to himself, the man holding the scepter did not have a strong aura. However, judging by the positioning of this scepter-wielding man, he should have the highest authority among this group. After thinking for a moment, the old man in the blue robe stepped forward, cupped his hands to Ning Fengji, and said, I am Qiu, a worshipper of the Star Luo royal family, with the title Black Tiger. The young man beside me needs the soul ring of a soil sand Yaolong. We have been searching in the Star Do Forest for several days, but have not found one. This friend, could you possibly let us have this soil sand Yaolong? We are willing to offer some compensation. As Qiu spoke, he released his own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings. A title Douluo. Just as Qiu Qianqi's words fell, a sound of Pucci was heard. Chu Feng used the sword in his hand to finish off the soil San Yaolong. Chu Feng knew that they had come to take his soul ring. To avoid any accidents, he decided to take the initiative. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring appeared. Upon seeing this scene, Qiu Qianqi's aura stagnated. His expression darkened, and his beard trembled slightly. The old man has already spoken, and the soul ring has been revealed. You little brat still dare to act this way. This is intentional, isn't it? With this thought, Qiu Qianqi sneered coldly. You little brat are not taking me seriously. If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be leaving. At the same time, his title Douluo pressure surged towards Chu Feng. Just as Qiu Qianqi's pressure was released, the bone Douluo moved and appeared in front of Chu Feng and Ning Fengji, blocking the title Douluo's pressure. Seeing that the person in front of him could withstand his pressure, the long reclusive Qiu Qianqi narrowed his eyes, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. The elder in front of him, standing over 2 meters tall, should also be a title Douluo. Among the title Douluos, someone over 2 meters tall, Qiu Qianqi searched his mind for information on various title Douluos. 2 meters. Could it be the bone Douluo Gurong? When this name surfaced in his mind, Qiu Qianqi's gaze shifted from the 2-meter-tall elder to the middle-aged man holding a scepter beside him. Could this be Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Qiu Qianqi knew that the 7-treasure glazed tile school had 2 title Douluos. When Ning Fengji went out, he would usually have a title Douluo accompany him, while the other title Douluo remained at the sect. With this thought, his expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice reached his ears. Senior Qiu, they don't take you seriously. Deal with them. The speaker was Daim Mui, the young man who was with Qiu Qianqi. Daim Mui was furious at this moment. Before coming to the Stardow Forest, he had been reprimanded by his brother Davis and was holding back his anger. Now, someone was even trying to take his things. They really thought he was easy to bully. His martial soul is the king of beasts, the white tiger. Daim Mui is well aware of the strength of this senior beside him. Black Tiger Douluo, soul power level 95. Among title Douluo, he is a standout. Since he has killed the soul beast he wanted, no one can absorb this soul ring. Before Daim Mui could see Chu Feng and the others being attacked, Qiu Qianqi turned to him and shouted, Daim Mui, shut up. Hearing Qiu Qianqi's words, Chu Feng, who was watching the show, raised his brows and carefully observed the golden-haired youth not far away. Star Luo royal family? Daim Mui, golden hair? It seems that this golden-haired youth is indeed Prince Daim Mui of the Star Luo Empire. Unexpectedly, this athletic prince has been so overbearing since childhood. Beside him, Qiu Qianqi, after yelling at Daim Mui, regretted coveting Daim Mui's mother's treasure. Normally, a prince's second soul ring wouldn't require a title Douluo to take action. However, Daim Mui's mother wanted him to become stronger in the future during the competition for the throne. She used a treasure to request Qiu Qianqi to help Daim Mui find a powerful soul beast. Qiu Qianqi happened to agree in return for a favor from years ago. Coldly glancing at the bewildered Daim Mui, Qiu Qianqi turned to the bone Douluo and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the bone Douluo, right? After speaking, he looked to the side, and this person must be the Sect Master Ning of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, right? As soon as Qiu Qianqi's words fell, Daim Mui behind him was a bit confused. No matter how small he is, he has heard of the name of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. At this moment, Daim Mui felt bitter in his heart. He just wanted to show off and vent his frustration, but he didn't expect to kick a hardboard. After Qiu Qianqi finished speaking, Bone Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, said nothing, and just nodded. Seeing this, Qiu Qianqi, who had already retracted his soul ring, said in a deep voice, I apologize for the disturbance earlier, but I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. A single bone Douluo he could handle. But with Ning Fengji, the world's #1 support, boosting him, he would definitely be beaten up. In fact, he might even be severely injured. After Qiu Qianqi finished speaking, he prepared to leave with Daim Mui, who looked shocked. Seeing that Qiu Qianqi wanted to leave, the bone Douluo's expression darkened. Thinking to himself, you just spouted a bunch of tough talk and showed off, and now you want to slip away when things look bad. Not even an apology? Why do you get to take all the good things? If Chen Xin, that coward, found out, wouldn't he laugh at me for life? If you leave easily, what will happen to the prestige of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Thinking of this, the bone Douluo snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, Wait, are you not going to give an explanation? Hearing the bone Douluo's words, Qiu Qianxi's heart sank, knowing that this matter could not end well. 033 Daim Mui takes action. The Black Tiger Douluo Qiu Qianxi secretly circulated his soul power while speaking in a deep voice. I don't know what kind of explanation Bone Douluo wants. Apologize to this young man. Following the direction of Bone Douluo's finger, Qiu Qianxi's expression darkened. Ning Rong wanted him to apologize to that young man. As a titled Douluo, how could he apologize to a child? If this got out, where would his reputation be? Thinking of this, Qiu Qianxi said expressionlessly, "What if I don't apologize?" Seeing Qiu Qianxi's refusal, Bone Douluo's face lit up with excitement. Then I'll experience the skills of Black Tiger Douluo. Bone Douluo knew that Qiu Qianxi would never apologize to Chu Feng. What he said just now was intentional. 1. To make Chu Feng feel that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School valued him. 2. Ning Rong wanted to fight Qiu Qianxi. Bone Douluo specialized in defense. Usually, when he sparred with Chen Xian, he was always pressured and beaten by that cowardly man. Today, he finally had an excuse to fight a titled Douluo and vent his frustrations. Moreover, there was also the attribute boost from Ning Fengji. This opportunity could not be missed. As soon as Bone Douluo finished speaking, Qiu Qianxi coldly said, "I have lived in seclusion for many years and have only heard of Bone Douluo's reputation. I happen to take this opportunity to experience whether your defense is as astonishing as they say." Next to them, Ning Fengji saw the situation and said nothing, only silently using his soul skill to boost Bone Douluo's attributes. Seeing this scene, Qiu Qianxi's mouth twitched, suppressing the impulse to turn and run away. He can't escape. If he flees without fighting, he will become a joke among the titled Douluo. After Ning Fengji finished using his soul skills, Bone Douluo said, "Let's go." "Not here." After saying that, he leaped towards the distance. Bone Douluo was afraid that the aftermath of their battle would affect others. Seeing this, Qiu Qianxi had no choice but to keep Daim Mui in place and then followed after. As Bone Douluo and Qiu Qianxi engaged in battle, everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. At this moment, Chu Feng did not absorb the soul ring of the earth Sandiaolong, but was instead enjoying the show. After all, soul rings dropped after a soul beast death would only dissipate after an hour. So, there was no rush. After watching for a while, Chu Feng shook his head, feeling that it wasn't very good. The Black Tiger Douluo was completely being overpowered by the Bone Elder. A fight is only interesting when there is back and forth. This one-sided situation is quite dull. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengji beside him also nodded. This Black Tiger Douluo really wasn't up to par. However, Uncle Gu usually didn't possess my soul skills, nor was he this fierce. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng glanced at him. This old fellow was indeed boasting about himself, wasn't he? Noticing Chu Feng's gaze, Ning Fengji continued, "But my talent isn't as good as Rong's. Rong's talent is the highest in the sect in hundreds of years. So you've been talking for so long just to wait for this." Chu Feng thought to himself, "But what good is high talent? Isn't your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect capped at level 79? Unless you consume Douluo's immortal herb, you can't break that curse." Speaking of immortal herbs, if I remember correctly, the Yu Xiaogang immortal product and the Chu Jingsiyang are of the same variety. Perhaps I can get one for Ning Fengji later. While Chu Feng was lost in thought, Daim Mui nearby was feeling somewhat anxious. Seeing Black Tiger Douluo Qiu Qianxi being overwhelmed in battle, he felt a bit scared. If Qiu Qianxi won, that would be fine. But if he lost, Qiu Qianxi would definitely vent his anger on him. Furthermore, after returning to the Star Luo Empire, Qiu Qianxi might even speak ill of him in front of the emperor. Thinking of the brutal competition and cold relationships within the Star Luo royal family, Daim Mui shuddered. No, he couldn't let that Bone Douluo win. After a moment of thought, his gaze fell on Chu Feng. Just now, the Bone Douluo had made Qiu Qianxi apologize to this young man. It seemed that this young man held a significant position in the Bone Douluo's heart. Perhaps this young man was a breakthrough point. He could take action to subdue the boy and use that to threaten Bone Douluo to stop. With this in mind, Daim Mui slowly walked towards Chu Feng. When Daim Mui reached in front of Chu Feng, he pretended to speak sincerely. "Hello, I was wrong just now, I want..." Before he could finish the words apologize, a cold light flashed in Daim Mui's eyes as he quickly activated his soul power and reached out towards Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng was still staring blankly at him, Daim Mui revealed a triumphant smile. At such a close distance, the boy surely couldn't escape his grasp. How'd he dodge? Seeing Chu Feng evade his intended strike, Daim Mui's smile froze on his face, a bit stunned. While Daim Mui was apologizing, Chu Feng had been focused on him the whole time. In the original story, Daim Mui was not someone who easily backed down. There was definitely a trick involved. Therefore, as soon as Daim Mui made his move, Chu Feng used his first soul skill, Swift Wings, and dodged away. In the distance, Douluo, who was fighting with Xiantian, had been keeping an eye on Chu Feng's situation. Upon seeing Daim Mui sneak attack Chu Feng, he sneered and mocked. This blonde boy looks quite human, but his methods are too disgraceful, resorting to sneak attacks. I wonder who taught this disciple. After speaking, Douluo cast a disdainful glance at Xiantian in front of him. Hearing Douluo's words and seeing his expression, Xiantian's face turned ugly. He certainly understood the meaning behind the Douluo's gaze. It meant to say, let's learn how to sneak attack from you? At this moment, the Black Tiger Douluo Xiaoqian was also very angry. Most titled Douluos have their dignity, especially the assault-type soul masters. They all hope to engage in a fair fight with others, rather than resorting to sneak attacks. Daim Mui, you really are useless, Xiantian cursed inwardly. If a sneak attack succeeds, that's one thing. But to have it dodged? What a complete waste. You've embarrassed the Xingluo royal family. If the Xingluo emperor knew you didn't fight like a man, he would probably expel you from the Xingluo empire. On the other side, Daim Mui regained his composure. Since the sneak attack had failed, he could only fight head-on. He glanced at Ning Rong not far away, then turned and rushed towards Chu Feng. Although he knew that Ning Rong was a support-type soul master, he didn't dare to attack him. Attacking Ning Rong would mean completely offending the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, the difference in soul power between him and Ning Rong was too great. He wouldn't gain any advantage by taking action against Ning Rong. When Chu Feng saw Daim Mui running towards him, he activated his soul power and was about to strike when he heard Ning Rong's voice beside him. The seven treasures turn out to be Liuli, known as the seven treasures. The first is power, the second is speed, the third is soul, the fourth is control. The fifth is attack, the sixth is amplification. Suddenly, various rays of light flashed across Chu Feng's body, and the aura he emitted was much stronger than before. Chu Feng now felt that he could take on 10 Daim Mui. 034 Black Tiger Douluo took Daim Mui and fled. On the other side, when Daim Mui saw that Chu Feng had dodged his sneak attack, he immediately followed. Just as Daim Mui reached the front of Chu Feng, he heard Ning Rong's voice, and his heart sank. However, after a moment of hesitation, Daim Mui still activated his martial soul and boldly attacked Chu Feng. He had already witnessed Chu Feng's speed. There was no way to escape now. He could only fight desperately. Perhaps there was still a slim chance of victory. At this moment, Daim Mui felt a bit of luck. The opponent's first soul ring enhanced speed, so he might be an agile attack-type soul master. The opponent's strength might not be as good as his, and he could overpower him with sheer strength. Thinking this, Daim Mui advanced rather than retreated. His right hand aimed straight at Chu Feng. At this moment, after receiving the amplification from Ning Rong, Chu Feng felt a surge of power within him. Worried about where to release this power, seeing Daim Mui charging at him, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, revealing a joyful expression. A target like this was hard to come by. Subsequently, Chu Feng also summoned his martial soul and met Daim Mui's right palm with a punch. Bang! With just one punch, Chu Feng broke Daim Mui's right arm. Even the bones in Daim Mui's forearm were exposed. After knocking Daim Mui away with a punch, Chu Feng moved swiftly and followed up. Seeing this, Daim Mui had no time to regret and shouted, "White Tiger Shield." Upon hearing Daim Mui shout, Chu Feng secretly thought, a food system soul master can shout when using their soul skills because they need to recite incantations to activate them. But why would a battle soul master shout out loud? Is it to make sure others know what skill he used? Or is he just trying to boost his courage? Chu Feng pondered silently, but he showed no mercy in his actions. He knew that Daim Mui's first soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier, would enhance the user's attack, defense, and strength by 50. This human punching bag was definitely tough. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng's enlarged fist smashed into Daim Mui's protective soul power. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap exploding in the jungle. Daim Mui flew out like a rubber ball. Following closely, Chu Feng leaped forward and threw another punch. Boom! Daim Mui flew back again. As Daim Mui kept flying back and forth, Chu Feng felt very pleased. It had been a long time since he had fought so happily. This could be considered a lesson for Daim Mui. Just moments ago, he was boasting about taking care of him and even resorting to sneak attacks. Under Chu Feng's continuous assaults, Daim Mui wanted to counterattack but found himself powerless to do so. He could only keep gasping for breath to relieve the pain in his body. Daim Mui regretted listening to others' advice to seek a defensive top-tier soul beast. Originally, others suggested that he pursue the path of a defensive soul master. This way, in future competitions with his brother Davis, he could minimize the disadvantage of age and stand invincible. At this moment, Daim Mui wished he had never come to the Douluo Forest. He had never encountered this group of people before. The boy in front of him looked harmless, but his attacks were too ruthless. His white tiger protective barrier was as ineffective as having none at all, completely unable to withstand the opponent's damage. Daim Mui wanted to avoid Chu Feng's skills, but under the enhancement of Chu Feng's soul skill, Swift Wings, no matter which direction Daim Mui dodged, Chu Feng would follow him like a shadow. In the end, Daim Mui could no longer bear the pain and shouted, "Ouch. Bro, stop hitting. Ouch. I was wrong. Big brother. Ouch. Please stop. My bones are broken in several places. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Just stop. I'll do whatever you want. Ouch. Someone help me. Ouch." Daim Mui's miserable cries echoed through the Douluo Forest. The black tiger, Douluo Qianji, who was fighting the Douluo, felt a surge of anger towards Daim Mui. But upon hearing Daim Mui's cries and seeing his current state, he began to panic. At this moment, Daim Mui no longer resembled a young master. His golden hair had been dyed red, his face swollen like a small pig's head, and the luxurious clothes he wore had become tattered. His body was covered in bruises. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, Daim Mui will suffer permanent internal injuries. Qianji thought to himself. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Daim Mui's mother. It seemed he could only use his sixth soul skill. Qianji gritted his teeth, preparing to use his sixth soul skill, Black Tiger Frenzy. Originally, he didn't want to use the Black Tiger Frenzy soul skill, although it could increase all of his attributes by 100% under the attribute enhancement from the Douluo Ning Rong. Using the Black Tiger Frenzy soul skill would not allow him to break through the Douluo's defense. Moreover, this soul skill had a drawback. Its effects only lasted for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he wouldn't be able to use his 7th, 8th, or 9th soul skills for the next 3 months. But now, relying solely on his own attributes without going berserk, he couldn't escape the Douluo's attacks, let alone save Daim Mui. Thinking of this, Qianji gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and activated his 6th soul skill, Black Tiger Frenzy. In an instant, Qianji's aura surged dramatically. He then launched several attacks at the Douluo. The Douluo was caught off guard and could only hurriedly defend. After forcing back the Douluo, Qianji swiftly moved towards Daim Mui. His frenzy only lasts 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if he doesn't leave this place, it won't be as simple as just getting beaten up. In fact, he might even fall here. Meanwhile, just as Chu Feng was enjoying the fight, he heard Douluo's urgent voice in his ear. "Chu Feng, be careful." Then, he felt a powerful, familiar aura rapidly approaching from behind. Without looking back, Chu Feng quickly activated his first soul skill, Swift Wings. He just used his soul skill to flash out, and a powerful aura arrived at his previous position. Chu Feng was pushed back dozens of meters by this familiar aura. After stabilizing his stance, he looked at the newcomer with focused eyes. It was Black Tiger, Douluo Qianji. Qianji did not attack Ning Rong and Chu Feng, but instead picked up Daim Mui and rushed into the distance. As he left, he threw down a harsh remark. This matter will be remembered by the Douluo Empire. Qianji knew that once he attacked Ning Rong, it would mean a death feud with the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, delaying for another 2 or 3 seconds would make it even harder for him to escape once Douluo, that aggressive individual, arrived. Just as Qianji and the others left, Douluo arrived at the scene. However, Douluo did not continue to pursue Qianji, but instead protected Ning Rong's side. Muttering, "I didn't even get to enjoy this fight." After venting his frustrations, Douluo turned to Chu Feng. "Xiao Feng, you should absorb this spirit ring. Then, we will leave the Douluo Forest." As soon as Douluo's words fell, Chu Feng nodded and sat cross-legged on the grass. He used his own spirit power to draw the yellow spirit ring that had fallen from the Earth Sand Tyrannosaurus toward himself, slowly moving it onto his body and beginning to absorb the energy within the spirit ring. 035 Tang Hao reappears. As the spirit ring entered his body, the mysterious energy continuously widened Chu Feng's meridians. With the widening of Chu Feng's meridians, his capacity to hold spirit power also increased. After a while, Chu Feng finished absorbing the spirit ring, slowly opened his eyes, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He has already recovered the soul power he consumed earlier, and his soul power level has reached the 23rd rank. What pleased him the most was his second soul skill, Earth Defense. Earth Defense is a defensive soul skill. When a user activates Earth Defense, a light yellow protective shield forms around their body. When battling opponents of similar strength, the user can ignore various attacks such as physical, mental, and toxin attacks from the opponent, as long as the opponent does not amplify their attributes. If the user concentrates the protective shield in one area, the smaller the protective area, the higher the defense. In fact, if the protective area is reduced to the size of a palm, it can withstand a full attack from a soul Douluo. Moreover, the effectiveness of the protection increases as the user's cultivation level rises. Just as Chu Feng was understanding the effects of his second soul skill, he heard Ning Fengji's concerned voice beside him. Xiao Feng, how do you feel? What is your second soul skill? Looking at the concerned expressions of Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo, Chu Feng smiled and said, Uncle Ning, Senior Bone, my soul power has now reached the 23rd rank. My second soul skill is. After hearing Chu Feng's introduction, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the normal attacks of opponents of similar strength, even being able to withstand a full force attack from a soul Douluo at the Great Soul Master level. This second soul skill is impressive. It seems that, as recorded, the stronger the soul beast, the more powerful the soul skill it grants. Just as the three of them were talking, Bone Douluo's expression changed. He pushed Chu Feng and Ning Fengji aside and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." As soon as Bone Douluo's voice fell, a powerful aura appeared next to him. In a hurry, Bone Douluo clashed palms with the newcomer. Boom! With a loud bang, Bone Douluo, known for his defensive power, was sent flying dozens of meters away. A disheveled, middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. Tang Hao. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Ning Fengji instinctively glanced at Chu Feng. Ning Fengji knew that Tang Hao had come to find Chu Feng. He was already well aware of the events that had taken place at the New City Advanced Soul Master Academy. However, Ning Fengji pretended to know nothing and asked, "What does the Haotian Douluo mean by attacking us?" Facing Ning Fengji's questioning, Tang Hao did not act arrogantly. Although Ning Fengji was only a soul saint of over 70 levels, he was the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. His status was equal to that of the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the leader of the Haotian Sect, not inferior to a titled Douluo. Tang Hao pointed at Chu Feng with his left hand and calmly said to Ning Fengji, "Sect Master Ning, let's not beat around the bush. I came for him." At this moment, Tang Hao was very excited. He didn't expect that while accompanying Xiao San to hunt a soul beast and obtain his first soul ring, he would actually run into Chu Feng. Since leaving the New City Academy, Tang San had become even more taciturn. Tang Hao knew that Xiao San had been affected, and Chu Feng had even become an obsession in Xiao San's heart. Previously, Tang Hao had thought about capturing Chu Feng in Shrek City to let Xiao San resolve his obsession himself. However, he was worried that the Spirit Hall people would find out about Shrek Academy and that it would be detrimental to Xiao San. So he did not take action and remained around Shrek Academy. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and said casually, "I don't know what Xiao Feng did to offend the Haotian Douluo, but I apologize on his behalf." Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Tang Hao realized that taking Chu Feng away would not be so easy. However, before making a move, he had a question he wanted to ask Chu Feng for an answer. Tang Hao was worried that if he acted, he might accidentally harm Chu Feng. If that happened, his doubts would have no one to answer them. With this in mind, Tang Hao did not respond to Ning Fengji, but turned to look at Chu Feng and coldly snorted, "Kid, did you have a hand in Xiao San's loss of cultivation?" Hearing Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He hesitated for a few seconds, then smiled slightly and nodded. Seeing this, Tang Hao frowned. It turned out you really have the skill to make others' cultivation disappear. As soon as Tang Hao's voice fell, Ning Fengji and the disordered spirit bone, Douluo, exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with confusion. A skill that makes someone's cultivation disappear. What are they talking about? However, both of them know that this is not the time to ask Chu Feng. After getting the answer they wanted from Chu Feng, Tang Hao turned to Ning Fengji and said, "Master Ning, let's stop playing guessing games. You must know what has happened at Notting Academy. I have to take this Chu Feng away." Hearing Tang Hao's decisive tone, Ning Fengji also became serious. Although he didn't know what skill was mentioned earlier that caused the disappearance of one's cultivation, he understood that it must be extraordinary if it could make Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo, wary. Chu Feng had truly brought him many surprises. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji's determination to protect Chu Feng grew even stronger. He snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the dignified Haotian Douluo to actually take action against the child. Chu Feng is one of my 7-treasure glazed tile school. I asked Haotian Douluo to show some respect. Seeing Ning Fengji so firmly protecting Chu Feng, Tang Hao's brows furrowed together. He has already offended the Spirit Hall and doesn't want to offend the 7-treasure glazed tile sect anymore. Otherwise, the days for the Haotian sect will be even more difficult. Tang Hao pondered for a moment, then said, Sect Master Ning, the top 3 sects are like branches of the same tree. Don't let this brat damage the relationship between our sects. Tang Hao's mention of the top 3 sects made Ning Fengji's face darken, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. He laughed furiously. Good. What a great mention of the 3 upper sects. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to still have the nerve to bring up the 3 upper sects. The 3 upper sects were connected by blood before your Haotian sect withdrew from the world. As Ning Fengji spoke, he remembered his wife who had died to save him. His eyes were red. After you killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall back then, your Haotian sect immediately hid away to avoid the pressure from the Spirit Hall, without consulting me and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. You Haotian sect took the easy way out, while the pressure from the Spirit Hall fell directly on me and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was not targeted much by the Spirit Hall because of Yu Xiaogang. Over the years, all the covert actions of the Spirit Hall have fallen upon my 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sole masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, who are at levels 60 to 70, have encountered accidents one after another. Even my wife, who was already injured, was severely harmed and died while trying to protect me. At this point, Ning Fengji glanced at Tang Hao not far away and said coldly, Tang Hao, since your Haotian sect has decided to be a turtle hiding in its shell, don't be so domineering like before. This boy is protected by my 7-treasure glazed tile school. 036 Titan Giant Ape arrives. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, although Tang Hao felt some sympathy for Ning Fengji's plight due to a yin's matter, anger still flashed across his face upon hearing Ning Fengji slandering the Haotian sect. Your wife was severely injured and died because of the Spirit Hall. What does that have to do with my Haotian sect? Looking at Ning Fengji and the Bone Daw, Tang Hao's expression darkened as he said coldly, All right. Since you disregard the friendship between the sects, I have nothing more to say. Let's see the true skills. After saying that, Tang Hao circulated his soul power, summoned the Haotian hammer, and headed straight for Chu Feng and the others. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengji moved with Chu Feng and instantly teleported to a distance. Then, he began to chant the incantation. 7 treasures turn out the glazed tiles. 7 treasures are named. The first is strength. The second is speed. One by one, Ning Fengji's soul skills fell upon the Bone Douluo. Suddenly, the momentum of the Bone Douluo, who was fighting Tang Hao, soared and no longer fell behind. Chu Feng watched for a while and found that the Bone Douluo's purpose was merely to make Tang Hao retreat and did not intend to seriously harm him. Moreover, the Bone Douluo was entangled by Tang Hao and had not succeeded in breaking free several times. Seeing this, Chu Feng frowned. With this kind of fighting style, it would be impossible for the two to decide a winner even after 3 days and nights of battle. Tang Hao's appearance in the Douluo Forest was definitely not a coincidence. He should have come to accompany Tang San in hunting soul beasts. Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked around the forest but did not find Tang San's figure. Just as Chu Feng was surveying the surroundings, he heard Ning Fengji's voice by his ear. Xiao Feng, you go first. I will give Uncle Bone a property boost here. Chu Feng. The Time Modifier and revolver pose a great threat to humans, but have little effect on soul beasts. Soul beasts have such long lifespans that modifying a few decades is of no use. Some soul beasts have tough skin and thick flesh. Bullets might penetrate a dozen centimeters and still be stuck in the fat layer. With this in mind, Chu Feng shook his head and said, Uncle Ning, this matter started because of me. I can't leave. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Douluo Forest, Tang San was trying to persuade Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I want Erming to help me capture Chu Feng. Can you talk to Erming about it? This time, he came to the Douluo Forest to obtain a complete soul ring. Following the contact information left by Xiao Wu, he found her and saw her 2 brothers, Deming and Erming. Upon learning that Deming and Erming were the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, his mind began to race. He had heard his father say that the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape lived in the core area of the Douluo Forest and were the overlords of the Douluo Forest, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary titled Douluos. Aren't these 2 just ready-made henchmen? He tested the 2 beasts several times, but the 2 overlords completely ignored him. Tang San had no choice but to adopt a roundabout strategy. and find a breakthrough through Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu was transformed from a 100,000-year-old rabbit, she seemed to be somewhat oblivious to the complexities of human society and appeared quite easy to deceive. Seeing Xiao Wu hesitating, Tang San continued to entice her. Xiao Wu, look, after knowing you are a 100,000-year-old beast, I still sent you back to the Stardow Forest. Doesn't that make me a good person? And Chu Feng opposing me, doesn't that make him a bad person? Isn't it only natural to deal with bad people? After Tang San finished speaking, De Ming and Er Ming exchanged glances but said nothing. However, both understood each other's thoughts. This Tang San is not trustworthy. Just because he opposes you, does that make him a bad person? If one day we oppose you, does that also make us bad people? Nevertheless, they did not voice their thoughts and only looked at Xiao Wu. They had been saved by Xiao Wu and, when they were young, had been well cared for by her and her mother. No matter what Xiao Wu asked them to do, they would comply, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Under Tang San's constant persuasion, Xiao Wu had no choice but to agree. All right, I will let Er Ming go with you. But Er Ming will only be responsible for holding off that title Douluo. The task of capturing Chu Feng still needs to be done by you and Uncle Hao. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Good, good, good. After saying that, he left with Er Ming. On the other side, the suddenly empowered Bon Douluo was engaged in a battle with Tang Hao. Suddenly, the Bon Douluo's expression changed as he looked into the distance. He sensed a strong aura rapidly approaching this place. Bon Douluo quickly spoke up. Feng Ji, you take Chu Feng and leave quickly. Tang Hao also noticed this familiar aura and recognized who was coming through it. Tang Hao laughed heartily. Bon Douluo, Lord Ning, as long as you hand over Chu Feng, I will let you leave. After saying that, Tang Hao intensified his attacks. Seeing this, Bon Douluo said coldly, Tang Hao, are you not afraid that the Titan Great Ape will come, and you won't be able to leave either? Ha! My son knows the Titan Great Ape. It wouldn't attack me. Upon hearing Tang Hao's response, Bon Douluo decided to hold nothing back to escape quickly, even using his martial soul true body. The martial soul true body is the 7th soul skill of all soul masters. Once used, the soul master's strength will greatly increase. However, after the martial soul true body ends, the soul master's attributes will be weakened by 50% and will take 7 days to recover. Therefore, most soul masters above level 70 generally do not use their martial soul true body lightly. Using it means they are ready to fight with all their might. Seeing Bon Douluo use his martial soul true body, Tang Hao also did not dare to be careless. He also used his true form, Haotian. At this moment, Bon Douluo wanted to quickly shake off Tang Hao and take Ning Fengji and Chu Feng away from this place. However, being a defensive soul master, with the enhancement from Ning Fengji and his martial soul true form, his attack power could barely match Tang Hao's. In the distance, seeing this scene, Chu Feng decided to use the Time Modifier. He felt a stir in his mind and opened the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm, Great Soul Master Modification Years 1. 9 System Energy, 28 Critical Hit Card, 6x Critical Hit Card x2, 10x Critical Hit Card x2 Time Pause Card. X3 Chu Feng saw that the remaining system energy was not enough to use both the critical hit cards and the time pause cards at the same time. He secretly thought to himself, should I use the critical hit card to lower Tang Hao's cultivation, or should I use the pause card instead? Just as Chu Feng was pondering, he heard Bon Douluo's anxious voice beside him. Feng Ji, why are you still not leaving? The Titan Giant Ape will be here in less than 2 minutes. As soon as Bon Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji calmly replied, but Bon Uncle, my speed and Chu Feng's speed are far inferior to that of a title Douluo. We can't run very far. Besides, I can't just leave you here alone. However, his tightly clenched right hand holding the staff betrayed his unsettled heart. Hearing the conversation between Bon Douluo and Ning Fengji, Chu Feng thought, are you two putting on a tragic play here? However, time is precious. And Chu Feng didn't criticize them too much in his mind. He raised his head and quickly said, Senior Bone, is only one Titan Giant Ape coming this way? No Sky Blue Bull Python? As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, Bon Douluo, while fending off Tang Hao, replied, no, just one Titan Giant Ape. Seeing Bon Douluo being continuously pushed back, Chu Feng quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. When the Titan Giant Ape arrives, should he use the Time Pause card to freeze Tang Hao and the Titan Giant Ape? No. Although this method seems feasible, the risk is extremely high. The Time Pause card freezes time randomly. Although the previous uses have all been around 10 seconds, what if this time it only pauses for 1 second? That would not be enough for Bon Douluo to severely injure Tang Hao and the Titan giant ape. Once one of them holds back Douluo, and when the sky blue bull python arrives, they would have no chance of turning the tide. It seems that the only option left is to use the critical hit card to modify Tang Hao's cultivation. 037, the 100,000-year soul ring has disappeared. In just a few seconds, Chu Feng made his decision. He silently recited in his heart, lower Tang Hao's cultivation level. At the same time, he used a 10x critical hit card. After doing all this, Chu Feng raised his head and shouted to Douluo not far away. Bone Sr. Hit him. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, Douluo, who was in passive defense, didn't react for a moment. However, in the next second, to his astonishment, Tang Hao's 100,000-year soul ring disappeared. Tang Hao's attack power was also significantly reduced, now only half of what it was before. Experienced in taking hits, Douluo immediately realized Tang Hao has a problem. He quickly launched a fierce attack on Tang Hao, then withdrew and rushed towards Chu Feng and the others. Tang Hao, who was sent flying, was still in a daze. How did his soul power drop so much? Where did his 100,000-year soul ring go? This situation was somewhat reminiscent of what Xuantian encountered back then. Tang Hao suddenly looked at Chu Feng's back and shouted, Chu Feng, my soul power is dozens of levels higher than yours. How could your skills possibly affect me? Aren't you only able to make those with similar strength lose their cultivation? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Chu Feng, who was preparing to leave, initially didn't want to respond. However, after a moment's thought, he said half-truthfully, although my domain is sometimes effective and sometimes not, I've never said it wouldn't work against someone with higher soul power. Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, Tang Hao was somewhat skeptical, thinking it was impossible. In the Junior Academy of Notting City, you didn't even change Yu Xiaogang's cultivation. In response, Chu Feng sneered and said, Yu Xiaogang? Does he even deserve it? After saying that, he left the place together with Douluo Ning Fengji. Reduction in cultivation? Is this Chu Feng's domain? If Yu Xiaogang is unworthy, then am I also unworthy? Why didn't he use this skill on me when we were at Notting Academy? Tang Hao kept muttering to himself and did not chase after Douluo and the others. He knew that his own strength had dropped to the level of a soul Douluo. Although his attack power could still reach the level of a title Douluo, catching up would only lead to suffering. After more than 20 seconds, the ground shook violently. The Titan giant ape, as large as a small mountain, arrived at the scene. Dad! Upon seeing Tang Hao lying on the ground, Tang San's expression changed, and he quickly used Ghost Shadow Misty Steps to evade the giant ape's hand. Hearing his son's voice, Tang Hao came to his senses, looked at Tang San, and sighed deeply. San, let's go back. Don't chase anymore. Why, Dad? This is a great opportunity. The Forest King is here to help. Seeing the redness in his son's eyes, Tang Hao realized that Chu Feng had already become Tang San's obsession. He shook his head and said solemnly, they should be almost at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest by now. Brother Titan rarely leaves the Stardow Forest, and my cultivation level has dropped to the soul Douluo level. What is the use of catching up? What? Dad, how did your cultivation level decrease? Tang San was somewhat shocked. The next moment, as if he thought of something, he said incredulously, could it be that Chu Feng did this? Hearing Tang San's question, Tang Hao, who had just stood up, nodded. Then, he recounted what had happened to Tang San. After listening, Tang San sat down on the ground, murmuring, how is that possible? How could Chu Feng have such a powerful domain? Moreover, wasn't it said that his domain could only make the cultivation levels of people with similar strengths disappear? How could Dad's high cultivation level also be reduced? If Chu Feng's domain is really that strong, then I would never be able to take revenge in my lifetime. Seeing Tang San's dejected appearance, a hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. However, he also understood. After all, his son was still young, and it was normal for him to be unable to accept such a big shock. Nevertheless, he needed to restore his son's confidence. Strong people all have a fearless heart. Thinking of this, Tang Hao used his soul power and shouted, San. When he saw his son looking up at him, Tang Hao continued in a deep voice. San, although Chu Feng's domain is somewhat against the heavens, don't be discouraged. His domain doesn't always work. Moreover, there should be many limitations. Otherwise, my cultivation level would not have been reduced, but completely disappeared. So, you must have confidence. Chu Feng is not invincible. At the same time, under the full-speed rush of the Douluo's martial spirit, the three of them had already exited the Stardow Forest. Seeing that no powerful aura was chasing after them, Ning Fengji let out a slight sigh of relief. After pondering for a few seconds, Ning Fengji opened his mouth to ask Chu Feng, Xiao Feng, I have a question that I'm not sure whether I should ask. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng, who was admiring the scenery, secretly thought, here it comes. He is finally going to ask me. Earlier, he had anticipated that Ning Fengji would ask him this in the Stardow Forest. Uncle Ning, feel free to ask. Xiao Feng, what does disappearing cultivation that Tang Hao mentioned in your domain mean? Oh, that? It's nothing, just a domain of mine that can reduce others' cultivation levels. Hearing Chu Feng's casual tone, as if he were talking about what he had for breakfast, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances, feeling somewhat unsettled. A domain, that is something rarer than soul bones. How could it sound so ordinary when it comes to you, like buying vegetables? Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment and continued to ask Xiao Feng, how did you get this domain? At such a young age, Chu Feng already had a domain, which made Ning Fengji very curious. My domain appeared when my martial spirit awakened. Chu Feng had already thought of his answer. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Fengji was somewhat stunned. It appeared at the time of awakening. A domain is extremely rare, even rarer than soul bones. Generally, a soul master can only have a chance to obtain a domain when they reach level 90 and absorb the 9th soul ring. However, there are extremely rare soul masters who obtain a domain at the time of their martial spirit awakening, and this type of domain is called an innate domain. Such domains are even scarcer and more precious. At this moment, Ning Fengji's gaze towards Chu Feng changed. This child can't be a reincarnation of a deity, can he? Before this, he had only encountered one soul master who gained a domain upon awakening their martial spirit. No, it should be a soul scholar. But that woman's domain only had the effect of purifying people's hearts and was of little other use. Yet Chu Feng not only obtained a domain when his martial spirit awakened, but it was also such a powerful domain. Just as Ning Fengji and Douluo were digesting the shock brought by Chu Feng, they heard Chu Feng's light voice again. However, my domain isn't that powerful either. It's sometimes effective and sometimes not. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Fengji and Douluo had the urge to throw Chu Feng back into the Stardow Forest. Some titled Douluo don't even have a domain, and you are still being picky about it. Truly, people cannot be compared. However, Ning Fengji looked at Chu Feng beside him and secretly nodded. He felt even more that letting Chu Feng join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the right choice. 038 Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, a few days later. Xuantian Academy. After finishing his meal, Chu Feng returned to his dormitory from the cafeteria. After locking the door, he slumped onto the sofa and opened the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Great Soul Master Modification Years. 1. 9 System Energy. 12 Crit Cards. 6x Crit Card X1. 10x Crit Card X 2-time Pause Cards. X3 Chu Feng glanced at the virtual panel and mumbled, I've advanced a major realm, but the recovery speed of this system energy is limited. After such a long time, I've only increased one value. However, it's good that everything is back on track, and there hasn't been a need to use the time modifier for now. Just as Chu Feng was studying the virtual panel, there was a knock on the door. Chu Feng got up and walked to the door, peering through his homemade peephole, and saw that the visitor was Fong Sha. He opened the door and asked, Senior Feng, it's class time now. Aren't you going to class? Fong Sha walked towards the wooden table while saying, I have class, but I've given myself a day off. Arriving at the wooden table, he took out a teacup and skillfully brewed himself a cup of tea. After the tea was ready, Fong Sha took a sip of the hot tea and couldn't help but feel emotional. This tea, at 1 gold soul coin per gram, is definitely better than the Dean's tea at 1 copper soul coin per pound. Senior Feng, a cup of tea for 1 silver soul coin. No IOUs allowed. Chu Feng Joka. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Fong Sha almost spat out the hot tea in his mouth. He was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Feng, you're so stingy. Aren't you afraid it will affect your genius reputation? Then, Fong Sha said mysteriously, I came this time to tell you some big news. I just heard it from the Dean. It's definitely worth the price of this cup of tea. Seeing Fong Shaoyan's mysterious demeanor, Chu Feng was a bit curious. What big news could it be? Was the Spear Hall attacked? Or did the Haotian Sect have their mountain gate demolished? Puffed. Fong Sha sprayed the hot tea he had just sipped all over. Brother, you really have a wild imagination. If it were that kind of news, it wouldn't be me telling you. Then what is the news? Chu Feng asked as he brewed himself a cup of tea. I heard that the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy is sending a representative team to our academy for a friendly match. Upon hearing Fong Shaoyan's words, Chu Feng nodded. Noticing Chu Feng's calm expression, Fong Shaoyan was somewhat puzzled. He put down the teacup and curiously asked Xiao Feng, do you know about the competition between the Tiando Royal Academy and our academy? I don't know. Then why aren't you surprised? Seeing Fong Shaoyan asking him, Chu Feng leisurely took a sip of tea and then said, "Their competition has nothing to do with me, so why should I be surprised?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, Fong Sha revealed a meaningful smile. "It has a lot to do with you. I heard this time it's a competition among lower grades, meaning only soul masters below level 25 can participate. I heard the dean knows about your second soul skill and is trying to persuade you to join the competition." After saying that, Fong Shaotian hesitated for a moment and continued, "But, little brother, if you really participate in the competition, you need to be careful." Seeing the puzzled look from Chu Feng, Fong Shaotian explained, "I heard that the Tiando Royal Academy has quite a few pursuers for Ning Rong. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised his eyebrows. "Ning Rong is just a child. How can you be so shameless?" Hearing this, Fong Shaotian shook his head and sneered. "Do you think they are after Ning Rong's body? Wrong. As you said, Ning Rong is just a child. She has nothing. What they are after is merely the power behind Ning Rong." Just as Fong Shaotian finished speaking, Chu Feng curiously asked, "What about you? Aren't you after the power behind Ning Rong? The 7-treasure glazed tile school is." Before Chu Feng could finish, Fong Shaotian waved his hand repeatedly. "Don't involve me. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested." After that, Fong Shaotian put down his teacup and continued, "Little brother, you are still young and don't know the benefits of being single. My martial soul is the wind wolf, and I yearn to be a free wolf." Seeing that Fong Shaotian was about to start his long-winded views on love again, Chu Feng hurriedly interrupted him. All right, Senior Feng. I know you're not capable. Puffed. I know you're not interested. But whether Ning Rong has pursuers or not has nothing to do with me." As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Shaotian had an expression that said, "Don't pretend. Xiao Feng, how can this have nothing to do with you?" Now in the academy, who doesn't know that the leader of the Ning family has already considered you as a son-in-law? He even specially sent 3 low-level experts to the academy, claiming it was for the development of the academy. In fact, it was to protect you. While Chu Feng was enjoying his tea, he knew about the 3 Douluo soul masters Fong Shaotian mentioned. Those 3 Douluo were external experts of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Although their level was only Douluo, the 3 worked well together and could temporarily contend with ordinary Douluo. Just as Chu Feng and Fong Shaotian were chatting, there was a knock on the door, accompanied by an old voice, "Xiao Feng." Hearing this familiar voice, Fong Shaotian, who had been relaxed just moments ago, quickly put down his teacup and rushed to the window. Seeing Fong Shaotian open the window and prepare to jump down, Chu Feng quickly said, "This is the 5th floor." Before Fong Shaotian could say anything, the voice outside became urgent. "Shaotian, stay put." As a soul saint, Feng Wuyo had long since Fong Shaotian was inside the room. He is really afraid that Fong Shaotian will jump down from the 5th floor in a hurry. He only has this one grandson. When Feng Wuyo heard that he had skipped class, Fong Shaotian rolled his eyes and said, "Grandpa, if you don't hold me accountable for not attending class, I won't jump out of the window." All right, I won't pursue it. You come down." Chu Feng glanced at Fong Shaotian and then went to open the door for Feng Wuyo. After Feng Wuyo entered the room and saw Fong Shaotian sitting obediently on the sofa, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he walked over to the wooden table, skillfully picked up a teacup, and brewed himself a cup of tea. After making the tea, Feng Wuyo shot a glare at Fong Shaotian, then turned to Chu Feng and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, I have good news to tell you." As soon as Feng Wuyo finished speaking, Chu Feng and Fong Shaotian exchanged glances, both suppressing their laughter. Chu Feng pretended to know nothing and cooperatively asked, "Director Feng, what good news is it?" Seeing the expressions of the two, Feng Wuyo felt a sense of unease. That kid Fong Shaotian wouldn't have told Chu Feng, would he? However, Feng Wuyo still explained to Chu Feng about the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy coming to spar. After finishing, Feng Wuyo took a sip of hot tea to clear his throat and continued, "Xiao Feng, it's a rare opportunity to spar with other academies. I've decided to give this precious opportunity to you. Let you represent our academy in the competition to gain some practical experience." After saying that, Feng Wuyo picked up his teacup and began to savor the tea. He believed that after his persuasion, no, his heartfelt explanation, Chu Feng would definitely agree. After Feng Wuyo finished speaking, Chu Feng knew that Feng Wuyo's eagerness for him to participate in the competition definitely had some hidden agenda. After getting to know him over the past few months, he realized that Feng Wuyo was the type of person who would even peel off a chicken's claw if he passed by a frugal chicken. Therefore, Chu Feng did not rush to respond, but instead picked up his teacup and leisurely began to savor the tea. Slurp, so refreshing. Slurp, delicious. For a while, the 3 of them in the room quietly drank tea, the sound of sipping echoing back and forth. After more than 10 minutes, Feng Huai's teacup was empty, but Chu Feng still hadn't agreed. Feng Huai began to feel a bit restless. He glanced at Fong Sha not far away and thought to himself, could it be that this kid Fong Sha told Xiaofeng about the competition? No, that can't be it. Even if Xiaofeng knew in advance with my persuasion. No, my heartfelt advice, Xiaofeng should be able to agree. Maybe the matter is too important, and Xiaofeng needs to think it over for a while. After all, it represents the academy. It should be like this. With that thought, Feng Wuyo felt relieved, stood up, walked to the table, and poured himself another cup of tea. After another 10 minutes, Feng Wuyo's teacup was empty again, and Chu Feng still hadn't spoken. At this point, Feng Wuyo really couldn't sit still anymore. He pondered for a moment and said, Xiao Feng, did you hear what I just said? Chu Feng nodded. Feng Wuyo continued, Xiao Feng, this opportunity for the competition is rare. Xiao Feng, I want you to represent our academy in battle. Xiao Feng, have you agreed to represent the academy in battle? This time, Chu Feng did not respond with but instead shook his head. Seeing this, Feng Wuyo knew that he had not succeeded in persuading him. After thinking for a while, Feng Wuyo recalled Chu Feng's performance since he had come to the academy for nearly a year. He took a deep breath and said with some reluctance, 1,000 gold soul coins for a match. Hearing Feng Wuyo's words, Chu Feng glanced at him, revealing an expression that said he knew there was something fishy about it. However, Chu Feng still shook his head. Seeing that Chu Feng still didn't agree, Feng Wuyo became a bit anxious and said, Little Feng, how about 2,000 gold soul coins for a match? When Chu Feng still refused, Feng Wuyo sighed and asked Little Feng, what would it take for you to participate in the match? Chu Feng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, a 70-30 split. Upon hearing Chu Feng's condition, Feng Wuyo gritted his teeth and agreed. 3,000 gold soul coins for a match is fine. He had an agreement with the Tiando Royal Academy for a match, where the loser would pay the winner 10,000 gold soul coins. This way, he could still keep 7,000 gold soul coins for each match. Just as Feng Wuyo was pondering this, he heard Chu Feng's words that made his heart sink. Dean, what I meant was, I take 70% and you take 30%. Feng Wuyo looked at Chu Feng speechlessly. With 30%, after deducting the costs of the match, he would only make a little profit. Xiao Feng, the expenses for this match will be covered entirely by our academy. Things like arena damage and personnel costs all require money. You also know that the Windsword Sect doesn't have much money, and the funding they provide to the academy is limited each year. Can we negotiate for a higher percentage? Hearing Feng Wuyo's helpless tone, Chu Feng knew he was speaking the truth. The Shunfeng Academy was established by the Windsword Sect to help recruit some outstanding soul masters. The Windsword Sect had very few industries and generated little income. Sometimes, Shunfeng Academy even had to subsidize some of the expenses for the Windsword Sect. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng said, the percentage can't change, but the dean can organize everyone to bet on the match, just like in the soul fighting arena. Upon hearing Chu Feng's suggestion, Feng Wuyo's eyes lit up. However, then he thought of something and shook his head, letting out a long sigh. Last time you competed against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the students all saw it. If you compete again this time, no one will likely bet on your loss. As soon as Feng Wuyo finished speaking, Chu Feng looked at him speechlessly. Dean, stop trying to deceive your own people. The Tiando Royal Academy probably doesn't know about that match against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and even if they do, they might not necessarily believe it, especially since they didn't see it with their own eyes. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Feng Wuyo placed the teacup on the table. That's right, he can bet with the people from the Royal Academy of Heaven. Thinking of this, Feng Wuyo no longer felt dejected and regained his former vigor. He stood up, ready to leave Chu Feng's dormitory and go back to study the betting matter carefully. Suddenly, Feng Wuyo saw Fong Sha snickering beside him. Feng Wuyo remembered that his embarrassing appearance had been seen by Fong Sha. Feng Wuyo's face darkened as he said to Fong Sha, Xiao, you skipped class today. Go to the academic affairs office later and pay the fine for skipping class. Fong Sha, who was watching the show, froze. What does that have to do with him? He was just sitting there quietly watching the show, not daring to say a word. Besides, didn't we just say we wouldn't hold him accountable for skipping class? Fong Sha spoke up aggrievedly. Grandpa, you said you wouldn't hold me responsible for not attending class. Hearing his grandson complain, Feng Wuyo, when have I ever kept my word when it comes to you? Chu Feng. Feng Wuyo. A few days later, in the cafeteria of Shunfeng Academy, Fong Sha looked at Chu Feng with a serious expression and said, Xiaofeng, my grandpa said you shouldn't participate in this competition. Chu Feng, who was eating, looked up in surprise and asked, "What's wrong? Is the dean not worried about losing his private funds?" As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, Fong Sha took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Among the students sent by the Tiando Royal Academy this time, there is Yu Qianheng. You should know who Yu Qianheng is, right?" Hearing the name Yu Qianheng, Chu Feng's expression remained calm on the surface, but his heart stirred. He certainly knows who Yu Qianheng is, the junior with the closest relationship to Yu Xiaogang in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, to pretend he doesn't know, he shook his head. Seeing this, Fong Sha continued. Yu Qianheng is the grandson of the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the nephew of Yu Xiaogang, and his strength is not weak. Moreover, the dean said that originally, Yu Qianheng was not on the list for the Tiando Royal Academy representative team. He actively fought for his spot. Yu Xiaogang was almost killed by Yu, so Fong Sha didn't finish his sentence, but Chu Feng understood what he meant. You beat up his uncle so badly. It's obvious that Yu Qianheng is coming for you. After Fong Sha finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded slightly and said calmly, "It's fine." Then he went back to eating. Seeing Chu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Fong Sha felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, "I just found out the news and came to tell you. Worried you might suffer a loss. Why does it feel like you don't care at all? Why do I feel anxious while you're not worried at all? Xiao Feng, for your safety, you'd better not participate in this competition." The dean said that after learning about the competition at Xuantian Academy, Yu Qianheng specifically investigated you. He should know about your past achievements. But he still voluntarily applied to come to Xuantian Academy, so he must have some confidence. Hearing the concern in Fong Xiaoyan's words, laced with a hint of urgency, Chu Feng put down his chopsticks, looked at Fong Xiaoyan, and a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes. If he has something to rely on, should I hide? 040 Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy Representative Team. Seeing the confident look in Chu Feng's eyes, Fong Xiaoyan realized why Chu Feng's strength was so much greater than his peers. Chu Feng must have the heart of a strong person. As my grandfather said, Fong Xiaoyan thought to himself. He heard his grandfather Feng Wuyo say that most strong individuals have a strong heart. In their hearts, there will always be an invincible belief. Even if defeated, they will not be discouraged. Even if the strong cause trouble everywhere and are hunted down, the strength of the strong will only grow stronger. If Chu Feng knew Fong Xiaoyan's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely say, "What heart of the strong? I'm so confident just because I have a system." Kid, times have changed. Who still talks about the heart of the strong now? In the fantasy world, everything ultimately relies on strength. Without strength, if you go out and cause trouble, you can be easily killed by a high-ranked boss in an instant. Just as Fong Xiaoyan was secretly admiring Chu Feng, it seemed that Chu Feng thought of something. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he asked Fong Xiaoyan, "Senior Feng, the dean didn't inform the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy about my participation in the competition, right?" Fong Xiaoyan looked at Chu Feng with some confusion, not understanding why he asked this. He thought carefully for a moment and then spoke. "It seems not yet. The people from Tiando Academy haven't arrived at our academy. We have to wait until they arrive before both sides announce the list of participants for the competition." Hearing Fong Xiaoyan's response, Chu Feng nodded and said, "Then let's not tell Tiando Academy that I'm participating in the competition." As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Xiaoyan looked somewhat confused. What's going on? Has Xiao Feng backed out? Doesn't he want to participate in the competition anymore? Fong Xiaoyan furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "Xiao Feng, why don't you want to tell Tiando Academy that you're participating in the competition?" After saying this, he hesitated slightly before continuing. "You don't want to participate in the competition anymore?" Seeing Fong Xiaoyan's expression, Chu Feng realized that he had misunderstood him. He leaned back in his chair and shook his head, saying, "I am a principled person. You know that anyone who challenges me needs to have some stakes. If Yu Qianheng doesn't come up with something substantial this time, it would be unfair to those who have challenged me in the past if I participate in the competition." Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, Fong Xiaoyan's frown relaxed, and he nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, I'll go to the dean's office and mention it to him." At the same time, he thought to himself, wow, so this is the plan he had. I overthought it. Chu Feng hasn't changed. He's still the Chu Feng I know. A few days later, at Xuantian Academy, in the conference room, Teacher Qi Ming said, "Students, come on, please take your seats." Seeing Feng Wuyo so enthusiastic, the leading teacher from Tiando Academy, Qi Ming felt a bit confused. As a Soul King level Soul Master, he shouldn't be treated so warmly by a Soul Sage level powerhouse. He had just arrived at the entrance of Xuantian Academy when he noticed Feng Wuyo personally welcoming him at the door. Is Xuantian Academy really that hospitable? However, why does Feng Wuyo's gaze seem a bit strange? At this moment, With a beaming smile, Feng Wuyo's eyes were sparkling. He secretly thought, these are all money trees. The Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy may not be the strongest academy in the Heaven Do Empire, but it is certainly the wealthiest. The Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy was established by the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire. There is a saying, no one is richer than the royal family. The wealth of the Heaven Do royal family far exceeds that of any of the 7 major sects. It is said that the teachers at the Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy are divided into 3 levels based on their strength. Teachers with soul power between level 40 and 50 are Tianhua level teachers. Those with soul power between 50 and 60 are Tianjia level teachers, and those with soul power over 60 are Tianhou level teachers. The highest level, Tianhou level teachers, earn a monthly salary of 3,000 gold soul coins. Plus, they get free meals and accommodation. What a! He wants to go to the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy and become a Tiando level teacher. Just as Feng Wuyo was lost in thought, he heard Qin Ming's voice. Dean Feng, here is the list of students from our Tiando Academy participating in the competition. Please take a look. Feng Wuyo came back to his senses and smiled as he took the list from Qin Ming. Upon seeing the names of the academy and their soul power levels on the Tiando Academy list, Feng Wuyo's eyes brightened, and he felt even happier in his heart. He still wants to talk about the money issue. This excuse has come right to his doorstep. However, on the surface, his smile gradually disappeared and his brows furrowed. Feng Wuyo pretended to think for a moment and said with a serious expression, Teacher Qin Ming, this list of yours doesn't seem to match what we agreed upon. Does it? There's a student named Yu Tianheng whose soul power has exceeded level 25. In most advanced soul master academies, soul power levels from 20 to 25 are considered low-level students. Levels from 25 to 30 are mid-level students, and levels above 30 are high-level students. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming smiled awkwardly and spoke the prepared words. Director Feng, this is an accident. This student broke through 2 levels of soul power on the way here. However, he is only at level 27. Even with 2 more levels, it won't have much impact. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Feng Wuyo sneered coldly in his heart. Did he really think he knew nothing? The news he had was that when signing up, Yu Tianheng's soul power level was already at level 27. However, Feng Wuyo did not reveal this, but instead said with a surprised tone, it seems this student has hit the jackpot, managing to break through 2 levels of soul power in such a short time. Hearing the sarcasm in Feng Wuyo's tone, the students from Tiando Royal Academy looked displeased, wanted to say something, but were stopped by Qin Ming's gaze. Seeing this scene, Feng Wuyo sneered and shook his head. Then, he changed the subject and continued. This student can participate in the competition, but the arena I prepared can only withstand the struggles of soul masters below level 25. Your Tiando Academy will need to pay an additional fee for me to upgrade the arena. Upon hearing Feng Wuyo's words, Qin Ming looked at him speechlessly and thought to himself, the arena can only withstand the struggles of soul masters below level 25? Since when has the arena's load capacity been so low? Besides, doesn't your academy have other arenas? This demand for money is too obvious. However, considering the academy's emphasis on this competition, Qin Ming had no choice but to say, fine, Dean Feng, our academy will cover this expense. But you need to hurry up and resolve the arena issue. Hearing that Qin Ming agreed, a smile reappeared on Feng Wuyo's face as he assured him, don't worry. As long as the money is in place, the arena will be ready by tomorrow. Qin Ming. After discussing the arena, Feng Wuyo handed over the prepared list to Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, this is the list of students from our Xinfeng Academy participating in the competition. He glanced at the list, a look of surprise flashing across his face, and murmured to himself, why are there still substitute players? After looking at the list, Qin Ming turned to the anxious Yu Tianheng beside him. Noticing the hope in Yu Tianheng's eyes, he hesitated for a moment and handed the list to him. Yu Tianheng eagerly took the list and, upon seeing the names on it, furrowed his brow and looked at Qin Ming beside him. Seeing Qin Ming nod, Yu Tianheng pondered for a moment and then asked the composed Feng Wuyo, Dean Feng, my name is Yu Tianheng, and I would like to ask why Chu Feng is on the substitute list. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's question, Feng Wuyo thought to himself, here it comes. They really are asking about this. After Feng Shaotian told him about Chu Feng's intentions, he agreed. However, Feng Wuyo also kept a watchful eye. He was afraid that Yu Tianheng would not agree to give Chu Feng a stake, and then Chu Feng would not be able to compete. In that case, he estimated he would have to pay several tens of thousands of gold soul coins to the Tiando Royal Academy. Therefore, he arranged for Chu Feng to be a substitute player. Feng Wuyo took a sip of water to clear his throat. Then, he pretended to be quite helpless and said, "This student, our Xinfeng Academy, is very humane and respects every opinion of our students. This student named Chu Feng has a principle. Any opponent who challenges him must put up a stake. So, we made him a substitute. If no one puts up a stake, he is unwilling to compete." Hearing Feng Hui's response, a cold light flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes. Just as he had investigated, there was indeed a bet involved in the duel with this Chu Feng. Fortunately, he was well prepared. With that in mind, he took out a gold embossed card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Feng Hui. "Dean Feng, this card contains 10,000 gold soul coins, the same amount as Ning Rong's stake. This card can be used to withdraw gold soul coins at various soul fighting arenas. I'll leave it with you as a witness. Please inform Chu Feng that I want to compete with him." Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Feng Hui's eyes flickered slightly. Goodness, he did his homework quite thoroughly. He even knew the betting amount from Ning Rong's duel. He took the card and naturally put it into his pocket, saying, "No problem. I'll mention it to Chu Feng when the time comes." Then, he casually added, "But our Chu Feng is quite powerful. Haven't you thought about it seriously? After all, 10,000 gold soul coins is not a small amount." Before Yu Tianheng could respond, a girl with purple hair and green eyes beside him chuckled and said, "Director Feng, aren't you overestimating this Chu Feng?" Hearing the girl's words, Feng Wuyo frowned. Seeing this, Qin Ming quickly spoke up, "Director Feng, please don't mind. Duguyan has a straightforward personality." Just as Qin Ming finished speaking, Feng Wuyo sneered, "Don't worry, I'm not so petty as to argue with the child." He then disdainfully glanced at the students from the Tiando Academy and said, "Whether he's strong or not, I don't know. However, none of you here can win against Chu Feng." "You." The green-eyed girl, Duguyan, raised her eyebrows in anger. "What? You don't believe me? How about we make a bet?" Feng Wuyo scoffed. "What are we betting on?" Upon hearing Duguyan's words, a smile appeared on Feng Wuyo's face as he thought to himself, "This child is still young." The next day, Xuantian Academy, Martial Arts Arena. As soon as Chu Feng walked into the arena, he felt an unusual gaze on him. Following the gaze, he saw a brown-haired boy staring at him with ill intentions. Chu Feng sensed a familiar aura from this boy. This boy should be Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Chu Feng thought to himself. Due to his martial soul, Chu Feng was more sensitive to dragon-type martial souls and soul beasts than the average person. Chu Feng calmly glanced at Yu Tianheng and then walked toward the resting area for the competitors from Xuantian Academy. Seeing Chu Feng's expression, Yu Tianheng clenched his knees tightly. Thinking, "Chu Feng, I'm going to give you a surprise." After a while, a teacher from Xuantian Academy stepped onto the stage and said, "Hello everyone, I am he, and I will be hosting the competition between the two academies today. The rules of the match are that each academy will send one student to compete at a time until one side concedes or falls off the stage, at which point the match will end. Now, please have the competitors from both academies come up to the stage." As soon as the host finished speaking, Yu Tianheng couldn't wait to stand up and walk toward the stage. Chu Feng, on the other hand, walked slowly toward the stage, adjusting his own state as he went. Once both Chu Feng and Yu Tianheng were on stage, the host spoke again. "Please introduce your names, martial souls, and soul power levels." Chu Feng, Martial Soul, Ning Rong. Level 23, Battle, Soul Master. Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Level 27, Battle, Soul Master. After they finished introducing themselves, the host continued. "Both have dragon-type martial souls. It seems we're going to witness an exciting battle. Which is stronger, the Tiando Royal Academy or the Xuantian Academy? Let's wait and see. Now the match begins." After saying that, the host summoned his martial soul, Rain Swallow, which flew above the arena. As the match started, the audience shouted loudly from below the stage. "The Tiando Academy is bullying us. Chu Feng, junior brother, beat them up. Take down the Tiando Royal Academy. Chu Feng, junior brother, go for it. I've bet all my savings on you." On the stage, Yu Tianheng noticed that Chu Feng still had a nonchalant expression after hearing about his martial soul. His face darkened, and a surge of anger arose in his heart. He doesn't believe it. Chu Feng doesn't know that he comes from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul is exclusive to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and outsiders cannot possibly possess it. Chu Feng's behavior clearly shows that he does not take the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family seriously. This is something that Yu Tianheng cannot tolerate. "Chu Feng, next, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Yu Tianheng thought to himself. 042 Yu Tianheng's reliance. Yu Tianheng cast a gloomy glance at Chu Feng. Then, he circulated his soul power, and two yellow soul rings floated around his body. Yu Tianheng noticed Chu Feng's expression, which remained calm even after he released his soul rings. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his right hand crackled with lightning as he swung it violently. At the same time, he shouted, "Thunder Dragon Claw!" Instantly, a massive claw made of condensed lightning shot towards Chu Feng. In his gloomy gaze, Chu Feng's figure flickered, easily dodging his first soul skill. The spectators below the ring were abuzz at this scene. Indeed, Yu Qianheng's attack power was quite impressive. But high attack power is useless if you can't even touch the corner of Chu Feng's clothes. Indeed, if you can't hit anyone, it doesn't matter how high your attack power is. What is Yu Qianheng trying to do? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Yu Qianheng's body crackled with lightning as he shouted, "Thunderbolt!" In an instant, the lightning surrounding him transformed into countless arrows, shooting out violently in all directions from his body. Seeing the lightning arrows shooting towards him, Chu Feng's mind stirred, and he used his second soul skill, Earth Defense. Suddenly, a light yellow protective shield appeared around his body. The arrows made of lightning struck the shield, erupting with intense white light, but they still struggled to break through the shield's interior. Observing that Yu Qianheng's second soul skill was unable to inflict damage on him, Chu Feng nodded and thought to himself, it seems that although Yu Qianheng's soul skill comes with a 30 attack power boost, it hasn't reached the attack power of a soul respect. Afterwards, Chu Feng's figure flickered as he charged straight towards Yu Qianheng. He was ready to beat up Yu Qianheng. Want to take revenge for Yu Xiaogang? Then he must be prepared to take a beating. The crowd below had various expressions upon witnessing this scene. The students from Xuantian Academy were all smiles. Did you see that, Tiando Academy? This is the strength of Xuantian Academy. This guy named Yu Qianheng is not strong at all. He couldn't even break through Chu Feng's protective shield. Who says otherwise? I don't know what he was thinking. Using a group attack skill in a one-on-one fight. Exactly. It seems this kid lacks practical experience. The power of group attack skills definitely can't match that of single-target attack skills. However, Chu Feng's protective shield has good defense. It can actually ignore Yu Qianheng's attacks. Don't you know? This is Chu Feng's second soul skill, Earth Defense. Without any enhancements from the opponent, it can ignore attacks from soul masters of the same realm. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Yu Qianheng sneered inwardly. Did they really think he didn't know that the power of group attack skills is not as strong as that of single-target attack skills? He used his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, not to attack Chu Feng, but to capture Chu Feng's trajectory. With the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, martial soul. As long as there is a trace of lightning within a certain range, he can sense it. Now he sensed the residual lightning power on Chu Feng's protective shield. Suddenly, Yu Qianheng took out the Zhuge Divine Crossbow from his storage soul guide. At the same time, he turned his body and aimed the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in his right hand at Chu Feng, who had just flashed beside him. A triumphant expression appeared on Yu Qianheng's face as he smugly said, "You've fallen into my trap, Chu Feng." Then he pulled the trigger. At this moment, Yu Qianheng was very excited. Many soul masters in the Heaven Do Empire knew about the competition between the Heaven Do Royal Soul Master Academy and the Shenfeng Academy. The Zhuge God crossbow in his hand was given to him by his uncle Yu Xiaogang after hearing about the competition. His uncle also taught him how to use it. According to his uncle, this Zhuge God crossbow was made by his uncle's disciple and has tremendous power. At first, he was somewhat skeptical, but after he got it and secretly tested it once, he believed what his uncle said. This Zhuge God crossbow indeed has immense power. Soul Masters below level 30. Even defensive-type Soul Masters cannot withstand the power of the Zhuge God crossbow. At this moment, Yu Qianheng seemed to see the scene of Chu Feng being severely injured by him. His previous attacks were all decoys. The real killing move is this Zhuge crossbow. However, the scene that Yu Qianheng envisioned did not appear. In Yu Qianheng's shocked gaze, the protective shield around Chu Feng suddenly changed. It transformed into a rectangular light screen. Standing in front of Chu Feng, the crossbow bolts fired by the Zhuge crossbow clanged as they hit the light screen. Seeing this, Yu Qianheng couldn't believe it, and he pulled the trigger in his hand again. As a result, it still failed to penetrate the pale yellow light screen in front of him. How is this possible? Yu Qianheng was a bit flustered at this moment. Noticing Yu Qianheng's expression, Chu Feng's eyes flashed slightly. Thinking to himself, this must be Yu Qianheng's greatest reliance. After learning that Yu Qianheng had investigated him, Chu Feng knew that Yu Qianheng came prepared. Therefore, after the competition began, he seemed to be indifferent on the surface, but kept an eye on Yu Qianheng's movements in his heart. When Yu Qianheng took out something resembling a crossbow from the soul guide device, Chu Feng immediately shrank his protective shield to the front of his body. Seeing Yu Qianheng momentarily stunned, Chu Feng reached out and broke Yu Tianheng's right hand, disarming the Zhuge divine crossbow from his grip. Then, Chu Feng entered a combo mode. Instantly, the arena echoed with Yu Tianheng's miserable cries. However, for the pride of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Tianheng never uttered the words of surrender. Witnessing this scene, the crowd below the arena was buzzing with discussions. Chu Feng's Jr. is doing great. Let them come to challenge. And they call it friendly exchanges. As expected of Chu Feng's Jr. Well done. This Yu Tianheng is truly pitiful. His face is swollen like a pig's head. On the other side, the faces of the people from the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy were grim. Duge Yin, with green light in her eyes, suddenly stood up, wanted to go up and save Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming beside her quickly grabbed her. Yin Zi, don't act impulsively. Then, Qin Ming turned to the host in the air. And shouted loudly, we concede, before the host could announce the result of the match. A figure flew from the arena towards the area where the Tiando Academy was located. It was actually Yu Tianheng. Seeing the angry gazes from the Tiando Academy, Chu Feng's dites me seen. If it weren't for Feng Waya telling him to show mercy and not cause any fatalities, he has already crippled Yu Tianheng. This kid even used the Zhuge crossbow, clearly intending to leave him severely injured if not dead. However, Chu Feng considered that if Yu Tianheng were to die in front of everyone during the competition at Xuantian Academy, Feng Wuyo would face immense pressure. He held back. He only beat Yu Tianheng half to death. After a while, in the calm gaze of Chu Feng, the angered Duge Yin stepped out from the Heavendo Royal Academy's resting area and walked onto the arena. On the arena, Duge Yin stared at Chu Feng not far away, her eyes revealing a chill. This guy actually beat Tianheng half to death. Although Tianheng's surface injuries had healed after Yi Lung's treatment, he was still very weak. According to teacher Qin Ming, Tianheng would need at least half a month to fully recover. What was she supposed to do during this half month? Due to her own martial soul, she often needed to find Tianheng to treat the snake poison in her body. Over the years, only dragon-type martial souls could withstand the snake poison produced by her martial soul. Even snake-type martial souls couldn't handle it. Thinking about the suffering she would have to endure for the next half month, Duge Yan's face showed a murderous intent. Chu Feng, how dare you injure Yu Tianheng so severely? I will kill you. Hearing Duge Yan's threat, Chu Feng glanced at her disdainfully and said lightly, there are many people who want to kill me. You'll have to take a number. Upon catching the teasing tone in Chu Feng's words, a cold light flashed in Duge Yan's green eyes. She slightly parted her purple lips and released a foul-smelling green poison mist from her mouth. As the faint green poison mist quickly spread outwards, a cold smile appeared on Duge Yan's face. She believed that Chu Feng would soon be poisoned and faint under her poison mist. After all, her poison mist was different from physical attacks. Many defensive soul masters couldn't withstand it. By then, the defenseless Chu Feng would be at her mercy. She would return the damage Yu Tianheng suffered back to Chu Feng several times over. A few seconds later, no, this is impossible. A hint of disbelief flashed in Duge Yan's eyes as she shouted loudly. In her shocked gaze, a light yellow protective shield appeared around Chu Feng's body. The green poison mist hit the protective shield with a sizzling sound. However, not a single inch of the shield was corroded by the poison mist. Below the arena, the crowd watching was also astonished at this scene. Chu Feng's second soul skill is impressive. He can even withstand poison. This must be the advantage of hunting subspecies dragons. For a dragon martial soul to find the most suitable spirit ring, it must be a spirit ring dropped by a subspecies dragon. I arrived at the Xuantian Academy in the same year as Chu Feng, and he is already at level 23. I have only increased by 1 level in soul power, just barely reaching level 22. Little brother, don't be discouraged. Soon you will find yourself being left further and further behind by Chu Feng. On the arena, Duge Yin saw Chu Feng's figure moving swiftly towards her, and she felt a bit flustered. She quickly used her first soul skill, Phosphorus Red Poison, and her second soul skill, Phosphorus Blue Poison. First soul skill, Phosphorus Red Poison, is a stimulating poison that can enhance the attack power and speed of herself and her teammates by 20. Second soul skill, Phosphorus Blue Poison, is a paralyzing poison that can increase the defense of herself and her teammates by 30 and eliminate pain. At this moment, Chu Feng had already used his first soul skill, Swift Wings, and arrived beside Duge Yin. He is prepared to end this match as soon as possible. Chu Feng noticed that although his shield could withstand Duge Yan's poisonous mist, his soul power was depleting particularly quickly. After he finished the match with Yu Tianheng, he still had 3/4 of his soul power left. But now, in less than a minute, he had consumed a quarter of it again. When she saw Chu Feng approaching her, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Douluo Yan's green eyes. With the enhancement of her first and second soul skills, Douluo Yan was more confident in her strength than ever before. She raised her right hand and struck towards Chu Feng. Bang! A loud sound, contrary to Douluo Yan's expectations. She didn't match Chu Feng evenly. Instead, she was sent flying by a slap from him. How can Chu Feng's attack power be so much higher than Tianheng's? Douluo Yan was somewhat surprised. Before Chu Feng could catch up and activate the combo mode, an urgent voice rang out on the stage, "We concede." Below the stage, after Qi Ming finished saying the words "we concede," he let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid when he saw Douluo Yan being sent flying. Douluo Yan was different from Yu Tianheng. No matter how serious Yu Tianheng's injuries were, as long as his life was not in danger, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would not lose face and blame him. But Douluo Yan was different. She was the beloved jewel of the poisoned Douluo. If Douluo Yan were seriously injured, that sinister and ruthless old man Douluo would definitely make him suffer in secret, even if he didn't say anything on the surface. There was once a student from the Tiando Royal Academy who privately remarked that Douluo Yan was good-looking, but her eyes and lips looked creepy. Not long after, that student had stomach issues for half a month straight. Even that student's teacher, a Seoul Emperor-level powerhouse, also suffered from stomach problems for a few days. Although it was confirmed that the student and the teacher were poisoned by snake venom, there was no substantial evidence to prove that Douluo was responsible, and the matter eventually faded away. Seeing Douluo Yan return to the resting area of the Tiando Academy, Qi Ming hurriedly asked Yi Lengling, the heir of the Nine Hearts Si Tang, to heal Douluo Yan. At this moment, the minor injuries on Douluo Yan's body were visibly healing under Yi Lengling's soul skills. However, the blow to her spirit was difficult to recover from immediately. Douluo Yan looked at the spirited Chu Feng and thought to herself, "You wait. Chu Feng, I can't defeat you, but someone can take care of you." Seeing that Douluo Yan was not seriously injured, Qi Ming felt relieved. He glanced at Chu Feng on the stage and formed a plan in his mind. He stood in front of Shimo, Yu Feng, and the others, beginning to lay out the tactics. Shimo, you two go first, focusing on defense, and continue to deplete Chu Feng's soul power. Chu Feng currently has about half of his soul power left. I estimate that after 2 more matches, his soul power will be completely drained. As Qi Ming was speaking, he suddenly noticed that the students in front of him were looking behind him with expressions of surprise. He frowned and turned to follow the gaze of the trainee. Damn! When Qi Ming saw the scene on the arena, he couldn't help but curse. There stood Chu Feng on the stage, happily eating a steam bun. Sensing the soul power fluctuations emanating from the bun, Qi Ming realized that this was no ordinary bun. It must be food made by a food-type soul master, capable of quickly restoring the soul power consumed by a soul master. Watching Chu Feng's soul power rapidly recover, Qi Ming knew that the tactics he had just laid out were already useless. He stood up and walked towards the principal of Xuantian Academy, Feng Wuyo. Upon reaching Feng Wuyo's side, Qi Ming's first words were, "Principal Feng, what Chu Feng is doing doesn't seem to comply with the competition requirements, right? Shouldn't Chu Feng step down and your academy send someone else to compete?" At this moment, Qi Ming thought to himself, as long as Chu Feng does not participate in the upcoming matches, their Tiando Royal Academy would surely win the remaining matches. Meanwhile, Feng Wuyo was calculating how much revenue this competition could bring to the academy. Hearing Qi Ming's words, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Feng Wuyo could see through Qi Ming's intentions, even if it was just a flick of an eyelash. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Teacher Qin, you're mistaken. The competition format we agreed upon between our 2 academies was one-on-one, but it didn't say anything about not restoring soul power. Your academies Yu Tianheng used external items during the match, and we didn't say anything about that, did we? Moreover, Chu Feng participating with sufficient soul power is also a sign of respect for you." With just a few words from Feng Wuyo, Qi Ming was left speechless. After making a gesture to indicate a money-grabbing move, Feng Wuyo finished speaking, and after a few seconds, Qi Ming awkwardly said, "Then let's continue with the next match." He then turned and walked towards the rest area of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Upon reaching the rest area, Qi Ming first glanced at the injuries of Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yan. Seeing that both were not seriously hurt, he proceeded to arrange the order of the students to compete as previously planned. However, he instructed the students to immediately admit defeat if they saw the situation was unfavorable, so they wouldn't end up as badly as Yu Tianheng did. Qi Ming knew that even the strongest Yu Tianheng was no match for Chu Feng. The other students had even less chance of winning against Chu Feng. Nonetheless, Qin Ming still chose to let them compete. After all, if they fled without a fight, the Heaven Do Royal Academy would become a laughingstock among the advanced Soul Master Academies. In the next matches, the Sure Mo and Sure Mo brothers took the stage to compete against Chu Feng. Their martial souls, the Black Tortoise, while on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, focused mainly on defense. Since even Yu Qianheng couldn't break through Chu Feng's defenses, the two of them certainly couldn't. After a fierce resistance, they ultimately admitted defeat. Following that, Osro took the stage. He wanted to rely on the speed of his agile spirit master to contend with Chu Feng for a while. But unexpectedly, Chu Feng's speed was even faster than his. In fact, he didn't even manage to touch the corner of Chu Feng's clothing before being slapped off the stage by him. In the end, the wind spirit, Wind Bellbird, took the stage. As soon as Wind Bellbird appeared, it flew into the air. Through the previous matches, he discovered that aside from speed, Chu Feng's spirit abilities were focused on defense, lacking offensive abilities. Wind Bellbird exploited Chu Feng's vulnerability of being limited to close combat, continuously attacking from the air and depleting Chu Feng's spirit power. Seeing Chu Feng's spirit power being consumed continuously, Wind Bellbird even thought that once Chu Feng's spirit power was exhausted, he would have a chance to win. However, the next second, his expression changed. In his shocked gaze, Chu Feng exerted force with his legs and jumped directly into the air. At the same time, Chu Feng used his first spirit ability, and his speed surged. Before Wind Bellbird could dodge, he was grabbed by the calf and pulled down to the ground. Seeing this, Wind Bellbird hurriedly admitted defeat. He certainly didn't want to be beaten as badly as Yu Qianheng. With Yu Feng's concession, the 6 matches agreed upon between Xuantian Academy and Tiando Royal Academy ended with a complete defeat for Tiando Academy. Below the stage, Tiando Royal Academy's strength was lacking, but their courage was commendable. Indeed, their courage was commendable. I want to give them a plaque that reads the more defeated, the more they fight. You guys are too harsh, unlike me, who just wants to appreciate their expressions at this moment. Seeing Chu Feng win all 6 matches against Tiando Academy, the students of Xuantian Academy were invigorated. The students of Tiando Royal Academy, relying on their affluent backgrounds, looked down on these soul masters from common origins. Even the students from Tiando Academy would mock them in public settings. Now, seeing Tiando Royal Academy suffer, everyone was naturally very happy. Hearing the discussions among Xuantian Academy students and recalling the 6 matches just now, Qin Ming felt somewhat lost. He had high expectations for this competition with Xuantian Academy. Before coming to Xuantian Academy, many teachers from Tiando Academy had suggested to the academy leaders that after competing with Xuantian Academy, they should continue to compete with other advanced Soul Master Academies within the Tiando Empire. They wanted to change the external perception of the Tiando Royal Academy through a series of matches. They didn't want people to immediately think of words like playboy, wealthy, and nobility when the Tiando Royal Academy was mentioned. But unexpectedly, in the first match, they were completely defeated by the Xuantian Academy. Previously, in the elite competition of high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, the Tiando Academy and the Xuantian Academy had each won and lost against each other. Seeing Chu Feng being congratulated by everyone, Qin Ming sighed inwardly. How am I going to explain this to the 3 committee members and the Crown Prince? He had heard from the 3 committee members in charge of school affairs that this competition was proposed by Crown Prince Xuantian. Just then, Feng Wuyo brought Chu Feng to the rest area of the Tiando Academy. Before Feng Wuyo could speak, Qin Ming stood up, cupped his fists, and congratulations. Dean Feng, you found a good talent. Hearing Qin Ming's insincere congratulations, Feng Wuyo laughed heartily. You're too kind. The students of the Tiando Academy are also quite strong. I believe that in a year or 2, they will also have the same strength as Chu Feng now. Seeing that Feng Wuyo had once again shown off, Qin Ming felt an even stronger urge to escape from the Xuantian Academy. He cupped his hands and said, since the competition is over, we should return to Tiando City. Dean Feng, farewell. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Feng Wuyo was taken aback. With a face full of questions, Feng Wuyo thought to himself, I came to find you, not just to hear congratulations. Seeing the people from Tiando Academy stand up and prepare to leave the training ground, Feng Wuyo quickly said, Teacher Qin, please wait. Dean Feng, is there something else? Seeing Qin Ming look at him in confusion, Feng Wuyo thought to himself, have you really forgotten, or are you pretending to be confused? The bet. You haven't given it yet. Feng Wuyo's gaze slowly scanned the crowd from Tiando Academy, finally landing on Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, about the bet we agreed upon. Feng Wuyo didn't finish his sentence, but made a gesture with his hand, as if to indicate money. Seeing this, Qin Ming's expression froze, and even the sadness in his heart diminished a bit. He thought that Feng Wuyo calling him was to encourage him, or perhaps to let him stay overnight at the Xuantian Academy and return to Tiando City the next day. He didn't expect that Feng Wuyo was actually asking him for money. Qin Ming awkwardly smiled and said, "Director Feng, I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else just now and forgot about the bet." Saying this, Qin Ming took out a gilded black card from his storage soul guide. "Director Feng, this card can withdraw gold soul coins at the Duhan arenas in various cities. The gold soul coins stored in this card are enough for the bets in this competition. The upgrade cost for the arena, and your bet with Dugu Yen." Feng Wuyo happily accepted the card and was just about to put it into his storage soul guide when he heard Chu Feng calling him, "Director Feng." Feng Wuyo turned to look and saw Chu Feng making a gesture for money. Feng Wuyo. Upon seeing Chu Feng's burning gaze, Feng Wuyo took out another card from his storage soul guide and said, "Xiao Feng, this card contains the money we agreed upon as payment." Qin Ming and the others had not yet left the rest area of Tiando Academy. Seeing this scene, they exchanged glances, as if saying, "Is this a genius soul master? Why is he so concerned about money?" After putting away the card, Chu Feng noticed that Qin Ming and the others had not left yet. He casually said, "If there's another bet next time, you're welcome to come and compete at Xuantian Academy." The people from Tiando Academy. They thought to themselves, "If there are no stakes, can we not compete?" Among them, Dugu Yin showed an even angrier expression. She snorted coldly, "Chu Feng, don't be too complacent. Someone will take care of you." Hearing Dugu Yan's threatening words, Chu Feng smiled slightly and replied, "You can take care of me, but don't forget to bring the stakes." After a moment of hesitation, he added, "If the stakes are not enough, an IOU will do." As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Dugu Yin pointed at him, You. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and couldn't speak. Finally, Dugu Yin stomped her foot and left the training ground in a huff. On the side, Yu Qianheng saw this and wanted to go up and deal with Chu Feng, but felt powerless. In the end, to regain some face, he spoke up, "Chu Feng, don't be too arrogant. You still don't know who Yan's grandfather is, right? He's a titled Douluo. Taking care of you, a great soul master, is as easy as pie." Before Chu Feng could respond, the talkative Fong Sha couldn't help but interject. "Listening to you, I thought you were titled Douluo too. Is this because your own strength is lacking, so you have to rely on your elders?" Yu Qianheng knew that Fong Sha was skilled with words and couldn't argue back. He snorted coldly and fell silent. The teacher of the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming, noticed this and gave Chu Feng a deep glance. Then he cupped his fist to the president of the Xin Feng Academy, Feng Waya, and said, "President Feng, I take my leave." After speaking, he led the people from the Tiando Academy out of the training field and left the Xin Feng Academy. A few days later, at the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, in the conference room, after hearing Qin Ming recount the events at the Xin Feng Academy, Xueqing's expression was calm, but her heart was greatly shocked. This Chu Feng is not simple. A single person challenged the strongest group of students in the lower grades of the Tiando Academy. However, they couldn't find out what trump cards Chu Feng had. It seems that only higher-ranked soul masters can probe into Chu Feng's cards. Forget it. No need to probe. She wasn't that foolish woman. That woman caused the Spirit Hall to lose 2 titled Douluos and a soul emperor for a man. Xueqing picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then spoke. "Teacher Qin, you shouldn't blame yourself. This defeat has nothing to do with you. I didn't expect Chu Feng to be so strong among his peers." Hearing Xueqing's words, Qin Ming immediately said, "Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness, I want to change the teaching." Xueqing listened to Qin Ming's words, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to win over Chu Feng. For now, she would still use her identity as the crown prince Xueqing to irritate Chu Feng, making him resent the Tiando royal family even more. When the right opportunity came, she would use the identity of Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall to win him over. If successful, her plan to control the Tiando royal family would gain a powerful ally. As for Chu Feng's hostility toward the Spirit Hall, that was easy to handle. Once she took control of the Spirit Hall, she just needed to hand Yu Xiaogang over to Chu Feng for him to deal with, punish that woman a bit, and then offer enough benefits to Chu Feng. She didn't believe that Chu Feng wouldn't be tempted. Xueqing believed that as long as the interests were sufficient, no opponent would remain an enemy forever. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Forest, Dugu Bo, who was meditating and practicing in his room, felt something stirring within him. He opened his eyes and looked outside the house. After a while, a figure appeared in his line of sight. Seeing this figure, a smile appeared on Dugu Bo's face. Suddenly, His expression changed, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the newcomer. Upon reaching the newcomer, he grasped the person's wrist. "Grandpa, Yin, don't speak yet. Let me check your pulse." Douluo interrupted his granddaughter Yan's words. A few seconds later, Douluo released his granddaughter's wrist, frowning. "Has Yu Xiaogang not used his soul power to suppress the snake venom accumulating in your body these days?" Hearing her grandfather Douluo mention Yu Xiaogang, a flicker of anger passed over Yan's face. She replied resentfully, "No, Grandpa, Xiaogang is seriously injured. He can't help me suppress the snake venom for the time being." "Injured?" Douluo was somewhat puzzled. The next second, he reacted, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Because of Shrek Academy?" Yan nodded, and just as she was about to tell her grandfather about her journey to Shrek Academy, a trace of pain flashed across her face. Douluo noticed and knew that the snake venom within his granddaughter was stirring. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed Yan's wrist, using his soul power to forcibly suppress the snake venom in his granddaughter's body. As time passed, Douluo sensed that the restless snake venom in his granddaughter's body had been forcibly suppressed by him. He let out a long breath. Then, a glint of cold light flashed in Douluo's eyes as he asked Yin, who severely injured Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, Douluo wanted to find the person who had severely injured Yu Xiaogang and deal with them. If Yu Xiaogang was not severely injured, the snake venom accumulated in Yan's body would not be suppressed. For these days, Yan would also not be troubled by the snake venom. After years of research, he recently discovered some extremely young substances that are effective in restraining snake venom. Yu Xiaogang's martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Lightning is one of the few extremely young substances. Yu Xiaogan's cultivation level is similar to Yan's, which greatly helps in suppressing the accumulated snake venom within Yan without damaging her cultivation foundation. Others who attempted to suppress it did not have good results. Hearing her grandfather ask her, Yin said hatefully, Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Douluo muttered these two words. Then, his expression changed as he remembered who Chu Feng was. Yin did not notice her grandfather Douluo's expression and continued to talk to herself about the competition at the Shrek Academy. Towards the end, she shook Douluo's arm. "Grandpa, you must stand up for me. Help me deal with Chu Feng, but just teach him a lesson. Let him know the price of his disrespect. In the future, I will personally defeat him." Seeing his hopeful granddaughter, Douluo had a bitter smile inside. There were some things he had not told Yin. The deaths of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo had many pieces of evidence suggesting a connection to Chu Feng. There were rumors that Jian Douluo, under Ning Fengji's amplification, took action and eliminated the two. Some even said that it was Chu Feng who killed them. Regarding the first claim, Douluo knew it was false, because he learned that during those days, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji had not left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for the second claim, Douluo did not believe it either. How could someone as young as Chu Feng, with such a low soul power level, defeat two title Douluo? However, he speculated that there should be a title Douluo secretly protecting Chu Feng. Douluo had fought against Zhu Douluo many times and was very clear about Zhu Douluo's strength. Moreover, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo also had a martial soul fusion skill. Only title Douluo above level 97 could annihilate Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Most title Douluo above level 97 are in the Spirit Hall. Douluo thought to himself. He was somewhat confused about where the title Douluo protecting Chu Feng came from. Suddenly, he thought of a place and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that Chu Feng came from that island? But how come there are rumors that Chu Feng joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Could it be that the island and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have started a collaboration? Just as Douluo was pondering this in silence, he heard his granddaughter's voice. "Grandpa, can you help me deal with Chu Feng, please?" Upon hearing his granddaughter's urging, Douluo could only nod and say, "Okay, I'll go take a look at Shrek Academy one of these days." A month later, Shrek Academy, dormitory. Chu Feng was reviewing the spoils of war he obtained from Zhu Douluo. After the last competition between the two academies, Chu Feng felt that he should know some knowledge about poisons and elixirs. In this world, there are not only soul masters and soul beasts with poison attributes, but also masters of poisoning, especially Tang San. This kid knows he can't win in a fair fight, so he is likely to play dirty. Moreover, Douluo's ice and fire duality, I is also a place he wants to visit. The ice and fire duality, I is the site of the fall of two great dragon kings, and since he has a dragon martial spirit, he should be able to gain significant benefits there. Anyway, learning one more skill won't take much time. Once he gets the hang of it, he can use the time modifier to adjust things a bit, which would be quite nice. Chu Feng carefully flipped through the booklet in his hands. He is now at the level of a great soul master, with a mental power slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. His memory has also significantly improved. Although he hasn't reached the level of photographic memory, he has retained a considerable amount of information after just one reading. After reading for a while, Chu Feng put down the booklet in his hand, picked up a teacup, and took a sip of tea. After finishing the tea, Chu Feng set down the cup and thought to himself, I didn't expect this small booklet to be so thin, but the content inside is quite rich. The medicinal text not only recorded pills and poisons, but also illustrated some herbs. Moreover, Douluo had even added some medicinal herbs. Just as Chu Feng was about to continue studying the medicinal text, there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the knocking sound, Chu Feng frowned and put the booklet into his storage soul guide. Then he asked, who is it? Yin. Upon hearing this name, Chu Feng's frown deepened. What does she want? Chu Feng leisurely walked to the door and looked outside through a homemade peephole. He saw not only Yin with purple hair and green eyes, but also an old man standing outside the door. This tall, thin old man was wearing a gray robe, and not only were his eyes green, but his beard and hair were also green. Seeing this, Chu Feng guessed who the old man was. It was Douluo. Besides Douluo, there are very few elderly people in the Douluo Continent with such trendy hair colors. Furthermore, he came along with Yin. It must be Douluo. What is he here for? Is it to seek revenge for his granddaughter? Should I open the door and take him out with a shot before he releases his soul power? Chu Feng thought for a moment, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Forget it. I'll wait and see the situation before making a decision. While pondering, Chu Feng opened the door. Looking at the two people outside, Yin and Douluo, Chu Feng said expressionlessly, Yin, is there something you need? Seeing Chu Feng's indifferent attitude, Yin snorted and pointed at Douluo beside her, saying, this is my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and replied, uh-huh. And then, noticing Chu Feng's calm demeanor, a surge of anger welled up in Yin's heart. Weren't you quite arrogant back in the training arena? Let us see if you're still arrogant now. Grandpa, he is the one who bullied me. Yin's meaning was clear. She wanted Douluo to help her teach Chu Feng a lesson. At this moment, Douluo waved his hand towards Yin. He took a careful look at Chu Feng and then said, Chu Feng, I don't want to bully the weak. As long as you apologize to Yin, we can consider the competition matter over. As he spoke, Douluo released his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Douluo's idea was very simple. As long as Chu Feng admitted his mistake, his granddaughter's face would be saved, and he wouldn't have to take action. It is false that he does not want to bully the weak with the strong. He is worried that after teaching Chu Feng a lesson, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will come to settle the score with him. After all, he has just recently advanced to title Douluo and is the weakest among the title Douluos. He had just been promoted to a title Douluo and was full of ambition. One time, he wanted to spar with Sword Douluo Qinshin. As soon as the sparring began, that old guy released all of his pressure. Immediately, he felt his movements slowed down significantly, as if he were sinking into mud. The outcome was obvious. He was thoroughly beaten by that old man. The main concern was that he feared if he taught Chu Feng a lesson, it would provoke the title Douluo secretly protecting him. If a level 96 Qinshin could easily overpower him, then how much more so a title Douluo above level 97? Upon seeing the 9 spirit rings of Douluo, Chu Feng pretended to change his expression slightly, but inwardly, he was pondering. Wasn't this old monster quite narrow-minded? He only asked him to apologize and didn't make a move against him. However, he couldn't apologize for this. He didn't do anything wrong. If he apologizes, it might leave a shadow in his heart, which could turn into a mental demon when he reaches the pinnacle of divinity. Moreover, it would make Douluo and his descendants think he is weak, and it would make things difficult for him when he goes to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Have you thought it through? Chu Feng heard Douluo's stern voice in his ear. At the same time, Chu Feng felt a powerful pressure coming toward him. Just then, an ancient voice echoed in the corridor. Long time no see under the poison crown. As soon as the words fell, 3 figures appeared beside Chu Feng. One of them waved his sleeve, and the pressure on Chu Feng instantly disappeared. The 3 figures that appeared were 3 elderly men with white hair and beard. The 3 looked extremely similar, wearing white, gray, and blue robes, respectively. Upon seeing the 3 elders, Chu Feng bowed to them, saying, I have seen the 3 seniors. He knew who the 3 old men were. They were sent by Ning Fengji to protect him. Douluo, who was beside them, showed a look of surprise on his serious face upon seeing the 3 men, not expecting to encounter these 3 elders here. It seemed that the rumors from the outside world were false. Douluo recognized the 3 men. These three old men with white hair and beard were brothers born of the same mother, named Fong Da, Fong Er, and Fong San, and they were a generation above him. Although the three did not possess a martial soul fusion skill, their years of tacit understanding allowed them to briefly withstand a tidal Douluo when they teamed up. The outside world had rumored that these three were too old and had already passed away. Unexpectedly, he encountered them at the Xuantian Academy. Upon realizing this, the poisoned Douluo glanced at Chu Feng. It seemed he had underestimated Chu Feng's importance in Ning Fengji's heart. Ning Fengji actually sent these three to guard a small advanced soul master academy. It was obviously to protect Chu Feng. While Du Gubo was pondering this, Fong Da, dressed in a blue robe, looked at Chu Feng and Du Guyan. He knew about the competition between the two academies and guessed why Du Gubo had come. This old poisoner still loves to bully the weak. Fong Da thought to himself. He then stepped forward, cupped his hands, and pretended to know nothing. Your Majesty, please come over and say a few words to us three old fellows, so we can show some hospitality. After saying that, Fong Da changed his tone. However, I wonder what Xiao Feng did to offend your Majesty, to make you personally take action to teach him a lesson. Du Gubo hesitated for a moment and then recounted the events. After hearing Du Gubo's account, Fong Da shook his head. Your Majesty, you are a title level powerhouse and should know the shadows such an apology can leave in one's heart. This is just a conflict between children. I think we should let it go. As soon as Fong Da finished speaking, Du Gubo instinctively glanced at his granddaughter, Du Guyan. Seeing her frowning and looking somewhat unhappy at Fong Da's words, Du Gubo hesitated and coldly said, Brother Fong Da, an apology is my minimum requirement. I have already given enough face to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You also know that if it were in the past, I would have directly taken action against this kid. Du Guyan was Du Gubo's only living relative, and he would do his best to meet her demands. Moreover, even if he was the weakest title Douluo, he was still a title Douluo. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, wouldn't it be a joke if it got out? Hearing Du Gubo's words, the Fong brothers exchanged glances. Then, Fong Da spoke up, Your Majesty, we value Xiao Feng greatly in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo snorted coldly. It seems the three of you still regard me as the old soul Douluo. After saying that, a surge of soul power erupted around Du Gubo, and a greater pressure rushed towards Chu Feng. Seeing this, the Fong brothers exchanged glances, preparing to take action. Just then a deep voice rang out, Du Gubo, you have quite the imposing manner. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone present varied. Chu Feng and the Fong brothers relaxed significantly. Du Gubo's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly greeted the newcomer, Brother Qinshin. Then, he withdrew all the pressure he had exerted. How did this old fellow come? If I had known he was here, I would have chosen another time to come. Du Gubo thought to himself. The last time he had sparred with Sword Douluo Qinshin was still fresh in his mind. Sword Do also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, or there would have been a fight. When Du Gubo and his granddaughter were hiring a carriage in Heaven-Do City to head to Godwind City, the spies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Heaven-Do City reported this to Ning Fengji. After learning that Chu Feng had injured Du Guyan, Ning Fengji had been paying attention to Du Gubo's movements. As the teacher of the Crown Prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, he had dealt with Du Gubo multiple times. Ning Fengji knew this old monster's solitary and vengeful character. Therefore, when he learned that Du Gubo was coming to Godwind City, he sent Qinshin to secretly follow him. On the way, Qinshin was delayed by some matters, which is why he arrived just as Du Gubo was about to take action. Qinshin glanced at Du Gubo and then respectfully bowed to the Fong brothers. Greetings, uncles. Upon hearing this, everyone else looked shocked. Du Gubo knew that the mother of the Fong brothers was a direct disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and their father was a disciple of the Windsword Sect. However, he did not expect that the three of them were actually Qinshin's uncles. Considering the age difference, they were indeed one generation apart. Phew. Du Gubo breathed a sigh of relief internally. Thankfully, he hadn't acted against the Fong brothers. Otherwise, he would have been chased by Qinshin wielding the seven-killing sword. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was thinking even more in his heart. He heard Feng Tian say that Chun Xian's mother was from the Windsword Sect. Now, Chun Xian calls the three old men uncle. It seems that the three old men have a deep connection with the Windsword Sect. Why does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect have such a close relationship with the Windsword Sect? Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of a name, Ning Fengji. Could the Feng in Ning Fengji be related to the Windsword Sect? It seems that he should find a chance to discreetly inquire about who Ning Fengji's mother is. After Chan Xian paid his respects to the three uncles, he turned to look at Douluo and said expressionlessly, Douluo, why are you here at the Shinjo Academy instead of staying in your sunset forest? Just now, you even wanted to attack my three uncles? Feeling the overwhelming sword intent from Chan Xian locking onto him, Douluo felt bitter inside. It was as if he had returned to the time when he competed against Chan Xian. Douluo, who had witnessed the strength of the sword Douluo, Chan Xian, knew that her grandfather Douluo was not Chan Xian's match. She quickly thought of a way out, took a deep breath, and said, Sword Grandpa, it was a misunderstanding just now. I told my grandfather that Chu Feng is a genius, but my grandfather didn't believe me. Just now he was testing Chu Feng. Sword Grandpa, we came to Shinjo Academy just to see Chu Feng, really with no other intentions. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Chan Xian understood that she was indirectly yielding, wanting to downplay the situation. Chan Xian hesitated for a moment. Since the other party had already backed down, he had no reason to cling to the matter. The three uncles were not harmed. Douluo was still a vassal of the Tiando royal family and was considered a colleague of Feng Ji. If the relationship became too strained, it would not benefit either side. He had just wanted to speak when he heard Chu Feng's secret transmission. Sword Senior, they came to the Divine Wind Academy to see me, so I can't go empty-handed. Just now, after Douluo finished speaking, Chu Feng curled his lips. Douluo only said such nice things because she saw Sword Douluo. She wanted to move on from this matter. Want to move on? Fine, but there has to be some cost. Consider a compensation for the mental distress caused by scaring him earlier. 048 What Chu Feng wants. Chu Feng had just finished transmitting to Sword Douluo Qinshin. Except for Douluo, everyone else's faces showed a strange expression. Qinshin's expression was relatively normal. After all, he understood Chu Feng's personality. The expressions of the Feng brothers beside him were filled with disbelief. They have never seen a genius who cares so much about money. Moreover, Douluo's eyes were filled with shock. He has seen weaker soul masters giving benefits to stronger ones. But he has never seen a great soul master daring to ask benefits from a title Douluo. It seems this kid is even more money-minded than Yin Yin said. Douluo thought to himself. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Chu Feng's heart stirred, and he understood what was going on. It should be that his strength was low, and his voice was overheard by the soul Douluo and title Douluo present. However, Chu Feng didn't care at all. His intention was originally to speak to Douluo. Just like in his previous life when receiving New Year's money, he would say he didn't want it, but his hand would honestly accept the money. Douluo thought for a moment and decided to keep the initiative firmly in his own hands. This way, when Chan Xian speaks later, if he gives something to Chu Feng, it will make people think that he, as the title Douluo, is easy to bully. If he doesn't give something to Chu Feng, Jian Douluo might feel that he is being disrespectful. He should take the initiative a bit more to prevent Chu Feng from being too demanding. With this in mind, Douluo took out a medicinal herb from his storage soul guide and handed it to Chu Feng. I came in a hurry and didn't tea bring anything good. But here's a century-old medicinal herb that can strengthen your body, so I'll give it to you, young Master Chu. Seeing the medicinal herb in Douluo's hand, Chu Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he did not take the herb. Chu Feng clasped his fist and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. But I would like something else. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, a trace of anger appeared on Douluo's face. You little brat really don't know what's good for you. I'm offering you something, and you're still being picky. Do you really think this title Douluo is just for show? Before Douluo could get angry, Chu Feng continued, Senior Douluo, I want a trace of the poison in your body. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, everyone showed puzzled expressions. Initially, Douluo's face was filled with anger. But upon hearing Chu Feng's request, an unexpected expression appeared on his face. He thought that Chu Feng would ask for something more valuable. Unexpectedly, this kid actually wanted the toxins from his body. Suppressing his doubts, Douluo thought for a moment and said, Kid, the poison in my body might not even be withstood by a Soul Law level expert. What do you want it for? Don't end up hurting yourself. Choose something else. After Douluo finished speaking, Chu Feng cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I have just recently started studying poisons, and I want the toxins for research purposes. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone showed disbelief, especially Douluo, who couldn't help but say, Chu Feng, your excuse is too fake. How old are you to be studying? Douluo didn't speak, but the expression on his face indicated that he agreed with his granddaughter's words. Seeing this, Chu Feng decided to mention some of the most basic content from the pharmacopoeia. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng slowly said, The root grows 2 to 3 feet long. The leaves are lush like ferns, and the skin folds like cotton. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the others frowned, not understanding. But Douluo's expression changed. He recognized the herb that Chu Feng was describing. Douluo was filled with surprise. He didn't expect this kid to really have knowledge about herbs. Is this kid a freak? So young, yet knows so much. He knew that what Chu Feng had just said was not nonsense. After thinking for a moment, Douluo took out a jade box and a white porcelain bottle from his storage soul guide. He then used his soul power to force a trace of poison from his body onto his long fingernail. He also took out a dagger from the storage soul guide and cut off a small piece of the long fingernail. Finally, he placed the small piece of poisoned fingernail into the jade box and handed it to Chu Feng along with the white porcelain bottle. Young Master Chu, this fingernail contains a trace of poison from my body. Even a soul master of the soul Douluo level would have to spend some effort to remove it, so be careful not to get scratched. Seeing this scene, everyone showed expressions of disbelief, and their gazes towards Chu Feng changed. After receiving the items handed over by Douluo, Chu Feng thanked him. After seeing Chu Feng take the items, Douluo exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone before leaving the Shrek Academy with Douluo. The Swordle also returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School after staying at the Shrek Academy for a few days. 2 years later, outside Gingxin City in the Xinglua Empire, a handsome young man was walking while playing with flames in his hand. Watching the flames flicker in the young man's hand, a tall elder beside him shook his head helplessly. Xiao Feng is indeed still a child. Ever since he obtained his third soul skill, Xiao Feng had been releasing it from time to time of play. Suddenly, Chu Feng put away the flames in his hand, turned to the Bone Douluo Rong beside him, and asked, Senior Bone, how far is it to the residence of the Piji clan? Not long ago, Chu Feng's soul power had reached level 30. As usual, Bone Douluo brought Chu Feng to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt a flame wyvern. However, after obtaining the third soul ring, Chu Feng did not return to Shenhui City, but instead expressed his desire to visit the Piji clan's residence. Hearing this, Bone Douluo looked into the distance and then said, We need to walk for another half an hour. After speaking, he hesitated for a moment and continued, Xiao Feng, are you really going to find Yang Wudi to prepare an antidote? Didn't Douluo already give you an antidote back then? Upon hearing Bone Douluo's words, Chu Feng smiled slightly and replied that antidote was lost. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems I need to get rid of that antidote given by Douluo when I return. Although the original text mentioned that Douluo kept his promise, Chu Feng would not put his life in Douluo's hands. This time, he came to find Yang Wudi to have him prepare some antidotes in preparation for going to the Sunset Forest. Bone Douluo nodded upon hearing Chu Feng's response, and then, as if remembering something, he said, Xiao Feng, you need to be mentally prepared. Although Yang Wudi is skilled in medicine, he harbors strong hostility towards the 7 major sects due to the events of that year with the Haotian sect. Hearing Bone Douluo's words, Chu Feng understood Yang Wudi quite well. Back then, the 4 major single attribute sects regarded the Haotian sect as their leader. As a result, when something happened, the Haotian sect simply washed their hands of it, ignoring the 4 sects below, even when the Spirit Hall was hunting them down. Meanwhile, the Piji clan suffered the most severe losses during the Spirit Hall siege. Yang Wudi's hostility towards the other 6 sects stemmed from the Haotian sect's actions. However, what the Haotian sect did was indeed quite unreasonable. Thinking of this, Chu Feng nodded, I understand, Senior Bone. After saying this, he walked away with Bone Douluo. Half an hour later, Chu Feng and Bone Douluo arrived at a very ordinary village. This village was so ordinary that it was quite similar to the Holy Soul village where Chu Feng had lived for several years. Looking at the village in front of him, Chu Feng turned to Bone Douluo and said, Senior Bone, is this village really the residence of the Piji clan? Hearing Chu Feng's question, Bone Douluo also seemed a bit uncertain. The village before them did not resemble the residence of a big family at all, but rather looked more like a place where ordinary people lived. He took out a map from the storage soul guide and looked at it, muttering to himself, That's right. Feng Ji told me the location is here. Just as Chu Feng and the others were talking at the village entrance, 2 sturdy villagers walked up. One of them, a man in a gray short shirt, asked, What brings you 2 here? The man's eyes were filled with vigilance. Seeing these 2, Chu Feng and Bone Douluo exchanged glances. These 2 are soul masters. There are obvious fluctuations of soul power on them. Looking at the 2 in front of him, Chu Feng thought to himself, dressed in farming clothes and holding a hoe, they clearly possess soul power, but look similar to ordinary villagers. It seems that the secret pursuit by the Spirit Hall back then caused the family to suffer heavy losses. Their lives must have been difficult in recent years. Just as Chu Feng was pondering this, Bone Douluo calmly said, We are looking for Yang Wudi. As soon as Douluo finished speaking, the two men in gray shirts exchanged a wary glance. Sir, there is no villager named Yang Wudi in our village. Douluo shook his head and smiled. He has already sensed that there is a soul saint over 70 levels in the village. It seems that these two in front of him consider him and Chu Feng to be strangers and did not speak the truth. The Douluo said nothing. Just move his mind. Instantly, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings appeared around him. Upon seeing this scene, the gray-clothed men's expressions changed drastically, turning ashen. They thought to themselves, it's over. It's over. The Spirit Hall has finally sent a title Douluo to hunt them down. They wanted to run back to the village to inform everyone of this matter, but found that they couldn't move a single step. In fact, they couldn't even open their mouths to speak. At that moment, a figure filled with battle intent appeared in everyone's view. At first, the figure was still far away. In just a few breaths, the figure was close at hand. Upon seeing this person, Douluo smiled faintly and withdrew his oppressive aura. The two gray-clad men regained their freedom and quickly bowed to the newcomer. Chief. Yang Wudi, with short hair and a sharp demeanor, nodded. Then, he slightly bowed to Douluo and said in a somewhat cold tone, I have seen Your Excellency. I wonder what brings you to the small Yang family village. As the former chief of the subordinate sect of Haotian Sect, Yang Wudi had naturally met Douluo before. He was quite surprised by Douluo's arrival, but he felt even more vigilant. Douluo has come this time. It can't be to persuade me to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school again. Can it? Yang Wudi thought to himself. Back in the day, Haotian Sect was forced to seal its gates by the Spirit Hall. As one of the 4 subordinate sects of Haotian Sect, the family was wooed by some major powers. However, after seeing the ruthless actions of Haotian Sect, Yang Wudi no longer wanted to be a subordinate sect of any power. Hearing Yang Wudi's question, Douluo gestured for Chu Feng to speak. Seeing this, Chu Feng clasped his fists and said, Chief Yang, my name is Chu Feng. I would like to ask you to help me prepare an antidote. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Wudi was initially surprised that Douluo let a young man speak. When he heard the name Chu Feng, Yang Wudi felt that it sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. He has heard some things that happened in the Spirit Master community from his customer who bought elixirs. He knows that the young man in front of him is a genius and is highly valued by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He stared closely at Chu Feng and noticed the fluctuations of soul power on him. Yang Wudi secretly nodded. Indeed, he was a genius. At such a young age, he had already reached the level of his soul Douluo. However, Yang Wudi felt a bit puzzled. The 7 treasures glazed tile school should have alchemists. So why would they come to the Star Luo Empire to ask him to concoct an antidote? Was there something fishy about this? After thinking for a moment, Yang Wudi asked what antidote. Chu Feng took out a jade box containing the poisonous Douluo's nails from his soul guide. When he opened the jade box, Yang Wudi's expression suddenly changed upon seeing the contents inside. He recognized the toxin on the nail. It's snake venom. This level of toxin, on the entire continent, apart from spirit beasts, only that poison Douluo possesses this intensity of toxin. Yang Wudi was even more convinced that there was something fishy going on. The relationship between the poison Douluo and the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not to be underestimated. However, the 7-treasure glazed tile school could still obtain an antidote from the poison Douluo. Moreover, it is the poison Douluo's own poison. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yang Wudi's mind. Could it be that the Douluo intends to force the family to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school by concocting an antidote? There is this possibility, Yang Wudi silently said to himself. The Douluo could easily claim that the antidote he concocted was ineffective after he finished making it, deceiving them to force him. Thinking of this, Yang Wudi straightened his face and said, Sorry, I can't detoxify this poison. Hearing Yang Wudi's response, Chu Feng frowned and closed the jade box. Chu Feng was sure that Yang Wudi was lying. In the original work, Yang Wudi's mastery of toxins was not inferior to that of the poison Douluo. In fact, it was even above that of the poison Douluo. It's impossible that he can't detoxify even the poison Douluo's toxin. Chu Feng looked at Yang Wudi, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Patriarch Yang, is it that you truly cannot detoxify this poison, or are you unwilling to do so? The Douluo, hearing Chu Feng's words, snorted coldly, and 9 soul rings appeared, circling around his body. Feeling the pressure of a title Douluo, Yang Wudi was even more convinced of his suspicions. He straightened his body stubbornly and said with some sadness and anger, Your intentions have been exposed, right? Don't worry, no matter how much you pressure me, I will never lead the family to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Chu Feng and Douluo exchanged glances, feeling that Yang Wudi might have misunderstood something. After thinking for a moment, Chu Feng said solemnly, Elder Yang, have you misunderstood us? We have no intention of forcing you to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. To be honest, Elder Yang, I've been researching poisons recently, and I'm really here to gather medicine. Next to him, Douluo also took the opportunity to withdraw his pressure. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yang Wudi still did not believe him. He sneered, how old are you? Besides cultivation, do you have time to spend on poisons? As Yang Wudi's words fell, Chu Feng secretly thought, normally, there would definitely be no time to spend on poisons. However, I have a time modifier. Chu Feng glanced at Yang Wudi and asked, I wonder how the Yang clan leader would believe our intentions? After hearing Chu Feng's words, Yang Wudi felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that these two really came to formulate the antidote? He hesitated for a moment and then said, since you say you are researching poisons, then let me test you to see if you really are. How about it? Seeing Chu Feng nod, Yang Wudi instructed the clansmen next to him to take Chu Feng and the others to the reception room. After giving the instructions, he turned and walked towards the warehouse of the clan to prepare the items needed for the assessment. 050, this kid Chu Feng is really a freak. Chu Feng and Douluo were guided by the gray-clad man to the reception room of the clan. After a while, the clan leader Yang Wudi entered the reception room carrying 2 large packages. Behind him, there was a boy about 10 years old. Upon entering the room, Yang Wudi instructed his clansmen to bring 2 tables and a screen. He asked his clansmen to arrange the tables side by side and place the screen in between the 2 tables. Then, Yang Wudi placed 2 large packages on the table. As he opened the package, he explained, inside these 2 packages are 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. Chu Feng, you just need to pick out each type of herb, write down the names on the paper on the table, and put them in the bamboo basket beside you. This is my grandson, Yang Gaiji, who has been studying medicinal herbs since he learned to read. As long as you can win against him, I will believe what you say. The rules of the competition are that the person who identifies the most correct herbs within 1 hour wins. Chu Feng, do you agree? After saying this, Yang Wudi fixed a sharp gaze on Chu Feng. Even now, he still did not believe that Chu Feng was truly researching poison. Originally, he wanted to set a specific time limit. Chu Feng would have to identify a certain number of herbs within that time to pass. But to prevent Douluo from saying that the competition rules he proposed were unfair, he urged his grandson Yang Gaiji to participate in the competition. The 2 young boys were about the same age. Douluo should have no excuses now. If Chu Feng couldn't outperform his grandson, it would prove that Chu Feng was just fooling him. A boy beside him, somewhat resembling Yang Wudi, was carefully observing Chu Feng. Is this the genius Grandpa talked about? A soul master at the level of a soul respecter before even turning 10. Yang Gaiji thought to himself. Yang Gaiji also felt a competitive spirit rising within him, wanting to surpass Chu Feng in the medicinal herb competition as a way to restore some face for his grandfather Yang Wudi. Yang Gaiji believed that in this competition, Chu Feng couldn't possibly compare to him. He started learning to identify medicinal herbs while he was still learning to read. After Yang Wudi finished explaining the rules of the competition, Douluo glanced at Chu Feng, seeming to hesitate to say something. He had heard the cowardly man Chun Xian mention how Xiao Feng performed in front of the poisoned Douluo 2 years ago. However, along with Chun Xian and Ning Fengji, believed that it might have just been the poisoned Douluo giving the sword Douluo some face and conveniently finding a way out. Xiao Feng might really be studying pills and poisons, but it should only be at a beginner level. Yang Wudi's grandson, on the other hand, was different. He had long been involved in this area. Can Xiao Feng do it? After listening to Yang Wudi's account, Chu Feng set down the teacup in his hand. He pondered for a moment, nodded, and agreed to the competition. At the same time, his mind shifted, and he opened the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm, Soul Master Modification Years, 2. 6 System Energy, 86 Critical Hit Card, 6x Critical Hit Card X1, 10x Critical Hit Card X 2-time Pause Card. X3, in order to keep the System Energy section always visible on the virtual panel whenever the energy value approached 100. Chu Feng would use the Time Modifier to consume energy. This way, when he used the System Modifier, it would prompt how much energy was consumed. Over the past 2 years, aside from modifying his own cultivation, forging skills, shooting skills, and alchemy, he also learned combat skills, chess, and even barbecuing techniques in his spare time. Of course, he also used the Time Modifier to enhance the newly learned skills. However, he did not modify the cultivation levels of Ning Fengji and others until his own strength became formidable. It was better not to let others know that he could enhance their cultivation. If others knew, he could increase their cultivation. The number of people keeping an eye on him would likely increase. Seeing that the system's energy value was still at 86 points, Chu Feng decided to modify his alchemy skills again for safety's sake. He was promoted to the Soul Master realm, and all the times for modifying targets had been reset. With a thought, Chu Feng increased his alchemy skills by 6 years. As before, he still didn't use any critical hit cards. The system hadn't released tasks for a long time, and Chu Feng tried to avoid using the critical hit cards and pause cards. He kept these critical hit and pause cards for crucial moments. After modifying his alchemy skills, the total years of alchemy skills that Chu Feng now mastered had accumulated to over 6 years. After agreeing to the competition, Chu Feng stood up and walked towards the table where the medicinal materials were placed. Seeing Chu Feng's calm demeanor, the members of the Broken One clan in the room were secretly mocking him. Show off. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Competing in identifying medicinal materials with young Master Gaiji? That takes real courage. If this kid loses, I wonder if that titled Douluo will be embarrassed and angry. After Yang Wudi announced the start of the competition, Chu Feng and Yang Gaiji, standing on either side of the screen, began to select materials from the table. As Chu Feng wrote down the names of the herbs on paper and then placed the herbs and the note into the bamboo basket, Yang Wudi's expression changed from calm to somewhat shocked. Since the start of the competition, not even a single incense stick time had passed, and this Chu Feng had already selected more than 30 types of medicinal materials. This was not the important part. What mattered was that so far, this kid hadn't made a single mistake with the herbs. At this moment, Yang Wudi was beginning to believe that Chu Feng really had come to him for the antidote. Yang Gaiji, who was participating in the competition, noticed his grandfather's astonished expression. He thought that Grandpa was shocked by his progress. It seems that after this competition, Grandpa will definitely reward me. Yang Gaiji felt a bit pleased with himself. The thought of his usually stern grandfather rewarding him brought a smile to his face. Sitting not far away, Douluo was initially a bit worried, but seeing the change in Yang Wudi's expression, he realized that Chu Feng's alchemy skills might be even better than he had anticipated. This competition was in the bag for Chu Feng. With this thought, Douluo relaxed, leaned back in his chair, and began to leisurely sip his tea. After Chu Feng placed the last herb into the bamboo basket, Yang Wudi let out a long sigh, suddenly feeling a bit relieved. Chu Feng's performance had finally come to an end. Yang Wudi thought for a moment and then spoke up. The competition is over. As soon as Yang Wudi's voice fell, his grandson Yang Gaiji was left in a daze. He was still happily selecting medicinal herbs. The words of competition is over hit him like 4 bricks, leaving him dizzy. After a few seconds, Yang Gaiji came to his senses and hurriedly spoke. Grandpa, it hasn't even been an hour yet. There's no need to compete. Chu Feng has won. He has already selected all the herbs, and he hasn't made a single mistake. With a clang, the herbs in Yang Gaiji's hand fell onto the table. No, it's impossible. After hearing Yang Wudi's words, Yang Gaiji stood by the table in a daze, mumbling to himself. Seeing Yang Gaiji's appearance, Yang Wudi felt a bit sorry for his grandson. However, it was understandable for Gaiji to react this way. Gaiji had an extremely high talent for alchemy, far surpassing Yang Wudi in his youth. But compared to Chu Feng, he was still far behind. That kid Chu Feng is truly a freak. In the parlor, Yang Wudi instructed the clansmen to remove the table and screen. Then, he looked at his grandson, wanting to comfort him and lift his spirits. Gaiji. But just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, after saying his name, Yang Wudi didn't know how to continue. Chu Feng's performance was too outstanding, making any word seem pale and powerless. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng understood what Yang Wudi wanted to do. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Feng decided to step in and comfort Yang Gaiji. After all, besides seeking Yang Wudi's help in alchemy this time, he had more long-term plans. Chu Feng organized his thoughts and called out, Yang Gaiji. As soon as he finished calling, everyone's attention in the room turned to him. Even the dazed Yang Gaiji looked over. Chu Feng cleared his throat and continued, Yang Gaiji, you might know that in this world, some people have talents in certain areas that far exceed yours. As soon as these words came out, the Douluo, who was drinking tea, choked on the tea. He put down his teacup and coughed a few times. He thought to himself, Xiaofeng, you're not only pouring salt on their wounds, but also roasting the wounds over a fire. Sure enough, when Yang Wudi and Yang Gaiji heard Chu Feng's words, their faces became somewhat awkward. The two of them thought to themselves, what do you mean, kid? Are you showing off your talent? Is it about knocking someone down and then stepping on them a couple of times? If it weren't for Douluo being here, you probably wouldn't even get out of this room. Chu Feng ignored the expressions of the crowd and continued speaking to Yang Gaiji. But you must remember the essence of your family, the Puff family, like Senior Yang Wudi, who only has the cultivation of a soul sage. But I believe that Senior Yang can compete with a soul Douluo at the level of soul sage. Why? It's because Senior Yang has the belief to move forward bravely. You can lose, but you must not lose confidence. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yang Gaiji's dazed eyes gradually regained their luster, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. After a while, Yang Gaiji's expression became serious, and he clasped his fist, bowing slightly as he said, "Thank you, young Master Chu, for your enlightening words." Seeing this scene, Chu Feng smiled slightly and thought to himself, "You little brat. After watching so many motivational speeches in my past life, helping you regain your confidence is as easy as pie." On the side, Yang Wudi saw this and knew that Gaiji had overcome the mental barrier. He looked at the calm Chu Feng, pondered for a moment, and said, "Thank you, young Master Chu. I apologize to you. I misunderstood your intentions just now." After speaking, Yang Wudi sighed, as if he remembered something, his eyes turning red. "Young Master Chu, please don't blame me for thinking so much. The events of that year caused great harm to our Piji clan. My brother went missing during the siege by the Spirit Hall, and his life or death is uncertain." After Yang Wudi finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded. "Senor Yang, what happened back then was indeed unfair to us by the Haotian Sect. I heard that the clan leader of the Minji clan is Tang Hao's uncle. As a result, the Haotian Sect abandoned them as well, which is unfilial. You four families once made considerable contributions to the Haotian Sect. When something happened, they just discarded you, which is unjust. Such an unfilial and unjust sect is indeed a disgrace to the Soul Master community." After hearing what Chu Feng said, Yang Wudi continuously nodded, saying, "Young Master Chu has expressed my thoughts. Therefore, after the events of that year, I vowed never to become a vassal of any major power again. It was precisely because we refused the Spirit Hall solicitation that they secretly incited their vassals to take action against us. We had no choice but to come to the Star Luo Empire to develop." The Bon Douluo beside him also deeply agreed with Chu Feng's words. The Haotian Sect indeed acted too unreasonably. They can even abandon relatives. What else is there that they cannot discard? The Bon Douluo couldn't help but think of the sword Douluo Qinshin. Qinshin's father was from the Wind Sword Sect. Back then, due to certain matters, Qinshin's father left the Wind Sword Sect angrily. After leaving the Wind Sword Sect, Qinshin's father, having soul power exceeding level 40 and not registered with the Spirit Hall, could not receive the Soul Master subsidy. Qinshin's father was proud and devoted his life to the sword, unwilling to serve any major power or participate in soul fighting arenas for gambling. Therefore, he lived a relatively impoverished life. At that time, it was thanks to the current master of the Wind Sword Sect, Feng Wuying's father, who secretly assisted them, that Qinshin's family did not fall into extreme hardship. Only then could Qinshin's father concentrate on his cultivation and eventually reach the tidal Douluo realm. Back then, Feng Wuying's father was just an elder with little influence in the Wind Sword Sect, yet he could withstand the immense pressure from within the sect to help Qinshin's family. The Haotian Sect, once the #1 sect in the world, was unwilling to extend a helping hand. The difference is clear. After a while, Yang Wudi calmed the turbulent emotions in his heart. He continued, "Young Master Chu, take out that jade box. I want to take another look." When Chu Feng took out the jade box from the Soul Guide device and opened it, Yang Wudi carefully observed the poisonous nails inside the box. After a while, he said seriously, "Young Master Chu, I can prepare this antidote, but it will take a few days." After hearing Yang Wudi's words, Chu Feng and Bon Douluo exchanged glances and then spoke up. "Then we will trouble you, Senior Yang." In the following days, while Yang Wudi was preparing the antidote, Chu Feng and Bon Douluo wandered around Yangjia village. One day, the two of them arrived at a medicinal herb field. Bon Douluo looked at the various herbs in the distance and said with some emotion, "I didn't expect that the Pa family also has its own medicinal herb field. However, the growth of these herbs is not as good as those in Douluos Valley." Huh? Hearing Bon Douluo's words, Chu Feng's heart moved. He was considering how to approach the valley of Douluo without raising suspicion. After all, Douluo's medicinal field was shrouded in a poisonous formation, and outsiders were completely unaware of it. To his surprise, Bon Douluo actually brought it up. Chu Feng pretended to be interested and curiously asked, "Senior Bon, does poison Douluo also have a medicinal field?" "Yes. However, it can't really be considered Douluo's. It should be Douluo's discovery. Although Douluo claims that the herbs inside are grown by him, some of the herbs clearly have an age of thousands of years older than he is. How could they possibly be grown by him? Thousands of years old. Chu Feng pretended to be shocked. After a few seconds, he feigned enthusiasm and said, Senior Bone, after we leave the Star Luo Empire, why don't we go to Poison Douluos Valley to take a look? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Bone Douluos' eyes lit up. What a coincidence! Before coming to the Stardo Forest, Feng Ji just happened to mention it to me and Xiao Feng. Feng Ji wanted Xiao Feng to go to Heaven-Do City to see this year's elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy, preparing for the next competition. I didn't expect that Chu Feng also wanted to check out Douluos' hiding place. Thinking of this, Bone Douluo nodded and said, all right, Douluos' medicinal field is in the Sunset Forest, not far from Heaven-Do City. Once we finish here, we'll go see Douluo. A few days later, at the entrance of Yang family village, Yang Wudi looked at Chu Feng and his companion with a smile, saying, Young Master Chu, you are welcome to visit Yang family village often in the future. Yang Wudi had developed a desire to befriend this talented young man. Currently, the youngest titled Douluo on the continent was Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao's talent was nothing compared to Chu Feng. He had never encountered a soul master of less than 10 years old before. Perhaps, Chu Feng was the key to their family's resurgence. Hearing Yang Wudi's invitation, Chu Feng nodded, definitely, I will come to disturb Senior Yang again in the future. After saying this, Chu Feng paused as if he thought of something and continued, Senior Yang, have you ever considered developing in the Heaven-Do Empire? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Wudi's face, Chu Feng said softly, Senior Yang, you were once a part of the Haotian Sect, so you must know which sect supports the Star Luo Empire, right? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yang Wudi was taken aback. He certainly knows which sect supports the Star Luo Empire, the Haotian Sect. Yang Wudi squinted his eyes, thinking of many things. After a while, he sighed. Compared to the Heaven-Do Empire, the Spirit Hall's influence within the Star Luo Empire is not that strong. I'm afraid of being laughed at by young Master Chu. But in these past few years, we have already lost quite a few clan members to the Spirit Hall. I fear that if we go to the Heaven-Do Empire, we will lose even more clan members under the Spirit Hall's secret attacks. Hearing Yang Wudi's response, Chu Feng did not expect Yang Wudi to agree on the spot. He just planted a seed in Yang Wudi's heart. Afterwards, Chu Feng showed a sympathetic expression and said, I just suggest that Senior Yang give himself more options. All right, Senior Yang, please stay. I will take my leave with Senior Bone. After saying that, Chu Feng and Bone Douluo left Yangjia village. On the way, sitting in the carriage, Chu Feng hesitated for a moment and spoke to Bone Douluo across from him. Senior Bone, I want to go to the Sunset Forest first. Then to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Bone Douluo opened his eyes, looked at Chu Feng, and shook his head. There's no rush for the Sunset Forest. Douluo's medicinal field is there, and it won't run away. I haven't seen Ning Rong for a long time. I miss her. Let's go back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School first. Seeing Bone Douluo's face filled with happiness at the mention of Ning Rong, Chu Feng subconsciously said, Senior Bone, both you and Senior Jian like children. Why don't you two have one? After saying that, Chu Feng realized that his words had some ambiguity. Noticing Bone Douluo's darkening expression, he quickly corrected himself. Senior Bone, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is, why don't you and Senior Jian get married and have children, living a life of a happy family? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the anger on Bone Douluo's face disappeared, replaced by a look of melancholy. That coward Chun Xian. I don't know what he's thinking. However, the one in my heart may already have a full house of children and grandchildren, right? Seeing Bone Douluo's expression, Chu Feng didn't speak again. He silently complained in his heart, damn. It seems that Eldagu is also a man with stories. A few days later, in the conference hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji put down his teacup and asked Xiao Feng, do you really want to go to Douluo's medicinal field? Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said solemnly, I hope Uncle Ning can go too. Chu Feng had already made up his mind to give Ning Fengji a surprise. Over the years, Ning Fengji had indeed treated him well. Chu Feng could feel that Ning Fengji regarded him as family. Me too. Ning Fengji was even more puzzled. Before he could ask further, a soft and glutinous voice sounded in the hall. Grandpa Bone is back. As soon as the voice fell, a blue figure bounced into the hall. Ning Rong, wearing a blue dress, initially looked very happy. However, when she saw that Chu Feng was also there, she pouted and muttered softly, why is he here? Upon seeing his daughter, Ning Fengji's head instinctively began to ache. He glanced at Chu Feng beside him and thought to himself, if my daughter had half the effort of Xiao Feng, I would be much more at ease. Ning Fengji maintained a serious expression and asked his daughter, Rong, have you completed the training task I assigned you? Hearing her father's question, Ning Rong froze for a moment. Then, she rolled her eyes and said in a deliberately spoiled tone, I've been training for quite a while. And I heard Grandpa Bone is back. I just wanted to see Grandpa Bone. It's been so long since I last saw him. After saying that, Ning Rong turned to Bone Douluo and said, Grandpa Bone, look at my dad, he just wants me to train. I wanted to see you, but it's not allowed. Hearing Ning Rong's complaints, Bone Douluo knew she was using him as a shield. However, Bone Douluo still patted Ning Rong's little head and said indulgently, My Rong cares the most about this old bone of mine. After that, he turned to Ning Fengji and said, Fengji, you can't just let her train all the time. She needs to rest too. It's all about the balance between work and rest. Jian Douluo chimed in exactly. Fengji, Rong has been working very hard. She is not even 10 yet, and her soul power is close to level 20. If I'm not mistaken, at Rong's age, your soul power level wasn't as high as hers. Seeing both grandfathers standing up for her, Ning Rong's face broke into a smile again. She made a face at her father and said, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian praised me. They said I'm better than you. He, looking at his daughter, Ning Fengji rubbed his temples. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Chu Feng, and a thought crossed his mind, causing a hint of a smile to flash in his eyes. Ning Fengji calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, he pretended to be casual and said, Yes, you are much stronger than your father was at your age. However, you are still far behind Xiao Feng. He is already a soul master now. Chu Feng was happily sipping tea and watching the scene unfold. He didn't expect Ning Fengji would use him as a shield. Upon hearing her father's words, Ning Rong's smile froze on her face. Her brows furrowed slightly. Impossible. He is a soul master. How could I not know? You must be lying to me. You always get unhappy when I mention Chu Feng. Who would dare tell you about him? There is no way you could know. Xiao Feng, show your soul rings. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng helplessly summoned his soul rings. Upon seeing the 3 soul rings around Chu Feng, Ning Rong's face was filled with shock. After a few seconds, a serious expression appeared on Ning Rong's little face. She said to Bone Douluo and Jian Douluo, Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, I'm going to train. As she passed by Chu Feng, she said, Chu Feng, don't get too proud. I will definitely catch up to you. Seeing the spirited Ning Rong, Chu Feng smiled and nodded. After Ning Rong left the conference hall, Ning Fengji let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he got Rong to train. Then, Ning Fengji turned to Chu Feng and said, Xiao Feng, I'm sorry for using you to urge Rong to train just now. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Chu Feng put down his teacup and said jokingly, It's okay. Uncle Ning, just pay me for my performance. Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, Jian Douluo. The next day, after breakfast, Chu Feng and the others left the 7-treasure glazed tile school and headed straight for the Sunset Forest. In the Sunset Forest, looking at the lush forest in front of him and hearing the occasional roars of soul beasts from within, Chu Feng murmured, Is this the Sunset Forest? It doesn't seem much different from the Stardew Forest. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji shook his head slightly. The appearance of the Sunset Forest looked similar to the Stardew Forest, but the soul beasts inside were far weaker than those in the Stardew Forest. The soul beasts in the Sunset Forest could not contend with tidal Douluos. After saying that, Ning Fengji looked curiously at Chu Feng. To come to the Sunset Forest today, he had declined an invitation to a gathering. Yesterday, he asked Chu Feng why he wanted him to come to the Sunset Forest, but Chu Feng didn't tell him, only saying that he would find out later. Ning Fengji knew that Chu Feng was saying that in retaliation, protesting against being used as a shield. Looking at the dashing Chu Feng, Ning Fengji thought to himself, Why doesn't this kid understand my good intentions? What I did yesterday was clearly to enhance his impression in Rong's heart. After a few seconds, Ning Fengji continued, Douluo South Hidden Place is in the forest. Uncle Jian, Xiao Feng, let us go in. After saying that, he summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to enhance Jian Douluo's attributes and said, Although the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest are not as strong as those in the Stardew Forest, it's still better to be cautious. Uncle Jian, I'll be relying on you once we enter the forest. Jian Douluo nodded in response, releasing his pressure and walking into the Sunset Forest. Inside the Sunset Forest, the 3 of them moved forward quickly. Along the way, some soul beasts approached them quietly, but sensing Jian Douluo's pressure, they fled in panic. Soon, the 3 arrived at the foot of a hill several hundred meters high. At the foot of the hill, there was a wooden house, and not far from the wooden house was a cave. Douluo, with green hair and green eyes, stood at the entrance of the cave. clearly aware of the arrival of Chu Feng and the others. Seeing that Chu Feng was among the visitors, Douluo frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease rising in his heart. What is this kid doing here? After returning from Shrek Academy, Douluo had specifically investigated Chu Feng. He found this kid to be extraordinary. Many people wanted to deal with Chu Feng, but Chu Feng had never suffered a loss. Master Ning, Brother Jian, please come this way. As he spoke, Douluo ushered the three of them into the wooden house. After they took their seats, Douluo exchanged a few pleasantries with Chu Feng and the others, then turned to Ning Fengji and asked, "What brings you to my humble abode, Master Ning?" After Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exchanged glances. Then, their gazes fell on Chu Feng. Seeing the scene, Chu Feng pondered for a moment and decided to speak directly to avoid beating around the bush and wasting time. Moreover, the mental strength of a titled Douluo far exceeded that of an ordinary soul master, so lying in front of them would be somewhat foolish. Chu Feng organized his thoughts and said solemnly, "Senior Poison, I'll get straight to the point. I heard from Senior Bone that you have a medicinal garden in your secluded place, and I would like to visit it." Upon hearing this, Douluo thought to himself, "Visit? I think this kid is looking for a free herbal shop. He's got his eyes on my medicinal garden." He wanted to politely decline Chu Feng's request. However, he glanced at the calm Sword Douluo beside him. He seemed a bit timid. The scene of Sword Douluo using the 7-killing sword as a stick to whittle him down felt like it happened just yesterday. Before he could speak, suddenly, Douluo sensed the presence of his granddaughter Douluo and Yu Xiaogang. At that moment, Douluo's voice rang in everyone's ears. "Grandpa, are you there? Xiaogang and I came to see you." As soon as she finished speaking, a girl with purple hair and green eyes and a blonde boy appeared at the door of the wooden house. It was indeed Douluo and Yu Xiaogang. Upon seeing Chu Feng and the others in the house, both Douluo and Yu Xiaogang showed expressions of surprise. After Douluo greeted everyone in the house, Yu Xiaogang also spoke up. "Greetings, Senior Poison. Greetings, Senior Ning. Greetings, Senior Jian." However, Yu Xiaogang did not greet Chu Feng, merely casting a cold glance at him. It was clear that Yu Xiaogang still remembered the grudge of being beaten up by Chu Feng in the past. Douluo noticed the awkward atmosphere in the house and said, "Grandpa, since you have guests here, Xiaogang and I will head back first." Upon seeing Yin wanting to leave, Douluo's eyes shifted. "I'll see you," and Xiaogang off. Douluo was about to refuse, but seeing her grandfather's gaze, she swallowed the words "no need." The reason Douluo wanted to see them off was not because he was worried about any danger they might encounter in the Sunset Forest. After all, he had set up a special passage with poison to facilitate his granddaughter's travel. Douluo did this to hint to Ning Fengji and the others that his relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was not ordinary. After Douluo exchanged a few words with Ning Fengji and the others, he got up and left the wooden house with Douluo and Yu Xiaogang. Outside the Sunset Forest, Douluo glanced at Yu Xiaogang, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Grandpa, what did Chu Feng come to find you for?" Hearing his granddaughter's words, Douluo coldly glanced at Yu Xiaogang. He had heard the voice transmission that Yu Xiaogang had sent to Yin just now. Douluo knew that Yin was helping Yu Xiaogang inquire about what Chu Feng was here for. He noticed that ever since Yu Xiaogang was beaten up by Chu Feng, Yu Xiaogang's personality had changed a lot and became somewhat gloomy. Although Douluo himself had a somewhat sinister and ruthless personality, he didn't want Yin to find a boyfriend with a cruel character. "It seems I need to find a time to talk to Yin," Douluo thought to himself. Rubbing his granddaughter's hair, Douluo smiled and said, "It's nothing. Chu Feng just wants to visit my herbal garden." Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yu Xiaogang squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "Based on my uncle's observations, Chu Feng is someone who wouldn't get up early without profit. Could Douluo's herbal garden have something good? No. Last time, Yin brought back a few herbs from Douluo's herbal garden. They were of no use to my uncle either." After thinking for a long time, Yu Xiaogang still couldn't figure out why Chu Feng wanted to visit Douluo's herbal garden. He decided to return to Heaven-Do City and discuss this matter with his uncle, Yu Xiaogang, to let him analyze it. 054 Yu Xiaogang reappears. Heaven-Do City. Inside an ordinary residence, Yu Xiaogang, sitting in a chair, murmured to himself, having eaten so much soul beast meat, yet Sin Pao still showed no signs of activity. Could it be that soul beast meat can't be cooked before eating? Over the years, in order to solve his own martial soul problems, Yu Xiaogang had traveled extensively. Once, he passed by a city and heard a local saying about their diet, called supplementing form with form. Locals believed that if a part of their body felt weak, they would eat the corresponding part of a wild beast. Yu Xiaogang had not come across this saying in the materials he had gathered, so he found it intriguing. With the mindset of trying anything as a last resort, Yu Xiaogang began to look for some soul beast meat to cook and eat. He has been eating for several months, but San Pao still hasn't reacted. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang stared at the fresh soul beast meat on the table, his eyes constantly shifting with various expressions. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, picking up the soul beast meat on the table. Secretly thinking for the third cannon to avoid being looked down upon, I'm going for it. The next second, Yu Xiaogang disregarded the bloody smell of the soul beast meat, closed his eyes, and took a big bite. Ugh! Before Yu Xiaogang could even chew the raw meat in his mouth, he spat it out. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Uncle! Yu Xiaogang heard the voice and knew his nephew, Yu Qianheng, had arrived. He sensed the aura outside the door again. It was definitely Yu Qianheng. Yu Xiaogang wiped his mouth, got up, and walked towards the door. He opened the door and let Yu Qianheng enter the room. Upon seeing the scene inside, Yu Qianheng's expression became slightly unnatural. Ever since being brutally beaten by Chu Feng, Yu Qianheng's temperament had changed significantly. He had become more sullen and more experienced. However, he still found it hard to accept the sight before him, seeing the fresh soul beast meat on the table. With bite marks on it, Yu Qianheng guessed what his uncle had just been doing. Qianheng, what brings you here? Noticing the bloody smell from his uncle's mouth, Yu Qianheng frowned. He organized his thoughts while opening the window to let some fresh air into the room. He said, Uncle, I saw Chu Feng at Douluos' hiding place today. Oh! Upon hearing the name Chu Feng, Yu Xiaogangs whole body shook, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly asked, what is Chu Feng going there for? I heard that Chu Feng wants to visit Douluos' medicinal herb garden. Immediately, Yu Qianheng recounted the events. After listening to Yu Qianheng's account, Yu Xiaogang paced back and forth in the room, muttering, visiting the medicinal herb garden? Could it be that there are good things in Douluos' medicinal herb garden? I've eaten a few herbs from Douluos' garden. Aside from boosting my health, they don't have much effect on cultivation. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang stopped in his tracks, and a thought flashed through his mind. No, there must be good things in Douluos' medicinal herb garden. Otherwise, Chu Feng wouldn't have proposed to visit it. The herbs Douluo gave me can't be the best ones in his garden. Yu Xiaogang thought for a moment and turned to Yu Tianheng, who was sitting in a chair, and said, Tianheng, can you still find Douluos' medicinal herb garden? Hearing his uncle Yu Xiaogang's words, Yu Tianheng nodded, yes. Do you still have the antidote needed to enter and exit Douluos' exclusive passage? Yes, what's wrong, uncle? Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment, and a plan formed in his mind. He said in a deep voice, Tianheng. After hearing Uncle Yu Xiaogangs plan, Yu Qianheng gasped in shock, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle, isn't this a bit too harsh? Douluo is definitely going to be furious. That old guy is very cunning. After Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang sneered. What are you afraid of? Tianheng, if this plan succeeds, Douluo will be on the same boat as us. Don't forget, the poison in Du Guyan's body still relies on you. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng leaned back against the chair and fell in a deep thought. On the other side, in the sunset forest, Douluos' medicinal garden was located at the bottom of a valley, surrounded by rolling hills. At this moment, Douluo was standing at the edge of the medicinal garden. Earlier, to prevent Ning Fengji and others from visiting the medicinal garden, he had used many euphemistic reasons. He even claimed that there was a poison array set up around the garden, but that the antidote had already run out, which was such a poor excuse. As a result, Chu Feng took out a few antidote pills. Seeing this, Douluo said nothing further and agreed to let Chu Feng and the others visit. He didn't dare to say anything too forceful. After all, he was the weakest among the titled Douluo. If he pushed in Feng too hard, he wouldn't have a good outcome. In this world, it's still about who has the bigger fist, who has the final say. Is Haotian Sect strong? It claims to be the top sect of the entire continent. Back in the day, there was a 99th level title Douluo stationed there. However, after that 99th level title Douluo disappeared, they were also forced to seal their mountain gate by the even more powerful Spirit Hall. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Douluo also turned their gazes to Chu Feng. Ning Fengji and the others, especially Ning Fengji, were very curious about what Chu Feng was bringing them to Douluos' herb garden for. However, Ning Fengji had a premonition that something important might happen today. This was the intuition of a soul master who possessed the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's attention was completely drawn to the hot spring nearby, which was the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The pond was not large, yet it contained 2 kinds of colored spring water. Half was milky white, and half was crimson red, clearly distinguishing between the two, resembling a dual-flavored hot pot from his previous life. The mist in the valley was emanating from the pond in front of him, In the wooden house, Chu Feng hadn't felt anything unusual yet. But as he got closer to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he felt some inexplicable energy entering his body, causing his martial soul to stir slightly. At this moment, Chu Feng felt a surge of impulse to jump into the pond and absorb the energy within. However, he suppressed his inner urge. With his current cultivation level, jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang I would be tantamount to becoming a meal. Chu Feng reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Then, he looked at the celestial herbs surrounding the pond. Chu Feng recalled the herbal compendium left by Chrysanthemum Douluo in his mind. As a flower lover, the compendium left by Chrysanthemum Douluo naturally recorded the celestial herbs in front of him. Chu Feng's gaze slowly swept over the herbs, secretly thinking, the petals are like crystals, and the flower center is light purple. This is the fragrant silk flower. The chrysanthemum is purple, and the petals are furry, which resembles Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul. It should be the strange, furry chrysanthemum. The leaves' tips resemble a rooster's comb, and the leaf veins are golden red. This is the rooster comb, phoenix, sunflower. Finally, his gaze fell on the celestial herbs on both sides of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The flower center is like ice crystals, and the flower is octagonal. This is the octagonal profound ice grass. It looks like a cabbage, and its body is blood red. This is the fiery apricot blossom. After looking at the celestial herbs in front of him, Chu Feng's gaze became passionate. These celestial herbs were something he was determined to obtain. 055, I can save your life. After a few seconds, Chu Feng withdrew his gaze, took a few deep breaths to calm his restless emotions. Then, he turned to Douluo and said solemnly, Senior Poison, I want the herbs in your garden. As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, everyone's attention focused on him. Douluo's expression remained unchanged on the surface, but he secretly thought, here it comes, he finally asked me for the herbs. He wanted to refuse, but after glancing at the nearby sword law, he thought to himself, forget it, better to spend money for peace. With that thought, Douluo pretended to be generous and said, no problem, I'll give you a few medicinal herbs. The last time we met, I didn't give you anything good and caused a misunderstanding. These few medicinal herbs will be a gift for our meeting. After saying this, Douluo prepared to step towards the nearby medicinal herbs. The herbs in that patch were ones he had planted himself. Although he had stumbled upon this valley by chance and did not recognize most of the herbs, he saw that the herbs here were thriving well. So he had cleared an area and planted some medicinal materials. Before Douluo could move, he heard Chu Feng's voice again. Senior Poison, you might not have understood my meaning. I don't just want a few herbs from your patch. I want them all. Of course, I won't take some poisonous herbs. Poisoning secretly and playing tricks? That doesn't suit my style. As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, Douluo stopped in his tracks, a surge of anger rising in his heart. His calm expression disappeared, and he said coldly, your appetite is truly impressive. What I grow in this field is not cabbage. Hearing the anger in Douluo's words, Chu Feng remained unfazed and smiled slightly. Don't worry. I won't take your things for free. I'll trade for them. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, a trace of doubt flashed across Douluo's face. He scoffed and said, oh, trade? What will you use to exchange? Your life and Douluo's? Aye. Before Chu Feng could finish, Douluo could no longer suppress the anger in his chest, thinking to himself, I've already lowered my stance this much. And you actually want to take my life and Yin Yan's? His soul power surged around him, and 9 soul rings suddenly appeared around his body. Beside him, Sword Douluo and Ning Rong exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit confused. What is Xiao Feng trying to do? He never mentioned taking action against Douluo before coming here. However, when Douluo released his soul rings, Sword Douluo moved to shield Chu Feng and Ning Rong behind him, in case Douluo made a move. Seeing this, Chu Feng spoke up. Poison Elder, let me finish. You misunderstood. What I mean is, I can save you in Douluo. Chu Feng couldn't bring himself to take down Douluo. Although Douluo couldn't defeat any titled Douluo, he was only left with titled Douluo to fight. In a group battle, Douluo's role was significant. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Douluo's aura stagnated. Then he fixed his green eyes on Chu Feng and said, Young Master Chu, I don't understand what you're saying. Seeing Douluo feigning ignorance, Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. Poison Elder, let's be straightforward. I could detoxify you and Douluo. After hearing Chu Feng's words, Douluo's heart churned with waves of shock. What does this kid know that I and Yin Yan are poisoned? Could he be trying to trick me? Douluo maintained a calm expression, his tone no longer filled with anger. Young Master Chu, you must be joking. Both Yin Yin and I are poison attribute soul masters. There are naturally toxins within us. How can we be poisoned? Seeing that Douluo was still feigning ignorance, Chu Feng stopped wasting words. Poison elder. You know best that neither you nor Douluo Yin are poisoned. Think it over. After saying this, Chu Feng fell silent. Observing this, Douluo secretly muttered to himself. Looking at this kid's expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. Could it be that he really could detoxify the poison in me and Yin Yin? After pondering for a while, Douluo looked at Chu Feng and said, I'll believe you this once. After speaking, Douluo was somewhat worried that Chu Feng might not be fully committed to detoxifying. He hesitated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and continued, as long as you can cure the poison in me, in Yin Yin, what is the harm in giving you this valley? Douluo has had enough of the poison that often flares up in his body. Because his family has inherited the green-scaled snake martial spirit for generations, very few of his clan members live past 50. In fact, due to differences in constitution, some people have died from the accumulation of toxins in their bodies in their 30s. Douluo discovered this valley not long after his son passed away. He discovered that the aura emanating from the hot springs near the valley could suppress the toxins within his body. Douluo was overjoyed. His granddaughter Douluo Yin has been saved. But soon after, Douluo realized that he couldn't endure this kind of aura for long himself. His granddaughter might not even last a minute by the hot spring before being consumed by its aura. Douluo did not want to experience the tragedy of sending off a black-haired person with white hair again. The speed at which toxins accumulated in his granddaughter's body far exceeded his expectations. Even with Yu Tianheng's help to suppress it, he estimated that she wouldn't be able to endure this kind of aura and would succumb to the poison before long. Therefore, even with the slightest chance, he would not give up. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Ning Rong and the sword Douluo exchanged glances. Both of them could see a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What Xiao Feng said was actually true. The poison master Douluo was actually poisoned. Chu Feng, who was nearby, listened to Douluo's words and surveyed the surroundings, secretly thinking, this place is not bad, with soul beasts outside acting as free fighters. Ordinary people can't reach this place. It's a tranquil spot. With this in mind, Chu Feng nodded and agreed. He then explained the method for detoxification. Douluo had a sinister personality, but he still kept his promises. Moreover, with the sword Douluo present, Chu Feng wasn't afraid that Douluo would go back on his word after hearing the method. When Douluo heard Chu Feng's explanation, a look of joy and surprise flashed in his eyes at first, but soon his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Douluo pondered for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, Young Master Chu, I understand your method. It's to force the poison into the soul bone. But the poison in my body has long seeped into my flesh and blood. It can't be forced out at all. Your method is of no use to me. Hearing Douluo's doubts, Chu Feng smiled slightly. Your own soul power carries a toxic attribute, so of course it won't work. That's why I asked Sword Senior to help you under the amplification of Ning Senior. Chu Feng thought to himself, the soul power in this world is equivalent to inner strength in a martial arts world. Forcing out poison with inner strength is quite common in the martial arts world. Upon hearing Chu Feng's explanation, Douluo's heart stirred. He understood Chu Feng's thoughts. With the enhancement from Ning Rong, the sword Douluo Qinshin's soul power could reach level 97. Such high soul power, combined with Qinshin's sword energy, could easily force the toxins out of Douluo's body. However, doing so would mean putting his life and fortune in Qinshin's hands. If Qinshin had any ulterior motives, he could easily eliminate Douluo. To gamble, or not to gamble. Douluo's expression kept changing. In the end, Douluo made up his mind. For Yin Yin, he decided to take the gamble. He has a characteristic of being ruthless, not only to outsiders, but even harsher to himself. However, Douluo plans to try it himself first. If it really works, then he will let Yin Yin try. After all, Yin Yin is very dear to him. 056 Picking immortal herbs. When Ning Rong and the sword Douluo saw this scene, neither of them showed any unusual reaction. Although Chu Feng did not tell them the purpose of coming to the Sunset Forest, they believed that Chu Feng must have his reasons for doing so. On the side, Chu Feng, seeing Douluo's eager expression, knew that Douluo understood how to identify poison. He pondered for a moment and then said, Senior Poison, I still need to prepare a bit. Let's have Senior Sword force the poison out of you starting tomorrow. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Douluo realized that this was Chu Feng's excuse. Chu Feng's intention was to make him leave this place. However, Douluo didn't care about that at all. As long as he could cure himself and Yin Yin, anything was negotiable. Moreover, if Chu Feng's method proved effective, this medicinal garden would belong to Chu Feng. Thinking of this, Douluo nodded and said, I'll go back and prepare as well. You all take care. Just as Douluo stepped towards the valley exit, he heard Chu Feng's voice beside him. By the way, before forcing out the poison, senior poison should deplete his soul power completely. That will have a better effect. Douluo paused and replied, got it. Then, he continued walking out of the valley. After Douluo left, Chu Feng turned to Ning Fengji and Douluo. Before the two could speak, Chu Feng said in a deep voice, Uncle Ning, senior sword, this matter is complicated and can't be explained in just a few words. I need to do something important now. So, ask you both to protect me. After saying that, Chu Feng took a deep breath to suppress his restless emotions. Then, he continued to speak to Ning Fengji. Could you please use your soul skill to enhance my attributes? At this moment, the desire within Chu Feng was becoming increasingly intense. He could hardly contain himself. As Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances, then nodded. Subsequently, Ning Fengji, dressed in splendid attire and holding a scepter, spoke aloud. The 7 treasures turn into glazed light. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is speed. Rays of colorful light fell upon Chu Feng. Instantly, Chu Feng's aura surgit. He felt that all his attributes had reached the soul master level. After Ning Fengji finished casting his soul skill, he said solemnly, Little Feng, the attributes I've enhanced for you will last for about an hour. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng thought to himself, it was indeed true that soul masters with the 7 treasures glazed tile could enhance their target for a longer duration as their strength increased. Then, Chu Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Ning. After thanking him, he immediately took out a prepared special pair of scissors, a jade knife, and a set of clean clothes from the newly replaced storage soul guide. He had already processed the storage soul guides he confiscated from Douluo and others through the black market. After taking out the items, Chu Feng placed the storage soul guide and clothes not far from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Some important items had already been placed in another storage soul guide and hidden in a safe location. The storage soul guide he carried now contained only items prepared for this trip to the Sunset Forest. After doing all this, Chu Feng secured the short jade knife at his waist and picked up the special 11-meter-long scissors, walking towards the octagonal ice grass. The octagonal ice grass was extremely cold. Within a 10-meter radius, it would be attacked by cold poison, and after a while, it would invade the heart, with no cure. To pick the octagonal ice grass, one needed something made of gold or iron. Knowing the characteristics of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot, how could Chu Feng not be prepared? Back at Xuantian Academy, he had crafted a jade knife and a special long scissors. The scissors were 11 meters long, with a 1-meter-long blade made of fine iron. The rest was made of high-quality wood. Holding the long scissors with both hands, Chu Feng walked towards the octagonal ice grass while using his second soul skill, Earth Defense. Although the cold air from the octagonal ice grass could only reach 10 meters away from itself, and beyond that, the cold poison could only be transmitted through living beings, Chu Feng still decided to use his second soul skill for safety. In an instant, a light yellow protective shield appeared around Chu Feng. He focused his mind and continuously shrank the protective area. Finally, it shrank to the size of a glove, resembling a pair of golden gloves that were put on Chu Feng's hands. Now that Chu Feng was at the Soul Master level, his second soul skill, Earth Defense, could withstand 3 attacks from a Soul Dual level powerhouse when reduced to glove size. Chu Feng walked towards the octagonal ice grass with a long scissor, stopping 11 meters away from it. Then he placed the long scissor at the stem of the octagonal ice grass. Crack! The octagonal ice grass broke with a sound. Seeing this, Chu Feng flicked his wrist and skillfully caught the octagonal ice grass with the long scissor. Instantly, the cold air from the octagonal ice grass spread along the long scissor. The entire surface of a long scissor was covered with a thick layer of ice. Finally, the cold air stopped about a meter away from Chu Feng. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Under the somewhat confused gazes of Ning, Fengji, and the others, Chu Feng held the long scissor with both hands and rushed towards a blood-red medicinal herb by the edge of the pond, the fire apricot flower. After Chu Feng used the long scissor to place the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot flower together, a layer of red light enveloped the octagonal ice grass, while the fire apricot flower was shrouded in a layer of white mist. Chu Feng knew that this was the 2 immortal herbs mutually restraining each other. However, after 10 breaths, their medicinal effects would completely disappear. Therefore, At the moment when the two immortal herbs began to restrain each other, Chu Feng's figure moved. He used his first soul skill, Swift Wings, to enhance the user speed. After Chu Feng advanced to the Soul Venerable realm, the effect of Swift Wings was also enhanced. The enhancement effect increased from 100 to 150. However, the duration remained unchanged at 15 seconds. In just a moment, Chu Feng arrived in front of two immortal herbs. He drew the jade knife from his waist and cut off the fiery apricot flower. Without wasting a breath, Chu Feng swallowed the two immortal herbs in large bites. The entire process took less than 10 breaths. Afterwards, Chu Feng stood up, turned his back to Ning Fengji and the others, and waited for the effects of the medicine to take place. As soon as Chu Feng turned around, he felt a wave of heat erupting from within his body. In an instant, the clothes on Chu Feng turned to ashes. Chu Feng's body turned as red as a perfectly cooked shrimp. The next second, a chill enveloped Chu Feng's body. His body changed to a light blue color. In just a few breaths, Chu Feng's body transformed several times between red and blue. Seeing this scene, Ning Fengji and Douluo were suddenly shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Little Feng! Little Feng!" At the same time, Douluo's figure flashed and rushed straight towards Chu Feng. They, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, have placed their bets on Chu Feng. Chu Feng cannot afford to fail. Hearing the shouts of Ning Fengji and the others, Chu Feng, who was experiencing the duality of ice and fire, gritted his teeth and said, "Two seniors. Hiss, I'm fine. Who? Ha. No matter what happens later. Who? You all don't need to worry. I've left a letter in the soul guiding device. Who? After you read it, you'll understand." At the same time, Chu Feng secretly thought in his heart, using fine iron and a jade knife to pick two immortal herbs. Indeed, not a bit of medicinal effect has been lost. This feeling, it's really exhilarating. Subsequently, under the worried and puzzled gazes of Ning Fengji and the others, Chu Feng jumped into the water pool with a splash. 057, soaking in a hot spring at the moment Chu Feng entered the eye of ice and fire. A powerful aura rushed towards him. Sensing the immense energy contained in the spring water, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly, and he thought to himself, "Fortunately, I waited until the medicinal effects of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom took effect before entering the eye of ice and fire. If I'd come in earlier, I wouldn't have been able to withstand the tremendous energy in the spring water." At this moment, when the energy from the spring water entered Chu Feng's body, it reacted with the medicinal effects of the two immortal herbs. The energy in the spring water became a catalyst, promoting Chu Feng's body to absorb the effects of the two immortal herbs. Two completely different powerful energies collided and neutralized within Chu Feng's body, making him feel unprecedented stimulation and pain. Under this pain, Chu Feng fainted. Just as Chu Feng fell into a coma, he sensed that the soul power within him began to operate autonomously. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes and found himself naked, soaking in the spring water. At this time, he could no longer feel the powerful aura of the eye of ice and fire. It was as if he were soaking in an ordinary hot spring. Chu Feng knew that under the effects of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom, the immense energy in the eye of ice and fire no longer posed a threat to him. He glanced around and saw the clothes he had prepared and the storage soul guide device still beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Further away, Ning Fengji and the Douluo were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, meditating. After surveying the surroundings, Chu Feng's mind stirred, and he summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm, Soul Master Modification Years, 2. 6 System Energy, 75 Critical Hit Card, 6x Critical Hit Card x1, 10x Critical Hit Card x2 Time Pause Card, x3 Soul Power, Level 32 Soul Rings, Yellow, 503, for years, Yellow, 897, 9 years, Purple, 3,505 years, Soul Skills, Swift Wings, Earth Defense, Blazing Flame Explosion, Other Skills, Forging, Shooting, Alchemy, etc. A few days ago, Chu Feng discovered he could customize the virtual panel. He also added sections for Soul Power, Soul Rings, and Soul Skills to the virtual panel. Over the past few years, every time he advanced to a major realm, he would use the Time Modifier to increase the years of the Soul Rings by a little. Of course, he didn't use the critical hit card. It wasn't worth wasting a critical hit card to add decades to a Soul Ring. It was better to wait until the modification of years improved and then use the critical hit card to increase his cultivation. Looking at his Soul Power, Level 32, A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. After he was promoted to the Soul Emperor realm, all the modification times for the objects had been reset. Chu Feng had only modified the age of the Soul Ring. He hadn't had time to modify his cultivation yet. Recently, he had been with Douluo and others. If overnight his cultivation suddenly skyrocketed, it would easily raise suspicion. Before coming to the Sunset Forest, Chu Feng had already considered using the Ice and Fire Tuyin I as a cover to modify his cultivation with the Time Modifier. Adjust my cultivation to 2. 6 years later, Chu Feng silently thought. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a surge of soul power within him, and a sudden fluctuation of soul power around him splashed ripples on the calm water surface. At the same time, on the virtual panel, the values for system energy and soul power changed to level 70 and level 36, respectively. Just as Chu Feng was checking the virtual panel in front of him, he heard Ning Fengji's shocked and joyful voice beside him. Xiao Feng, you're awake. Are you all right? How do you feel? With a thought, Chu Feng dismissed the virtual panel and looked at Ning Fengji and the others. Seeing the surprise and concern on their faces, a warm current surged in Chu Feng's heart. Uncle Ning, Senior Jian, I'm awake. Sorry to worry you. I'm fine. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that Xiao Feng is fine. After Chu Feng fell into a coma, Ning Fengji and the others were extremely anxious. Sword Douluo unleashed his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, trying to pull Chu Feng out of the spring water. Despite Ning Fengji's enhancement, Sword Douluo still sensed the tremendous threat contained in the spring water. It seemed that the 7-killing sword would be eroded if it entered the pond. Later, Ning Fengji calmed down a bit and recalled what Chu Feng had said earlier. Ning Fengji discussed with Sword Douluo and opened the storage soul guide that Chu Feng had set aside. They found only some long boxes filled with medicine and a letter. Through the letter, Ning Fengji and the others learned the reason for Chu Feng's visit to the Sunset Forest. After reading the letter, they understood that Chu Feng was currently strengthening his physique. However, they were still somewhat uneasy. Ning Fengji called Douluo over and asked if he had any solutions. Upon seeing the scene before him, Douluo's expression changed, and he was also somewhat confused. Douluo said to the two, "The power of that spring is something even I can't withstand." He caught some 10,000-year-old beasts and threw them into the spring water, where they were eroded in a very short time. Douluo was also curious as to why Chu Feng was only unconscious and had not suffered any other injuries. Seeing that Douluo was also puzzled, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo decided to send Douluo to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to inform Douluo about the situation here. They wanted Douluo to both guard the sect and search through the classics to see if there were any records of such occurrences. Meanwhile, the two of them would stay by the poolside to protect Chu Feng for the night and assess the situation before making further plans. At this moment, Ning Fengji saw that Chu Feng was about to come out of the hot spring and get dressed. He and the sword-fighting Douluo turned their bodies, facing away from Chu Feng. Suddenly, Ning Fengji caught sight of the long scissors and jade knife not far away. He said with some emotion, "I'll let Rong eat less snacks and read more books, but Rong is not willing." If Xiaofeng didn't love reading, how could he know so much? Ning Fengji learned from the letter left by Chu Feng that Chu Feng knew about the effects of the 2 immortal herbs and the hot spring in front of him from an ancient book. The younger generation didn't expect that the content in the ancient book was true. At that time, it was just a matter of leisure, so I made some preparations. Then, on the carriage back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I happened to hear Senior Bone describe the appearance of the herbs in the poisoned Douluo's herb garden, and I thought they looked like the 8-angled xianbing grass and the Liuhua Xingjiao Shu mentioned in the ancient book. So I thought of coming to the poisoned Douluo's herb garden to take a look, and unexpectedly found such a treasure. While putting on his clothes, Chu Feng spoke the words he had thought of. After Chu Feng finished dressing, Ning Fengji turned his body. "Xiaofeng, your soul power has reached level 36. The sword Douluo Qinshin showed a look of surprise. In the eyes of the Ice and Fire Tuyin, there was an energy blocking his perception. When Chu Feng came out of the hot spring, he then realized that Chu Feng's soul power had surged several levels. While speaking, the sword Douluo's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Chu Feng. After reaching Chu Feng's side, the sword Douluo grabbed Chu Feng's wrist to check his physical condition. After a few seconds, the sword Douluo released Chu Feng's wrist and saw Ning Fengji's questioning gaze. The sword Douluo said in amazement, "Xiaofeng's body is fine. His vitality is strong. Xiaofeng's soul power has indeed reached level 36. Hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji felt somewhat emotional. Uncle Bone had also been here a few times, but had no reaction to this hot spring. I didn't expect that the ice and fire tuyin would have such a great effect on young soul masters with dragon martial souls. From the letter left by Chu Feng, Ning Fengji knew that the hot spring in front of him was called the ice and fire tuyin, which could enhance the strength of young dragon martial soul masters. Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Under 10 years old, level 36 soul power. Historically, there seems to be no soul venerable at such a young age. Tang Hao, known as the youngest title Douluo. No, now he's a soul Douluo. Even Tang Hao, when he was young, was not comparable to Chu Feng. At this rate of cultivation, Chu Feng is sure to break the record set by Tang Hao. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, hit the jackpot. While Ning Fengji and the others were feeling emotional, Chu Feng was also not idle. He picked some herbs from the medicinal garden and placed them into the prepared long box. After a while, Ning Fengji seemed to think of something. He frowned and said, Xiaofeng, this method of increasing soul power won't have any side effects on you, right? In the world of soul masters, there are also some secret techniques for temporarily raising soul power levels. However, they all have significant side effects and can leave considerable hidden dangers within the soul master's body. He was worried that Chu Feng might also use this secret technique in pursuit of faster upgrades. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng's hand, which was picking herbs, paused slightly. Chu Feng stood up, meeting Ning Fengji's concerned gaze. He shook his head and reassured, Don't worry, Uncle Ning, there are no hidden dangers. Didn't Senior Jian just check my body? My vitality is full. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji sighed in relief. Then, he glanced at Jian Douluo. Jian Douluo understood. His mind moved, and he released his spiritual power, enveloping the area. After doing all this, Jian Douluo nodded at Ning Fengji. Seeing this, Ning Fengji asked Chu Feng, Xiaofeng, I have a question. Are we helping Douluo detoxify just for the herbs in this medicinal garden? Hearing Ning Fengji's question, Chu Feng did not answer him, but instead looked around. Noticing Chu Feng's actions, Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes, a thought stirring in his mind. It seems Xiaofeng has a significant purpose in doing this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious. Ning Fengji said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, this place is covered by Uncle Jian's spiritual power, and no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng slightly nodded and organized his thoughts. Then, he expressed what he had prepared to say. Uncle Ning, do you think the herbs in this garden are of little use to us? Hearing Chu Feng's counter-question, Ning Fengji noted that, for spirit masters, the most important thing is to cultivate soul power and improve strength. Some herbs can indeed help spirit masters quickly increase their soul power levels. However, the side effects are significant. In fact, some herbs can cause great damage to the body and greatly reduce the lifespan of the user. Therefore, very few spirit masters use herbs to enhance their cultivation anymore. The most common use of herbs has become to help spirit masters nourish their bodies. However, for spirit masters, as their soul power increases, their physical quality also improves. Moreover, the improvement effect is far greater than that of using herbs. As a result, even fewer spirit masters use herbs to condition their bodies. Furthermore, for the wealthy Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, what they lack the least is medicinal materials. Although the herbs here are somewhat better than those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one can recognize these herbs. Otherwise, Douluo would not have kept them until now without picking them. Suddenly, Ning Fengji's dark pupils shrank sharply. No, Xiaofeng might recognize these herbs. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji said in a deep voice, Xiaofeng, do you recognize these herbs? Do you know their effects? Chu Feng glanced at the few immortal herbs left in the medicinal garden and nodded. He said softly, to be honest, Uncle Ning, some herbs in the medicinal garden are recorded in that ancient book. I don't know the effects of some herbs. Moreover, there are 2 divine herbs among them that can greatly assist the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. After saying this, Chu Feng paused for a moment, instinctively lowering his voice even further, and continued, they can change the martial soul of the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Upon hearing the first part of Chu Feng's statement, Ning Fengji thought to himself, the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda can only cultivate to level 79. Even if there are herbs that can raise their soul power by a few levels. It is of no importance to the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. After all, whether they advance a few levels earlier or later, the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda cannot break through to level 80. However, when he heard the latter part of Chu Feng's statement, He was suddenly taken aback. What? Change the martial soul of the soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Change the martial soul. He exchanged glances with Sword Douluo. Then, Ning Fengji asked in confusion, Xiaofeng, what do you mean? Changing the martial soul? Does it mean transforming the 7 treasure glazed tiles martial soul into another martial soul? As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, Chu Feng inwardly thought, is Ning Fengji's imagination really that wild? Afterwards, he shook his head. It wasn't about transforming into another martial soul, but rather about completing the defects of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul. Just as Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Fengji's expression changed, and he exclaimed, What? Sword Douluo beside him also showed a look of disbelief, and his released spiritual power suddenly stirred. Ning Fengji's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside Chu Feng. At this moment, Ning Fengji's rationality told him that such a divine herb did not exist. Otherwise, after so many years of inheritance, the 7 treasure glazed sect would have long had soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile break through level 80. However, deep down, Ning Fengji still held a glimmer of hope that what Chu Feng said was true. After all, if the defect of the 7 treasure glazed tile could be compensated, even if the soul masters of the 7 treasure glazed tile could only reach the rank of Soul Douluo, the 7 treasure glazed sect would have a high chance of becoming the number 1 sect in the Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji stared at Chu Feng in front of him. Breathing a bit hurriedly, Xiaofeng, is what you said true? Seeing the reactions of Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, Chu Feng was also startled. However, he still nodded and recounted what he had prepared to say. Uncle Ning, in an ancient book I obtained some time ago, it recorded 2 types of divine herbs that can make some inherently flawed martial souls perfect and flawless. However, one divine herb can only complete a martial soul for 1 soul master. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Fengji felt both excitement and a bit of disappointment. The excitement was that the defect of the 7 treasure glazed tile could finally be compensated. The disappointment was that there were only 2 divine herbs. 1 divine herb could complete 1 soul master's martial soul, and 2 divine herbs could complete 2 soul master's martial souls. If there were more martial souls of the 7 treasure glazed tile that could be completed, the 7 treasure glazed sect would definitely become the top sect in the Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji thought to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ning Fengji's mind. No, wait. He realized he had thought wrong. Martial souls can be inherited. Even if only 1 soul master of the 7 treasure glazed tile had their martial soul completed, it would completely change the 7 treasure glazed sect. Ning Fengji quickly asked, Xiaofeng, which 2 divine herbs are they? Right there. The fragrant Chiluo divine herb and the Chiluo tulip. Chu Feng replied, while pointing to an area in the medicinal garden. Following the direction of Chu Feng's finger, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo saw the 2 divine herbs. These 2 divine herbs grew near a hot spring, and there were no other herbs within a radius of more than 10 meters. The distance between the 2 divine herbs was not too far. One of the divine herbs had a stem 3 feet tall, with no leaves and only a large light pink flower at the top. Although it was daytime, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo could faintly see, thanks to their strong spiritual power, that the area around the divine herb appeared light pink. The other divine herb had a golden tulip at the top. The stem and leaves below the flower were like wisteria curtains. This divine herb gave Ning Fengji and the others a sense of grandeur and elegance. After observing the appearance of the 2 divine herbs, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged glances. They both saw shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Seeing the joyful expressions of Ning Fengji and the others, Chu Feng also revealed a smile. However, deep down, he felt a bit lost and confused. Isn't the divine herb supposed to compensate for the defects of the martial soul? He had already consumed the star anise mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Why was his martial soul, the azure dragon, still missing a pair of wings? Could it be that his martial soul could only remain in this form? 059 Yu Xiaogang's plan. After a while, Ning Fengji's excited emotions calmed down a bit. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Chu Feng and asked, Xiaofeng, what are the requirements for taking the celestial herb? What side effects might it have? In Ning Fengji's understanding, the more powerful the medicinal material or elixir, the higher the requirements for the user, and the more apparent the side effects. At the same time, he made up his mind. As long as the side effects were not extreme, even if it meant losing several decades of life, he would take the celestial herb to make up for the flaws of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. After all, breaking the curse that prevented soul masters from advancing beyond level 80 was too important. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng thought to himself. No wonder he is the youngest sect master among the top 3 sects in Douluo Continent. Even in the face of such a great temptation, he could still consider this issue. Chu Feng pondered for a moment and slowly said, Uncle Ning, the lower the level of the soul master, the better the effect. The lower the level of the soul master, not only can it make up for the flaws of the martial soul, but it will also enhance the user's soul power level. However, high-level soul masters can also benefit from it in terms of making up for the flaws of their martial souls, though the effect on soul power enhancement may not be as obvious. As for the requirements and side effects of taking it, Chu Feng shook his head. There are none. When Chu Feng's last sentence fell, Ning Fengji relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. He was overjoyed, slamming the staff in his hand onto the ground. Great. After saying that, Ning Fengji eagerly took a few steps towards a fragrant Chilua fairy product and the Chilua tulip. Just a few steps in, Ning Fengji suddenly stopped, raising his head to look towards the top of the valley. There, he saw a figure rushing down from the top of the valley towards a medicinal garden. It was Douluo. Upon entering the medicinal garden and seeing Chu Feng, Douluo's face showed an expression of disbelief. He couldn't believe that even a 10,000-year-old beast couldn't withstand the hot spring. Yet Chu Feng came out unscathed. Young Master Chu, you actually survived coming out of the hot spring? Douluo's tone was filled with surprise and doubt. Before Chu Feng could speak, the sword Douluo beside him was already displeased. He snorted coldly. Douluo, what do you mean by that? Are you disappointed that Xiaofeng is alive? Suddenly, Douluo felt an invisible sword intent locking onto him. He was taken aback and quickly explained, Brother Qinshin, you misunderstand me. I definitely hope that young Master Chu is safe and sound. After saying that, Douluo turned to look at Chu Feng again. Young Master Chu, I was a bit careless with my words just now. Please don't take it hard. How do you feel now? Chu Feng nodded. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Senior Douluo. I feel great now. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At the same time, he inwardly complained, how can I not care about you? If something happens to you, Sword Doll will definitely give me a beating to vent his anger. Suddenly, Douluo seemed to have discovered something, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Young Master Chu, your cultivation level has increased so much. As soon as Douluo's words fell, Chu Feng smiled slightly. It's just luck. Hearing Chu Feng's answer, Douluo glanced around the medicinal garden. Seeing that many herbs were reduced to just their roots, he inwardly sighed. I've been guarding this medicinal garden for many years, and I haven't recognized a single herb. Perhaps this medicinal garden never belonged to me. However, Douluo did not regret giving the medicinal garden to Chu Feng. After all, compared to life, what is a medicinal garden? He is still suppressing the toxins in his body by the hot spring and has successfully advanced to the title Douluo rank, so he should be content. Moreover, Chu Feng is only at the Soul Master level and has just leveled up 3 or 4 ranks. These herbs might not have much effect on Douluo's soul power enhancement. After all, he's a title Douluo. Seeing that Chu Feng is fine, Douluo's thoughts became lively. He thought for a moment and then said, since young master is fine, Chu young master, the snake poison in my body. Douluo didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. When will you help me remove the snake poison from my body? Chu Feng didn't respond, but instead looked at Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo beside him. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exchanged glances. Then Ning Fengji spoke up right now. Hearing Ning Fengji's answer, Douluo nodded repeatedly. Ning Zongzhu, where shall we go to expel the poison? To the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Or to my wooden house? As soon as Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji decisively refused. No need. Right here, by the herb garden is fine. Ning Fengji certainly didn't want to leave this valley right now. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's response, Douluo looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, right here in the wild? Is it that casual? Shouldn't expelling the poison be more formal? Meanwhile, in a hotel on the outskirts of Tiando City, boss, this is the soul master I found for this operation, known as Evil Charm, said Yu Qianheng and Yu Xiaogang, who was wearing a mask. The change from calling him uncle to boss was Yu Xiaojing's idea to avoid revealing their identities. Yu Xiaogang was also wearing a mask. After listening to Yu Qianheng, he carefully scrutinized the man brought by Yu Qianheng. The man was about 1.5 meters tall, completely enveloped in a black robe. He wore a crying mask on his face, exuding a chilling aura with a hint of evil. After Yu Xiaogang finished examining the man before him, he sighed inwardly. A great soul master is still a great soul master. Who asked him, Yu Xiaogang, to offer such a low reward that he couldn't afford a higher level soul master? However, setting the fire was not particularly difficult and didn't require a high level soul master. Yu Xiaogang learned from Yu Tianheng that on a fixed date, each month. Douluo would visit the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to see Douluo. Tomorrow, when Douluo leaves the setting sun forest for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, it will be the perfect time for him to frame Chu Feng. Tianning mentioned that besides Douluo, Douluo cared the most about that medicinal garden. Very few outsiders knew the location of the medicinal garden. Tianning would be at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy tomorrow, accompanying Douluo. By then, when the medicinal garden is burned down, the suspicion would fall most heavily on Chu Feng and the others. Although, due to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Douluo didn't dare to openly deal with Chu Feng. But that old fellow is very cunning. If the medicinal garden is destroyed, he will definitely find a way to trouble Chu Feng in secret. 060 Douluo, receiving treatment, setting sun forest. Medicinal garden. Douluo, has your soul power been completely exhausted? The sword Douluo in a white robe glanced at Douluo exhausted. Hearing Douluo's somewhat agitated voice, the sword Douluo continued to ask, what about the soul bone? Is it ready? Ready. I told Prince Xuantian that you would help me treat my injuries. And Prince Xuantian gave me a head soul bone. As Douluo's voice fell, Chu Feng, who was resting nearby, looked up at Douluo interesting. Douluo is worried that the sword Douluo will kill him for the soul bone. He deliberately mentioned that Xuantian already knows about the sword Douluo forcing the poison out of him. Ning Fengji is the teacher of Crown Prince Xuantian, and if he wants to harm Douluo, he will have some reservations. Seeing that Douluo was ready, the sword Douluo glanced at Ning Fengji and said, then let's begin. Douluo and the sword Douluo sat on the ground, and the sword Douluo placed his hands on Douluo's back. Ning Fengji chanted a spell beside them. 7 treasures, glazed tile, 7 treasures have a name, 3 days, soul power. Suddenly, a rainbow light fell on the sword Douluo, and his aura surged dramatically. After receiving the soul power boost, the sword Douluo began to circulate his soul power, allowing the dense soul power to flow through his hands into Douluo's body. When the sword Douluo's soul power entered Douluo's body, Douluo realized how terrifying the sword Douluo's strength was. Including Ning Fengji's boost, this old fellow, Chan Xian's strength, is probably touching the threshold of level 98? Douluo thought to himself. As time passed, the poison in Douluo's body was gradually pushed toward his skull by the sword Douluo. Sweat beads also appeared on the foreheads of both the sword Douluo and Douluo. The sweat on the sword Douluo's forehead was due to prolonged use of soul power, while Douluo's sweat was from pain. I don't have any deep grudges with Chonix. Why can't this old fellow be gentler? Douluo muttered in his heart. However, Douluo knew that this was because he was poisoned too deeply, and the snake venom had penetrated throughout his body. To eliminate the snake venom, he had to endure the excruciating pain akin to scraping bones to detoxify. Fortunately, Yin Yan's cultivation is not high. She can circulate her soul power to eliminate the toxins herself. Douluo did not want his precious granddaughter to suffer such great pain. The next day, after a day and night of treatment, Douluo ended the painful yet joyful state. At this moment, the poison in his body had all been pushed to his skull. Originally, Douluo wanted to treat for a few hours and then take a break. After all, using soul power to detoxify is genuinely painful. Douluo subtly suggested taking a break, but was unanimously rejected by Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. The two wanted to quickly finish treating Douluo and then start preparing to complete the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. After the treatment was finished, Douluo stood up, feeling that the toxins in his body had been completely cleared, and he felt light all over. He couldn't help but let out a long howl, wanting to vent the resentment that had built up in his heart for many years. The sword Douluo beside him wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned as he said, "What are you yelling about?" Douluo, the toxins in your body have been completely cleared. If there are no issues, as previously agreed, this herb garden belongs to Xiao Feng. Pack your things and go back to Heaven-Do City. Douluo's expression froze, and he thought to himself, damn, is it really that heartless? You cured me, and now you're kicking me out? However, after witnessing the strength of the sword Douluo's thoughts ultimately condensed into one sentence. Understood. After Douluo left, Ning Fengji took out some food to restore soul power from his storage soul guide and shared it with the sword Douluo to recover their soul power. While restoring their soul power, Ning Fengji's gaze fell on the 2 immortal herbs and Chu Feng. While eating a bun to restore soul power, Ning Fengji asked Chu Feng, Xiao Feng, do those 2 immortal herbs have the same effect? Which one is more effective? Hearing Ning Fengji's question, Chu Feng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Uncle Ning, their effects are pretty much the same. Why? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, it's nothing. I just thought that if their effects are different, the one with the better effect should be reserved for Rong. After all, I'm getting old, and using the one with slightly lesser effects is enough for me. Then, Ning Fengji changed the subject with a smile on his face. Xiao Feng, what do you think of Rong? Chu Feng was a bit puzzled about the purpose of Ning Fengji's question. He hesitated for a moment and said, I think Rong is quite good. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji's smile widened. However, Chu Feng's next words left him both amused and exasperated. I think Rong is good in every aspect. She will definitely be able to support the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the future. Ning Fengji shook his head and said, Xiao Feng, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask if you like Rong. Chu Feng looked puzzled and thought to himself, wasn't Ning Uncle's way of speaking quite tactful? When did it become so direct? After pondering for a moment, he replied, Ning Uncle, isn't it a bit early to talk about this now? Rong and I are still under 10 years old. Besides, we haven't met that many times. Hearing Chu Feng's answer, Ning Fengji waved his hand and said, early? What do you mean early? Children from common families can get married at 15 or 16. At the same time, Ning Fengji thought to himself, indeed, Xiao Feng and Rong have met too few times. It seems I should let them interact more in the future. The longer Ning Fengji interacted with Chu Feng, the more determined he became to marry his daughter to him. Dragon martial soul, innate full soul power, domain, gunpowder, fairy herbs. Is Xiao Feng perhaps a reincarnation of a deity? Ning Fengji muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the sword Douluo, who was resting nearby, opened his eyes wide and looked up into the sky. Soon after, both Chu Feng and Ning Fengji followed his gaze. They saw a huge jar falling from the sky. Not far behind the jar, a man in a black robe with wings on his back and a mask on his face followed closely. Upon seeing the scene, the sword Douluo summoned his 7 killing sword, preparing to attack the sky. In the next moment, the sword Douluo's brows furrowed tightly. He had exhausted too much soul power and felt weakened, and releasing his martial soul was already at his limit. Just as the sword Douluo was about to use a secret technique to forcibly restore his combat power, a figure rushed out from the side. Heading straight for the sky, it was Chu Feng. Seeing this, the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged glances. Then the sword Douluo quietly sat back down. Just a great soul master. This is just right for Xiao Feng to practice. Earlier, when Chu Feng saw the expressions of the sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, and since they showed no further action, he realized that they might have exhausted their soul power and couldn't intervene. Immediately, Chu Feng exerted force with his legs and jumped into the air. At the same time, he used his first soul skill, Swift Wings, and his speed suddenly increased. As he approached the giant jar, Chu Feng activated his second soul skill, Earth Defense, and shrank the protective area to his hands. When the giant jar reached his side, Chu Feng used the Tai Chi push hands technique to push the jar away. In his previous life, he had seen Tai Chi push hands frequently in movies and parks, so he had some impression of it. Seeing the jar being pushed away, the black-robed man's crimson pupils suddenly constricted. He knew that the boy in front of him was not easy to deal with. However, in the next second, the man in black did not retreat, but instead charged towards Chu Feng at an accelerated pace. He not only had to complete the task of burning the medicinal herb garden, but also needed to drain the blood of the 3 people in front of him. The boy in the sky was merely at the Soul Master level. The 2 men on the ground, although they looked formidable, had pitifully low soul power fluctuations. Either they were injured or exhausted, and they couldn't fight back at all. Fortune favors the bold. He was done hiding. The figure in the black robe had a sinister premonition that draining the 3 people in front of him could allow him to surpass the Soul Master level and directly enter the Soul Sect level. In the blink of an eye, the sinister figure was right in front of Chu Feng. First soul skill, blood sacrifice. He quietly declared in his heart. The blood sacrifice soul skill, sacrificing one's own blood to an unknown entity in exchange for an enhancement of various attributes. The more blood sacrificed, the greater the enhancement effect. This time, the sinister figure sacrificed half of his blood, allowing his strength to instantly break through to the Soul Master level and reach the Soul Master level. Although he sacrificed half of his blood, he felt no regret. As long as he killed the 3 in front of him, all losses could be recovered. With his breath surging, the sinister figure unleashed his second soul skill, Bloodthirsty Net. Suddenly, a blood-colored net exuding an evil aura appeared in the air, heading straight for Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo on the ground. The sinister figure then charged toward Chu Feng. Although his rationality was suppressed by desire due to the evil thoughts in his heart, the sinister figure was not foolish. The 2 men on the ground had not moved at all, indicating they had lost the ability to fight. Such good saw persimmons. How could it let them go? Once the opponents fell into the bloodthirsty net, their blood would be devoured by the net and sent back into the sinister figure's body. As long as he absorbed the blood from the two, the blood he lost would be instantly replenished. Even if things went awry, he could quickly leave the area using the pair of wings on his back. On the ground, Sword Daw saw the blood-colored net rushing toward him. He was just about to stand up and take action, but upon seeing two blazing fireballs heading towards the blood-red net, the Sword Daw squinted his eyes and suppressed the urge to intervene. These two fireballs were indeed Chu Feng's third soul skill, Flame Explosion. The alluring figure, who was charging towards Chu Feng, was startled when he saw two fireballs appearing in Chu Feng's palm. From the size of the fireballs, which were as big as sea bowls, the alluring figure sensed a repulsive aura. This flame could restrain his soul power. Seeing the fireballs heading straight for the blood-red net, the alluring figure was only slightly surprised. Just two fireballs, at most they would burn two holes in the blood-red net. As long as his blood-colored net touches the opponent, the absorbed essence blood can not only return to his charming body, but also automatically consume essence blood to repair the damaged areas of the net. However, in the next second, the blood-colored pupils of the charming figure suddenly constricted. In his incredulous gaze, as soon as two fireballs made contact with the blood-colored net, they exploded, turning into countless flames, which instantly covered the blood-colored net. In the perception of the charming figure, the blood-colored net was rapidly being burned away. It was estimated that before it even reached the two individuals, the blood-colored net would turn to ashes. Seeing the scene, the charming figure abruptly turned his head to look at the rapidly descending Chu Feng, secretly thinking, "This kid has a soul skill that restrains me. It seems I need to deal with this kid first." With this in mind, the charming figure once again used the soul skill blood sacrifice, sacrificing more than half of the remaining essence blood in his body. At this moment, the essence blood in his body was reduced to less than a quarter of what it had been at the start. However, his strength had officially entered the soul sect realm. Feeling the surge of power once again, satisfaction flashed in the blood-colored eyes of the charming figure. Since the soul skill bloodthirsty net was restrained, he would tear apart this young man in front of him with his own hands. The charming figure was very confident in his hands, which were enhanced by his martial soul. With his hands, he had once broken through the defenses of the Soul Clan and crushed the opponent's throat. As Chu Feng fell to the ground, he saw the black-robed Soul Master's hands rushing towards his throat. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng once again used his second soul skill, Earth Defense, and shrank the protective area down to his hands. Then, Chu Feng's hands met the black-robed Soul Master's hands. Crack! Crack! The black-robed Soul Master's wrists were broken by Chu Feng. The intense pain in his wrists brought some clarity to the evil charm, and the blood color in his eyes faded considerably. He knew he had encountered a tough opponent. The young man in front of him looked much younger than him, but his strength was above his own. Thinking of this, he wickedly wanted to shake off the young man in front of him, using the wings on his back to fly into the sky and escape from this place. He didn't want to fall here. Before the evil charm could take action, Chu Feng's hands ignited with flames, instantly covering the evil charm. Then, to avoid damaging the herbs in the herb garden, Chu Feng flicked his hands and threw the evil charm outside the herb garden. Just as the evil charm landed outside, Chu Feng followed up and began a brutal assault. After a while, the evil charm was subdued. Subsequently, Chu Feng reached out and removed the crying mask from the evil charm's face. Under the mask was a man in his 20s. The man's face was pale, devoid of any color, aside from his crimson eyes. The most striking feature was his blood-red lips and the fangs protruding from his mouth. Chu Feng squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "This person's martial soul must be a bat. However, why does this soul master's aura feel so repulsive? It seems this person is not a proper soul master." At that moment, Sword Douluo and Ning Rong slowly walked out of the herb garden, looking at the black-robed soul master before them. Sword Douluo asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Hearing Sword Douluo's words, the evil charm's eyes shifted, and he cackled, "As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who sent me." Just as the evil charm finished speaking, with a whoosh, Sword Douluo's 7-killing sword instantly pierced through the evil charm's body. "You!" The evil charm looked in shock at the hole in his body. He couldn't believe it. The old man in the white robe acted so decisively. This isn't right. Shouldn't there be some bargaining involved? How could he strike so quickly? He just dispersed his cultivation and practiced another set of techniques. He is unwilling to accept it. He hasn't stepped into the realm of title Douluo yet. The cold voice of Sword Douluo echoed in his ears as he lay on the brink of death. I only asked you because I was afraid it would be troublesome. There is nothing that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot find out near Heaven Do City. Since you don't want to say, then never say it again. 062, am I really a useless person? Yu Xiaogang? Outside the medicinal field, Ning Fengji, holding the scepter, glanced at the corpse on the ground and said in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, leave this person to me. I will send someone to investigate what happened. While Ning Fengji was speaking, Sword Douluo was putting the corpse into a storage soul tool. Seeing this, Chu Feng nodded. Looking at the soul power fluctuations emitted by Ning Fengji and the others, Chu Feng said, Uncle Ning, Senior Jian, how are you? Hearing Chu Feng's concerned words, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged smiles. Then, Ning Fengji said with a smile, it's nothing serious. I've already regained some soul power. After that, Ning Fengji turned to look at the two immortal herbs, Yu Xiaogang and Yu Jingxiang, with an excited expression on his face. Xiao Feng, do we need to prepare anything for taking those two immortal herbs? Hearing the urgency in Ning Fengji's tone, Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. Uncle Ning, there's nothing to prepare. It's just that the method of consumption is a bit special. You don't eat the whole immortal herb, but rather absorb the essence from the flower's stamen. After Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji walked closer to the two immortal herbs. Then, he followed the method of picking that Chu Feng had told him and plucked the Yu Xiaogang. After absorbing the essence of the Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengji immediately sat cross-legged on the spot. Sword Douluo used his own aura to cover the entire valley, sensing everything happening within it. In the eyes of Chu Feng and Sword Douluo, Ning Fengji's whole body was enveloped in colorful light. They could only see the general outline of Ning Fengji's body, and his features were indistinguishable. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. At this moment, the colorful light surrounding Ning Fengji began to fade. After another incense stick of time, the colorful light on Ning Fengji completely disappeared. Ning Fengji let out a long breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Seeing that Ning Fengji had awakened, Sword Douluo, dressed in white robes, quickly asked, Fengji, how is it? Seeing Sword Douluo's anxious expression, Ning Fengji smiled slightly, feeling great, as if his body had become 10 years younger. What about the martial spirit? Sword Douluo hurriedly asked. Hearing Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji's expression became serious. He felt a change, but didn't yet know what the specific changes were. After speaking, Ning Fengji opened his right hand, palm facing up. He felt a stir in his heart and summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Suddenly, a pagoda radiating a blue halo appeared in Ning Fengji's right palm. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. It really is turned into 9 layers. The Sword Douluo exclaimed. Ning Fengji also showed excitement, his body slightly trembling. Even his left hand was buried in the soil. The long-cherished wish of countless generations of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Soul Masters had finally been realized in his hands. Ning Fengji's eyes turned a bit red. Ever since he took over the position of Sect Master, he had been working tirelessly for the growth of the Sect. However, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Soul Masters had a limit that was too low due to the deficiencies of their martial soul. Now this problem was solved. Ning Fengji shifted his gaze from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to the young man beside him. All these changes were thanks to Chu Feng. At this moment, Ning Fengji felt a bit emotional. If it could be said that when Chu Feng provided the gunpowder formula to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, he had already repaid his parents' life-saving grace. Then, when Chu Feng gave him the 2 immortal herbs, it meant that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect owed Chu Feng a huge favor. After all, rectifying the deficiencies of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was incredibly important for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. No, it should now be called the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. After a while, Ning Fengji's emotions calmed down a bit. He remembered that the Snow Knight Emperor had discussed compensating Chu Feng with him last time. Perfect, I'll talk to Xiao Feng and see if he's satisfied with this compensation. With that in mind, Ning Fengji spoke to Chu Feng Xiao Feng. The Snow Knight Emperor mentioned to me a while ago that he wanted to compensate you because of your parents' situation. He is prepared to grant you a Viscount title. What do you think of this compensation? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng did not respond immediately. He secretly thought to himself, give himself a title of Viscount? Normally, outstanding students graduating from the Advanced Soul Master Academy will be granted a noble title, right? This Snow Knight Emperor really knows how to play tricks. He has just given him the title in advance. Moreover, if he accepts this title, wouldn't he be tied to the Tiando royal family? He would also have to help the Tiando royal family prevent Qian Rinchue's coup for free. Besides, he wasn't interested in the title. The only thing that could interest him about the Tiando royal family was the national treasure, the Han Hai Qianquan shield. Thinking of this, Chu Feng shook his head and said thank you to Uncle Ning. He would talk about the title later. Chu Feng decided to strengthen his own power first, and then personally go to the Tiando royal family to ask the Snow Knight Emperor for the Han Hai Qianquan shield. Although no one in the Tiando royal family knew the true function of the Han Hai Qianquan shield, it was still their national treasure. With his current strength, even if the Snow Knight Emperor felt guilty towards him, he wouldn't give it to him. After all, Ning Fengji, as the prince's teacher, also coveted this precious treasure but had never obtained the Han Hai Qianquan shield. Moreover, if he rashly demanded it, it would raise the suspicions of the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji knew that Chu Feng was not satisfied with his compensation. Ning Fengji firmly decided that when he saw the Snow Knight Emperor, he would definitely ask for more compensation for Chu Feng. Meanwhile, outside the setting sun forest, Yu Xiaogang, wearing a mask and a black robe, was anxiously pacing back and forth. He glanced at the time almost every 2 or 3 seconds. How has it been several hours already? Why hasn't Xie Mei come out yet? Yu Xiaogang murmured to himself. At the same time, the scene of encountering Xie Mei appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself, the aura emitted by Xie Mei was definitely not the aura of a normal soul master. This kind of aura seemed familiar to him. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing's expression changed. He remembered. He saw a description of this kind of aura in the materials given to him by BBDong. It was an evil soul master. The Spirit Hall had even formed a hunting team specifically to capture such soul masters. Thinking about what kind of soul master an evil charm was, Yu Xiaojing's face showed a hint of confusion. But weren't such soul masters nearly extinct 10 years ago? How come there are even such soul masters appearing near Tiando City now? Could it be related to the disbandment of the Spirit Hall's hunting team a few years ago? Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang frowned, clutching his stomach, and cursed inwardly. Here it comes again. He quickly glanced around and then ran to a convenient spot. Ever since he started eating soul beast meat raw, Yu Xiaogang had almost been living in the restroom. Every hour, he would go to the toilet to report in. After a while, once Yu Xiaogang had finished, he was just about to get up when he heard voices coming from a distance. It seemed like a father and son were having a conversation. Dad, why are we hunting soul beasts in the sunset forest? My martial soul isn't very powerful. We could just go to those captive soul beast forests. Why bother coming all the way out here? Xiaoming, how can you think like that? Today, Dad will tell you one thing. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Every martial soul has its advantages. Do you understand? Oh, I understand, Dad. But Dad? Who said that? I've never heard it before. I don't know either. It is said to have originated in the Soto City area. Later, it gradually spread throughout the soul master community. Oh, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely take my martial soul seriously. After the father and son finished talking and walked away, Yu Xiaogang stood up. He walked out of the thicket while muttering to himself. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. After mumbling for a while, Yu Xiaogang raised his head, his expression somewhat dazed. Could it be that I, Yu Xiaogang, am really a waste? Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in anger as he whispered, No, I, Yu Xiaogang, cannot be a waste. I should not be a waste. At that moment, Yu Xiaojang's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted, and his body trembled slightly. At the spots where the sinister touch had occurred, a faint flash of bloodlight flickered and vanished. After a while, Yu Xiaogang calmed down. He glanced at the setting sun deep within the forest and thought to himself, the evil charm hasn't appeared yet. It seems the operation has failed. Yu Xiaogang pondered for a moment, then stepped out of the bushes and approached the roadside. He took a deep glance at the sunset forest and then walked towards the distant carriage. He wants to hire a carriage to rush back to Heavendo City to inform Tianheng about the situation here, so that Tianheng can be prepared. Meanwhile, in the sunset forest, at the medicinal herb garden, Sword Douluo looks at the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Fengji's hands with a joyful expression. He smiled and said, if Rong Rong knew that her 7-treasure glazed tile could evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile, she would definitely be very happy. As soon as the words of the Sword Douluo fell, Ning Fengji's gaze flickered slightly, shook his head, and said solemnly, let's not let Rong Rong take this Chilua tulip for now. Seeing the puzzled expression on the Sword Douluo's face, Ning Fengji continued, Rong Rong is still not mature enough. If she learns that the 7-treasure glazed tile has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile, she will definitely go around showing off. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has been eyeing us like a tiger watching its prey. If they find out that the flaw of the 7-treasure glazed tile has been fixed, they will definitely intensify their covert actions against us. I need to return to the Sect and integrate that soul bone that can hide my cultivation level. In fact, Ning Fengji had another concern that he didn't voice. Although Xiao Feng said that according to ancient texts, taking these 2 immortal herbs had no side effects. He still wanted to wait for a while to see if there were any side effects after he took them. If there were none, he would then give them to Ning Rong. After all, she was his only daughter. Hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, the sword Douluo nodded. There was a rather useless soul bone in the Sect that could only hide cultivation but had no other function, so it had been left in the Sect without anyone integrating it. Then, it seemed that the sword Douluo remembered something and sighed. Once a soul master reaches level 95, it's really like crossing a chasm to level up. Unless one's talent is extraordinary, one can only rely on time to accumulate cultivation. If I reach level 98 now, combined with your enhancement, Fengji, the Spear Hall definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly against us. After the sword Douluo finished speaking, Ning Fengji also nodded. Indeed, otherwise, the Haotian sect would have already suffered heavy losses. They really think they're hidden well, and the Spirit Hall hasn't discovered them. How ridiculous. We all know their location. How could the Spirit Hall not know? The Spirit Hall is wary of that Tang San, whose fate is still unknown. He is a title Douluo at level 99. Hearing the conversation between Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, Chu Feng thought to himself, after level 95, I can still rely on time to accumulate soul power? It seems I can't use my critical strike card casually anymore. Then, while Ning Fengji and the others were chatting, Chu Feng collected all the herbs he recognized based on the contents of the herb manual. After a while, some strong members of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect arrived in the valley with some tools and materials. 2 days ago, when Douluo went to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to deliver a message, Ning Fengji had asked him to inform Douluo to send some strong members to this valley. Chu Feng had no objections to this. This was originally what he had agreed upon with Ning Fengji, asking him to send someone to help guard the valley. Subsequently, Chu Feng and the others left the Sunset Forest and returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. In the conference hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, only Chu Feng, Ning Fengji, Douluo, and sword Douluo were together enjoying tea. Douluo Gurong, upon seeing the 9-treasure glazed tile in Ning Fengji's hand, revealed a shocked expression and muttered to himself, 9 layers, 9 layers. Seeing Gu Rong's expression, the sword Douluo seized every opportunity to mock him, saying, Old Bone, look at your little ambitions. Just a 9-treasure glazed tile, and you're so surprised. If there were 2 9-treasure glazed tiles, wouldn't your eyes pop out? As soon as the sword Douluo's voice fell, Douluo came back to his senses and thought to himself, damn, this coward is mocking me. Douluo steadied his mind and retorted, Coward, I don't believe you weren't surprised when you first saw the 9-treasure glazed tile. Hearing this, the sword Douluo replied, But I'm not surprised now. Seeing that the sword Douluo and Douluo had entered their usual banter mode again, Ning Fengji shook his head and smiled, saying, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Little Feng is still here. The implication was that since Little Feng was still here, they should pay attention to their elder image. It's fine. Little Feng is not an outsider. Douluo said. Exactly. The sword Douluo chimed in. However, Douluo and the others still stopped their banter. Seeing this, Ning Fengji turned to Chu Feng and said, Little Feng, the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent will be held in Tiando City. Uncle Jian and I will attend the opening ceremony. During this time, you can also stay in Tiando City. There are also our Sect's properties there, so you don't have to worry about food and accommodation. Take this opportunity to observe the fighting styles of various academies and prepare for the next competition. You can also wander around Tiando City. What do you think? After Ning Fengji finished speaking, Chu Feng thought for a moment and replied, No problem, Uncle Ning. A few days later, in Tiando City, Chu Feng and Fong Sha stood in front of the tavern. Chu Feng looked around at the environment and glanced at the signboard of the tavern, which read Cat Tavern. Senior Feng, you can find this tavern in such a remote location. What special dishes does it have? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Fong Sha stared blankly at the tavern in front of him and shook his head. I don't know if it has any special dishes. It's my first time here. However, she often comes here to eat, so the taste should not be too bad. Chu Feng, based on his experience from his past life, he sensed that Fong Sha was in love. No, to be precise, it was a crush. Sensing the scent of love emanating from Fong Sha, Chu Feng immediately took a few steps to the side. He was afraid that Fong Sha might do something silly in his excitement. After a few seconds, Fong Sha came to his senses, patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Let's go inside, Xiao Feng. I'll treat you to something good today." The owner of this restaurant is called Yiji Miao, and it is said that he came from the Xinghua Empire. There are many specialty snacks from the Xinghua Empire in the shop. After Chu Feng and the others entered the tavern, they found a spot to sit down. After Fong Sha ordered, he looked around and occasionally checked the time. "Why haven't they come yet? Why haven't they come yet?" Fong Sha mumbled. Suddenly, a look of joy flashed across Fong Xiaoyan's face, and he exclaimed, "They're here." Chu Feng had already guessed who made Fong Xiaoyan so excited. However, he still followed Fong Xiaoyan's gaze. He saw a long-haired girl walking into the tavern. Looking at the long-haired girl who entered from outside, Chu Feng silently thought to himself, with her dark red long hair and the faint red glow surrounding her, plus Fong Xiaoyan's earlier actions, this must be Huowu. Just as Chu Feng was observing the long-haired girl, Huowu and the boy beside her also saw Fong Xiaoyan and nodded at him. Then, Huowu and the boy found a spot to sit down. At this moment, Chu Feng heard Fong Xiaoyan's excited voice beside him. "Xiao Feng, did you see that?" Huowu waved at me. After Fong Xiaoyan finished speaking, he remembered that Chu Feng didn't know who Huowu was. He continued to explain. "The girl who just came in is named Huowu, and the boy next to her is her brother Huowu Xuan. Both of them are students of the Fire Academy. Recently, the Divine Wind Academy and the Fire Academy had an exchange program. You know, the moment I saw Huowu, I liked her." Until the waiter brought the food, Fong Xiaoyan was still talking about Huowu. Moreover, his gaze remained fixed on her. Seeing this, Chu Feng cleared his throat and said softly, "Senior Feng, stop looking. If you keep staring, she might come over and beat you up." Upon hearing this, Fong Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze, looked at Chu Feng skeptically, and said, "Xiao Feng, is that true? Well, wouldn't he even look at me? How would she know I was looking at her?" Hearing Fong Xiaoyan's question, Chu Feng smiled, but didn't he explain anything. In recent days, he had taken the immortal herb Wang Chuan Qiushui Lu, which significantly enhanced his mental strength. Additionally, as a transmigrator, his mental strength was already above average. Chu Feng's current mental strength had reached the level of a soul emperor. Therefore, he had just overheard the conversation between Huowu and Huowu Xuan. Huowu complained to her brother Huowu Xuan that Fong Xiaoyan had been staring at her. Huowu Xuan wanted to approach Fong Xiaoyan, but was stopped by Huowu. Just then, a familiar voice rang in Chu Feng's ear. "Chu Feng, meet me at the third alley on the east side of the tavern." Hearing this voice, Chu Feng's eyes flickered. It was Yu Qianheng's voice. At the same time, he released his mental strength and sensed that Yu Qianheng's aura was rapidly moving away. Realizing this, Chu Feng thought to himself, interesting. He already knew that the people who had come into contact with the seductive figure were Yu Qianheng and Yu Xiaogang. Yu Qianheng had hired the seductive figure to destroy the medicine garden, clearly targeting him. Coupled with their previous grievances, he didn't expect this kid to actually dare to appear in front of him. However, Chu Feng did not let his guard down. The tavern was in a remote location, and he and Fong Xiaoyan were not sitting by the window. If Yu Qianheng happened to pass by and discover him, that would indeed be too coincidental. Thinking of this, he glanced out the window and subtly nodded. Then he said to Fong Xiaoyan, who was busy eating, "Senior Feng, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back soon." As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Fong Xiaoyan looked up and asked, "Xiao Feng, is something wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm just going out to buy something," Chu Feng replied. Seeing that Chu Feng was unwilling to say more, Fong Xiaoyan could only nod and said, "Come back early and be careful." Chu Feng left the tavern and arrived at the third alley. As soon as he entered the alley, he saw Yu Qianheng standing in the middle. Beside Yu Qianheng stood a man in a black robe wearing a mask. Seeing the scene, Chu Feng knew that Yu Qianheng had come prepared. Chu Feng looked at Yu Qianheng and said, "Yu Qianheng, you finally dare to show up?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Yu Qianheng's face turned slightly red. He detected the sarcasm in Chu Feng's words. After his uncle Yu Xiaogang informed him of the failed mission, Yu Qianheng became somewhat uneasy. He heard from Dugu Yin that Dugu Bo had already given the medicinal garden to Chu Feng. Yu Qianheng was somewhat scared, afraid that Chu Feng would settle both new and old scores with him. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the Thunder Academy, not even daring to return to the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. His uncle, Yu Xiaogang, had long since left Tiando City, claiming to be searching for ways to become stronger. He also didn't dare to tell his grandfather, Yu Yuanjin, about these matters. Yu Qianheng knew his grandfather's temper. If his grandfather found out that he had caused so much trouble, not only would his qualifications as the heir to the family be revoked, but he would also face the harshest punishment. In the end, he decided to give it a try and told his second grandfather, Yu Xiaogang, about it. To his surprise, his second grandfather actually wanted to help him deal with Chu Feng. This made him feel somewhat relieved. At that moment, when Yu Xiaogang saw Chu Feng still looking calm, a surge of anger rose in his heart. How can he still act so composed now? I wonder how calm he will be in a moment. Thinking about how Chu Feng would be scared to the point of losing control, a cold smile appeared on Yu Xiaogan's face. He snorted and said, Chu Feng, are you waiting for the Wind Brothers? Don't worry, someone is accompanying those three-souled Douluos now. Hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand quickly reached for the storage soul guide. The Wind Brothers were three-souled Douluos. Over the past few days, they had been secretly protecting him. From Yu Xiaogan's words, it seemed that someone had blocked the Wind Brothers. Chu Feng planned to take out the newly developed revolver from the soul guide and eliminate the black-robed man beside Yu Xiaogang. Before entering the alley, Chu Feng had already used his soul emperor-level spiritual power to sense everything inside the alley. In the alley, there were only Yu Xiaogang and the black-robed man. Chu Feng understood Yu Xiaogan's strength. Even if Yu Xiaogang had hidden weapons given by Tang San, he was not a match for him. Yu Xiaogan's reliance should be on the black-robed man in front of him. Yu Xiaogang had already decided to eliminate him, even willing to use himself as bait to lure him out of the tavern. Yu Xiaogang could have easily hired a higher-level soul master for a more secure approach. However, the black-robed man only had soul king-level cultivation in Chu Feng's perception. There was definitely something strange about this. So, Chu Feng decided to strike first. Just as he was about to make a move, the black-robed man extended his right hand, and a weapon spirit resembling a jade rui emerged from his palm. At the same time, a black soul ring lit up around the black-robed man's body. In an instant, a green light burst forth from the black-robed man, quickly filling the entire alley. At that moment, in Chu Feng's line of sight, not only did the figures of Yu Xiaogang and the black-robed man disappear, but even the surrounding scenery vanished. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng was startled, but in the next second, he understood what was happening. An illusion. The black-robed man had cast an illusion. It seemed that the helper Yu Xiaogang found this time was a spiritual-type soul master. No wonder the black-robed man only had soul king-level cultivation. Spiritual-type soul masters were exceedingly rare, and high-level spiritual-type soul masters were even more so. Understanding this, Chu Feng focused his mind and released all of his spiritual power. Instantly, the figures of Yu Xiaogang and the black-robed man reappeared in his sight. Chu Feng glanced around and noticed that in addition to the scenery in the alley, some other images were also appearing before him. This feeling was like wearing AR glasses to view the scenery in the alley. At that moment, he heard Yu Xiaogan's triumphant voice beside his ear. Chu Feng, didn't expect this, did you? This is the surprise I prepared for you. You will face your most feared scenes in the illusion created by Rhodes Sr. I heard from my uncle that you severely injured him with a powerful soul guide. You even have the ability to pause your opponent's movements and lower their cultivation. To be honest, I really envy you for having these skills. But now you can't even see anyone. Let's see how you use your soul guide. How will you use your abilities? Oh, calling you fat. You're even panting. Did you really take out something without soul power fluctuations? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang wanted to vent his emotions. In recent times, Chu Feng had almost become his nightmare. Yu Xiaogang aimed to disturb Chu Feng's mind with words, doubling back the fear and unease he had felt during these days. He wanted to see the fear and helplessness on Chu Feng's face, and the scene of Chu Feng being so scared that he lost control. Then, Yu Xiaogang respectfully said to the black-robed man beside him, Senior Liu, when will Chu Feng be able to see the most fearful scene? Also, how long can this illusion last? Hearing Yu Xiaogan's words, the black-robed man converted his soul power into spiritual power and replied in a hoarse voice, in a few seconds, those images will appear before this kid's eyes. As for the duration of the illusion, it can last for at least one incense stick. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt relieved. After his second uncle, Yu Xiaogang, decided to secretly eliminate Chu Feng to remove the potential threat to the family, he activated the family's intelligence network to investigate Chu Feng's recent situation. Through their inquiries, they learned that there were strong guardians around Chu Feng, and Ning Fengji and Douluo were also in Tiando City. To keep track of Douluo's movements, his second uncle specifically visited Ning Fengji and Douluo today. The strong guardians around Chu Feng were also restrained. Now, he could humiliate Chu Feng to his heart's content and enjoy Chu Feng's performance with peace of mind. While Yu Xiaogang was speaking, Chu Feng took out the newly crafted revolver from his storage soul tool. The gun was about 40 centimeters long and was modeled after the M500 revolver from his previous life. The M500 revolver, known as the cannon among handguns, could easily take down a water buffalo. After the new revolver was crafted, Chu Feng specifically tested it, and its power was comparable to that of the previous M500. He named the newly crafted revolver cannon as well. Just when Yu Xiaogang was feeling somewhat pleased, Chu Feng raised his right arm and aimed at the black-robed man not far away. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaogang was startled, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. What was happening? Wasn't Chu Feng already trapped in an illusion? How could he be holding something and pointing at its senior Lu? Coincidence? Then, Yu Xiaogang turned to look at the black-robed man, preparing to voice his doubts. Just then, bang! A loud noise erupted. In Yu Xiaogang's shocked gaze, the black-robed man was shot through the head by something. Some red and white mixture even splattered onto his face. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang knew something was wrong. The situation was beyond his control. He operated his soul power, preparing to escape from his place. As Yu Xiaogang took a few steps, he suddenly heard a loud bang. At the same time, he felt as if someone had struck his head hard with a hammer. Soon after, he completely lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground. Not far away, Chu Feng shook his slightly numb arm and muttered to himself. The recoil was really intense. Then, he moved swiftly and approached the area near Yu Xiaogang and the man in black. Chu Feng quickly picked up the bullet on the ground and searched for the soul guide devices of Yu Xiaogang and the man in black. After doing all this, Chu Feng quickly left the area and headed toward a cat tavern. Although this alley was remote and surrounded by dense woods, the noise from the cannon was too loud and should have attracted others' attention. After a few seconds, 6 powerful auras appeared in the alley. They were the 3 Wind brothers and 3 masked men. Seeing the bodies of Yu Xiaogang and the other, everyone's reactions were different. The Wind brothers glanced at the bodies on the ground and looked around. Not seeing Chu Feng's figure, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the 3 masked men suddenly exuded a strong, killing intent. Clearly, they were not calm. However, after assessing the situation in the alley, the 3 masked men quickly left the area. Once the 3 masked men had departed, the blue-robed Wind San looked at the bodies on the ground and spoke. This is too ruthless. They don't even care about their companion's corpse. The gray-robed Wind Air shook his head and said, Old San, they are not heartless, they are afraid. The 3 just now did not even reveal their martial souls when they fought us, indicating they did not want to expose their identities. If they were to take the bodies away now, wouldn't that be giving themselves away? Hearing Wind Air's words, Wind San was a bit confused. But now we know their identities, right? It was Yu Xiaogang who sent a message to Xiao Feng to come here. Those 3 masked men blocking us were just stalling for Yu Xiaogang, which means they are in cahoots with him. Just as Wind San finished speaking, Wind Air replied, Old San, let me ask you, do you have any evidence for all this? Did you see Xiao Feng and Yu Xiaogang come out from the tavern together? Wind San was about to say something else when Winda interrupted the conversation. All right, stop talking, someone is coming this way. After saying that, the Wind brothers also left the area. 066, the bitter heart of Tang San at the same time in Soto City, Shrek Academy. Looking at the soul power fluctuations emitted by Tang San, Yu Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table and said, Tang San, your soul power has reached level 21. Not bad. This cultivation is considered outstanding among your peers. However, you must not become arrogant or complacent, and you cannot slack off. You need to train even harder. You may not know this, but that kid Chu Feng has already reached the soul sovereign level of cultivation. Upon hearing the teacher mention Chu Feng, Tang San's pupils constricted, his hands clenched tightly, and a wave of killing intent surged in his heart. That kid Chu Feng, he definitely must be eliminated. Chu Feng, I look forward to our next meeting. At that time, I will give you a surprise. Tang San silently thought to himself. Ever since he learned that Chu Feng had the ability to lower his opponent's cultivation and could block Zhuge's crossbow, Tang San had been researching various poisons and more powerful hidden weapons over the past few years. These things were unrelated to cultivation and would not be restrained by Chu Feng. Seeing the killing intent emanating from Tang San, Yu Xiaogang's stiff face revealed a look of satisfaction. He mentioned Chu Feng's cultivation level to motivate Tang San to train hard. It would be best if he spent the whole day practicing, except for eating and sleeping. After encouraging Tang San, Yu Xiaogang seemed to have thought of something and said, Tang San, I didn't seem to see Haotian Douluo when I came back. Isn't he at Shrek Academy? Upon hearing his teacher's words, Tang San replied, Teacher, a few days ago, my dad left the academy to check on my mom's situation. Hearing Tang San's response, Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly and continued. Tang San. How is Haotian Douluos cultivation recovering? Tang San replied. Dad said his soul power has reached level 86. It is estimated that in another 2 or 3 years, his soul power should be able to reach level 90 again. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang expressed some emotion, saying, Haotian Douluo truly deserves to be the youngest title Douluo. He is indeed exceptionally gifted. In just 5 or 6 years, he can reach the title Douluo level again. Tang San's eyes flickered at his teacher's words, but he did not say anything. After expressing his feelings, Yu Xiaogang looked around, carefully observing the environment within the academy. He thought about the unknown journey he was about to embark on, feeling a bit melancholic. Yu Xiaogang picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and then said to Tang San, Xiao San, I will leave Shrek tomorrow to find a solution to my martial soul problem. During this time, you must train well according to the methods I've left behind, and don't slack off. Hearing his teacher's words, Tang San frowned slightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally spoke up. Teacher, you have traveled to many places over the past few years and still haven't found a solution. Why don't you stop running around? Maybe. Tang San didn't continue, but Yu Xiaogang understood his disciple's meaning. At that moment, a strange light flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes as he recalled the events that had occurred in Heavendo City. He put down the teacup in his hand, shook his head, and said, No, I already have some ideas about the solution. Hearing the teacher's words, Tang San showed a look of shock on his face. What did the teacher just say? There are ideas? But Dad said that the normal methods can't solve the teacher's martial soul problem at all, right? Thinking of this, Tang San curiously asked, Teacher, what ideas do you have? Facing his disciple's curiosity, Yu Xiaogang just glanced at Tang San. He smiled faintly and did not say anything. Seeing this, Tang San was curious in his heart, but wisely chose not to ask further. The master and disciple continued to chat for a while. Suddenly, Yu Xiaogang remembered Xiao Wu. He asked, Xiao San, how has Xiao Wu been recently? I haven't seen her for a long time. As soon as Yu Xiaogang finished speaking, Tang San's expression froze. He thought about the events that had occurred recently, feeling a sense of bitterness in his heart. Tang San hesitated for a moment and then said, Is she doing well? Seeing his disciple's unnatural expression, Yu Xiaogangs heart sank. Could it be that Xiao San and Xiao Wu had a conflict? This cannot happen. Xiao San and Xiao Wu must not have any disagreements. Ever since he learned that the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were Xiao Wu's brothers, Yu Xiaogang's thoughts became active. They are the rulers of the Star Do Forest. They can rival title Douluos. If he could bring them over, it would be equivalent to having 2 more title Douluo fighters. After thinking for a moment, Yu Xiaogang decided to pass on some of his romantic experience to Tang San. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then said, Xiao San, you are a bit clueless about love. But it's not your fault. After all, you're not even 10 years old yet, so you might not understand what love is. But you must remember, in front of girls, especially the ones you like, you must highlight your strengths and hide your weaknesses. Try to show your advantages as much as possible. As for your shortcomings, try to conceal them. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Tang San gave a bitter smile. He also knows that his reaction to love is relatively dull. In fact, he doesn't even know what love feels like. Tang San thought to himself, Teacher, you said it too late. Xiao Wu is no longer as enthusiastic about me as she used to be. Thinking about what he said back then, Tang San wanted to give himself a few slaps. It's not Xiao Wu's fault. It's because he spoke without thinking. A few days ago, Xiao Wu looked at the corpse of a soul beast and asked him why soul masters had to kill soul beasts. At that time, he didn't think much and instinctively said, since ancient times, humans and soul beasts have been oppositional. It's perfectly normal for soul masters to kill soul beasts to obtain soul rings. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Xiao Wu's body shiver slightly. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. However, no matter how he explained afterward, Xiao Wu was no longer as enthusiastic. He truly doesn't want to distance his relationship with Xiao Wu. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape are Xiao Wu's younger brothers. They are well aware of the distribution of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. He obtained the 2 soul rings under the guidance of the Sky Blue Bull Python. Moreover, his father is also close to level 90 and needs the help of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the others even more. Why not try the method the teacher mentioned? Perhaps Xiao Wu's attitude could change. Tang San felt a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. 067 The Change of Fong Sha. Heavendo City. Chu Feng left the alley and returned to a cat tavern. He found his original position, and just as he sat down, he noticed something was off. At first, he was drinking tea with Fong Sha, but now there was an extra bottle of wine on the table. Fong Shaotian was drinking alone. Seeing Fong Shaotian in this state, Chu Feng knew something had gone wrong. He turned his head to look at Huo Wu's position and found that both Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang were nowhere to be seen. Fong Shaotian, who was nearby, saw Chu Feng returning and burped. "Xiao Feng, are you done with your business?" Chu Feng nodded and gestured to the wine bottle on the table, asking, "How come you're drinking? Is the tea not good?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Shaotian took a sip of wine and sighed. "Don't mention it. Huo Wu seems to be angry. When she left the tavern just now, she didn't even say goodbye, just glanced at me." Hearing this, Chu Feng looked at Fong Shaotian with some speechlessness, thinking to himself, "I thought it was a big deal. Is it really worth drowning sorrows in alcohol over this? With you staring at her like that, it's a miracle she didn't beat you up." While Chu Feng was lost in thought, Fong Shaotian pondered for a moment and decided to share his thoughts with Chu Feng. For some reason, Fong Shaotian felt that sometimes Chu Feng's words were very insightful, especially regarding relationships, which gave him an epiphany. He had been contemplating this thought for a long time, but couldn't make up his mind. Therefore, he invited Chu Feng to dinner today, hoping to get some advice from him. Fong Shaotian downed the remaining wine in his cup in one go. He cleared his throat and slowly said, "Xiao Feng, I have something I'm not sure about. Can you help me think it over?" Seeing Chu Feng gesture for him to continue, Fong Shaotian went on, "Although I know Huo Wu, it's only limited to knowing each other's names. In order to pursue her, I'll come up with a plan. First, I will become friends with her brother, and then during our sparring sessions, I will deliberately lose to them, hoping to gain Huo Wu's favor." "Xiao Feng, what do you think of this plan?" Upon hearing Fong Shaotian's words, Chu Feng did not respond immediately. He looked at Fong Shaotian's expression and knew that Fong Shaotian had developed genuine feelings. Chu Feng had read the original work and naturally understood what kind of girl Huo Wu was. "Senior Feng, you won't be able to handle this girl." Huo Wu, Chu Feng thought to himself. After 3 years of getting to know him, Chu Feng felt that although Fong Shaotian was talkative, he was a good friend and had decent talent as well. In the original work, in order to gain Huo Wu's recognition, Fong Shaotian, who had never consumed any immortal herbs, advanced 17 levels in soul power within 5 years. If Fong Shaotian had spent more time on cultivation during the first few years of knowing Huo Wu, perhaps he could have broken through 50 levels of soul power during the Soul Master competition. Thinking of this, Chu Feng decided to subtly tell Fong Shaotian not to be too proactive and to focus more on cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng spoke up. "Not great." Hearing Chu Feng's response, Fong Shaotian's hand that was pouring wine paused slightly, and he looked up in surprise, wondering if this method was not good. Chu Feng glanced at Fong Shaotian and continued, "Senior Feng, is Huo Wu someone with high aspirations who usually acts decisively?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Fong Shaotian showed a surprised expression and excitedly said, "Xiao Feng, how do you know Huo Wu's personality? Can you predict the future? Quickly, tell me my fate with Huo Wu." Chu Feng looked at Fong Shaotian with a bit of exasperation, thinking to himself, "If I could predict the future, I would predict why your head is so hard." Chu Feng took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then continued, "I can't predict the future. I can tell from her demeanor when she walked in." Hearing this, Fong Shaotian calmed down a bit and nodded, realizing so that's how it is. I got overly excited for nothing. Huo Wu does have that kind of personality. However, he wondered, but how does this relate to the method I mentioned? Seeing Fong Shaotian's puzzled look, Chu Feng calmly said, "A girl like that will only admire powerful individuals." After saying this, he noticed Fong Shaotian's half-believing expression. Chu Feng continued, "Senior Feng, if I'm not mistaken, Huo Wu should have no shortage of suitors around her, right? Has she ever paid attention to those with average strength?" As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Fong Shaotian put down his wine glass and fell into deep thought. He was recalling the information he gathered after meeting Huo Wu. It seemed that, indeed, as Xiao Feng said, Huo Wu was cold and indifferent towards some weaker soul masters. Among these weaker soul masters, there were some with relatively prominent backgrounds. However, Huo Wu remained indifferent towards these prominent soul masters as well. Understanding the situation, Fong Shaotian raised his head, lifted the wine glass on the table, and said, "Xiao Feng, thank you. I toast to you." Seeing this scene, Chu Feng knew that his words had taken effect. Fong Shaotian had been awakened and would no longer be as proactive as in the original story. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, at the back mountain by the lakeside, the family leader Yu Xiaogang was sitting by the shore, leisurely fishing. In the distance, a young disciple dressed in family attire rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaogang frowned, about to reprimand the young disciple. The young disciple ran in front of Yu Xiaogang and trembled as he said, "Patriarch, Yu Tianheng is dead." Hearing the disciple's report, Yu Yuanjin's aura surged, and he sternly asked what happened. The young disciple then recounted everything he knew. After listening, Yu Yuanjin snapped the fishing rod in his hand, filled with rage, and shouted, "Where is Yu Luomian? Where is he?" In response to the patriarch's words, the vice-patriarch was in the conference hall. As soon as the young disciple finished speaking, Yu Yuanjin's figure flickered, and he immediately used his soul skill to rush towards the conference hall. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Yu Yuanjin saw Yu Luomian standing aside with his head down like a child who had done something wrong. Yu Yuanjin stared at Yu Luomian for a long time, then snorted coldly, "Yu Luomian, your cultivation hasn't increased, but your capabilities have certainly grown quite a bit. How dare you act without my permission and carry out such a significant operation?" In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Yuanjin was proud, stern, and absolutely would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. He raised his hand, wanting to slap Yu Luomian a few times to teach him a lesson. But thinking of his mother's dying wish to take good care of this second brother, Yu Yuanjin lowered his hand again and continued speaking. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is noble. It is proud. You mobilized so many experts to deal with a young boy. Don't you think you have insulted the words Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? The most crucial point is that the operation failed. You lost a family heir and a spirit master of the mental system. You have truly brought shame to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Is your thinking really so broad? Looking at the furious Yu Yuanjin, Yu Luomian also felt a bit wronged. I just wanted to eliminate a potential threat to the family. Yu Luomian argued softly. Hearing his brother's explanation, Yu Yuanjin shook his head in anger. Can you use your brain when you do things? Back then, without my consent, you directly pressured the Tiando royal family, causing them to expel that couple. You said you did it for the family's reputation. As a result, the family's reputation became even worse. Other major forces mocked us for bullying the weak. This time, you acted without telling me, directly using the family's experts against that boy. In the end, you lost 2 family members. Yu Luomian was scolded until his face turned red. After hesitating for a moment, he said softly, "Perhaps we can use this to seek accountability from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Hearing Yu Luomian's words, Yu Yuanjin sneered. "This brother of mine is too naive." Yu Yuanjin stared at Yu Luomian and asked, "Accountability? How do you seek accountability? Do you have any evidence? How do you prove that Tianheng was killed by the spirit masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Big brother, what if we strike secretly?" As soon as Yu Luomian's voice fell, Yu Yuanjin laughed in anger, rubbing his swollen temples. "All right, stop talking. Strike secretly? This time, weren't you the one who struck secretly? And what was the result? If you really provoke the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, 1 Sword Daw and 1 Bone Daw are stationed at the Sect, while 1 is secretly targeting our family members. Can the family bear the consequences of this?" In the end, Yu Yuanjin sighed. His younger brother was spoiled by their parents since childhood. The younger brother has even greater talent than him, but he is not at all interested in cultivation. As of now, the younger brother's cultivation level is only at the Soul Saint level. What makes Yu Yuanjin even more unacceptable is that his younger brother secretly had a daughter with a courtesan. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is proud and believes that everything should be done openly and above board. His younger brother actually engages in sneaky activities, even watching his daughter in secret. If this brother had listened to his advice and brought Erlong back to live with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, how could the farce of Xiaojiang and Erlong getting married have happened? Yu Yuanjin glanced at the dejected Yu Luomian and softened his voice. "Luomian, as a manager of the family, you must consider the entire family and cannot act based on personal feelings and likes or dislikes. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the top 3 sects, I am the only one with the title of Douluo. Our family is the weakest among the top 3 sects, which is why I want to keep the family neutral." Hearing his brother's explanation, Yu Luomian clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. "Brother, are we just going to let this matter go like this?" As the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he is respected wherever he goes. Apart from his parents and elder brother, he has never suffered any grievances or lost out to others. After suffering such a huge loss this time, he couldn't swallow this anger. Upon hearing Yu Luomian's question, Yu Yuanjin did not respond immediately, but strolled to the entrance of the main hall. He looked towards the direction of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, pondered for a moment, then spoke up. "Forget it? Of course, we can't just let it go. We need to find a way to inform Yu Xiaogang about this. Everything started because of this rebellious son. Let him clean up his own mess." Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's response, Yu Luomian's eyes brightened. "That's right. That waste is no longer related to the family. No matter what that waste does, it won't implicate the family. However, I need to tell my daughter Erlong to not be fooled by Yu Xiaogang and get involved in this matter. The next day, in the back garden of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Chu Feng and Ning Fengji were playing chess. After placing his piece down, Ning Fengji hesitated for a few seconds and then said, Xiao Feng, I found out what happened yesterday. It was Yu Luomian who bypassed Yu Yuanjin and made this decision on his own. You might not know who Yu Luomian is. He is the second in command of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the younger brother of the clan leader Yu Yuanjin. As Ning Fengji's words fell, a cold light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Yu Luomian? That second-generation heir? It seems I need to pay a personal visit when the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is destroyed to send off this second in command. And by the way, I'll also need to get the 3 soul bones from Yu Yuanjin. These 3 soul bones must not fall into the hands of the Spear Hall. When the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was annihilated, Yu Yuanjin was able to contend against the 4 titled Douluos, and these 3 soul bones played a crucial role. Just as Chu Feng was deep in thought, Ning Fengji continued, Xiao Feng, don't worry, I've already set things in motion to teach the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family a lesson. However, since there is no direct evidence, we can only secretly give them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded, Thank you, Uncle Ning. Before Chu Feng could further express his gratitude, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Xiao Feng, you don't need to thank me. Just take good care of Ning Rong in the future. Chu Feng had a puzzled look on his face, thinking to himself, is your thought process really this broad? We were just talking about the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and now we're talking about your daughter. But the meaning of taking care is quite broad. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng replied, Uncle Ning, don't worry. Ning Rong is my family just like you, and I will definitely take good care of her. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji had a feeling that Chu Feng didn't quite grasp the meaning of his words. 2 years later, at Shrek Academy, Tang Hao, sitting cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of excitement flashed across his stubbled face as he murmured to himself, It's been over 5 years. My soul power has finally reached level 90 again. Hearing his father Tang Hao's words, Tang San turned to look at his father, his eyes filled with excitement, joy, and a hint of envy. His father was once again a titled Douluo, which gave him some confidence. Tang San looked at his father and asked, Dad, should we go to the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts now? Tang San wanted his father to obtain the 9th spirit ring as soon as possible. Ever since his father's rank had dropped to Soul Douluo, he had noticeably felt a subtle change in the attitudes of Ming and Heir Ming towards him. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Tang Hao shook his head and replied, No, Xiao San. I plan to rest and recuperate for a while to get into the best state and prepare for hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. Hearing his father's response, Tang San nodded. His father's previous 9th spirit ring was a 100,000-year one. Now that he had recultivated to level 90, he naturally did not want to obtain those 10,000-year spirit rings again. The difference between a 100,000-year spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring is not just a matter of color. The two are vastly different. A 100,000-year spirit ring grants the soul master 2 skills, while a 10,000-year spirit ring only has 1 skill. A 100,000-year soul beast will also definitely yield a soul bone, while a 10,000-year soul beast relies on luck. Suddenly, Tang San sighed inwardly. This time, I can't rely on Ming and Heir Ming for my father's spirit ring. Over 2 years ago, he had followed the method taught by his teacher Yu Xiaogang. In front of Xiao Wu, he showcased some abilities he had never revealed before. It indeed had an effect on their relationship. However, it was the opposite effect. Xiao Wu became more distant towards him, and even her gaze toward him was filled with distrust. After returning to Shrek Academy, Tang San thought for a while and came to understand. Xiao Wu must have suspected his intentions for approaching her, since she knew he had hidden his abilities. Sigh, perhaps it is indeed as the teacher said. I'm a bit dull and haven't figured out love, Tang San thought to himself. At this moment, Tang Hao noticed that Tang San's emotions seemed a bit off. He thought for a moment and understood. It must be related to Xiao Wu. Tang Hao silently said to himself. Over the past few years, every time Xiao San went to the Star Doe Forest to find Xiao Wu, he personally escorted him. Therefore, he also noticed the significant change in Xiao Wu's attitude toward Xiao San. Looking at Tang San's expression, Tang Hao sighed inwardly. Sigh. This child Xiao San has many virtues. He is patient, decisive, and does not show his emotions easily. But why hasn't he inherited my strengths and love? At this moment, Tang Hao recalled the time when he pursued his wife, Yin. Like Xiao Wu, Yin was also a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form. Before her transformation, she rarely left the Star Doe Forest to come into the human world. Glancing at the dejected Tang San, Tang Hao shook his head. In terms of love, Xiao San really isn't capable. Back in my day, I had competitors, and I still managed to win Yin's heart. Xiao San has no competitors. And he let a cooked duck fly away. After reminiscing for a while, Tang Hao decided to shift Tang San's attention and distract him from these troubling thoughts. Tang Hao got off the bed, walked to the wooden table, picked up a cup of water, and took a sip. Then he said, Xiao San, your soul power is almost at level 30, right? Have you decided what soul beast to hunt for your third soul ring? Hearing his father's words, Tang San came back to his senses and nodded. I am now at soul power level 27. After saying that, he thought for a moment and continued before he left. The teacher left me a plan regarding the third soul ring. It lists several types of soul beasts, and when the time comes, we'll see which one I encounter. Mentioning the teacher, Tang San looked out at the sky, thinking to himself, I wonder how the teacher is doing. Before he left, he said he had some clues about how to heal the martial soul. I also wonder if he has found a solution by now. Upon hearing Tang San mention Yu Xiaogang, a surge of anger welled up in Tang Hao's heart. Damn it, Yu Xiaogang is holding his token and not doing his job. The last time Yu Xiaogang went to the martial soul city to find BBDong, he didn't ask the most important questions. Although he didn't explicitly tell Yu Xiaogang, he should have understood what it meant to give him the Pope's token. That is a token that allows free access to the Pope's palace. He gave Yu Xiaogang a papal order to let him ask BBDong in the Pope's palace how to resolve the drawbacks of twin martial souls. Thinking about the drawbacks of twin martial souls, Tang Hao felt a heavy heart. Although twin martial souls sounded impressive, there was one major drawback. When a soul master adds a soul ring to the other martial soul, the two martial souls can easily conflict, which could lead to the soul master exploding and dying. No. Next time I see Yu Xiaogang, I need to subtly remind him. Let him ask BBDong how to resolve the potential risks of twin martial souls. Tang Hao thought to himself. A few days later, in the Sunset Forest, at the Eye of Ice and Fire. At this moment, Chu Feng was training on the side of the hot spring. He continuously absorbed the strange energy emitted by the hot spring to cleanse his body. 2 years ago, when Chu Feng first came to the Eye of Ice and Fire, he discovered that practicing near the Eye of Ice and Fire deepened his understanding of fire. Therefore, for the past 2 years, Chu Feng had been cultivating near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Chu Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes, ending his state of cultivation. He focused his mind and summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years 2. 6 System Energy, 86 Critical Hit Card, 6x Critical Hit Card X1, 10x Critical Hit Card X2 Time Pause Card, X3 Soul Power, Level 39 Soul Rings, Yellow, 503. For years, Yellow, 897, 9 years, Purple, 3,505 years, Soul Skills, Swift Wings, Earth Defense, Blazing Inferno, Other Skills, Forging, Shooting, Alchemy. Looking at the years of the third soul ring, Chu Feng was even more certain of his speculation. Originally, the lifespan of his third soul ring was 2,305 years. But as he cultivated near the Eye of Ice and Fire, the lifespan of the third soul ring increased to 3,505 years. After discovering the increase in the lifespan of the third soul ring, he had a speculation. This speculation was that the mysterious energy emitted by the Eye of Ice and Fire could increase the lifespan of Fire Attribute Soul Rings and enhance the power of Fire Attribute Soul Skills. It was similar to how the Sea God increased the Soul Ring years of the Shrek group in the original story. Looking at the years of the third soul ring on the virtual panel, Chu Feng thought to himself, perhaps, soul rings and soul bones are the crystallization of soul beast comprehension of the laws. When the Shrek group increased the years of their soul rings, the Sea God merely added his comprehension of the laws to the corresponding soul rings, thereby changing the years of the soul rings. Just as Chu Feng was studying the soul rings, a young man dressed in the attire of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School approached respectfully and said, Young Master Chu, the sect leader wants you to return to the sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised his head and asked, What did Uncle Ning say? The young man shook his head. The sect leader didn't say. Seeing this, Chu Feng stood up, stretched, and said, Got it, I'll go back now. Then, Chu Feng called out to the Wind Brothers, who were meditating not far away. 3 seniors were heading back to the sect. After saying that, Chu Feng followed the young man out of the valley. As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, the Wind Brothers, also known as the 3 Old Winds, opened their eyes. The 3 exchanged glances and then stood up to follow. Chu Feng was already used to this. While he was training in the valley, the 3 elders of the Feng family were always there to protect him. Over the years, just like at the Shenhui Academy, Chu Feng used a time modifier to help the 3 elders adjust their physical ages, as a way to thank them for their silent protection over the years. However, Chu Feng did not modify their cultivation levels. After all, if the soul power of the three suddenly increased, it would definitely raise suspicions. The eldest of the three elders once expressed to Chu Feng that he should interact more with the younger generation in the future. After protecting him for these years, not only did their mindset become younger, but they also felt much younger physically. Besides the three elders, Chu Feng also modified the physical ages of older individuals like Old Jack and Ning Fengji. As for Ning Rong and others, since they are not very old, modifying their physical ages would definitely be noticeable. Although the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are quite old, Chu Feng did not modify their physical ages either. When he was chatting with Bone Douluo mentioned that once a soul master reaches the titled Douluo realm, they have already touched upon the power of the rules of the Douluo world. Each titled Douluo is fully aware of their own situation. If he uses a time modifier to change the physical age of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, they will definitely notice. After all, he hasn't told anyone that he can lower a person's physical age. He has only mentioned that he can lower a soul master's cultivation level. 070 Ning Fengji's view of Shrek Academy 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Conference Hall. Ning Fengji picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and calmed the surprise in his heart. Then, he put down the teacup and watched Bone Douluo examine Chu Feng's body. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling what Chu Feng had just said. Xiao Feng's fourth soul ring can withstand a soul ring dropped by a soul beast around 10,000 years old? Ning Fengji was somewhat incredulous. He knew that for more than 2 years, Chu Feng had been cultivating near the eye of ice and fire, training his body and enhancing his physical qualities. At that time, he was somewhat puzzled. What was the use of having a strong physical quality? Soul power was the foundation of a soul master. In his view, the Eye of Ice and Fire had greater benefits for water and fire attribute soul masters. After all, the Eye of Ice and Fire could indeed accelerate the cultivation of water and fire attribute soul masters. He had sent some water and fire attribute soul masters to cultivate in the valley. These soul masters indeed felt that the speed of their soul power operation had increased. However, there was a drawback. These soul masters could not withstand the inexplicable energy emitted by the Ice and Fire two-headed eye. Even though their cultivation location was quite far from the Ice and Fire two-headed eye, their bodies were still eroded by the inexplicable energy. Later, it was Chu Feng who used his soul power to force the inexplicable energy out of these soul masters. Otherwise, they would have damaged the foundation of their cultivation. In the end, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo concluded that only water and fire attribute soul masters above level 50 and other attribute soul masters above level 70 could withstand the inexplicable energy emitted by the Ice and Fire two-headed eye. It was merely an exception that someone like Chu Feng, who was only a soul master, could withstand such inexplicable energy, which should be related to the 2 fairy herbs he consumed. Just as Ning Fengji was pondering this, he heard Bone Douluo's surprised voice beside him. Fengji, that's right, Xiao Feng's body can now withstand soul rings of about 10,000 years. As soon as Bone Douluo's words fell, a look of surprise appeared on Ning Fengji's face. Xiao Feng can really absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. This breaks the understanding of all major forces. Among the major forces, there are records of the maximum years that each soul ring can withstand. Although the maximum years that soul rings can withstand vary among the major forces due to different martial spirits, no soul master has ever been able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring as their 4th soul ring. Suddenly, Ning Fengji seemed to think of something, and his expression changed. Xiao Feng, you cannot absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for your 4th soul ring. Before Chu Feng could speak, Bone Douluo beside him looked puzzled and asked Fengji why not. Xiao Feng's physical quality can withstand a 10,000-year soul ring. As soon as Bone Douluo's voice fell, Ning Fengji solemnly said 4 words, soul shock. As soon as these 4 words came out, Bone Douluo's expression changed. Sitting back in his seat, Chu Feng also remembered what soul shock was. Soul shock is a capability that only soul beasts over 10,000 years possess. After a high-level soul beast dies before its soul dissipates, it can use its residual mental power to impact the soul master's spiritual world. If the soul master cannot withstand this mental power impact, they can easily become an idiot. Only adult soul masters with soul power reaching level 50 can resist this mental power impact. At this point, Ning Fengji explained what soul shock is. Then he said, Xiao Feng, listen to your uncle. Absorbing a soul ring of over 9,000 years is enough. You are not yet an adult, and the risk is too great. Hearing Ning Fengji's concerned words, Chu Feng smiled slightly. Uncle Ning, if it's about mental power, You don't have to worry about me. Then, Chu Feng subconsciously lowered his voice and continued, Uncle Ning, have you forgotten about that king-level soul master? As soon as Chu Feng's voice fell, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances. They understood what Chu Feng meant. Indeed, Xiao Feng's mental power had already surpassed that of a king-level soul master. They have nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji felt relieved. He picked up the teacup and took a sip to clear his throat. Then, he organized his thoughts and spoke. Xiao Feng, Rong secretly went to Shrek Academy, and I want you to bring her back. You might not know about Shrek Academy. This academy is known for its strict management, only accepting monsters, and all the graduates are excellent. After saying this, he glanced at Chu Feng and continued, You might be curious. Since this academy is so good, why I still want you to bring Rong back? No, I'm not curious, Chu Feng silently thought. However, on the surface, he nodded slightly in cooperation. That's because these slogans are self-proclaimed. Ning Fengji's tone was somewhat excited. He placed the teacup on the table, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the main hall. Ning Fengji stood at the entrance, looking towards the direction of Soto City, and continued speaking. The graduates are excellent? They only recruit geniuses. How can the graduates not be excellent? Moreover, this academy doesn't even have the necessary simulated training environment that a high-level academy should have. Xiao Feng, you should know how important a simulated training environment is for low-level soul masters. What's more, among the 5 teachers in this academy so far, 4 of the students are male. At this point, Ning Fengji took a few deep breaths to calm his somewhat excited emotions. Then he continued, Among these teachers, there's one called Zhao Wujin, a soul sage who is notorious in the soul master community. Among those students, there are 2 you are familiar with. One is Daim Mui, and the other is Tang San. Besides those 2, there's another student who often goes to the brothel. Xiao Feng, do you think I can rest assured about Rong going to Shrek Academy? Seeing Ning Fengji's agitated emotions, Chu Feng silently thought to himself, I know more about these things than you do. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng voiced his doubts. Uncle Ning, Rong often stays in the sect. How would she know about Shrek Academy? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Douluo sighed and said with some self-reproach, It's my fault for bringing it up. Once, when I was chatting with that cowardly guy, I mentioned Shrek Academy, and Rong happened to be nearby. She probably became interested in Shrek Academy from that moment on. Hearing this, Chu Feng nodded. Then why not directly tell Rong about the situation at Shrek Academy? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Fengji shook his head and sighed. I didn't tell Rong, but that girl is too stubborn. She said it's not her who has enmity with Daim Mui and Tang San. Moreover, she suspects that I said those things just to prevent her from going to Shrek Academy. She insists on going to that monster academy to catch up with your cultivation. A few days ago, Rong sneaked out once. Jin Shu found out and chased her back. This time, it's her second time sneaking out. I think it's not a solution to always prevent her from sneaking out. So, I want you to go to Shrek Academy. One is to bring Rong back, and the other is to prove to Rong that even graduating from Shrek, she still can't catch up with you. This way, it can also cut off her thoughts of studying at Shrek. After speaking, Ning Fengji looked at Chu Feng with intense eyes. Seeing the concern and hope in Ning Fengji's gaze, Chu Feng thought for a moment and agreed. Afterwards, the few of them discussed some other matters. Then, Chu Feng tidied up and left the 7-treasure glazed tile school with Ning Fengji and the 3 elders of the Feng family, while Douluos stayed behind to guard the sect. A few days later, at Shrek Academy, in an open area, Zhao Wujin, with a face full of flesh, came to the courtyard after having breakfast. While picking his teeth, he shouted loudly, Daim Mui, Daim Mui. Zhao Wujia's rough voice echoed throughout the Shrek Academy. Not far away, Oscar, with a face full of stubble, was happily making sausages. Hearing Zhao Wujia's shout, he quickly replied, Teacher Zhao, stop shouting. Boss Dai went to Soto City yesterday. Seems like he was looking for some twins, and hasn't come back all night. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Zhao Wujia glanced at the busy Oscar and muttered, Damn, being rich is nice. This kid's life is even better than mine. Oscar, where's Ma Hongjun? He hasn't come back all night either. Upon hearing Oscar's answer, Zhao Wujia frowned and asked, Has the fat guy gone to find Suihua again? Seeing Oscar nod, Zhao Wujia thought to himself, No, this won't do. I need to talk to Flandra when I get the chance. The fat guy is so young, going so often. It's affecting his physical development. Zhao Wujia looked around and then said to Oscar, Oscar, today is the day for enrollment at the academy. Since Daim Mui and Ma Hongjun are not here, you should cooperate with the other teachers and guide the candidates to register for the tests. Hearing Zhao Wujia's arrangement, Oscar hesitated for a moment and said, Teacher Zhao, I sent Tang San here. Let him help guide the candidates. I can't leave. After Oscar said this, he knew it was a pointless remark. He guessed that Tang San was probably not at the academy again. Even if he were in the academy, it would be hard to get that kid to help. More than 5 years ago, Tang San came to Shrek Academy and became a student. But Oscar could clearly feel that Tang San was different from them. Tang San not only didn't study and cultivate with them, but also occasionally left the school for a while. If it were anyone else, the academy's Dean Flandra would have long been furious. Flandra was the strictest among the academy's teachers. But when it came to Tang San, it was as if Flandra didn't see anything. He had privately asked Flandra, and the answer was that Tang San was different from them. Indeed, he was different. Through these years of contact, he found that Tang San had a gloomy mind and did not like to interact with the students of the academy. Sometimes, when Tang San looked at these students, there was a hint of indifference in his gaze. Hearing Oscar's words, Zhao Wujia frowned. That kid had taken leave and hadn't returned yet. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, Oscar showed a look of as expected. He sighed, It seems that all my sausages were in vain. Every year, I look forward to this time to sell more sausages. What's the big deal, just these sausages? I'll help you sell them. Hurry up. While saying this, Zhao Wuji picked up a sausage from a cart and started eating. Seeing this, Oscar had to say, Teacher Zhao, 1 sausage for 1 copper soul coin. By the way, Teacher Zhao, don't forget to put the money for this sausage in the money box later. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, indicating he understood. After Oscar left, Zhao Wuji finished the sausage in his hand and picked up another one, muttering to himself. To be honest, Oscar sausages are much better than ordinary sausages. Then, while eating the sausage, Zhao Wuji found a lounge chair to lie down in, waiting for the candidates to arrive. After a while, just as Zhao Wuji was resting with his eyes closed, a deep voice sounded in his ear, Zhao Wuji. He suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the recliner. As a soul sage, Zhao Wujia could create a field of energy around his body, allowing him to sense everything within 100 meters. However, in his perception, there was no one nearby. This indicated that the person speaking was not beneath him in cultivation. Zhao Wujia looked around and saw an old man in a white robe with white hair and beard standing not far away. His gaze flickered slightly as he secretly activated his soul power in defense. Who are you, sir? What business do you have with Zhao? He didn't have a good reputation in the Spirit Master world back then, and he had quite a few enemies. In the end, he had no choice but to hide in Shrek Academy. The fact that this old man could find Shrek Academy and recognize him indicates that the other party had already investigated everything thoroughly. He pretending to be confused is pointless. It would be better to admit it openly. In the next moment, as Zhao Wujia looked on in shock, 9 soul rings appeared around the old man in the white robe. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia's throat tightened, and he quickly bowed and said, Junior Zhao Wujia greets you. Your Excellency, may I ask which senior has graced us with their presence? The old man replied, I am Chenexine. Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhao Wujia's pupils contracted. The visitor was the Sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. While Zhao Wujia was deep in thought, Sword Douluo continued, I ask you, where is Flandre? After secretly escorting Ning Rong to Shrek Academy, Sword Douluo suddenly had an idea. Although he and Fong Sha had discussed a plan to have Xiao Feng come to Shrek Academy to take Ning Rong back, he could manipulate the enrollment process to prevent Ning Rong from enrolling directly. If this plan succeeded, it would save a lot of trouble. If it didn't work, he could have Xiao Feng take Ning Rong back. After this idea came to him, he initially thought about causing some trouble at the registration desk, having the Soul Emperor there directly refuse Ning Rong's registration. However, after some consideration, Sword Douluo felt that this approach was inappropriate. Ning Rong met all the admission criteria. Not allowing her to register would raise her suspicions and provoke her stubbornness. Then, he thought about finding Flandre and asking him to increase the difficulty of Ning Rong's entrance exam. That way, if Ning Rong failed the assessment, she wouldn't be able to enter Shrek Academy. But after searching around Shrek Academy, he couldn't find Flandre. Your Excellency, the Dean has gone to Soto City to manage the shop. Hearing Zhao Wujia's response, Sword Douluo frowned. Gone to manage a shop in Soto City? Flandre is quite bold. Isn't he? The Academy is enrolling students, and he still has the time to run a shop? After a brief pause, Sword Douluo continued. Then who is responsible for the entrance exam? It is my responsibility, Zhao Wujia replied. After hearing Zhao Wujia's response, Sword Douluo thought for a moment, and then shared his thoughts with Zhao Wujia. After listening to Sword Douluo's request, Zhao Wujia let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought Sword Douluo came to Shrek Academy to cause me trouble. I was just wondering when I offended the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I only remember offending the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. So it turns out that it's just about increasing the difficulty of the assessment to make a girl fail. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujia straightened his back slightly and patted his chest, saying, "Your Excellency, rest assured, I will handle this matter well." Seeing Zhao Wujia's attitude, Sword Douluo felt a sense of unease. This kid won't he mess things up, will he? However, Sword Douluo did not voice his concerns, but nodded instead. "All right, I won't linger here any longer." After saying this, Sword Douluo vanished from the open space. Zhao Wujia also lost his leisure to rest and perked up, waiting for the candidates to arrive. 072 Rong Rong's assessment. After a while, Oscar appeared in Zhao Wujia's line of sight with two young girls. After approaching, Oscar spoke, "Teacher Zhao, I brought people for the fourth assessment." As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Zhao Wujia glanced at the two girls before him and thought to himself, light brown hair, blue dress. This girl should be the prized pupil of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Then, he looked at the other girl dressed in tight-fitting clothes. Hiss. From a distance, it didn't seem like much, but up close, this child's figure doesn't look like that of someone just over 10 years old at all. Zhao Wujia did not doubt that the well-endowed girl was older than 13. After all, the first assessment standard for Shrek's admission is a soul power exceeding level 20 and an age under 13. The assessment is hosted by a soul emperor, and no young person can cheat their way through. Not far away, Sword Douluo, who was observing in the shadows, sensed Zhao Wujia's unusual emotions through his powerful spiritual power. At this moment, he became even more resolute in his decision not to let Rong Rong stay at Shrek Academy. Although Sword Douluo understood Zhao Wujia's reaction, after all, that child's figure is indeed rare, even among adults. But thinking about Rong Rong attending this academy made him uneasy, seeing that Zhao Wujia had not yet announced the entrance assessment. Sword Douluo directly transmitted his voice to Zhao Wujia. Hearing Sword Douluo's transmission, Zhao Wujia came back to his senses. He waved at Oscar, saying, "Oscar, you go guide the other students for the assessment." After Oscar left, Zhao Wuji revealed a smile that he considered to be kind. "My name is Zhao Wuji, and I am a teacher at this academy. I will be the one to assess you in the fourth round. Now, please introduce yourselves, along with your martial souls and soul power levels." The two young girls exchanged glances. Then, the girl with an impressive figure coldly said, "My name is Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Martial Soul, Nethercat, and I am a level 27 Agility Attack Type Soul Master." After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's self-introduction, Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow. "Nethercat, isn't that the martial soul of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire? The Zhu family and the Dai family have been intermarrying for generations. This child is not even 13. It seems she has a connection to Daim Mui." Zhao Wuji also recalled the reason Daim Mui came to Shrek Academy. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing with eyes full of sympathy. At this moment, the girl in the blue dress spoke up, "Teacher Zhao, my name is Ning Rong, and my martial soul is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. I'm a level 26 support type soul master." As soon as Ning Rong finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on her. Seeing the surprised looks from everyone, Ning Rong felt a bit shy. She softly asked, "Teacher Zhao, can we start the assessment?" Hearing Ning Rong call him, Zhao Wujin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Does your family know you're coming to Shrek Academy?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rong pondered for a few seconds and then replied, "I guess they know." At the same time, she thought to herself, "Dad and the others should have found my letter by now, so saying they know isn't wrong. By the time they arrive at Shrek Academy, I will probably have already enrolled." Thinking of this, Ning Rong felt even more cheerful. Beside her, Zhao Wujin twitched his mouth upon hearing her answer. However, he did not dwell on this question for too long. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Wujin spoke to Zhu Zhuqing, "You are an agility attack type soul master. I will suppress my cultivation to the great soul master level, and if you can last for 1 incense stick time under my hand, that will count as passing." As for Ning Rong, Zhao Wujin's gaze turned to Ning Rong, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "You are a support type soul master, so you don't need to participate in the practical assessment. How about this? You won't use your soul power or eat food that restores soul power. Just rely on your physical strength to run laps in this open space. If you can complete 50 laps in half an hour, that will count as passing the assessment." Originally, Zhao Wujin also wanted Ning Rong to participate in the practical assessment. At that time, he could be a bit strict and not let her pass, fulfilling Chun Xian's request. However, after thinking it over carefully, Zhao Wujin abandoned that idea. The risk of the practical assessment was too great. If he accidentally injured Ning Rong during the sparring, the Sword Douluo beside him would definitely give him a beating. Later, Zhao Wujin thought of a solution. Let Ning Rong run laps. However, the assessment standard couldn't be too harsh. If it were too harsh, this girl would be competitive and run hard regardless of her physical condition. If she ended up injuring her muscles or bones, the sword law would definitely come after him. 50 laps in half an hour was just right. This intensity of physical training was something even Oscar couldn't complete, so it wasn't too harsh. Oscar was a level 29 food-type soul master, 3 levels higher than Ning Rong. Teacher Zhao, can we start the assessment now? Ning Rong's voice sounded in Zhao Wujin's ear. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin nodded. Then Ning Rong began to run laps around the open area. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin started the practical assessment for Zhu Zhuqing. For Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Wujin had a fondness for her talent. After all, being a level 27 Great Soul Master at less than 13 years old was remarkable. Such talent would stand out among new students in any advanced Soul Master Academy. After a round of assessments, Zhu Zhuqing passed the entrance examination. After finishing Zhu Zhuqing's assessment, Zhao Wujin turned to watch Ning Rong run laps. Gradually, Zhao Wujin felt something was off. After one incense stick's time, Ning Rong's condition was significantly better than Oscar's when he ran laps. Half an hour later, Zhao Wujin looked at the panting Ning Rong with a dazed expression. What is going on? This is how Flender trains Oscar, right? Half an hour, 50 laps? Oscar couldn't even manage that. How could Ning Rong finish it? This doesn't make sense. Zhao Wujin didn't know. Over the past few years, in order to catch up with Chu Feng, Ning Rong not only worked hard to cultivate her soul power, but also trained her physical body. Umph. A cold snort from the sword Douluo rang in Zhao Wujin's ears. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Wujin's forehead, and he thought to himself, I messed up the task that sword Douluo entrusted to me. Is this old guy going to hit me with the 7 killing sword? In the distance, hidden in the shadows, the sword Douluo saw the assessment results and thought, this Zhao Wujin really can't be relied on. It seems I can only wait for Feng Sha and the others. Ning Rong, who was resting on the side, noticed Zhao Wujin's expression. She felt a bit disappointed in Shrek Academy. This assessment wasn't difficult at all. Why did this teacher, Zhao, look so surprised? Perhaps, as Dad said, this Shrek Academy only produces excellent graduates because the students they recruit are promising. However, Ning Rong did not show any of this. She planned to observe a bit longer to see if this academy was just a name without substance. After that, Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing completed the various enrollment procedures, and the two were assigned to the same dormitory. In the evening, at Shrek Academy's cafeteria, Daim Mui was absent-mindedly eating, replaying Oscar's earlier words in his mind. He glanced at the two young girls in the distance and thought, did Oscar just say that the girl in the blue dress is Ning Rong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? If I remember correctly, Ning Rong is the daughter of Ning Feng Sha, the Sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could he bear to let his daughter come to such a faraway academy for school? Since a few years ago, after Daim Mui was beaten up by Chu Feng, he had been paying attention to information about the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. So when he heard the name Ning Rong, he immediately recalled who she was. After pondering for a moment, Daim Mui quietly asked Oscar beside him, Xiao Ao, are those the only 2 new students? No one else. Oscar was busy eating and didn't lift his head when he replied, just those 2. Hearing this, Daim Mui frowned slightly, thinking that Chu Feng didn't come. Is it just Ning Rong alone? Did she sneak out? Daim Mui felt this possibility was quite high. After all, he had sneaked out from home himself, only to be discovered later. Thinking of this, Daim Mui's eyes lit up. Before Ning Rong was discovered by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he could find opportunities to take revenge during their upcoming school life. Then, Daim Mui's gaze fell on the girl with a hot figure. Thinking, Oscar just said that this girl is called Zhu Zhuqing, and her martial soul is the Nether Cat. Zhu Zhuqing, Nether Cat, 12 years old. Could she be from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? My fiancée, whom I have never met. Daim Mui increasingly felt that this possibility was likely. He felt a warm aura from the voluptuous girl, which indicated that their martial souls were highly compatible. Damn, if I had known her figure was this good, I wouldn't have fled the Star Luo Empire. Daim Mui swallowed hard and thought to himself. He decided to wait until Zhu Zhuqing finished her meal to ask her directly. Meanwhile, Ning Rong finished her meal and did not get up to leave. She gently said to Zhu Zhuqing, after we finish eating, let's go for a walk. After spending an afternoon together, although Zhu Zhuqing didn't talk much and seemed cold, Ning Rong was still very happy because she had made a new friend. Hearing Ning Rong's words, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment and then nodded. She could feel Ning Rong's sincerity. Zhu Zhuqing knew that Ning Rong wanted to be friends with her. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing also finished eating. The two of them stood up and walked out of the cafeteria to an open area in the academy. As they strolled, Ning Rong shared interesting stories from the years she had encountered. Ning Rong enjoyed this feeling. In the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, when peers saw her, they either showed respect or fear. She didn't have a single true friend. No, Chu Feng could be considered a friend, but he seemed to be a cultivation fanatic and didn't play with her much. Just then, Daim Mui approached with a serious expression, walking towards Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing. In Ning Rong's puzzled gaze, Daim Mui approached and spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. "Can I talk to you?" As soon as Daim Mui's voice fell, a complex expression flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. In the end, she nodded and said to Ning Rong, "Wait for me a moment." After that, Zhu Zhuqing walked away first. Seeing this, Daim Mui glanced at Ning Rong and followed her. After a while, Ning Rong, feeling bored, heard Zhu Zhuqing shout, "You're just a coward." Then, Zhu Zhuqing quickly walked towards her with a puzzled look. As she passed by Ning Rong, Zhu Zhuqing said, "Let's go back to the dorm." Seeing this, a somewhat dazed Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing headed towards their dorm. When Ning Rong returned to the dorm and just closed the door, Daim Mui arrived at their dorm as well. Zhu Zhuqing, I have something to tell you," Daim Mui shouted while knocking on the wooden door. Inside the dorm, seeing this scene, Ning Rong hesitated for a moment and said, "Zhuqing." She didn't finish her sentence, but gestured with her eyes towards the door. Seeing Ning Rong's action, Zhu Zhuqing understood what she meant. She was asking her, what should they do? Should they let Daim Mui in? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also didn't know what to do. She had heard that her fiancé had come to Shrek Academy to study. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing thought that Daim Mui was there to cultivate and study to defeat Davis. After all, Shrek Academy was known for only accepting monsters. But unexpectedly, Daim Mui was trying to avoid Davis. In the afternoon, when Oscar helped them with enrollment, he talked about the other two students at the academy. So, Zhu Zhuqing learned about Daim Mui's behavior at Shrek. He was definitely a playboy. He even went to Soto City to find twins. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of despair and was utterly disappointed in Daim Mui. She had been suffering in the center of the vortex for years, while Daim Mui was indulging in pleasures. But her years of strength made her unwilling to show her emotions in front of others. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Zhuqing said, "Don't open the door for him." After saying that, Zhu Zhuqing lay down on the bed and covered her ears with a pillow. Outside, Daim Mui seemed to hear Zhu Zhuqing's words and stopped knocking. Ning Rong wanted to comfort Zhu Zhuqing, but seeing her actions, she knew Zhu Zhuqing wanted some quiet time. After a while, Ning Rong decided to go outside for some fresh air, giving Zhu Zhuqing some private space. Ning Rong opened the door and came to the open area in front of the dorm. Suddenly, she saw Daim Mui standing in the distance. Seeing Daim Mui, Ning Rong recalled what her father had said. "Perhaps my father's evaluation of Shrek is correct," Ning Rong thought to herself. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Daim Mui came closer to Ning Rong, asking Ning Rong, "How is Zhuqing?" After seeing Zhu Zhuqing's figure, Daim Mui's thoughts became lively. He had wanted to break down the wooden door earlier to have a good talk with Zhu Zhuqing, but in the end, he held back. Dean Flender had set rules against disturbing female students in their dorms. Daim Mui knew Flender's temperament. He didn't want to face punishment. Hearing Daim Mui's words, Ning Rong frowned and coldly replied, "I don't know." She had heard some things about Daim Mui from Oscar, so she didn't have a good impression of him. Hearing Ning Rong's response, Daim Mui's expression darkened as he said, "You two are in the same room. How could you not know?" "I don't know means I don't know." Seeing Ning Rong's impatient attitude, Daim Mui recalled the time he was beaten up by Chu Feng back then. A surge of anger erupted in his heart, and his voice turned cold. "Ning Rong, don't challenge my patience. Others may fear your Seven Treasure glazed tile school, but I do not. If you provoke me, be careful that I will first fry you and then kill you. Fry you again and then kill you." Upon hearing Daim Mui's threat, Ning Rong let out a cold laugh. "No wonder Zhuqing said you're a coward. Is your only skill bullying girls? Oscar also said you have countless women and are a love saint, but I see you as nothing but a scumbag." Ning Rong's words struck at Daim Mui's sore spot. His soul power surged all over his body as he shouted, "I will kill you." After saying that, Daim Mui threw a punch at Ning Rong, ready to teach her a lesson. 074 in your life. Have you ever fought for someone else? At the same time, Chu Feng, who was in the shadows, reacted after Daim Mui threatened Ning Rong. He transmitted a message to the sword Douluos, senior sword, make your move. Rong is being bullied. He, along with Ning Fengji and the 3 elders of the Feng clan, had just arrived at Shrek Academy not long ago, under the protection of the 3 elders. Ning Fengji was discussing the issue of Ning Rong's withdrawal from school with Flinder and Zhao Wujia. He was not interested in these conversations and left Flinder's office with Jian Douluo. Chu Feng and the others planned to find Tang San and his father, as well as Yu Xiaogang, to secretly eliminate them. Just after exiting Flinder's office, they heard someone shouting, Zhu Zhuqing. Following the sound, they found Ning Rong's dormitory. As soon as they arrived, they saw Daim Mui threatening Ning Rong. After Chu Feng spoke, he felt someone push him, and his body headed straight for Daim Mui. Chu Feng was puzzled and transmitted to Jian Douluo, Senior Jian. I'm in for you to teach Daim Mui a lesson, not to push me. Just as Chu Feng finished transmitting, he heard Jian Douluo reply, Xiao Feng. This is an opportunity for you to show yourself. You need to seize it. Chu Feng. On the other side, after Ning Rong spoke, she didn't expect Daim Mui to become furious and actually dare to attack her. She instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but it was too late. As she saw Daim Mui's fist about to hit her, Ning Rong resigned herself and closed her eyes, feeling a trace of regret for not listening to her father Ning Fengji. However, the expected punch did not land on her. Just as Ning Rong was puzzled, she heard a scream nearby. That voice seems to belong to Daim Mui. Ning Rong thought to herself. Then, she opened her eyes. She saw Daim Mui lying in the distance, covered in dust and looking quite disheveled. Beside her was a familiar figure. It was Chu Feng. In Ning Rong's eyes, Chu Feng looked more handsome than ever at that moment. Like the protagonist of a story Chu Feng had once told her. The great hero who rides on a rainbow cloud. The next second, Ning Rong relaxed and threw herself into Chu Feng's embrace. With a sobbing tone, she said, Why did you come so late? Well, I was so scared just now. You almost didn't get to see me again. After being hugged by Ning Rong, Chu Feng's body suddenly stiffened. He felt an inexplicable emotion surge within him, as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. Suddenly, Chu Feng thought of a saying that had been popular in short videos in his past life. In your lifetime, have you ever fought for someone else? Of course. Someone like Daim Mui wasn't at a level that would make him fight desperately. After a few seconds, Chu Feng patted Ning Rong's head and said softly, All right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Once Ning Rong's emotions stabilized a bit, he gently pushed her away and stepped towards Daim Mui. Daim Mui, it's your freedom to have countless women, and no one can interfere with that. But just because you were put in a difficult position and someone said a few words. You want to kill? And you want to first torture, and then kill, and then torture again? What is this? You can do it, but others can't say anything? You're being hypocritical. You escape to indulge yourself and throw a girl into the eye of storm. You're just a coward who knows only how to evade responsibility. And the only thing you can do is vent your anger on a 12-year-old girl? Since Chu Feng appeared, Daim Mui's heart had sunk. In his mind, the scene from a few years ago when he was brutally beaten by Chu Feng resurfaced. When he heard the word coward, Daim Mui's eyelids twitched violently, and gritting his teeth, he suppressed his anger and said, Shut up. Seeing Daim Mui's expression, Chu Feng glanced at him and asked, What's wrong? Is your behavior not that a coward? Chu Feng, I am now a soul master. I'm not afraid of you, Daim Mui said as he lunged at Chu Feng. Upon seeing this, Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. Did Daim Mui still dare to make a move? However, in the next moment he understood. In Chu Feng's perception, another presence had joined, that of Zhu Zhuqing. Daim Mui was trying to show off in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing. Ning Rong also spotted Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded to Ning Rong and then turned her gaze to Daim Mui. Since Ning Rong left the dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing had sat up. She naturally heard Daim Mui's threats towards Ning Rong. She was now extremely disappointed and disgusted with Daim Mui. Does it really have to come to this? Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Just as Chu Feng was beating up Daim Mui, besides Li Yusong, Oscar and others arrived. Even Ning Fengji, Flinder, and others who were discussing matters also reached the scene. The faces of Shrek Academy's teachers and students were grim. Daim Mui was the strongest student in their academy, yet he was being brutally beaten. However, Ning Fengji and the others remained calm and were not surprised by Chu Feng's combat strength. Flinder scanned the area and then looked at the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, saying, You all go back first. After Oscar and the others left, Flinder pondered for a moment and respectfully said to Ning Fengji, Sect Master Ning, do you think we should let your disciples stop for now? Ning Fengji glanced at Flender and simply replied, "This matter was not instigated by Chu Feng." Flender wanted to say something else, but he heard the cold snort of the sword Douluo beside him. Suddenly, he felt a wave of pressure coming at him. Flender knew that this was the dissatisfaction expressed by Ning Fengji and the others. Just now, when Daim Mui called out to Zhu Zhuqing, Flender had already heard it in the office. He heard Zhao Waoqi mention Zhu Zhuqing's name and martial soul. Knowing the relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Daim Mui, he didn't pay much attention to Daim Mui's actions. However, when Daim Mui threatened Ning Rong, Flender realized things were going wrong. Ning Fengji was known for being protective of his own, and Ning Rong was deeply favored by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo. At this moment, Flender cursed Daim Mui several times in his heart. An obviously abandoned prince. What is he trying to show off? Although they're all children from prominent families, Ning Rong's rank is clearly higher than yours. Behind her stand two titled Douluo. On the other side, Chu Feng was somewhat exhausted from beating Daim Mui. Just then, a long-awaited voice from the system rang in his mind. Beep. Detecting intense inner conflict in Ning Rong, a random task is triggered. Task. Host must teach Ning Rong how to handle Daim Mui. Upon completion of the task, the host can receive a reward. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and he became energized. The system hadn't triggered a task in a long time. After listening to the task issued by the system, Chu Feng thought to himself, teaching Ning Rong how to deal with Daim Mui? That works. Not only can he get a reward from the system, but he can also help Rong train her decision-making skills. With that in mind, Chu Feng sealed Daim Mui's soul power and dragged him towards Ning Rong like a dead dog. 075, taking Daim Mui back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School since being beaten up by Chu Feng. Daim Mui had only cried out in pain and had not begged for mercy. It wasn't that he didn't want to beg for mercy. He knew it would be useless. The last time he was beaten by Chu Feng, he had begged for mercy. It was ineffective. Moreover, he wanted to appear tough in front of Zhu Zhuqing to salvage some image. Daim Mui believed that Chu Feng and the others would be wary of his identity as a prince of the Douluo Empire, and aside from beating him up, they wouldn't dare to do anything else. Bang! Chu Feng threw Daim Mui in front of Ning Rong. Daim Mui just attacked you. It's up to you to deal with him. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Flender showed an anxious expression. But after glancing at Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, he decided to wait and see how the situation developed. Ning Fengji's eyes brightened. He has been worried recently about how to cultivate his daughter's decision-making ability. Among his several children, Rong has the highest talent. She is very likely to inherit his position in the future. At this moment, Chu Feng's actions align with his thoughts. Ning Rong, after hearing Chu Feng's words, pondered for a moment and then spoke up. Xiao Feng, you just said that Daim Mui is a coward who escapes responsibility by throwing a girl into the center of the vortex to indulge in pleasure. What does that mean? After Ning Rong finished speaking, Chu Feng did not answer her. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Can I say it?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "Go ahead. I'll go back to the dormitory for a while." After Zhu Zhuqing left, Chu Feng said to Ning Rong, "There is a rule in the Dai family of the Douluo Empire that the throne is held by the strongest prince of each generation. The best outcome for a prince who fails in the competition for the throne is to have his cultivation abolished, leaving him with his life to guard the tomb. The worst outcome is to be given death. The Dai family and the Zhu family have intermarried for generations because the martial souls of both families can perfectly complement each other, forming martial soul fusion techniques. Therefore, every prince's fiancée, E, is a woman from the Zhu family. Daim Mui's fiancée, E, is Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, her fate is bound to Daim Mui's. After encountering Daim Mui for the first time, Chu Feng subtly approached Ning Fengji to inquire about everything regarding Daim Mui. What he is saying now is all told to him by Ning Fengji. After listening to Chu Feng's words, Ning Rong's eyes were filled with shock. She didn't expect that the competition for the throne in the Douluo Empire was so brutal, much more so than in the Heaven Do Empire. At the same time, Ning Rong understood why Zhu Zhuqing said that Daim Mui was a coward. It must be that Zhu Zhuqing went through great difficulties to come to Shrek Academy, only to find that while she was suffering, Daim Mui was indulging in pleasures, living a life of extravagance, and even engaging in group activities with the twins. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing must be filled with anger and disappointment. Thinking of this, Ning Rong looked at Daim Mui with disgust in her eyes. The next moment, as if she thought of something, she frowned and said, "Xiao Feng, if the punishment for Daim Mui is too severe, will there be any serious consequences?" As soon as Ning Rong finished speaking, Chu Feng did not answer her, but instead looked at Ning Fengji. This question was most suitable for Ning Fengji to answer. Seeing this, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and then said, "The aftermath might be a bit troublesome. However, Rong, you can rest assured. No matter what decision you make, we will support you." Daim Mui, lying on the ground, heard Ning Rong's words. He knew that Ning Rong was concerned about his identity as Prince Xinghua. He let out a sigh of relief in his heart. "It seems I've passed this test." When Ning Rong heard her father's response, she pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's just give him a beating and let this matter go." After Ning Rong finished speaking, Chu Feng and Ning Fengji exchanged glances. Everyone saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Ning Rong's response was expected by Chu Feng and the others. After all, Ning Rong had been pampered by Sword Douluo and others over the years, essentially living as a carefree little princess. Even when Ning Rong obtained her soul ring, it was Sword Douluo who caught the soul beast and brought it back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, beat it half to death, and then she delivered the finishing blow. Just then, a voice echoed in Chu Feng's mind. "Ding! Task completed. Reward: 2 6x critical hit cards, 1 10x critical hit card, and 1 20x critical hit card." Chu Feng's mind stirred as he summoned the virtual panel. Host: Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years 2. 6 System Energy. 87 critical hit cards. 6x critical hit card x3, 10x critical hit card x3, 20x critical hit card x one-time pause card, x3 soul power, level 40 soul rings, yellow, 503, for years, yellow, 897, 9 years, purple, 3,505 years, soul skills, swift wings, earth defense, fiery explosion, other skills, forging, shooting, alchemy. Chu Feng glanced at the number of critical hit cards and then shifted his gaze to the soul power section. Perhaps it was because he felt even more relaxed after beating Daim Mui. He reached the 40th level of soul power. Afterwards, Chu Feng glanced at Daim Mui, who was showing a delighted expression, and thought to himself, since the task issued by the system has been completed, it's time to deal with Daim Mui. He pondered for a few seconds, then picked up the conversation. Since Rong said to spare this kid, then let us leave this kid alive. However, take this kid back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and let the Xinghua royal family come to collect him. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the expressions of the people present varied. Daim Mui's face turned pale, and he began to tremble all over. This was a matter of his life. He knows better than anyone the cruelty of the Star Luo royal family. Will the Star Luo royal family come and take him? The Star Luo royal family will definitely come and take him. After all, the Star Luo prince is being held captive by another sect, which is a disgrace to the Star Luo royal family. However, he would rather the Star Luo royal family not come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take him back, because he can foresee his fate upon returning to the Star Luo Empire. The people beside Ning Fengji showed a somewhat understanding yet puzzled expression. It seemed they had guessed the meaning behind Chu Feng's actions, but their understanding was not complete. However, having the Star Luo royal family come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take someone was not considered breaking promises. Therefore, Ning Fengji and the others did not say much more. Meanwhile, Flinder was a bit anxious. Ning Zhongzhu, this is not in accordance with the rules for your sect's disciples to act this way, right? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Xiao Feng hasn't continued to beat Daim Mui. He's just letting the Star Luo royal family come and take him. But before Flinder could continue, Ning Fengji's expression turned cold. Dean Flinder, not taking Daim Mui's life already shows us giving you face. I ask you, if the person you care about the most was threatened like that, what would you do? Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Flinder's mind conjured the image of a woman. He sighed. Indeed, if Erlong was threatened like this, he would fight that person to the death. After a while, Flinder nodded in frustration and said, "All right, Sect Master Ning, you can take the person away, but please show mercy." As soon as Flinder's words fell, Ning Fengji slightly nodded and then said to Ning Rong, "Shall we go home?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rong nodded. She had already witnessed the strength of this academy, which claimed to only accept monsters. The strongest students couldn't even defeat Chu Feng. It was evident that this academy had nothing special about it. More importantly, her father's evaluation of this academy was not wrong. In fact, she felt that her father's evaluation was a bit lenient. With this in mind, she prepared to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect with Chu Feng and the others. After chatting with Flinder for a while, Chu Feng and the others were ready to leave Shrek Academy. At this moment, Ning Rong's voice rang out in the open space. "Dad, wait a minute. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Ning Rong hesitated for a few seconds and continued, Dad, can we invite Zhu Zhuqing to join our sect? Through the earlier events, Ning Rong knew that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was not afraid of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, nor would it fear the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. She wanted to bring Zhu Zhuqing into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to ensure her safety. As soon as Ning Rong's words fell, everyone present, being perceptive, instantly understood her intention. She was moved by compassion after hearing about the competition for the throne of the Star Luo Empire. With this in mind, Ning Fengji nodded and smiled. As long as she is willing, of course, she can join. At less than 13 years old, with a soul power of 27. Such cultivation would be a good seedling in some excellent higher soul master academies. Ning Fengji naturally welcomed her to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Flander, on the other hand, was reluctant but had no way to stop it. After all, an academy is different from a sect. Students come and go freely. They can choose to attend or drop out. However, since Shrek was established, there had not been a student who voluntarily dropped out. Unexpectedly, today he encountered one. After receiving Ning Fengji's response, Ning Rong headed towards the dormitory. She wanted to discuss her thoughts with Zhu Zhuqing and see if she agreed to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After a while, as Ning Rong pulled Zhu Zhuqing's hand out of the wooden hut, she said, Zhuqing, don't worry. My father is very happy for you to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. As for your concern about bringing trouble to the sect, that's completely not an issue. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has two titled Douluos protecting it. When Ning Rong and Zhu Zhuqing approached the others, Zhu Zhuqing bowed to Ning Fengji and respectfully said, Thank you, Sect Master Ning. I am willing to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After all, after witnessing what Daim Mui had done, she had no hope that he could win the competition for the throne. She even thought about killing Daim Mui first and then committing suicide. At this moment, encountering the opportunity to survive, she naturally wanted to seize it. Seeing this, Ning Fengji elegantly said, It's a small matter. You are Rong's friend. From now on, treat the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect as your home. Then, everyone exchanged pleasantries with Flander and left Shrek Academy, heading towards Soto City. Soto City had properties under the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and everyone planned to stay there for a night. On the way to Soto City, Chu Feng spoke to Ning Fengji and the others. Uncle Ning, I might be late returning for a few days. My soul power has just reached level 40, and I need to obtain my fourth soul ring. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, everyone's gaze fell on him. Ning Fengji showed a joyful expression and said, Tomorrow, let Jian Uncle accompany you to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt soul beasts. We'll wait for you two in Soto City for a few days. Ning Rong glanced at Daim Mui and thought to herself, without comparison, there is no gap. It seemed her father was right. Even if she studied at Shrek Academy, she couldn't catch up with Chu Feng. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng nodded, then I'll trouble Senior Jian. Meanwhile, in the Stardo Great Forest, Tang Hao and Tang San were resting in a relatively safe place. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San, who was cultivating, and said in a deep voice, Little San, you've been working hard these days, right? Tomorrow, I'll send you back to Shrek Academy, okay? This time, Tang Hao brought Tang San along to gain experience while obtaining his ninth soul ring. After all, no matter how much theoretical knowledge one learns, it ultimately needs to be applied in practice. During this time, Tang Hao had experienced several battles, small and large. Each time he encountered a battle, he would store Tang San in a soul-guiding device capable of holding living beings. After several battles, Tang Hao had killed quite a few 10,000-year soul beasts, but he had yet to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast. However, Tang Hao was not anxious. He knew that 100,000-year soul beasts were very rare and not easy to come across. Hearing his father Tang Hao's words, Tang San opened his eyes and, with a blank expression, managed to squeeze out a smile. Dad, I'm not tired. It's nice to get out after staying in the academy for so long. At this moment, although Tang San appeared calm, he was somewhat anxious inside. It had been so long, and he had yet to see a single 100,000-year soul beast. He felt a bit doubtful that besides Xiao Wu, De Ming, and Air Ming, there might not be any other 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. At that moment, Tang San sighed in his heart. If he had known that finding a 10,000-year soul beast would be so troublesome, he went to find Xiao Wu, asking her to tell him where there were 100,000-year soul beasts. Compared to a few years ago, Xiao Wu's attitude towards him was completely different. Therefore, Tang San, knowing the situation, did not seek out Xiao Wu this time when he came to the Stardo Forest. He wants to wait until he becomes stronger before going to find Xiao Wu. He heard that soul beasts have a great admiration for strong individuals. Xiao Wu used to be a soul beast, so she should have similar thoughts. Tang San thought to himself while digging through the stones in front of him. How about I go ask Xiao Wu where I can find a 100,000-year soul beast? I can endure Xiao Wu's cold attitude one more time if necessary. After all, in my past life at the Tang Sect, I was able to temporarily tolerate the attitudes of those inner disciples. With this in mind, Tang San spoke to Tang Hao. Dad, let's find Xiao Wu. I want to ask her where there are 100,000-year soul beasts. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Tang Hao squinted his eyes and remained silent. He didn't want Tang San to go find Xiao Wu. After all, his son was so eager, while Xiao Wu remained indifferent. As a father, he naturally didn't want his son to seek out disappointment. Tang Hao was about to politely refuse Tang San's suggestion. However, he saw the determination in Tang San's eyes. Then, he sighed deeply and said, "All right, let's rest for a night and go find Xiao Wu tomorrow." The next day, after having breakfast, Tang Hao and Tang San headed deep into the Stardow Forest. After walking for a while, they arrived at the core area of the Stardow Forest. In the core area, it was no longer lush trees, but a lake called the Lake of Life. At that moment, Xiao Wu was sitting on a huge rock by the lake, staring blankly at the sky. The Titan Great Ape, Ming, sat quietly beside her, and there was no sign of the sky blue bull python, Ming, nearby. After the incident in Nodding City a few years ago, Xiao Wu decided to leave the Stardow Forest and enter the human world only after her soul power reached level 60. Because once her soul power reached level 60, she would have entered the maturity phase after transforming. Even if she were a title Douluo, they wouldn't be able to tell that her true form was that of a spirit beast. As Tang Hao and Tang San walked out of the forest, Ming spoke without turning his head. "Why are you two here again?" Hearing the somewhat impatient voice of the Titan Great Ape, Tang San and Tang Hao exchanged glances. And then Tang San spoke up. "Senior Ming, my father and I just encountered a powerful spirit beast, probably a 100,000-year spirit beast. My father couldn't handle it, so we came to seek refuge in your territory." This was the excuse Tang San had prepared before coming. After all, 100,000-year spirit beasts were rare, and who knew what relationship other 100,000-year spirit beasts had with Xiao Wu, if they happened to be friends. Asking directly about the 100,000-year spirit beast's whereabouts would definitely not yield the truth from Xiao Wu. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Ming's eyes revealed a strong disdain, thinking to himself, this kid is making up more and more ridiculous excuses just to see Xiao Wu. Does he not know how many 100,000-year spirit beasts are in the Stardow Forest? Thinking this, he thundered, "Impossible. The Stardow Forest only has Xiao Wu, Ming, and me, 300,000-year spirit beasts." Tang Hao and Tang San exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. No 100,000-year spirit beasts left? Does it mean we can only hunt 10,000-year spirit beasts? The gap between 10,000-year spirit beasts and 100,000-year spirit beasts was too great. Tang San pondered for a moment and believed that Ming had not told him the truth. However, he did not continue to question and simply said, "Then maybe we misjudged the age of the spirit beast." He then looked at Xiao Wu, preparing to find a breakthrough with her. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Xiao Wu, how have you been lately?" After Tang San finished speaking, he waited for a long time, but realized that Xiao Wu didn't respond to him. He called out again. Xiao Wu just stared blankly at the sky, still ignoring him. What secrets does the sky hold? Tang San thought to himself. He followed Xiao Wu's gaze and looked up at the sky, only to find that there was nothing but dark clouds. Tang San understood that Xiao Wu was unwilling to pay attention to him. A surge of anger welled up in his heart, and he made a decision in silence. "Xiao Wu, one day, you will regret this. You will pay the price." Suddenly, a voice emerged in Tang San's mind. "Xiao Wu's current strength is only at the Great Soul Master level. How about using her as the 9th spirit ring for Dad?" "No way. After all, I've known Xiao Wu for several years. I can't do that." Another voice in Tang San's heart rebutted. "Does knowing her for several years matter? She is becoming more and more distant from me. Even several times when I wanted to play with her, she made excuses." The previous voice continued to tempt him. "A 100,000-year soul beast. That's a 100,000-year soul beast. Not only will it explode a soul bone, but it also has 2 skills. Just consider it as her sponsoring Dad. After Dad regains his strength, I will go find trouble with the Spirit Hall, and it will also count as avenging her mother. This deal, neither side will lose." Gradually, the tempting voice filled Tang San's heart. After a moment, Tang San took a few deep breaths to calm himself and continued to speak to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, just now, when Dad and I entered the Stardow Forest, we saw a group of people from the Spirit Hall from a distance. Among them, there seems to be a titled Douluo who killed your mother. One of the several titled Douluo you mentioned. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, Tang Hao, Xiao Wu, and Erming's gazes fell on him. Tang Hao appeared calm on the surface, but he had a bad premonition inside. Little San is lying. The two of them had been wandering in the Stardow Forest for several days without encountering any ordinary soul masters from the Spirit Hall, let alone a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a thought popped into Tang Hao's mind. Xiao San wouldn't have set his sights on Xiao Wu, would he? Tang Hao felt anxious, but didn't transmit any voice to Tang San. Although soul beasts generally have weaker mental power than soul masters. He had just reached level 90 and hadn't obtained his 9th spirit ring yet, so his mental power might not necessarily be stronger than that of the Titan Giant Ape. He transmitted a message to Tang San, and even though the Titan Giant Ape beside him couldn't hear the content of the transmission, it could sense the fluctuations of the message. I still need to find a chance to stop Xiao San. If he really kills Xiao Wu, Xiao San will never be able to set foot in the Stardow Great Forest in this lifetime. Tang Hao thought to himself. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, in order to avoid unnecessary suspicion from Daiming and Erming, he used the secret method of the Haotian Sect to suppress his soul power level to 88. Otherwise, it would definitely raise Erming's suspicions at this moment. Not far away, Xiao Wu stopped deliberately looking up at the sky. After casting her gaze towards Tang San, she pondered for a moment and then spoke up. Tang San, what does the title Douluo from a Spirit Hall you saw look like? After Tang San finished describing the appearance, Xiao Wu's eyes turned red. It's him, she exclaimed. Then she asked, among that group of people, was he the only titled Douluo? Tang San nodded. Could it be that he came to the Stardow Great Forest to help the younger generation obtain soul rings? Xiao Wu murmured. The Titan Giant Ape, Erming, saw Xiao was showing signs of being moved. It quickly transmitted a message. Sister Xiao Wu, don't believe this kid's words. I don't trust a single punctuation mark of what he said. Sister Xiao Wu, I suspect this kid is just trying to get close to you by saying that. Think about it. If they really encountered a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, could they escape? Although the two of them looked quite disheveled now and wouldn't be recognized by ordinary people, I recognize them by their aura. But given the Spirit Hall's arrogance, they wouldn't just let them go. They would definitely investigate. Once investigated, they would definitely reveal their identities. Tang Hao's 88-level soul power couldn't shake off a titled Douluo. That titled Douluo has long followed them here. After hearing Erming's transmission, Xiao Wu calmed down a bit. Her rationality told her that Erming's analysis made sense. This kid was just eyeing her two younger brothers and trying to curry favor with her. But at the same time, Xiao Wu felt a glimmer of hope. If what Tang San said was true, she could demand a portion of the blood debt from the Spirit Hall for her mother. After thinking for a while, Xiao Wu looked into Tang San's eyes and said, Tang San, is everything you just said true? Tang San pretended to be very sincere, nodding heavily. Of course it's true. Sister Xiao Wu, he's lying. Just now, his spirit had some fluctuations. Erming secretly transmitted to Xiao Wu. Just now, it sensed that Tang San's mental state was somewhat abnormal. Erming thought to itself, damn it, trying to fool us? We're not stupid. We just don't have as many twists and turns as you humans. Hearing Erming's transmission, Xiao Wu took a deep look at Tang San. She hesitated for a moment and then said, Tang San, you lead the way, and Erming and I will go take a look. Sister Xiao Wu. Before Erming could finish, Xiao Wu shook her head, interrupting it. Let's go take a look. Seeing Xiao Wu's expression, Erming had no choice but to give up insisting. I'll go call Daiming. As soon as Erming finished speaking, Xiao Wu stopped it. Daiming is in seclusion, so don't disturb him. Let's go. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, both Tang Hao and Tang San felt a sigh of relief in their hearts. Then, Xiao Wu and Erming followed Tang San and his father away from the Lake of Life and walked into the distance. 078 10,000-year-soul beast, Stardow Great Forest. Xiao Feng, are you sure you want to absorb this 10,000-year holy golden Yaolong? Sword Douluo said with a serious expression. As soon as Sword Douluo's concerned voice fell, Chu Feng knew that Sword Douluo was still worried that he wouldn't be able to withstand the energy and soul shock of a 10,000-year soul ring. Chu Feng looked at Sword Douluo and nodded. Elder Sword, don't worry. I am fully confident that I can absorb this 10,000-year soul ring. After saying that, he walked closer to the holy golden Yaolong, using his third soul skill, Blazing Flame Explosion, to summon several fireballs that ended the life of the holy golden Yaolong. Immediately, tiny black lights floated out from the massive body of the holy golden Yaolong, transforming into a thick black soul ring. Upon seeing this black soul ring, Chu Feng's eyes slightly narrowed as he adjusted his state to the best possible condition. Then, he sat down on the ground and used his own soul power to guide the black soul ring that had fallen from the holy golden Yaolong. He slowly moved the black soul ring onto himself and began to absorb the energy within the soul ring. As soon as Chu Feng made contact with the black soul ring, he immediately felt a surge of violent soul power rushing into his body. At the same time, a powerful mental force struck his mind. Seeing this, Chu Feng showed no signs of panic. He guided the soul power within the soul ring, washing over his muscles and bones, strengthening his internal organs, and expanding his meridians. At the same time, he released his mental power, comparable to that of a soul emperor, fully crushing the residual mental power of the soul beast. After a stick of incense, there was no trace of external mental power left in Chu Feng's mind. Meanwhile, the energy in the soul ring was also significantly absorbed by Chu Feng. After a while, Chu Feng finished absorbing the soul ring. However, he did not open his eyes. Instead, with a thought, he used the Time Modifier to alter his cultivation level. In an instant, Chu Feng felt a substantial increase in the soul power within him. After completing all this, he slowly opened his eyes and summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng Realm. Soul Master Modification Years, 3. 3 System Energy, 79 Critical Hit Cards, 6x Critical Hit Card x3, 10x Critical Hit Card x3, 20x Critical Hit Card x one-time pause cards, x3 Soul Power, Level 46 Soul Rings, Yellow, 503. For years, Yellow, 897. 9 years, Purple, 3,505 years. Black, 10,035 years. Soul Skills, Swift Wings, Earth Defense, Blazing Flame Explosion, Rain of Golden Arrows. Other skills, Forging, Shooting, Alchemy. Seeing that his soul power had reached level 46, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Then, he prepared to casually modify the years of the soul rings as well. Just then, the voice of Sword Douluo, filled with concern, rang in his ears. Xiaofeng, have you finished absorbing the soul ring? How do you feel? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng did not change the age of the soul ring. Instead, he focused his mind and put away the virtual panel. Then he stood up and looked at Sword Douluo, nodding his head. Senior Jian, I have finished absorbing the soul ring. I feel good. Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, the frown on Sword Douluo's face did not relax. He pondered for a few seconds, then continued to ask in an uncertain tone, Xiaofeng, your current soul power is level 46? Seeing Chu Feng nod, the Sword Douluo's eyes filled with confusion. It really is level 46. How could absorbing a soul ring possibly increase soul power by so much? I don't know. Maybe it's because my 4th soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Chu Feng articulated the explanation he had prepared. After absorbing the soul ring, modifying his own soul power was something Chu Feng had thought of long ago. With his 10,000-year soul ring as an excuse, it could reduce others' doubts about the sudden increase in his soul power level. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the Sword Douluo slightly nodded, acknowledging his statement. No one had ever absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring for their 4th soul ring before. Perhaps Xiaofeng's soul power level skyrocketing is indeed for this reason. The Sword Douluo also had the thought of whether Xiaofeng had practiced any evil techniques. After all, the only way to rapidly increase soul power in a short time is through those kinds of evil techniques. However, in the next moment, he dismissed this thought, because Xiaofeng could not possibly be a soul master practicing evil techniques. The Sword Douluo had killed those kinds of soul masters before, and the aura they emitted had a hint of evil. He did not sense any trace of evil aura from Xiaofeng. After resolving his doubts, Sword Douluo smiled and said, Xiaofeng, what is your 4th soul skill? Show me, let me see. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded, and a black soul ring appeared around him. Then he instantly gathered dozens of dazzling golden arrows with his soul power, their sharp tips shimmering with a faint golden light. Chu Feng looked around and then, with a thought, sent the dozens of golden arrows rushing toward a huge rock not far away. Boom! A series of loud bangs erupted as the rock turned to dust, scattering into the air. The moment the golden arrows made contact with the rock, a hint of surprise flashed in Sword Douluo's eyes. In his perception, each golden arrow possessed the power of an ordinary soul master's attack. Combined, these arrows probably reached the attack strength of a soul king. The attack power is impressive. Sword Douluo nodded. Just as Sword Douluo's words fell, suddenly, a loud roar came from a great distance. Sword Douluo instantly grabbed Chu Feng, stepping on the 7 killing sword, and flew into the sky. Once in the sky, Sword Douluo looked in the direction of sound. In the next second, Sword Douluo's expression changed. How did the Titan giant ape get into a fight with Tang Hao? As soon as Sword Douluo finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Feng's face. He thought to himself, did the Titan giant ape and Tang Hao get into a fight? How could they fight? Didn't Tang San know the Titan giant ape? They wouldn't be sparring, would they? After expressing his doubts, Douluo shook his head. It couldn't be sparring. Tang Hao even used his Haotian true form. If he hadn't used his Haotian true form, I wouldn't have been able to tell who was fighting the Titan giant ape. The place where they were fighting is too far from us. Hearing Douluo's words, Chu Feng keenly realized that something must have happened, and it was very likely that he could benefit from it. He thought for a moment and then said to Sword Douluo, "Senior Sword, let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo pondered for a moment and nodded. He believed in his own strength. If anything went wrong, he could quickly leave. After that, Chu Feng and the others flew straight towards the direction of the Titan giant ape. 079, Xiao Wu's Choice, Stardew Forest. Somewhere, the Titan giant ape, Ming, was fiercely attacking Tang Hao while roaring, "Tang Hao, you have clearly reached level 90 in soul power, yet you hide your cultivation. You surely have ulterior motives. Tang Hao, Tang San, you two despicable and shameless villains. Let Sister Xiao Wu go." Ming guessed that Tang San tricked Xiao Wu into leaving the Lake of Life for some hidden purpose. However, it never expected that Tang San actually wanted to turn Xiao Wu into Tang Hao's 9th spirit ring. Just now, it and Xiao Wu had followed the Tang father and son to the edge of the Stardew Forest. But they still hadn't seen the title Douluo that Tang San mentioned. Then Xiao Wu asked Tang San where that title Douluo was. Unexpectedly, Tang San suddenly made a move and restrained Xiao Wu. Seeing the enraged Ming in the distance, a trace of fear flashed in Tang San's eyes. He didn't expect the Titan Great Ape to be so powerful. His father, using his true form, was completely being overwhelmed and had no chance of escaping. At this moment, Tang San felt a bit regretful. However, he didn't regret luring Xiao Wu here and secretly poisoning her to control her. Instead, he regretted sending Xiao Wu back to the Stardew Forest in the first place. If he had known it would lead to such a situation today, he would have had his father seal Xiao Wu's cultivation and keep her in captivity. Tang San shouted loudly at Ming, "Humph, are we despicable and shameless? If we were despicable and shameless, Xiao Wu would have been captured long ago at the Nodding City Junior Academy. I think you are the despicable and shameless ones. Ungrateful. My father saved Xiao Wu. What have you done to repay that? Over the years, what has your attitude towards us been? Indifferent. Ming, you better stop now. Otherwise, Xiao Wu." Tang San didn't continue. Instead, holding the limp Xiao Wu in one hand while drawing a dagger from his storage soul guide with the other, pointing the blade at Xiao Wu's throat. Seeing this scene, Ming snorted out white steam for his nostrils and roared, "You little brat. You dare." Then, unwillingly, he stopped his attack and stood to the side. Ming glared at Tang San with eyes as big as the door, staring at him. "You just said your father saved Sister Xiao Wu? I see that Tang Hao saved Sister Xiao Wu to keep her as your soul ring. I've seen too many examples of soul masters scheming against each other for treasures during my years in the Stardew Forest. Otherwise, how did Tang Hao get his previous 100,000-year soul ring?" Hearing Ming slander him, Tang Hao's eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily, "Shut up." What he least wanted to see was others questioning his feelings for Ain. Ain was forced to death by the Spirit Hall. It wasn't my fault. I said before, it was the people from the Spirit Hall who blocked us. Ain was driven to desperation before she made the sacrifice. I would rather not have this 100,000-year soul ring than see Ain forced into a sacrifice. As soon as Tang Hao's words fell, Titan Giant Ape Ming scoffed. "The people from the Spirit Hall forced you into a corner? The Blue Silver Emperor made the sacrifice. Ridiculous. The people from the Spirit Hall haven't found you for years, yet they found you just when you reached level 90. Stop deceiving yourselves." Hearing Ming's words, Tang Hao's expression froze. Over the years, he had been so deeply saddened that he hadn't, and didn't want to think deeply about the details of that year. After Ming's words, he also felt something was off. From the moment the Spirit Hall learned about Ain's identity until the years leading up to her sacrifice. Although he and Ain had been hiding, they were not blocked by the Spirit Hall. It was only when Ain gave birth, and he was preparing to take her back to the Sect for refuge, that they were blocked by Qian Xuanji, who was leading the title Douluo. Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Ming snorted. Then it twisted its house-sized head to look at Tang San and said coldly, "Tang San, let Sister Xiao Wu go. I will let you both leave the Douluo forest safely. Otherwise, neither of you will leave here alive. Seeing the murderous aura emanating from Ming, Tang San involuntarily took a few steps back. Then he took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and was angry at his previous reaction. He had Xiao Wu in his hands, so what was there to be afraid of? Tang San sneered, Ming. Xiao Wu is in my hands. Only I can set the terms. You stay where you are, don't follow us. Once my father and I leave the Douluo forest and enter the territory of the Luo Empire, I will naturally release Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, who was being held by Tang San, revealed a look of despair upon hearing their conversation. She didn't believe that Tang San would let her go. Just like Ming said, how many soul masters had schemed against each other for treasures. The situation had escalated to this point. She was now a fish on the chopping board. How could Tang San let such a good opportunity pass? Originally, Xiao Wu thought that Tang Hao saved her and that Tang San approached her for her two brothers. After all, the combat power of a 100,000-year-soul beast was comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Unexpectedly, the goal of the Tang father and son was her. The scene of her mother being harmed resurfaced in her mind. Is it destined that soul masters and soul beasts are enemies? Mom, I can't avenge you, Xiao Wu muttered to herself in her heart. Then, a cruel look flashed in her eyes. Now she was poisoned, weak all over, and unable to speak. Her own cultivation was also sealed. It seems that dragging Tang San to self-destruct is impossible. However, even if the soul ring is wasted, I won't let your conspiracy succeed. Xiao Wu silently thought to herself. Then, she used all her strength to lunge at the dagger in Tang San's hand. 080 The sacrifice of the Titan giant ape Pucci. The sound was not loud, but everyone's gaze fell on Xiao Wu. They saw the blade of the dagger completely inserted into Xiao Wu's throat. Blood continuously flowed from her wound. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but could only make a choking sound. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was breathing in more than breathing out. Titan giant ape Ming roared to the sky. No. Its aura suddenly exploded. The surrounding trees and stones were turned to dust under Ming's murderous aura. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao's expression changed greatly. His figure moved, and he instantly appeared in front of Tang San. At the same time, he used his soul skill to resist Ming's murderous aura, preventing Tang San from being harmed. Then Tang Hao said to Tang San, Xiao San, how could you kill Xiao Wu? Just now, Tang Hao had focused all his attention on Ming and hadn't noticed the movements on Tang San's side. As soon as Tang Hao's voice fell, Tang San hurriedly replied, Dad, it wasn't me. Xiao Wu rushed at the dagger herself. I'm not stupid. Xiao Wu being alive is more useful than her being dead. How could I possibly kill her? At this moment, Tang San's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with regret. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so resolute. Seeing no hope of survival, Xiao Wu actually charged directly at his dagger. Watching the vitality quickly drain from Xiao Wu, he couldn't feel happy at all. In the current situation, his father, Tang Hao, couldn't spare a hand to finish off Xiao Wu. The Titan great ape, Ming, was even less likely to give his father a chance to absorb the soul ring. A hint of regret appeared in Tang San's eyes. Regret for ignoring the signals his father had secretly given him on the way to the edge of the Douluo forest. He pretended not to see them. Tang San sighed and thought to himself, if I had known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have acted. Ever since parting with my teacher, why has my temperament become more and more irritable? Roar. Tang Hao, Tang San, you two despicable and shameless villains. Let go of Sister Xiao Wu. I will tear both of you apart with my own hands. The Titan great ape, Ming, had eyes that were blood red, like two blood moons. Its two strong arms continuously attacked Tang Hao, each strike aimed directly at vital points, while Tang Hao was passively defending in a sorry state. He tried to explain, Brother Ape, it was an accident. Xiao Wu charged at Xiao San's dagger herself. Nonsense. If it weren't for Tang San kidnapping Sister Xiao Wu, would she have chosen to commit suicide? Ming was seething with anger. In just a few seconds, Tang Hao was covered in wounds. He tried several times to shake off Ming and escape with Tang San, but he failed each time. At this moment, Tang Hao felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. If I haven't reached the tidal Douluo level, it's just not enough. Even if I use the Haotian true body, I still can't defeat the Titan giant ape. He glanced at Tang San and saw that Tang San was a bit dazed. Tang Hao frowned and transmitted his voice. Little San, what are you thinking? Throw Xiao Wu to the Titan giant ape. Hearing Tang Hao's voice transmission, Tang San came back to his senses and instantly understood the meaning behind Tang Hao's words. His father intended to use Xiao Wu to achieve their escape. Tang San saw his father being overwhelmed and beaten by the Titan giant ape, and it looked like he was about to be unable to hold on any longer. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Tang San pulled out the dagger from Xiao Wu's throat, then with a flick of his hand, he threw Xiao Wu towards a place where Tang Hao was engaged in battle with Ming. At the same time, he shouted loudly at the Titan giant ape, Ming, Xiao Wu is not dead. She is still alive. He wants to use Xiao Wu to exchange for Ming to stop. The Titan giant ape Ming is frantically attacking Tang Hao. Upon seeing Xiao Wu being thrown over, it quickly retracts its attack, leaping up and bracing itself against the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand with its back. Then, it grabs Xiao Wu in its hands to protect her. Meanwhile, Tang Hao sees Ming has stopped attacking and swings his hammer at Ming fiercely. Then, he flashes and appears in front of Tang San in an instant. Taking advantage of Ming's distraction, Tang Hao grabs Tang San and quickly runs away. Ming pays no attention to the escape of the Tang father and son. Right now, all its focus is on Xiao Wu in its hands. Scenes of moments with Xiao Wu since they met keep surfacing in its mind. For tens of thousands of years, it and Ming have always liked the straightforward Xiao Wu, because it and Ming are brothers. Both beasts have buried this feeling deep in their hearts and have not shown it in front of Xiao Wu. Ming raises its house-sized head, looking toward the lake of life, murmuring, "Why is Big Brother still in seclusion?" Then it glances at Xiao Wu in its hands. Seeing Xiao Wu's life force rapidly fading, Ming's gaze gradually becomes resolute. "No need to wait for Big Brother. I will save you. Xiao Wu, don't worry. As long as you still have a breath. You want to die." Originally, it wanted to wait for the Ming to come out of seclusion before offering Xiao Wu as a sacrifice. This way, it could avoid any crisis Xiao Wu might face upon resurrection. After all, Xiao would be weak after resurrection and could encounter dangers in the Stardew Forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, whose consciousness is gradually fading, sees the blinding red light erupting from Ming's forehead, and she understands what Ming intends to do. She wants to stop this scene, but feels powerless, only able to watch helplessly as it unfolds. The bright red blood flame rises from the Titan giant ape Ming. Ming's flesh, life, and 100,000 years of cultivation burn in the blood flame. The blood flame grows stronger and stronger, and Ming's body slowly becomes transparent, like a transparent red crystal. Finally, all the blood flames transform into a huge ring that envelopes Xiao Wu. The wounds on Xiao Wu's body heal rapidly, and the fluctuations of her soul power become increasingly stronger. However, Xiao Wu is still unable to move at this moment, because the red light that erupted from Ming's forehead created a magnetic field that caused everything around them to become absolutely still in the red glow. Although the red magnetic field has weakened now, Xiao Wu has only regained consciousness, but her body still cannot move. Finally, the red light on Ming completely disappears, and its massive body transforms back to its newborn form. A bright red soul bone appears in front of Xiao Wu, which is a left leg bone. Ming knows that Xiao Wu's leg strength is extremely powerful, so when it sacrifices itself, it transforms its energy into a left leg bone. The sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast infuses its soul into the soul ring and soul bone. Therefore, they can also choose which part of their body to condense their energy into a soul bone. At this moment, Xiao Wu, restored to her original state, can move. She embraces Ming's body and cries painfully. "Sister Xiao Wu, don't cry. If you hadn't saved me back then, I might not have lived to see 100,000 years." Hearing Ming's last words, Xiao Wu cries even harder. After a while, she slowly raises her head and looks in the direction where the Tang father and son escaped. Her eyes are blood red. "Tang San, Tang Hao, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, the hatred in Xiao Wu's heart towards the Tang father and son is no less than her hatred towards BBDong. 081 Xiao Wu's self-detonation. Stardew Forest. The Tang father and son had just run a short distance when they felt a heart-pounding wave coming from behind. Tang Hao hesitated for a moment and stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at the place where he had just fought the Titan great ape. Tang San, standing beside him, turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what is this fluctuation? Why does it feel even more unsettling than the battle with the title Douluo?" Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao revealed a look of reminiscence in his eyes and said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a 100,000-year soul beast making a sacrifice." As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang San's brows furrowed slightly. "Soul beast sacrifice? He had heard his father Tang Hao mention the matter of his mother's sacrifice back in the day. However, Tang Hao did not elaborate on the specific process of the sacrifice. Tang San narrowed his eyes slightly. Was the fluctuation caused by the sacrifice of a soul beast from 100,000 years ago really that terrifying? Hearing his son's words, Tang Hao shifted his gaze from the distance to Tang San. He nodded, saying that the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast not only burns all cultivation, but also flesh and blood, and soul. So its power would naturally be terrifying compared to a tidal Douluo battle. Moreover, during the sacrifice, a magnetic field would be generated, and everything within the range of that magnetic field would be immobilized. Finally, Tang Hao said with some emotion, "What I find most powerful about the sacrifice of a 100,000-year soul beast is that it can heal all injuries and even instantly restore someone on the verge of death to their original state." After speaking, Tang Hao looked in the direction from which the fluctuation came, his face showing a thoughtful expression. A few seconds passed. He muttered to himself in confusion. Could it be that the Titan giant ape sacrificed itself for Xiao Wu? With this thought, Tang Hao's mind became active. 2 soul bones and a 100,000-year soul ring would tempt anyone. Just as Tang Hao was deep in thought, he heard Tang San's voice beside him. "Dad, let's go back and kill them. This is a great opportunity. If the Titan giant ape really sacrificed itself for Xiao Wu, then Xiao Wu should be unprotected right now." Hearing his son's words, Tang Hao glanced at Tang San. As expected of his son, he was thinking along the same lines. Tang Hao nodded, but he didn't say anything. He was still thinking. The only thing to worry about now is the Tianqing Niumeng in seclusion, Tang Hao thought to himself. In his true form, apart from the Tianqing Niumeng, there were not many soul beasts left in the Stardow Forest that could withstand his presence. After thinking for a while, he decided to go back and capture Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape's sacrifice caused such a huge disturbance, yet the sky blue bull python didn't show up, which means it shouldn't be so easy for the sky blue bull python to end its seclusion. Even if the sky blue bull python did end its seclusion, he could easily escape from the Stardow Forest before it arrived. With this in mind, Tang Hao looked around, and then his gaze landed on Tang San as he spoke. "Xiao San, I'm going back to catch Xiao Wu." After saying this, he paused for a moment, pointed in a direction, and continued, "You should leave the Stardow Forest in that direction first. Once this is over, I'll immediately catch up with you." Hearing his father's instructions, Tang San nodded and said, "Got it, Dad. You take care and stay safe too." He understood that his father was worried about his safety and also afraid that he would hold him back, which is why he asked him to leave the Stardow Forest first. However, Tang San felt that his father was being a bit overdramatic. If he was concerned about his safety, he could simply keep him in the soul guiding device. In the Stardow Forest, although his father's strength couldn't dominate, unless the sky blue bull python intervened, his father would still be able to escape from danger. After Tang San left, Tang Hao noticed that the fluctuations caused by the sacrifice were becoming weaker and weaker. He couldn't care less about his injuries and quickly flew towards the place where he had just fought the Titan giant ape. Before long, Tang Hao returned to the previous location. The scene was in ruins. Xiao Wu was holding a corpse resembling a monkey and was running towards the Lake of Life. Sensing movement behind her, Xiao Wu turned around. Tang Hao. Her face changed drastically. Before she could make any move, Tang Hao flashed and appeared beside her. Seeing the scene, a glimmer of despair flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Ming had already sacrificed himself to save her. Ming was still in seclusion. She couldn't escape. Perhaps this was fate. It's just a pity that Ming's sacrifice was wasted. In the next moment, before Tang Hao could act to restrain Xiao Wu, a special energy rose from her body, and the luster of her skin was replaced by a layer of ashen gray. At the same time, Tang Hao felt that his movements had slowed significantly. Seeing this, Tang Hao's expression changed. He knew what Xiao Wu was planning. She must have felt that she couldn't escape. She wanted to self-destruct. Tang Hao's face darkened. He realized that Xiao Wu was forcing him to act. The self-detonation of a 100,000-year soul beast would create a special invisible energy shield within a radius of about 10 meters. This energy shield was incredibly tough. Even a tidal Douluo might not be able to break it. Seeing the expression on Tang Hao's face, Xiao Wu sneered, "Tang Hao, don't you want my soul ring? Go ahead and kill me now." Looking at the motionless Xiao Wu, Tang Hao's expression was grim. He originally planned to capture Xiao Wu, find a safe place, and kill her to obtain her soul ring. But now he and Xiao Wu are both inside the energy barrier. If he doesn't stop Xiao Wu from self-destructing, he won't survive either. He killed Xiao Wu, and although he prevented her from self-destructing and obtained the soul ring, by doing so, He could only absorb the soul ring on the spot unless he gave up the soul ring and only took the soul bone. Otherwise, he would have to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, which would take a considerable amount of time, leading to more variables. Looking at Xiao Wu's body rapidly expanding, Tang Hao knew he couldn't delay any longer. He summoned the Haotian hammer and swung it down toward Xiao Wu. Instantly, Xiao Wu was struck dead by the formidable Haotian hammer. In the next moment, tiny red lights began to float out from Xiao Wu's body. The red dots continuously gathered and condensed in the air, eventually transforming into a heavy red soul ring, quietly floating in the air. 082 Tang Hao's demise. Looking at the red soul ring before him, Tang Hao pondered for a moment, suppressing the urge to absorb the soul ring, and stepped toward Xiao Wu's corpse. He searched Xiao Wu's body and found a soul bone located on her left leg. Looking at the soul bone in his hand, Tang Hao silently said to himself, "This soul bone should have dropped from the Titan Great Ape." Afterward, he glanced at Xiao Wu's corpse and summoned the Haotian hammer. Holding the Haotian hammer, Tang Hao struck down on Xiao Wu's corpse. Immediately, her corpse was torn apart, and a soul bone burst forth. Seeing the left leg bone in his hand and the right arm bone in the air, a hint of joy appeared on Tang Hao's face. He has 6 soul bones in his body. Among them, the right arm bone and the left leg bone were bestowed upon him by the Sect, as he was chosen as the successor of the Sect Master. However, due to certain events back then, the Sect Master of the Haotian Sect is not him, but his older brother Tang Xiao. Logically speaking, since he did not take over the position of Sect Master, he should return the soul bones to the Sect. However, extracting the soul bones requires severing the corresponding body parts, which would cause harm to his body and significantly reduce his strength. Therefore, over the years, although some people in the Sect have voiced their discontent, arguing that since he is not the Sect Master and has been expelled from the Sect, he should return the soul bones. All these opinions have been blocked by his older brother. Now that he has the soul bones of Xiao Wu and Ming, everything will be much easier. He can replace the soul bones of Xiao Wu and Ming with the soul bones in his body and give them to the Sect. Moreover, the quality of Xiao Wu and Ming soul bones is obviously higher than the 2 soul bones within the Sect, which should be able to quell the dissatisfaction of those people. After placing the 2 soul bones into the soul guide, Tang Hao turned his gaze back to the soul ring in front of him. He felt a bit conflicted about whether to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring before him. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt a surge of heart palpitations, and the hair all over his body stood on end. He shouted, "Haotian, protect me." At the same time, the Haotian hammer in Tang Hao's hand spun rapidly, creating a protective shield around his body. Boom! A loud sound echoed as an enormous sword energy struck Tang Hao's protective shield. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the shield. Seeing this, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he turned to look into the distance. In Tang Hao's line of sight, Chu Feng and Sword Douluo were slowly walking towards him. It was Sword Douluo Chun Xian who had just attacked him. At this moment, Tang Hao was burning with anger, but he suppressed his rage and said, "Brother Jian, what do you mean by this?" Before Sword Douluo could respond, Tang Hao finished speaking and activated his soul power, darting away into the distance. Tang Hao knew that ever since Chu Feng and Chun Xian appeared, he could forget about absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. Now, Tang Hao only hoped to escape from the Stardow Forest as quickly as possible. Seeing Tang Hao's attempt to flee, Chu Feng and Chun Xian exchanged glances. Upon seeing the corpse of the 10,000-year soul beast on the ground, they anticipated Tang Hao's actions. Tang Hao had left the impression of being brave to the outside world, not foolish. There was animosity between them, and Tang Hao couldn't defeat Chun Xian. If Tang Hao, who possessed soul bones, didn't run, that would be abnormal. Subsequently, Chun Xian waved his sleeve and rushed out with Chu Feng in pursuit. After chasing for a while, Chu Feng noticed that although the distance between them was decreasing, the rate at which it was closing was too slow. If this continued for too long, there might be unforeseen circumstances. Thinking of this, Chu Feng decided to use a time pause card, the soul bone he had to obtain. He also wanted Tang Hao's head. Chu Feng considered using the time modifier to lower Tang Hao's cultivation. However, just using the modifier without a critical hit card wouldn't be very effective. He could only adjust Tang Hao's cultivation to 3 years ago when he was still at the Soul Douluo level and could still use the Haotian True Body. Compared to the critical hit card, Chu Feng preferred to use a time pause card. After all, the critical hit card was more beneficial for him. Then, Chu Feng secretly transmitted a message to Sword Douluo. "Senior Jian, I will continuously use my first soul skill, Swift Wings, to see if I can trigger the absolute stillness effect." Hearing Chu Feng's transmission, Sword Douluo simply replied, "Okay." A surge of anger surged within Sword Douluo. He couldn't even catch up to a Douluo-level soul master immediately. This was quite embarrassing for him. It seems Tang Hao must have gone all out. Using a secret method to increase his speed, Sword Douluo thought to himself. While Sword Douluo was deep in thought, Chu Feng waited for more than 10 seconds before silently chanting in his heart. Use the time pause card on Tang Hao. Beep. The time pause card was successfully activated. Time pause for 5 seconds. In Sword Douluo's line of sight, Tang Hao's speed suddenly decreased, relying only on inertia to move forward. Seeing this, Sword Douluo realized that Chu Feng had triggered the absolute stillness effect of his first soul skill. A seasoned warrior, Sword Douluo quickly reacted, and the 7-kill sword in his hand sliced through the air, striking towards Tang Hao ahead. With a sound, without the protection of soul power, Tang Hao was easily decapitated by the 7-kill sword, as if he were tofu. Watching Tang Hao's head fly off to the side, Sword Douluo felt a bit emotional. Xiaofeng's skill was too domineering. In a battle between experts, even a slight mistake could change the outcome, not to mention absolute stillness for a few seconds. After decapitating Tang Hao, Sword Douluo leaped forward and arrived in front of Tang Hao's body. He searched for a while and found 3 soul bones in Tang Hao's storage soul guide. Seeing the 3 soul bones in his hand, Sword Douluo was somewhat surprised. There are actually 3 soul bones? Just now, there were only 2 soul beast corpses on the ground. It seems Tang Hao has encountered something else. However, Sword Douluo didn't think too much about this matter. After placing the 3 soul bones down, he turned his gaze toward Tang Hao's corpse. He felt the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Hao's corpse. Sword Douluo squinted his eyes and thought to himself, Tang Hao is already dead. There shouldn't be any soul power fluctuations. This intensity of soul power fluctuations indicates that there are soul bones within Tang Hao. With his thought, Sword Douluo moved his mind, and the 7-killing sword was instantly plunged into Tang Hao's chest. Then the sword energy was unleashed. Immediately, Tang Hao's corpse was reduced to chunks of flesh. The 6 soul bones within Tang Hao's body became visible. Sword Douluo waved his hand, and the 6 soul bones flew into the air. Afterwards, Sword Douluo took some clean water from his soul guiding device, washed the soul bones clean, and then collected the 6 soul bones. After doing all this, Sword Douluo looked around, saw that there was nothing unusual, and then left with Chu Feng, heading towards Soto City. As for the pile of flesh on the ground, Sword Douluo believed that the soul beast of the Star Doe Forest would help him clean it up thoroughly. In Soto City, at an estate of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at the weary Chu Feng and Sword Douluo and asked, Sword Uncle, Xiao Feng, how was your trip to the Star Doe Forest? As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, Chu Feng and Sword Douluo exchanged glances. Sword Douluo scanned the surroundings and saw that there were only the 3 of them in the room. Then he released his spiritual power, enveloping the entire room. Upon seeing this scene, Ning Fengji raised his eyebrows. Sword Uncle is being so cautious? Something must be up. After doing all this, Sword Douluo said to Ning Fengji, Xiao Feng has absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, and his soul power has reached level 46. Hearing Sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji slightly nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He was not surprised that Chu Feng absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. After all, through repeated confirmations from him, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, the difficulty for Chu Feng to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring was not very high. He was surprised that Chu Feng's soul power had increased by 6 levels. Although he knew that the longer the age of the soul ring, the greater the energy contained within it, which greatly contributed to a soul master's increase in soul power levels. He did not expect that a 10,000-year soul ring could enhance so many soul power levels. Perhaps Xiao Feng's ability to increase his soul power by 6 levels is also related to the fact that the soul ring is from a subdragon. After all, among soul beasts, the bloodline level of the subdragon is quite high. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment and then looked at Chu Feng, speaking with concern. Xiao Feng, how do you feel now? Sword Uncle, don't worry, I feel great right now. Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji wanted to encourage him, but he found himself at a loss for words. 12 years old, level 46 Soul Master. It seems that there has never been such a young Soul Master in the history of Douluo Continent. Calling Chu Feng a genius felt a bit small in comparison. In the end, all of Ning Fengji's thoughts turned into one sentence. Xiao Feng, well done. Haha, Fengji, is this what you call doing well? Hearing the words of Sword Douluo, Ning Fengji was taken aback. Could it be that Sword Uncle had just isolated external perception, not to reveal that Xiao Feng's 4th soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring? Just as Ning Fengji was puzzled, The next words from Sword Douluo caused a huge change in his mind. Feng Sha, during this trip to the Stardow Forest, we obtained 9 soul bones. What? Ning Feng Sha exclaimed as he stood up. He had an expression of disbelief on his face. 9 soul bones. No wonder Sword Uncle was so cautious. The appearance of a single soul bone could stir up quite a tempest in the Soul Master world. Amid Ning Feng Sha's shocked expression, Sword Douluo recounted the process of obtaining the soul bones. After listening to Sword Douluo's account, Ning Feng Sha looked at Chu Feng and remained silent for a long time. Although Sword Uncle's narration was concise, Ning Feng Sha could still sense the significant role Chu Feng played in it. If it weren't for Chu Feng, Sword Uncle would not have been able to take down Tang Hao in such a short time. If Tang Hao had managed to escape into the Star Luo Empire, other complications might have arisen. After all, the Star Luo Empire was supported by the Haotian Sect. Some city lords would certainly not stand by if they saw a disciple of the Haotian Sect in trouble. At that time, if Sword Uncle was obstructed by these people, even a slight delay could allow Tang Hao to completely shake off Sword Uncle's pursuit. Ning Feng Sha took a sip of tea to steady his mind, and then said with some emotion, I didn't expect that Tang Hao actually possesses 6 soul bones. No wonder he could defeat a title Douluo at the Soul Douluo level and escape from Qian Douluo's grasp. Speaking of this, Ning Feng Sha seemed to think of something and asked, what about Tang San and Yu Xiaogang? Have you seen them? No, I searched around but didn't see their figures. Upon hearing Sword Douluo's answer, Ning Feng Sha frowned. Originally, he and Chu Feng had discussed at this time they would come to Shrek Academy and secretly eliminate the Tang family and Yu Xiaogang. But unexpectedly, these 3 were still as elusive as before and were not at Shrek Academy. If Tang San and Yu Xiaogang are not by Tang Hao's side, where could they be? Ning Feng Sha felt some confusion in his heart. However, he didn't dwell on the matter too much. Ning Feng Sha looked at Chu Feng, pondered for a moment, and then said, Xiao Feng, don't worry. A few of these 9 soul bones must belong to you. However, this place is not suitable for a long stay. Let's return to the Sect first and discuss further. Hearing Ning Feng Sha's words, Chu Feng nodded, thank you, Uncle Ning. Subsequently, Ning Feng Sha and the others made some preparations and left Swoto City, heading towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, at the Lake of Life, a loud splash echoed. A giant creature with a cow's head and a serpent's body emerged from the water. It was the Tianqing Yomang. Deming. At this moment, Deming was very excited. It had finally absorbed the heavenly and earthly essence from that soul beast. Moreover, that adult had allowed it to share everything about the adult with Xiao Wu and Erming. Perhaps in the near future, Xiao Wu and Erming would also be able to absorb the heavenly and earthly essence from that soul beast. Deming twisted its massive cow head, looking around, Where are Xiao Wu and Erming? Did they leave the Lake of Life to play in the forest again? It then used a secret technique to sense Xiao Wu's exact location. After a while, Deming's expression changed dramatically, and its soul power surged. It could not sense Xiao Wu and Erming anywhere in the entire Stardow Forest. Deming knew something was wrong. It whipped its enormous serpent tail and dashed into the forest. Deming began to catch the soul beasts around the Lake of Life, preparing to use them to understand what had happened. Through various clues, Deming discovered that Xiao Wu and Erming had been killed by the Tang family father and son. When it arrived at the place where Xiao Wu and Erming had met their demise, it saw only some fragmented remains of Xiao Wu and Erming. Deming realized that not only had Xiao Wu and Erming been killed, but their bodies had also been devoured by the soul beasts in the forest. Witnessing this scene, it howled to the sky and roared angrily. Roar! Tang Hao! Tang San! Haotian Sect! I will not let you go. Under the sudden eruption of Deming's aura, the surrounding vegetation was reduced to dust. At this moment, Deming no longer felt the joy of absorbing the heavenly and earthly essence. It fell into deep self-reproach. It had promised Xiao Wu's mother to protect Xiao Wu. It had broken its word. If it hadn't gone to absorb the heavenly and earthly essence, Xiao Wu and Erming wouldn't have died. None of this would have happened. Deming charged towards the distant woods. It kept whipping its thick serpent tail, smashing various trees in a fit of rage. Accompanied by loud crashes, wood chips flew everywhere, and dust obscured the sky. After a long while, Deming calmed down a bit. It returned to the scene of Xiao Wu and Erming's deaths and carefully dug up the ground where their remains were. Then, it returned to the Lake of Life and placed the dug-up earth on the shore. After that, it dug a large pit not far from the Lake of Life, placed the earth inside, and filled the pit back up. Deming did this not only to keep a memento for itself, but also to prevent Xiao Wu and Ming's remains from being damaged. Having done all this, Ming wasted no time. It began to pursue the soul beast that had devoured the corpses using the scattered clues and the lingering scents of Xiao Wu and Ming. In the following days, Ming's massive body appeared in various parts of the Stardew Forest. Every time it killed a soul beast, it would place the corpse near the Lake of Life. Ming planned to bury these soul beasts in a large pit as well. After all, these soul beasts contained the flesh and blood of Xiao Wu and Ming. A few days later, the soul beasts that participated in the feeding had mostly been cleared out by Ming. During this time, Ming, through Tang Hao's scent, discovered Tang Hao's corpse. No, to be precise, it was a pile of meat chunks. It also dug up that piece of earth and brought it back to the Lake of Life. Ming planned to keep the earth containing Tang Hao's remains to vent its anger. At the same time, in a small town outside the Stardew Forest, Tang San was pacing back and forth in a hotel room, occasionally glancing out the window. At this moment, Tang San was extremely anxious. It's been almost 10 days, and there's still no news of my father. This town is the closest one to the Stardew Forest in the Douluo Empire. If my father came out of the Stardew Forest as planned, he would definitely pass through this town. Could it be that something delayed him? Or did something unexpected happen? Tang San touched the soul guide at his waist, his face showing hesitation. Although the hotel was not very well equipped, its geographical location was advantageous, and the room and meal costs were not cheap. After a few days of expenses, he had very little soul currency left. After pondering for a moment, Tang San stood up and left the hotel. He planned to return to Shrek Academy first and wait for his father there. Tang San found a convoy heading to the Douluo Empire at the post station. He followed the convoy around the Starry Forest, heading to Soto City. A few days later, Tang San returned to Shrek Academy. As soon as he arrived at the academy, he began searching for his father. However, Tang San searched every corner of the academy, even the nearby villages, but he still did not see his father's figure. While Tang San was looking for Tang Hao, he ran into the dean of Shrek Academy, Flender. Flender felt a bit puzzled by Tang San's expression and actions. He curiously asked, "Tang San, you're back. Who are you looking for?" As soon as Flender finished speaking, Tang San rolled his eyes and replied, "I'm looking for Oscar." Hearing Tang San's answer, Flender secretly curled his lip. He knew that Tang San was lying with his eyes open. In his perception, Tang San had just come out of Oscar's dormitory not long ago, and Oscar was still in the dormitory. However, Flender did not expose Tang San, merely nodding as if nothing was wrong. Then, Flender asked Tang San if Haotian had returned as well. Upon hearing Flender's words, Tang San's heart stirred. It seems that Dad hasn't returned to Shrek Academy. Tang San pretended to be casual and said, "No, my dad went to handle some matters." Upon hearing this, Flender hesitated for a few seconds, deciding to give face to Yu Xiaogang, and briefly mentioned that Chu Feng and the others had come to Shrek Academy. When Tang San heard what Flender said, his heart sank. Chu Feng and the others must have come to Shrek for me. Ning Rong is probably just their cover. Meanwhile, Flender noticed that Tang San had fallen into deep thought and didn't say anything further, instead walking off into the distance. By the time Tang San raised his head to ask for more specific details, Flender was already gone. He found that Flender had disappeared without a trace. Tang San pondered for a moment, then turned and walked towards Oscar's dormitory. He intended to ask Oscar for more details about Chu Feng and the others having come to Shrek. Inside the dormitory, Oscar was working hard to make sausages to earn some extra money. When he heard that Tang San wanted to know about the recent recruitment, Oscar put down his work and began to recount what he had heard. After Oscar finished speaking, Tang San snorted coldly. Chu Feng was still as domineering as before. Even Ning Rong said to let Daim Mui go, yet he still brought Daim Mui back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Hearing Tang San's words, Oscar shook his head while organizing the sausages he had made. What would you do if the person you care about the most was threatened, and others had already taken action? As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Tang San's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not respond. However, he thought to himself, if someone did that to me, then he would have a path to death. After chatting with Oscar for a while, Tang San left his dormitory. Once outside, he returned to his own dormitory. Currently, there were not many students at Shrek, so both teachers and students had their own dorms. After returning, Tang San did not practice, but sat on his bed, lost in thought. Oscar had just mentioned that Ning Fengji and others had inquired about the whereabouts of his father and teacher for Flender indirectly. It seemed that he could no longer stay at Shrek Academy. His father was now missing. Without his father's protection, his current situation was somewhat dangerous. "Dad, where exactly have you gone?" Tang San sighed inwardly. During the days at the hotel in the small town, He had noticed the soul masters coming in and out of the Stardow forest. From their conversations, he had not gleaned any useful clues. After thinking for a moment, Tang San decided to leave Shrek Academy and head to Haotian Sect. Before going to the Stardow forest, his father had considered taking him back to Haotian Sect after obtaining the 9th Spirit Ring and had given him a map with the specific location of Haotian Sect marked on it. Moreover, by going to Haotian Sect, he could also learn about any movements of his father. Although his father had been expelled from Haotian Sect due to Qiang Sunji, over the years, his father and Uncle Tang Hao had still kept in touch. With this in mind, Tang San decided to leave Shrek Academy immediately. He prepared to leave quietly, without disturbing anyone. Tang San was worried that if his whereabouts were leaked, his enemies would ambush him on the way. Moreover, he didn't have much affection for the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, so there was no need for farewells. He could feel that others were kind to him not because they regarded him as a friend, but out of fear of his father's power. Tang San quickly tidied up and quietly left Shrek Academy, heading to Haotian Sect. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile Sect. In the spacious and bright meeting hall, several figures were gathered around a square table. On the table were 9 long boxes, each emitting fluctuations of soul power. Xiao Feng, Uncle Jian, and Uncle Gu have unanimously decided to give you 4 of the 9 soul bones. You can choose first. Ning Fengji said slowly as he opened the 9 long boxes on the table. Ning Fengji was not worried about eavesdroppers. At this moment, the door of the meeting hall was tightly closed, and only he, Xiao Feng, Uncle Jian, and Uncle Gu were inside. Moreover, Uncle Jian's spiritual power covered the area around the meeting hall. Any movement would be immediately detected by Uncle Jian. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Chu Feng nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you, Uncle Ning, and thank you, 2 seniors." Chu Feng knew that although he seemed to be getting 1 less soul bone, he could choose which soul bone he wanted first. The quality of a 100,000-year soul bone could completely make up for the difference in quantity. After all, the quality gap between 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul bones was not insignificant. Soul bones produced by soul beasts of 10,000 years and below only carried 1 skill. In contrast, soul bones produced by 100,000-year soul beasts must carry 2 skills. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng picked up 4 soul bones from the table and stored them in his storage soul guide. The 4 soul bones were the left leg bone of the Titan Giant Ape, the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor, the right arm bone of the Soft Bone Charm Rabbit, and a head soul bone. In the original work, the Titan Giant Ape dropped its left arm bone. The skills attached to the soul bones were Titan Sky Break and Gravity Mire. The skill Titan Sky Break instantly compresses the air to the extreme, forming an energy attack similar to an air cannon. The skill Gravity Mire allows gravity to suddenly increase or decrease within a certain range, restricting the opponent's actions in various ways. However, now the soul bone dropped by the Titan Giant Ape had turned into a left leg bone. It was uncertain whether the skills attached to the soul bone would change. The right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor and the right arm bone dropped by Xiao Wu could greatly enhance his combat power. The right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor had 2 skills: Unquenchable Wildfire, revived by Spring Breeze and Flight. The skill Unquenchable Wildfire, revived by Spring Breeze, could self-repair injuries, allowing even severed limbs to grow back on their own. The right arm bone of the Soft Bone Charm Rabbit had 2 skills: Teleportation and Invincible Golden Body. The range of the teleportation skill is within 100 meters, and it requires no buffering time, allowing the skill to be used continuously. Each use of the teleportation skill costs 1% of the total soul power as a price. After activating the Invincible Golden Body skill, the Soul Master using it can ignore attacks below the divine level for 3 seconds. Seeing that Chu Feng's choice of soul bones was of greater value than the remaining soul bones, Ning Fengji merely nodded slightly and did not feel too distressed. After all, Chu Feng played a significant role in defeating Tang Hao. Moreover, Ning Fengji had already regarded Chu Feng as a son-in-law. After Chu Feng stored the soul bones, Ning Fengji put away the remaining soul bones on the table into his storage soul guide. The group chatted for a while longer before Chu Feng returned to his room. Although the room where Chu Feng stayed was in the core area of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and was very safe, after returning to his room, Chu Feng still released his spiritual power to sense the situation around the room and took some protective measures. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the long box containing the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor from his storage soul guide. Chu Feng opened the long box, and a crystal-clear soul bone lay quietly inside. The soul bone was blue-golden in color, with tiny lights flickering inside. At the same time, a powerful and gentle aura emanated from it. In the presence of this aura, Chu Feng's soul power involuntarily began to circulate. However, he did not feel oppressed by this aura. Earlier, in the meeting hall, Chu Feng had already adapted to this aura after being washed by the energies of the 9 soul bones. Looking at the blue-golden right leg bone before him, Chu Feng prepared to absorb this soul bone. He planned to keep the remaining left leg bone of the Titan giant ape and the right arm bone of the soft bone charm rabbit for later absorption at the Soul King and Soul Emperor levels. The left leg bone of the Titan giant ape and the right arm bone of the soft bone charm rabbit had not been absorbed by anyone yet. The energy contained within could enhance Chu Feng's soul power level, making them excellent tools for upgrading. In less than a month, Chu Feng's soul power level had risen from level 40 to level 46. Due to the rapid upgrade, the soul power within Chu Feng's body felt somewhat unstable. In the short term, he was not suited for another significant increase in soul power level. Although the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor had also not been absorbed by anyone, the energy contained within mainly nourished the Soul Master's body and would not significantly enhance the Soul Master's soul power level. Chu Feng took a deep breath, adjusting his state to the best. Then, he reached out and took the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor from the long box. As Chu Feng pressed the soul bone against his right leg, in an instant, the crystal clear soul bone transformed into blue-golden streams and fused into his body. A wave of coolness spread from Chu Feng's right leg throughout his body, and he felt no discomfort at all. At that moment, Chu Feng felt as if he had just drunk a bottle of iced beverage on a scorching summer day, feeling extremely refreshed. Meanwhile, a slight explosive sound came from within Chu Feng's body. That was the sound caused by the energy contained in the soul bone continuously washing over his bones and muscles. As the cool sensation within his body gradually diminished, the meridians in Chu Feng's body were being continuously widened. After a long time, the fluctuations of soul power around Chu Feng completely calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor had been completely absorbed. After absorbing the soul bone, Chu Feng did not rush to get up but carefully sensed the situation within his body. His soul power indeed hasn't increased much, still less than half a level. However, under the gentle energy of the soul bone, his soul power has solidified quite a bit, and the feeling of lightness in his body has decreased somewhat. After a while, feeling the situation within his body, Chu Feng got off the bed and strolled to the window, gazing into the distance. At this moment, a scene of Ning Rong holding him appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Although in these past few years Ning Fengji treated him well, considering him as family, Chu Feng, who had regained his memories from his previous life, still did not regard himself as a resident of the Douluo Continent deep down. He always had a goal in his heart, to reach the highest combat power in the Douluo world and see if he could find a way back to Blue Star. After all, that planet had his family, friends, and everything he was familiar with. But at the moment Ning Rong leaped into his arms, the transparent barrier in his heart was shattered. Over the years, he and Ning Rong had quarreled and made a fuss. Yet, unknowingly, Ning Rong had already walked into his heart and occupied a place there. When Chu Feng recalled the scene of Daim Mui threatening Ning Rong, he murmured to himself, "It's time to give Rong some self-defense equipment." On the way back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chu Feng kept considering this matter. Although there were always experts secretly protecting Ning Rong, she should still have some means of self-defense for emergencies. With this in mind, Chu Feng took out 3 revolvers he had crafted from his soul guide device and placed them on the wooden table by the window. Looking at the ordinary revolvers and the powerful cannon, Chu Feng's gaze flickered, because this world had not yet entered the industrialization era. Although these 3 revolvers were made by Chu Feng using Iron Mother, they were still not as durable as in his past life. The ordinary revolver would likely be worn out after firing just over 10 bullets, while the cannon might also be out of commission after just a few shots. After a while, Chu Feng made a decision in his heart. He prepared to give a regular revolver to Ning Rong to enhance her self-defense capabilities. Ning Rong is a support-type soul master, and her physical fitness is somewhat stronger than that of ordinary people, but she still cannot withstand the recoil of a cannon. Once she adapts to the recoil of the regular revolver and her physical fitness improves, he will then give her the cannon for self-defense. After sending out the 2 regular revolvers, he still has 1 cannon left. It seems that I need to spend some time recently to forge a few more cannons, Chu Feng thought to himself. With this in mind, he summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng age, 12 years realm. Soul Master modification years, 3. 3 system energy, 68 critical hit cards, 6x critical hit card x3. 10x critical hit card x3, 20x critical hit card x one-time pause card, x2 soul power, Level 46 soul rings. Yellow, 506. 7 years. Yellow, 901. 2 years. Purple, 3508. 3 years. Black, 10,038. 3 years. Soul skills. Swift wings, earth defense, blazing flames, sky full of golden arrows, other skills. Forging, shooting, alchemy. On the way back to the 7 treasure, glazed tile school, Chu Feng added the age section to the virtual panel as well. He used the time modifier to change the years of his soul rings, but he still did not use the critical hit cards. Chu Feng glanced at the system energy, and then focused his mind to modify the years of his forging skill. Instantly, his forging skill improved by 3 years. In his mind, some obscure and difficult forging techniques were instantly understood, and his forging skill seemed to have entered a whole new realm. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face as he thought to himself, "This seems to be the realm of a blacksmith." Suddenly, a glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes, and a thought popped into his mind. He can create hidden weapons to enhance the defensive capabilities of Ning Rong and even the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Although he doesn't know the methods of making the hidden weapons that Tang San uses, he can still forge other hidden weapons. In his previous life, crossbows, flying claws, and other hidden weapons had already been invented and were active in various films and television dramas. In fact, crossbows have been around for thousands of years. Moreover, the variety of hidden weapons on Blue Star far exceeds those mastered by Tang San. There are gold darts, hand arrows, Qian Koan rings, and so on. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. He is now very much looking forward to seeing Tang San's expression when he sees these hidden weapons. Subsequently, Chu Feng took out paper and a pen, drew the hidden weapons he knew about on the paper, and began to study and analyze the specific structure of the hidden weapons. 087 demonstrates the power of the revolver knight. 7 treasures glazed tile school. The courtyard where Ning Fengji resides. Ning Fengji glanced at Chu Feng, then put down the teacup in his hand and said to the maid in the courtyard, "You may go out now." As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, the sword Douluo sitting next to him moved his mind, releasing his spiritual power to cover the entire courtyard and the surrounding area. After the bystanders left, Ning Fengji slightly nodded to Chu Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, we can talk now." After finishing dinner, Chu Feng had secretly transmitted a message to him, saying he had something to discuss. Ning Fengji perked up upon hearing this. He knew that what Chu Feng was about to say was of great importance. Otherwise, Chu Feng wouldn't have secretly transmitted his voice. Therefore, Ning Fengji asked the bystanders to leave the courtyard. At this moment, only he, Chu Feng, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Rong were left in the yard. Originally, Ning Fengji wanted his daughter to leave the courtyard as well, but he was stopped by Chu Feng. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng instinctively looked around. Then, he took out an ordinary revolver from his storage soul guide. "Uncle Ning, this is a weapon I developed, and I call it revolver." As Chu Feng's voice rang out, the gazes of the others in the courtyard all focused on Chu Feng's right hand. Seeing the object in Chu Feng's hand, everyone had different expressions. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo exchanged glances, their faces becoming serious. Although the object in Chu Feng's hand showed no fluctuations of soul power and had a peculiar shape, they did not dismiss it lightly. Ning Rong, seeing her father's and the others' expressions, revealed a hint of curiosity and confusion in her eyes, secretly thinking, why are they so serious? Could it be that the thing in Chu Feng's hand is an extraordinary weapon? Just as everyone was pondering in silence, Chu Feng looked at Bone Douluo and said, "Senior Bone, I would like to ask you to help me test the power of the revolver." Chu Feng felt that before giving the revolver to Ning Rong, it would be best for Ning Fengji and the others to witness its power. This would be more effective than his dry explanation. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Bone Douluo suddenly recalled the matter of gunpowder from years ago. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face. However, he still slightly nodded and agreed. "All right, Xiao Feng, what do you need me to do?" Subsequently, Bone Douluo followed Chu Feng's request, standing in the open space of the courtyard and releasing his 4th soul skill, Bone Prison. Suddenly, huge bone spikes erupted from the ground, surrounding Bone Douluo, wrapping him tightly. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng stood directly in front of Bone Douluo and raised his right hand holding the gun. He aimed at Bone Douluo. "Elder Bone, are you ready?" "It's about to begin." "I'm ready." A hoarse voice came from the bone egg in front of him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. The two of them smelled gunpowder. Soon, the surprise in their eyes turned into shock. In their line of sight, something resembling an iron bullet was embedded in the bone spikes of the bone Douluo. Around the iron bullet, there were also some spider web-like cracks. The power of this weapon is not small, Ning Fengji thought to himself. Although the bone Douluo had only used his fourth soul skill, with the enhancement of being a tidal Douluo, the bone Douluo's defense was naturally formidable. Yet, the weapon in Chu Feng's hand was able to cause some damage to the bone Douluo's bone spikes. With that thought, a hint of enthusiasm flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. Chu Feng glanced at the bullet embedded in the bone spikes, surveyed the surroundings, and then spoke up. Senior Bone, I have completed my test. You can come out now. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the bone prison opened, and the bone spikes retracted into the ground, with a serious-looking bone Douluo walking out from inside. Senior Bone, how is the power of my weapon? Hearing Chu Feng's words, the bone Douluo recalled the sensations from the earlier test. After a few seconds, he said solemnly, a soul master at the soul king level, even when releasing a defensive soul skill, cannot withstand it. Hearing the bone Douluo's response, Chu Feng smiled slightly and said softly, what if the soul master did not release a defensive soul skill, or even had no time to release their protective soul power? Back then, he had easily taken down the Ju Douluo and the Gui Douluo by taking advantage of the fact that they had not released their defensive soul skills and protective soul power when he fired. Upon hearing this, the bone Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, and after pondering for a moment, he finally spoke. If there is no defensive soul skill, or even no soul power for protection, no soul master can withstand it. Hearing the conversation between Chu Feng and the bone Douluo, a glint of brilliance flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. He keenly realized the importance of this weapon to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just now, when Chu Feng was testing the weapon's power, he didn't even react, as a metal ball had already embedded itself in bone Douluo's bone spike. If the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda could equip this weapon, it would significantly enhance their combat strength. After all, using this weapon is more convenient than firecracker-based artillery. Ning Fengji, who was overjoyed, was deep in thought when Chu Feng took out a regular revolver and placed it on the stone table in the courtyard, then looked at Ning Rong. Ning Rong. There are 2 revolvers here, one for each of you. Facing Chu Feng's sincere gaze, Ning Rong's face turned a little red as she stepped up to the stone table and softly said, Xiao Feng, aren't you going to keep one for self-defense? Hearing Ning Rong's sweet voice, Chu Feng instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair and replied, silly, I still have another one. Feeling Chu Feng's gesture, Ning Rong's pretty face flushed even more. She glanced at the other people in the room, seeing her father and 2 grandfathers smiling at her. Ning Rong picked up the revolver from the stone table, thanked him, and then turned to run out of the courtyard. She felt shy staying in this place for even a second longer. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly said, Rong, don't mess with it too much. I'll teach you how to use the gun when I have time. Okay. Ning Rong's voice echoed back from a distance. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Xiao Feng, is it difficult to manufacture this revolver? Can it be produced in bulk? After hearing Ning Fengji's question, Chu Feng thought for a moment and replied, the manufacturing of the revolver itself isn't difficult, but it is quite time-consuming. If produced in bulk, it would take even longer. Moreover, the revolver will become unusable after a certain number of shots. Ning Fengji nodded in response. The more powerful something is, the more it has limitations on its usage. He understood this point. While Ning Fengji was still thinking, Chu Feng continued, actually, the key to this weapon lies in this small bullet. As he spoke, he took out spare bullets and used bullet casings from his storage soul guide. He held the bullet in his hand and explained it to Ning Fengji and the others. Through Chu Feng's explanation, Ning Fengji and the others understood. It turned out that the bullet contained gunpowder. The loud noise just now was caused by the firing pin striking the primer, igniting the gunpowder inside the bullet, producing high-temperature and high-pressure gas that propelled the bullet at high speed. Moreover, making bullets is much more complicated than the revolver itself. If the skill of making bullets is not up to par, it can easily lead to a chamber explosion, damaging the revolver. Hearing Chu Feng's explanation, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged glances. It seemed that gunpowder had significant uses, and fortunately, he hadn't told anyone else the formula for gunpowder. Only the few of them knew. Then, Ning Fengji sighed lightly. I wanted to mass-produce them to equip the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. It seems I was overthinking. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's somewhat disappointed words, Chu Feng put down the bullet in his hand and then took out a stack of blueprints from his storage soul guide. He unfolded the blueprints and said, Uncle Ning, over the years, I have studied various books. Besides the revolver, I have also developed these weapons. The revolver cannot be mass-produced, but these weapons can be. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji became energized and leaned closer. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo also walked over to the stone table to look at the blueprints. After a while, Ning Fengji, looking surprised, said, "The weapon on the first blueprint looks very similar to the large crossbows used by the army for city defense." Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng felt a sense of emotion. The Douluo Continent also has some large military equipment, such as catapults and crossbow carts. But for some reason, there are almost no personal mechanical weapons. Chu Feng explained to everyone, "Uncle Ning, you are right. I call this weapon a repeating crossbow, which is an improvement based on the city defense crossbow. I have scaled down the city defense crossbow and added a quiver on top of it." As Chu Feng explained, Ning Fengji's eyes grew brighter, especially when he heard that gunpowder could be loaded into the arrowheads, igniting the gunpowder upon impact with the target, causing the arrows to explode. Ning Fengji was overjoyed and couldn't help but slap the table, exclaiming, "Good, that's great. Xiao Feng, you are truly a genius." After a few seconds, it seemed like Ning Fengji thought of something. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Xiao Feng, can these weapons be replicated by others?" Upon hearing Ning Fengji's worried words, Chu Feng shook his head and replied, "Uncle Ning, I have taken some anti-theft measures, so I'm not afraid of others cracking it." Hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji raised his eyebrows, as if he thought of something, and his tone became somewhat surprised. "Xiao Feng, has your forging skill reached the level of a blacksmith master?" Fucking Ning Feng's hits hopeful gaze, Chu Feng noted. The biggest difference between a blacksmith master and a senior blacksmith is that a blacksmith master can use some crucial small components to implement anti-theft measures, preventing their creations from being cracked or copied by others. After a while, Ning Fengji roughly glanced at the blueprints on the table and then put them away. He looked emotional and said, "Xiao Feng, your contribution to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is immense. I don't even know how to thank you." As he spoke, Ning Fengji handed over a gold-foiled black card. Before Chu Feng could say anything, Ning Fengji continued, "This card contains 6 million gold soul coins, which can be accessed at any Grand Soul Arena." Hiss! Chu Feng inhaled sharply, secretly thinking, "Actually, I'm not a greedy person. It's just that the other party is too enthusiastic." Chu Feng took the gold-foiled black card and said, "Thank you, Uncle Ning." Seeing Chu Feng's expression, Ning Fengji smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Xiao Feng, this kid is great in every way, but he seems a bit too fond of money." Once Chu Feng finished discussing matters, Sword Douluo also withdrew his spiritual power. Chu Feng talked to Ning Fengji about some weapon-related topics before returning to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo stayed in the courtyard to study the blueprints that Chu Feng had just presented. 089 The arrival of Davis a few days later, in the forging room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Clang clang, accompanied by the sound of hammering. Chu Feng was sweating profusely as he forged the components needed for the palm cannon. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside, and a respectful voice called out, "Young Master Chu, the Star Luo Empire has come to take someone. The Sect Master asks you to go to the conference hall." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng paused his hammering and replied, "Got it." After finishing, he put down the hammer, changed into clean clothes, and left the forging room, walking towards the conference hall with the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Before long, Chu Feng arrived at the conference hall. As soon as he stepped through the door of the conference hall, he saw Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo seated at the main table. On the right side, there was an elderly man with gray hair and a young boy dressed in luxurious attire. The old man held a string of prayer beads and wore a smile on his face. The boy resembled Daim Mui, also having golden hair. This old man should be Gongsun Ji, the Soul Douluo of the Star Luo Empire. And the golden-haired boy should be the prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis, who is Daim Mui's older brother. Chu Feng thought to himself. On the way here, the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had already told him who had come from the Star Luo Empire. Subsequently, Chu Feng saluted Ning Fengji at the main table, Sect Master. Ning Fengji smiled upon seeing Chu Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, no need for formalities. These two are the envoys from the Star Luo Empire. This is Gongsun Ji, the Soul Douluo. That young man is His Highness Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire." As Ning Fengji spoke, he gestured for Chu Feng to take a seat. "I have met the elders and His Highness." Chu Feng greeted Gongsun Ji and Davis. At the same time, he thought to himself, "I must adhere to the proper etiquette to facilitate discussions with these two later." Hearing Chu Feng's words, Gong Sunji and Davis did not act arrogantly and nodded in return. Gong Sunji's smile remained unchanged, but he was quite surprised inside. With his soul Douluo cultivation level, he could easily see that Chu Feng was at the rank of Soul Master, level 46. According to the information gathered by the Douluo Empire, Chu Feng was only 12 years old this year. Gong Sunji glanced at Davis beside him, feeling a bit emotional. Davis was known as the genius of the younger generation of the Douluo royal family, yet he was only at the level of a Soul Master, with a soul power level of 45, which was even lower than Chu Feng's. Moreover, Davis was nearly 10 years older than Chu Feng. Gong Sunji picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip of tea, and calmed his emotions. At that moment, Ning Rong, who was seated at the main table, spoke up. Now that Xiao Feng is here, Your Highness, you should discuss Daim Mui's return to the Douluo with him. After all, he is the one who brought him back. Ning Rong said this because it was agreed that Xiao Feng would handle the negotiations with the Douluo Empire's representatives. As soon as Ning Rong finished speaking, Gong Sunji and Davis exchanged glances. They both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that Chu Feng's status in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was even higher than they had imagined. After pondering for a moment, Davis spoke up. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Young Master Chu, you are young and talented. My useless younger brother pales in comparison to you. Mubai has offended your sect, and I apologize on his behalf. This time, Davis came to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to take Daim Mui back, as the Emperor of the Douluo Empire had decreed that all negotiations would be handled by Davis, while Gong Sunji was only responsible for Davis's personal safety. After Davis finished speaking, he paused slightly before changing the subject. Mubai has caused your sect quite a bit of trouble, and I would like to bring him back to the Douluo Empire. This is our small gesture. Saying this, Davis took out a black card with golden edges from his storage soul tool, handed it to the maid beside him, and had her present it to Chu Feng. This card contains 100,000 gold soul coins, which can be redeemed at major soul fighting arenas. Consider it our compensation to your sect. Before coming to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Davis had already inquired about the preferences of some important figures in the sect. Through some past events, he knew that Chu Feng valued money quite a bit. Looking at the card in the maid's hand, Chu Feng did not take it. He gave Davis a half smile and then firmly refused. Your Highness, given the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Starfall Empire, asking for money is too vulgar. You should take this card back. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Davis's expression changed. This development seemed off. Wasn't it said that Chu Feng particularly liked money? When competing with Chu Feng, one had to prepare for his appearance fee. Could the rumors be wrong? No. Chu Feng must think the money is too little. With this thought, Davis took out another card, reminding himself that he hadn't given Mu by his food expenses for this period. This card contained 100,000 gold soul coins, which could be considered Mu Bai's meal expenses. Chu Feng looked at the two cards in front of him, but still didn't take them. What a joke. He is now a rich and handsome man with 6 million gold soul coins. How could he care about a mere 200,000 gold soul coins? Seeing the scene, Davis frowned and thought to himself. He had already offered a high enough price, so why was Chu Feng still unwilling to let him go? He pondered for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. Young Master Chu, how can I get Mubai to return to the Douluo Empire with me? Daim Mui, he must be brought back to the Douluo Empire. His father, the Emperor, issued an edict to spare no effort in bringing Daim Mui back to the Douluo Empire. As long as Daim Mui remained in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Douluo royal family would lose face for another day. Moreover, this was a great opportunity for him to openly bring down Daim Mui. This time, his father was furious, and even his mother, who wanted to protect her youngest son, could not shield him. 90 conditions for taking away Daim Mui. While Chu Feng was conversing with Davis, neither Davis nor Gong Sunji had released their mental power. Therefore, the two were unaware that the troubled Daim Mui was in the room next door to the conference hall. At that moment, Daim Mui was gazing at the exit of the room, his eyes filled with a hint of hope, and he was silently shouting in his heart, "Hurry up and reach an impasse." He had long been taken to this room by the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he could not speak, and his soul power was sealed, preventing him from making any sound at all. At first, upon hearing the words of his brother Davis, Daim Mui was filled with extreme fear. He knows what kind of person his father, the Emperor, is. Describing the Emperor with the term iron-blooded is a compliment to him. The Emperor has taken the meaning of cold and ruthless to the extreme. Normally, in every generation of the Starry Empire's struggle for the throne, the defeated princes are mostly stripped of their cultivation and relegated to guard the imperial tombs, never allowed to step out of the tombs for life. Although these princes lose their freedom, they preserve their lives and have servants to attend to them, which can be considered a decent ending. However, none of the emperor's brothers are guarding the imperial tombs. They were all found by the emperor and executed on charges. A few years ago, in the Stardo Great Forest, he attacked Chu Feng. Although Chu Feng was not injured, he ended up getting beaten badly. However, after returning to the Luo Empire, he was still sued by the Black Tiger Douluo Qianqi, which led the Luo royal family to pay a price to ease relations with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. If it weren't for the empress's efforts to protect him, he would have long been stripped of his cultivation and exiled to the royal mausoleum, and would have never been able to enjoy several more years of luxury. Now that he has returned to the Luo Empire, it's likely that the emperor will settle both old and new scores with him. At that time, it's uncertain whether he can keep his life. Although there is no freedom in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, at least he is free from worries about food and safety. Therefore, when Daim Mui later heard that Chu Feng had rejected Davis's 2 cards, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Just as Daim Mui was lost in his dreams, Chu Feng's voice came from the adjacent conference hall. Your Highness, it's not impossible for you to take Daim Mui away, but we have only one request. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect must be allowed to establish businesses within the Luo Empire, and you cannot obstruct this. Not even secretly. In the conference hall, as soon as Chu Feng's words fell, the expressions of everyone in the room varied. Ning Fengxi subtly noted. The condition that Chu Feng mentioned had been discussed with them. He and the Sword Duo and others strongly agreed with the condition proposed by Chu Feng. The Luo Empire is very wary of some major forces. Aside from a spirit hall and the Haotian Sect, other major forces establishing bases in the major cities of the Luo Empire would face both overt and covert destruction. Davis and Gongsun Ji exchanged glances without immediately expressing their opinions. Davis turned to look at Chu Feng, who was not far away, his expression slightly serious. A few years ago, in order to ease relations, the Luo Empire sent someone to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, during which Ning Fengji had proposed this condition. However, it was subtly rejected by the envoy of the Luo Empire at that time. Davis knew that these major forces establishing industries were ostensibly for profit, but in reality, it was to gather intelligence. This situation is something the traditionally powerful Luo royal family cannot tolerate. However, after pondering for a moment, Davis decided to agree to Chu Feng's request. Times have changed. Last time, the Luo Empire was only trying to ease relations with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School did not hold any weaknesses of the Luo Empire. But this time, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School holds the face of the Luo Empire. Moreover, his father's order to him was to bring Daim Mui back to the Luo Empire at any cost. Even if his father was somewhat dissatisfied with his decision, he would only vent his anger on Daim Mui. After all, everything started because of Daim Mui. Davis picked up his teacup, took a sip to moisten his throat, then spoke. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is a friend of the Luo Empire, and of course, we welcome your sect. As soon as Davis finished speaking, Chu Feng knew that the other party had agreed to his condition. Then, Chu Feng looked at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji understood and signaled the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School nearby to drag Daim Mui out from the adjacent room. At this moment, Daim Mui felt hopeless and weak, only able to be dragged along. He knows his older brother very well. He is a complete replica of their father, the emperor. His second brother was secretly taken out by the eldest brother. However, there was no solid evidence, so it was left unresolved. He originally wanted to indulge in a carefree life for a few years and then voluntarily withdraw from the struggle for the throne, living a stable life in the imperial tomb. Now it seems that this idea has been shattered. Seeing Daim Mui's expression, Davis approached and pretended to show some concern. He doesn't want anything to happen to his brother right now. After all, he is still counting on this brother to bear the wrath of the emperor. Davis enjoyed watching Daim Mui's embarrassment for a while, then turned to Ning Fengji. Ning Zhongzhu, I heard that Zhu Zhuqing is also in your sect. Could you let her return to the Luo Empire with me? As soon as Davis finished speaking, Ning Fengji shook his head and refused, saying, Zhu Zhuqing voluntarily joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and is now part of it. This request from your highness cannot be granted. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's response, Davis slightly nodded and did not say anything further. Asking Zhu Zhuqing to return to the Luo Empire was merely a casual inquiry. Compared to Daim Mui being detained in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Zhu Zhuqing's actions had not caused the Luo Empire too much embarrassment. His main goal for this trip to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is Daim Mui. Subsequently, Davis and the others politely declined Ning Rong's invitation and left the seven-treasure glazed tile school, heading straight for the Star Luo Empire. Davis now just wants to quickly bring Daim Mui back to the Star Luo Empire to avoid any unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, in a mountain village near the Haotian Sect in the Heaven Do Empire, the weary Tang San is anxiously waiting for his uncle, Tang Hao, the sect master of the Haotian Sect. He was on high alert, with his right hand resting on the storage soul guide at his waist, ready to quickly draw a hidden weapon to deal with any sudden situation. At that moment, Tang San was mentally tense like a startled bird, due to the events that had occurred a few days ago. Recently, he had left Shrek Academy and headed straight for Haotian Sect. However, shortly after leaving Shrek Academy, he was targeted by a rank 40 Soul Master. When that Soul Master attacked him, he took advantage of the moment's surprise and used a hidden weapon to deal with him. Although he didn't find anything on the Soul Master that proved his identity, Tang San suspected that the Soul Master had been sent by the seven-treasure glazed tile school to capture him. "I'll be safe once I see my uncle," Tang San reassured himself while anxiously looking outside the house. After a while, under Tang San's anxious gaze, a strong young man appeared in his line of sight. "Are you Tang San?" the young man asked coldly. Tang San nodded calmly, but internally heightened his vigilance, secretly circulating his soul power. He told the villagers of this village that he was here to find the sect leader of Haotian Sect, Tang Hao. This young man, who looked to be around 20, was clearly not his uncle, Tang Hao. Tang San had heard from his father, Tang Hao, that his uncle was over 10 years older than his father, and the two bore some resemblance to each other. Although Tang San sensed a hint of familiarity from the young man, likely due to the resonance of their martial souls, he did not let down his guard. While Tang San was examining the young man, he spoke again. "Tang San, show your martial soul." After saying this, the young man fixed his gaze on Tang San's right hand. "Show my martial soul?" Tang San raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man in confusion. "Yes, prove your identity with your martial soul, like this." As the young man spoke, he extended his right hand. Suddenly, a dark hammer appeared in the young man's palm, which was indeed the Haotian hammer. It had 4 soul rings on it, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Seeing this, Tang San also extended his left hand and activated his soul power. Instantly, a Haotian hammer appeared in Tang San's left hand, but it had no soul rings at all. Upon seeing this scene, the young man nodded and prepared to take Tang San away from this place. However, in the next moment, it seemed the young man discovered something. His pupils constricted slightly, hesitating for a few seconds before he asked, "Why is your Haotian hammer in your left hand? Could it be that you have a twin martial soul?" As soon as the young man's words fell, Tang San's heart tightened, and he secretly thought, "I was careless." He didn't expect that the young man was observing so carefully. Tang San unconsciously placed his hand on the storage soul guide at his waist. He is considering whether or not to get rid of the man in front of him. His father Tang Hao and teacher Yu Xiaogang had both told him not to let outsiders know that he had twin martial souls. Seeing that Tang San didn't respond, the young man frowned slightly. However, he didn't dwell on the question and continued, "My name is Tang Long. Let's go, Tang San. Father is still waiting for you." "Father?" Hearing Tang San's question, the young man Tang Long explained, "Yes, my father is your uncle, the master of Haotian Sect, Tang Hao." As soon as Tang Long finished speaking, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "So he's the son of my uncle. That means I don't need to eliminate him." Then, Tang San followed Tang Long out of the village, crossing towering mountains and finally arriving at the true base of Haotian Sect. When he saw the tall main gate of Haotian Sect and the continuous stone buildings, Tang San was filled with surprise and doubt. Didn't they say the sect was in a difficult situation? It doesn't look like it, he thought to himself. After revealing his identity, Tang San entered Haotian Sect with Tang Long. Once Tang Long learned that Tang San had twin martial souls, his attitude was no longer as cold as it had been at first. As he walked towards the castle-like building, he explained the layout of the sect to Tang San beside him. Moments later, Tang Long and the others reached the second floor of the castle and arrived at an archway. At this moment, Tang Long's expression was serious. After knocking on the door a few times, he said, "Sect Master, I have brought Tang San back." "Come in," a dignified male voice came from inside the room. Tang Long exchanged a glance with Tang San, then pushed the door open first. Seeing this, Tang San hurriedly followed. Upon entering the room, Tang San saw a tall man with graying hair sitting behind a wide desk. It was the sect master of Haotian Sect, Tang Hao. At this moment, after Tang Long paid his respects to Tang Hao, he secretly conveyed the matter of Tang San's twin martial souls to Tang Hao. Hearing Tang Long's transmission, Tang Xiao, who was carefully observing Tang San, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He really didn't know that Tang San had twin martial souls. When he corresponded with his younger brother Tang Hao in the past, Tang Hao only mentioned that Tang San had good talent and didn't mention anything about Tang San's twin martial souls. Perhaps Hao brother thought that the letters were not safe, which is why he didn't mention this matter in his letters, Tang Xiao thought to himself. After that, he said softly, "Little dragon, you can go down first." After Tang Long left, Tang Xiao pondered for a moment and then said, "Little San, can I take a look at your two martial souls?" Hearing his uncle Tang Xiao's request, Tang San hesitated slightly, then nodded, stretched out his left hand, and summoned the Haotian hammer. Seeing the Haotian hammer in Tang San's left hand, Tang Xiao nodded. Then, he looked at Tang San's right hand, his gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. When he saw the blue-silver grass in Tang San's right hand, Tang Xiao's eyes became somewhat dazed. After a moment, Tang Xiao came back to his senses, took a few deep breaths to calm his excited emotions, and then asked Tang San, "Where's your father? Why didn't he come back with you?" Hearing his uncle's words, Tang San looked a bit dejected. "I don't know where Dad went either." Then, under Tang Xiao's puzzled gaze, Tang San began to recount the recent events. Meanwhile, in a room of the Haotian clan, third brother, that little brat from Tang Hao's family has come, brought back by Tang Long from the mountain. A serious-looking elder whispered to a kind-faced elder beside him, his tone slightly flustered. Upon hearing this, the kind-faced elder put down the teacup in his hand and said slowly, "Old Five, you're an elder. Why are you panicking?" Third brother, Tang Hao and his son haven't returned to the clan for many years. I'm afraid this kid has come back for that incident from 12 years ago. Hearing the fifth elder's concerns, the third elder sneered. Back then, Qin Xuanji didn't even know who gave him the information about the blue-silver emperor's position. How could Tang Hao and his son possibly know? That matter was only known to the two of us. Old Five, you're overthinking it. The fifth elder hesitated for a few seconds after hearing the third elder's words and said, "Third brother, was what we did back then, right?" That was. Before the fifth elder could finish, anger appeared on the third elder's face, and he lowly shouted, "Old Five, shut up." After scolding the fifth elder, the third elder took a few deep breaths to stabilize his emotions, then continued, "What do you mean by eating inside and digging outside? That's called using someone else's knife to kill. That soul beast was never a member of our Haotian clan. Moreover, isn't it natural for soul masters to hunt soul beasts? We just used Qin Xuanji's hand to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring and a piece of soul bone. Besides, back then, Big Brother was killed by Tang Hao and that soul beast. Old Five, don't mention this matter again in the future." Seeing the third elder getting angry, the fifth elder shrank his neck and said nothing more, only picking up the teacup and quietly drinking hot tea. 092 Tang Zhao's initial decision. Haotian clan. Tang Zhao's room. After hearing Tang San finish his story, Tang Xiao squinted his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Tang Xiao raised his head, looked at his 12-year-old nephew in front of him, and comforted him. "Little San, your father should be fine. Don't worry too much. Your father regularly sends information through the clan's outposts. Stay in the clan for now and don't run around. If there is any news, I will let you know. During this time, I will find a time to go to the Stardow Forest." Hearing his uncle Tang Zhao's words, Tang San nodded and agreed. His uncle's suggestion was currently the best solution. He didn't know where his father Tang Hao had gone. Rather than searching everywhere, it was better to stay at the Sect and wait for news. Tang Xiao, sitting behind the desk, looked at Tang San, hesitated for a moment, took a few deep breaths, and then asked in a calm voice, "Is your mother doing well?" His tone was filled with tension and a hint of excitement. Over the years, through correspondence with Tang Hao, Tang Xiao knew that Yin had not vanished in thin air, but had instead transformed into a seed. As soon as Tang Zhao's voice fell, Tang San glanced at his uncle, feeling a trace of disdain in his heart. He learned about the past events involving the three of them through his father, Tang Hao, and also knew that his uncle liked his mother, Yin. However, he had never heard his father mention that his uncle had married and had children. "He likes my mom, yet he got married and had kids. And the kids are even older than me," Tang San silently complained his heart. Nevertheless, he did not express his inner thoughts. After pondering for a moment, Tang San began to talk about his mother's current situation. Upon hearing that Yin was able to express her emotions, Tang Zhao's breathing became rapid. Seeing this, Tang San felt even more convinced that coming to Haotian Sect was the right decision. After a moment, Tang San recalled the doubts that lingered in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to ask, "Uncle, I have a question, and I don't know if I can say it." Hearing Tang San's words, Tang Xiao showed a hint of curiosity on his face. What question? Just say it. Tang San continued, Uncle, I see that the mountain range where the sect is located is quite large. Back then, why didn't they let those forces affiliated with the sect move here as well? Tang San had heard from his father, Tang Hao, about the events of that year and knew that many forces were affiliated with Haotian sect at that time. Among them, the Li family, the Min family, the Pa family, and the Yu family were the four strongest clans. Tang San was somewhat puzzled as to why Haotian sect abandoned these for clans back then. If these four clans had assisted Haotian sect, the outside world would certainly not believe that Haotian sect's strength had diminished. Now, the Soul Master world is spreading the rumor that the title of the #1 sect in the world does not match Haotian sect's actual strength. The current ranking of the top 3 sects should be 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family, and Haotian Sect. Tang San strongly disagreed with this ranking. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is indeed powerful, and he had nothing to argue about that. After all, under Ning Fengji's enhancement, his father Tang Hao and uncle Tang Xiao together might not even be a match for Sword Douluo, Chan Xian, and Bone Douluo Guro. However, he did not agree that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family was stronger than Haotian Sect. Although the dragon transformation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family was impressive, their family only had one title Douluo as their leader. Relying solely on their leader, it would be impossible for them to defeat his father and uncle. Therefore, Tang San did not understand why Haotian Sect had abandoned such powerful clans back then. He also asked his father this question, but his father, Tang Hao, did not explain anything to him at the time. He only said, "Your uncle's actions are correct." Upon hearing Tang San's question, Tang Xiao tightened his grip on the teacup. It was because of that decision he made back then that the reputation of the Haotian clan was tarnished. He was most unwilling to hear others mention this matter to him. Tang Xiao looked at Tang San in front of him, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger in his heart. A 12-year-old child, he shouldn't lose his temper. Moreover, Tang San was still a child. After a moment, Tang Xiao prepared to tell Tang San the reason behind the decision made back then. Tang San had full innate soul power and dual martial spirits. Such a genius should return to Haotian Sect and take on heavy responsibilities. It would not hurt to understand how to handle sect affairs now. With this in mind, Tang Xiao put down the teacup in his hand, stood up, and walked to the window. He turned his back to Tang San and said slowly, "In fact, back then, we could have accepted these few affiliated forces. After all, they don't have many people combined, and this mountain range can still accommodate them. But at that time, your father suddenly inflicted severe injuries on the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Xuanji, causing his death. Subsequently, the Wuhuan Hall began to put pressure on our sect step by step. In order to ensure the safe transfer of the direct descendants of the sect in a short period of time, we had to disregard those affiliated forces, hoping they could help us delay the Wuhuan Hall for a while." Saying this, Tang Xiao paused slightly, turned around, and continued to look at Tang San. "Little San, you must remember, we're affiliated forces. It means that everything about them is decided by us. When necessary, they can be sacrificed to protect the direct descendants of the sect." As soon as Tang Xiao finished speaking, Tang San fell into deep thought. He understood what Uncle Tang Xiao was saying. What Uncle said was very similar to the Tang sect in his previous life. In the previous Tang sect, there were inner and outer disciples. The treatment enjoyed by the inner disciples far exceeded that of the outer disciples. However, many of the dirty and tiring jobs in the sect were done by the outer disciples. The direct descendants of Haotian sect were like the inner disciples of Tang sect, while the affiliated forces of Haotian sect were like the outer disciples of Tang sect. After a moment, Tang San suddenly thought of something. He raised his head, looked at Tang Xiao, and asked with confusion, "Uncle, does that mean that now that we have moved to this mountain range, the people from the Spirit Hall won't take action against us?" Hearing Tang San's question, admiration appeared on Tang Xiao's face. He slowly said, "Over the years, the people from the Spirit Hall have indeed not set foot in this mountain range." Before Tang San could ask further, Tang Xiao continued, "This credit should go to your great-grandfather. My grandfather Tang Chun. This mountain range is where your great-grandfather competed against the high priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. As a result, Qian Douluo lost by a narrow margin to your great-grandfather. At that time, Qian Douluo promised that he would not allow anyone from the Spirit Hall to step into this mountain range. To our surprise, Qian Douluo truly kept his promise. Hearing his uncle Tang Xiao's response, Tang San raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Great-grandfather? I've never heard my father Tang Hao mention these things. Well, your great-grandfather, like Qian Douluo, was a peerless title Douluo at level 99. Tang Xiao's tone was filled with respect. However, at that time, your great-grandfather had already gone missing. I was worried that Qian Daolu would attack the Haotian Sect, which is why I ordered the Haotian Sect to relocate here." As Tang Zhao's serious voice fell, a hint of shock flashed in Tang San's eyes as he murmured, "Was my great-grandfather's strength really that terrifying? He knows what it means to be a title Douluo at level 99. It means that currently, no one in the Haotian Sect is a match for Qian Daolu. He has heard his father Tang Hao mention the gap between title Douluos after level 95. At this moment, Tang San feels a yearning for the strength of his great-grandfather Tang Chun. He secretly thought to himself, if I had this kind of strength, what would Chu Feng and what would the Daiming matter? They would have been dealt with long ago. 093 Assembling hidden weapons. Hearing Tang San's shocked words, Tang Xiao deeply agreed. Your ancestor's strength is indeed terrifying. After a moment of thought, Tang Xiao slowly said, Xiao San, stay in this room for now. I'll discuss your return to the sect with a few elders. Yes, uncle. At the same time, Tang San wondered in his heart, from uncle's expression, could it be that uncle is still constrained by the elders of Haotian Sect? Thinking of this, a trace of imperceptible gloom flashed in Tang San's eyes. In the following days, after Tang Xiao finished dealing with the sect's matters, he left Haotian Sect and headed straight to the Stardow Forest to investigate Tang Hao's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Tang San began his cultivation and life in Haotian Sect. Despite Tang Zhao's orders, the people within Haotian Sect still did not treat Tang San well. In the eyes of most clan members, the incident from 12 years ago was merely a dispute caused by treasure hunt. The Spirit Hall's capture of soul beasts and Tang Hao's counterattack were all very normal behaviors. In the world of soul masters, there are many examples of fighting fiercely and even killing over treasure disputes. However, the treasure that the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao fought over at that time was merely a 10,000-year soul beast. What angered most of Haotian Sect was that Tang Hao knew about the competition between Qian Daolu and the old Sect master Tang Chun, and he also knew about Qian Daoliu's promises. But when the Spirit Hall first discovered the Blue Silver Empress, Tang Hao was still wandering around with the Blue Silver Empress. If Tang Hao had brought the Blue Silver Empress to the mountain range where the sect is located now, how could so many subsequent events have happened? How could clan members have perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall? Feeling the hostility from the surrounding clan members, Tang San naturally felt uncomfortable. But he comforted himself in his heart. It's okay. The current situation is much better than the Tang sect of my previous life. In the Tang sect of my previous life, those inner disciples even beat and kicked me. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. After a period of intense busyness, under Chu Feng's guidance, the blacksmiths of 7 Treasures Glazed Sect forged hundreds of sets of components needed for the repeating crossbows and flying claws. In the conference hall, hundreds of sets of components for the repeating crossbows and flying claws were piled up on the empty ground like small mounds. Chu Feng was in the final stages of assembly. In the entire conference hall, there were only Chu Feng, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo carefully observed the steps and components used by Chu Feng in the assembly. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo released his spiritual power, as usual, monitoring the movements around the conference hall. At this moment, Ning Fengji looked at Chu Feng's busy figure and secretly sighed in his heart. Xiao Feng is really thoughtful. First, he had the sect's blacksmiths forge the components, and then he completed the assembly step himself. Moreover, Xiao Feng specifically asked the blacksmiths to forge extra useless components. Although this would cause some waste, it could maximally delay the time for the hidden weapon components to leak. After a while, Chu Feng assembled a set of repeating crossbows. Uncle Ning, want to give it a try? Chu Feng handed the repeating crossbow to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji took the repeating crossbow, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Under the guidance of Chu Feng, he learned how to use a repeating crossbow. Afterwards, Sword Douluo continued to monitor the situation around the conference hall, while Bone Douluo acted as a human target. Bone Douluo moved away from the location of the hidden weapon components and walked toward the corner of the conference hall. Then he released his soul skill, Bone Prison, wrapping his body tightly with large bone spikes. Seeing that Bone Douluo was ready, Ning Fengji raised the repeating crossbow in his hand, aimed at the large bone egg in front of him, and pulled the trigger. Suddenly, a black short arrow shot out, heading straight for Bone Douluo. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The short arrow hit the bone egg and was bounced back, leaving a white mark on the bone egg. Seeing the scene, Ning Fengji frowned slightly. He thought to himself, compared to the revolver, the power of the repeating crossbow is somewhat weak. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fengji voiced his thoughts. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng explained, Uncle Ning, It's inevitable that the power of the repeating crossbow is not as strong as that of the revolver. But think about it. If the opponent is unprepared, can the crossbow arrows penetrate their weak defenses? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone in the room showed thoughtful expressions. After testing the power of the repeating crossbow, Chu Feng continued to assemble the hidden weapons. Watching the busy Chu Feng, Ning Fengji secretly thought, I wonder what little Feng is thinking. Being able to develop personal mechanical weapons through military equipment. Suddenly, Ning Fengji thought of a serious issue. Since little Feng can develop these weapons through military devices, will someone replicate similar weapons using the weapons made by little Feng? Although there were no spies from other forces within the sect under his management, if a direct descendant of the sect were to be harmed, the hidden weapons researched by little Feng could fall into the hands of others. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji became somewhat uneasy, wanting to discuss this issue with Chu Feng immediately. However, seeing that Chu Feng was still busy, he held back. Ning Fengji thought for a moment and decided to bring up this matter during lunch. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. To avoid idle people coming to the conference hall, Douluo personally left the hall to fetch everyone's meals. During lunch, Ning Fengji expressed his concerns. Hearing Ning Fengji's worries, Douluo and Douluo also showed thoughtful expressions, secretly thinking what Fengji said makes sense. Other forces cannot disassemble and replicate the weapons made by little Feng, but they can completely understand the functions of the weapons little Feng creates and replicate weapons with similar functions. Just like a kitchen knife can cut watermelon, a cleaver can also cut watermelon. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng pondered for a few seconds and then slowly said, Uncle Ning, your concerns are somewhat valid. The anti-theft measures we are taking only delay others from replicating these hidden weapons. When we tested the repeating crossbow just now, you also noticed that its power is not as strong as that of the revolver. Ultimately, the soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda still need to be equipped with revolvers. It's just that making revolvers and bullets is a bit more troublesome. So we are transitioning with the repeating crossbow for now. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Douluo, recalling the experience from the test shot, nodded secretly. The power of the repeating crossbow did seem somewhat lacking. It was estimated that a defensive soul master could block it with their 3rd soul skill. In comparison, the revolver could break through the defenses of soul skills at the Soul King level. By this comparison, it was clear that the repeating crossbow could only serve as a transitional product. However, after hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji did not show a relaxed expression. He pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, what if other forces learn about the functionality of the revolver and replicate a weapon with similar capabilities? Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng, who was eating, put down his chopsticks, contemplated for a few seconds, and then said, Uncle Ning, the most important thing about the revolver is not the gun itself, but the bullets. The other party does not have the formula for gunpowder, so they cannot produce bullets at all. If they want to crack the formula for gunpowder, it will take a long time. Having said that, Chu Feng paused for a moment and then continued, Uncle Ning, the places containing sulfur have already been bought up by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, right? Sulfur is one of the raw materials for gunpowder. Chu Feng had long instructed Ning Fengji to acquire the locations on Douluo Continent that contain sulfur, aiming to eliminate the possibility of others making bullets from the source of raw materials. Of course, he also purchased some other mineral resources to confuse the judgments of other forces. Aside from the sulfur mines within the Star Luo Empire, there were still some procedures to be completed. The remaining sulfur mines were already under the ownership of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji responded in agreement. At the same time, he thought to himself that the Star Luo royal family believed that the 7-treasure glazed tile school's acquisition of these resources was merely a cover for gathering information. In fact, the 7-treasure glazed tile school not only wanted to gather information, but also desired these resources. Then, Ning Fengji glanced at the repeating crossbow not far away, calculating in his mind. The repeating crossbow could be equipped for every support soul master. However, aside from equipping all direct descendants with the revolver, the other inner door support soul masters would have to be carefully considered. Seeing the relieved expressions of Ning Fengji and others, Chu Feng smiled slightly and continued to focus on his meal, thinking to himself that technology would eventually be cracked. However, with the current level of Douluo Continent, is still far from being able to crack his technology. A few days later, in the Pope's Hall of Wuhuan City, BBDong, wearing a purple long dress, was practicing. At this moment, a knock on the door was heard, accompanied by a rough male voice. "Your Holiness, there's a confidential letter." Upon hearing this, BBDong slowly opened her beautiful eyes and said lightly, "Come in." As soon as BBDong finished speaking, the door was pushed open and a tall man walked in. It was the titled Douluo under BBDong, the demon bear Douluo. The demon bear Douluo quickly walked to BBDong's side, respectfully handing over the confidential letter. "Your Holiness, this is a confidential letter from Tiando City." Hearing the words of the demon bear Douluo, a trace of seriousness and curiosity flashed in BBDong's beautiful eyes. She took the confidential letter from the demon bear Douluo and opened it to read. After a moment, BBDong murmured, "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is mass-producing ironware." The confidential letter was sent by spies implanted in the affiliated forces of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It stated that recently, Ning Rong had ordered the blacksmiths of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to mass-produce ironware, and the ironware produced by different blacksmiths was also different. This time, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had done an extremely thorough job of keeping secrets. Even the spies from the Spirit Hall, despite their efforts, could only grasp the shape of one ironware. BBDong furrowed her brow slightly, falling into deep thought. If she were to consider which of the 7 major sects she was most wary of, it would not be the Haotian Sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, but the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The enhancement of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Soul Masters, which ignored soul power levels, was too abnormal. Suddenly, a name flashed in BBDong's mind: Chu Feng. Although Ning Rong was a master of political strategy, over the years, BBDong had gained some understanding of him. Only this Chu Feng left her somewhat perplexed. With the death of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, and the handover of the medicinal fields by Douluo, and the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family being eliminated, as well as the Star Luo Prince being brought back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the shadow of this young man loomed over every incident. Is this major action by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School related to him? BBDong thought to herself. Should she send a titled Douluo to test Chu Feng? In the next moment, BBDong dismissed this idea. That grand plan was set to be implemented in a few years. At this stage, there could be no more titled Douluo casualties. A moment later, BBDong raised her head and handed the confidential letter to the demon bear Douluo. "Demon bear elder, take a look." After the demon bear Douluo finished reading the letter, BBDong said again, "You go and investigate what exactly the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is forging." "Yes, Your Holiness," the demon bear Douluo replied, and then turned to leave the room. More than a month later, in the Pope's Hall of Wuhuan City, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and a purple long dress, BBDong was looking out the window of the hall towards the distance, the direction where Yu Xiaogang had left Wuhuan City. "I wonder how Xiaogang is doing now. Is he all right?" BBDong murmured to herself. Thinking of Yu Xiaogang, a strange expression flashed in her beautiful eyes. 2 years ago, Yu Xiaogang had come to the Pope's Hall to bid farewell, saying he had found a way to resolve his martial soul issue and needed to travel far. At that time, BBDong felt a familiar aura from Yu Xiaogang, an aura she had never sensed from him before, which was somewhat similar to the aura of the inheritance she had received. Just as BBDong was lost in her memories, footsteps approached from the hall's entrance. BBDong turned around to look at the newcomer. In her sight, the serious-faced demon bear Douluo stepped into the hall, holding 2 weapon-like objects in his hands. The demon bear Douluo approached, bowed to BBDong, and then said in a deep voice, "Your Holiness, we have seized these 2 weapons from the inner disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Perhaps these 2 weapons are what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was forging recently." As soon as the demon bear Douluo finished speaking, BBDong's gaze fell on the 2 weapons in his hands. One of the weapons seemed to be damaged and was somewhat tattered. This weapon resembled a military siege crossbow, like a smaller version of a siege crossbow, but there was a square box on top of the crossbow. The other weapon looked like the claws of a bird of prey, with a rope connected to the claws. Looking at the weapons in the hands of the demon bear Douluo, BBDong felt a trace of confusion in her heart. Since they had already figured out what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was forging, why did the demon bear still appear so serious and not a trace of joy? The demon bear Douluo noticed that BBDong's gaze was on the weapons he held. He hurriedly placed the weapons on the table in front of BBDong. Then, the bear Douluo began to recount how he obtained these 2 weapons. After receiving BBDong's order, the bear Douluo started sending spies to thoroughly investigate what the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was forging. However, after some time, the spies from the Spirit Hall found nothing. The bear Douluo then shifted his focus to the inner disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After extensive searching, 2 Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall discovered an outer disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This disciple was a support soul master at around level 20, but not one who possessed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, and was accompanied by a battle soul master for protection. After eliminating the soul master guarding the inner disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the two soul kings from the Spirit Hall, due to a moment of negligence, lost one of their own to the inner disciple using a weapon. The inner disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was killed during a confrontation with another soul king from the Spirit Hall. These two weapons were obtained from the inner disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After hearing the Bear Douluos account, BBDong furrowed her brows, a hint of worry flashing through her mind. She was unsure what kind of retaliation Ning Rong would take next. In the past, whenever a soul master from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was secretly eliminated by the Spirit Hall, Ning Rong would always retaliate in kind. BBDong knew that since Ning Rong could pinpoint that the Spirit Hall was behind it, it indicated that there were spies from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School within the Spirit Hall. Despite BBDong's efforts to investigate a few times, she still had not completely eliminated the spies from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, money can make the devil push the millstone. Moreover, the personnel composition of the Spirit Hall was too complex. As for the loss of a Soul King level Soul Master, BBDong was not overly distressed. After all, the Spirit Hall had no shortage of mid-level and low-level Soul Masters. Subsequently, BBDong looked at the weapons on the table, excitement and eagerness evident on her face. From the Bear Douluos earlier account, BBDong understood that the Soul King from the Spirit Hall was killed by this crossbow-like weapon. At first glance, this weapon appeared unremarkable, without a hint of soul power fluctuation. Yet it was capable of helping a non-combatant support Soul Master eliminate a Soul King level Soul Master. The power of this weapon should not be underestimated. If she could figure out how this weapon was made, she could mass-produce it and equip the regular army of the Spirit Hall. In that case, the timeline for her plan to conquer the continent could be significantly advanced. Thinking of this, BBDong spoke softly, "Bear Elder, take these two weapons to the blacksmiths in Spirit City. Have them decipher how these weapons are made. The sooner the better." At that moment, it seemed like flames flickered in BBDong's beautiful eyes. Ever since that incident 23 years ago, she had secretly vowed to make the 1,000 families pay a heavy price for Qian Jiajia's mistakes. Moreover, she wanted the entire Douluo Continent to bow beneath her feet. "Yes, Your Holiness." The Bear Douluo stepped forward, picked up the two weapons from the table, and then turned and exited the hall to find the blacksmiths in Spirit City. A few hours later, the Bear Douluo returned. He had a look of unease on his face. "Your Holiness, the blacksmiths in the city have failed to crack the code. These two weapons have many anti-theft measures, and after disassembling them, the blacksmiths couldn't restore them." The voice of the Bear Douluo grew quieter. Seeing BBDong's increasingly gloomy expression, the Bear Douluo quickly added in a panic. "However, they figured out the purpose of the crossbow-like weapons. They should be modeled after the city's large crossbow." "Useless!" BBDong shouted angrily, slamming her jade hand on the armrest of the throne, instantly shattering it into pieces. Not far away, the Bear Douluo felt the chilling aura radiating from BBDong, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He secretly said to himself, "It seems that the Pope's strength has increased significantly. With my level 92 power, I can't move at all." Just as the Bear Douluo was thinking this, he heard BBDong's furious voice beside him. "Since you know it was based on the city defense crossbow, hurry up and research it, at all costs." Feeling a sudden release of pressure, the Bear Douluo quickly bowed and said, "Yes, Your Holiness, I'll go tell them right now." After speaking, the Bear Douluo hurriedly left the hall. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. Meanwhile, at Haotian Sect, seeing his uncle Tang Hao return alone, Tang San felt a surge of bad premonition. Tang San trembled and said, "Uncle, did you find my dad?" Looking at his somewhat flustered nephew, Tang Hao recalled the scene he saw in the Stardew Forest. He felt a bit bitter in his heart. Tang Hao did not immediately respond to Tang San. He focused his mind and released his spiritual power, covering the entire room. Then, he slowly began to speak. "Little San, don't look for your father anymore, your father." At this point, Tang Hao took a few deep breaths to calm the emotions in his heart and continued. "Your father was killed by the sky blue bull python." After hearing his uncle Tang Zhao's words, Tang San suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, his body swayed, and he fainted. 096 Chu Feng's reminder after a while. Tang San slowly opened his eyes, and the anxious face of his uncle Tang Hao came into view. However, at this moment, Tang San's expression was dazed. and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The bad premonitions he had during this time had actually come true. Tang San thought to himself. How could his father be killed by the sky blue bull python? His father was the Haotian Douluo. The title of Haotian could only be obtained by the most gifted disciple of each generation of the Haotian sect. Back then, Qin Xuanji led so many powerful experts. Yet they couldn't protect his father. Seeing that Tang San had woken up, Tang Hao obviously breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he noticed Tang San's dejected expression and frowned, thinking to himself, Little San can't accept the fact that his father has been killed. After pondering for a moment, Tang Hao began to comfort Tang San. Little San, since ancient times, people have killed soul beasts to obtain soul rings, and soul beasts eat people to enhance their strength. This is a common occurrence. Don't be too sad. You should turn your grief into strength, train hard, and avenge your father in the future. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang San knew his uncle was trying to comfort him, but he still felt sad inside. In his previous life, he was an orphan with no parents and was taken in by the Tang sect. In this life, he had finally gained a father, thinking he could experience the feeling of family, only for his father to be killed by the sky blue bull python. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Tang San's mind. A stiff face, short hair, it was his master, Yu Xiaogang. Once a teacher, always a father. From now on, my master will be my father. Tang San sighed and silently said to himself. After a moment, Tang San ended his thoughts and raised his head to look at Tang Hao. Uncle, what about my father's body? It was swallowed by the sky blue bull python, leaving no remains, Tang Hao said with a pale face. Tang Hao did not tell Tang San the whole truth. In fact, he had seen Tang Hao's corpse. After arriving at the Douluo forest, Tang Hao first searched the forest but did not find Tang Hao. Then, he rushed to the Lake of Life in the Douluo forest and found the sky blue bull python. After learning his intentions, the sky blue bull python pointed to a pile of flesh in the distance and said, That is your brother Tang Hao. After saying this, the sky blue bull python proceeded to turn Tang Hao into ashes right in front of him. Then, he and the sky blue bull python engaged in a fierce battle. Tang Hao discovered that the sky blue bull python's cultivation was even more formidable than the rumors outside. With his current strength at level 96, he simply could not defeat the sky blue bull python. Realizing he could not win, Tang Hao feared that something might happen if he stayed too long, so he fled from the Douluo forest. Tang Hao began to recount his journey in the Douluo forest to Tang San, but he omitted the tragic fate of Tang Hao. After hearing his uncle Tang Zhao's account, Tang San thought to himself, No wonder my uncle wants me to train hard to seek revenge on the sky blue bull python in the future. It turns out that my uncle couldn't defeat that bull-headed, snake-bodied creature either. Just as Tang San was pondering, he heard Tang Zhao's voice again. Little San, it's enough for you and me to know about this matter. Do not spread it for now. As soon as Tang Hao finished speaking, Tang San nodded. He knew that his uncle was afraid of what the people in the sect would think after they learned about his father Tang Hao's fall. Right now, the people in the sect were merely rude to him with their words. If they knew about his father's downfall, who knows what actions they would take. At that moment, a cold light flashed fleetingly in Tang San's eyes. A new name has been added to his kill list. Tianqing Yopon. In the following period, after assembling hundreds of crossbows and flying claws, Chu Feng arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. He was using the Eye of Ice and Fire to refine his soul power, addressing the issue of its instability. At the same time, he was utilizing the mysterious energy emitted by the Eye of Ice and Fire to extend the age of his fire attribute soul rings. One day, Chu Feng had just finished his training, left the Eye of Ice and Fire, and arrived at the wooden house outside the valley. He planned to spend his free time in the coming years crafting some revolvers and hand cannons. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from outside the cabin. Soon, two figures appeared at the door. It was Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo. After greeting Chu Feng, Ning Fengji spoke with a serious expression. Xiao Feng, a disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, has been killed. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Chu Feng's eyes flickered. What about the repeating crossbow and flying claws? They were gone. Hearing Ning Fengji's response, Chu Feng continued to ask, Do you know who did it? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji organized his thoughts and then slowly said, The Spirit Hall. Before Chu Feng could speak, Ning Fengji continued. The spies from the sect reported from Spirit City that a few days ago, BBDong ordered the blacksmiths in Spirit City to crack two weapons, which were the repeating crossbow and flying claws, but they failed. Now, the blacksmiths in Spirit City are trying to replicate a weapon with the same function as the repeating crossbow. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng understood why Ning Fengji looked so serious. Ning Fengji was worried that the Spirit Hall would replicate the repeating crossbow and flying claws. However, what Chu Feng was thinking about was not what Ning Fengji was worried about. He was thinking about BBDong, that crazy woman. If BBDong replicates the repeating crossbow and flying claws, will the soul-hunting operation be launched earlier? Chu Feng silently said to himself. BBDong always wanted the entire continent to submit at her feet. In the original work, Qian Renshua initiated the change in the Heaven-Do Palace early because of BBDong's urging. If that's the case, the timing of the Spirit Hall's sneak attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might not be the same as in the original story. Thinking about this, Chu Feng felt he should give Ning Fengji a heads up. He pondered for a moment and then spoke. Uncle Ning, you mentioned before that the Soul Hall's small maneuvers have become more frequent over the years. If BBDong has replicated the crossbow and flying claws, will she set her sights on other major forces? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji and Douluo exchanged glances. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted as he inhaled sharply. Secretly thinking to himself, Xiao Feng makes a valid point. Over the years, he had sensed the subtle competition with the Soul Hall. BBDong was becoming increasingly dissatisfied. The Soul Hall was merely a spirit master organization. BBDong wanted more power. With this in mind, Ning Fengji slightly nodded and said in an appreciative tone, Xiao Feng, you are right. After we return a big gift to the Soul Hall, we will have to consider the issue you mentioned. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Chu Feng's heart stirred. A big gift to the Soul Hall? Does Uncle Ning intend to take action against the Soul Hall? As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Ning Fengji nodded, a hint of killing intent appearing on his face. Since they have killed one of our inner sect disciples, they must pay some price, right? However, he hadn't yet figured out how to respond to the Soul Hall. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's response, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, perhaps he could take this opportunity to express a long-held idea. After pondering for a moment and organizing his thoughts, he spoke to Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, if you want to return a big gift to the Soul Hall, I actually have an idea. Under the curious and puzzled gazes of Ning Fengji and Douluo, Chu Feng slowly continued. We could set our sights on the Soul Hall in Gongxin City. The Soul Hall in Gongxin City? Ning Fengji was somewhat confused. The next moment, he revealed a thoughtful expression and uncertainly said, Xiao Feng, are you trying to help the Blacksmith Association's president, Lu Gao? A few days ago, when Chu Feng was chatting with him, he mentioned that the Blacksmith Association's headquarters was not doing well lately. The headquarters was located in Gongxin City. The head of the Soul Hall in Gongxin City, Miles, a mere Soul Emperor of over 60 levels, had recently been causing trouble for the Blacksmith Association's headquarters in secret. As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, Chu Feng pondered for a moment and added, not only to win over Lu Gao, but also to prevent him from being captured by the Soul Hall and taken to Soul City to replicate the crossbow and flying claws. If BBDong wants to accelerate the replication process, she might target Lu Gao. After all, he is a divine craftsman-level blacksmith. Chu Feng had been contemplating the idea of winning over Lu Gao for quite some time. If he wanted to produce firearms and ammunition in large quantities, relying solely on manual labor would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. He still needs to cultivate. It's impossible to be forging for 12 hours every day. The best approach is to promote the industrialization process of Douluo Continent. Although the soul guide technology on Douluo Continent developed rapidly thousands of years later, allowing for interstellar migration, Chu Feng believes that the technology of Blue Star in his previous life must be stronger than that of Douluo Continent. After all, after the industrial era began on Blue Star, it took only a few hundred years to have manned spacecraft. Hearing Chu Feng's response, Ning Fengji's pupils constricted as he thought to himself. What Xiao Feng mentioned is quite likely to happen. Based on his experience dealing with BBDong, she indeed would set her sights on Lu Gao. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fengji spoke. Xiao Feng, what you said makes sense. However, your idea of winning Lu Gao over might come to nothing. Simply helping him out of a predicament is not enough to impress him. Lu Gao is not willing to join any major force. Otherwise, he would have been recruited by the clan leader titan of the Li clan to join the Haotian Sect back then. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Chu Feng smiled slightly and asked back, Uncle Ning, what is a master craftsman like Lu Gao, who is so obsessed with forging, most interested in? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Ning Fengji's heart stirred as if he had guessed something. He said uncertainly, Xiao Feng, do you want to use repeating crossbows and revolvers to attract Lu Gao's interest? To make him join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? Chu Feng smiled and nodded. However, He thought to himself that relying solely on these would make it difficult to genuinely attract Lu Gao to stay in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. He needed Lu Gao to understand some aspects of industrialization. Otherwise, it was very likely that Lu Gao would learn about repeating crossbows and revolvers and then leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect to return to the Blacksmith Association. Seeing this, Ning Fengji didn't say anything more. As for the possibility that the method of making revolvers might leak out, he wasn't too worried. Just as Xiao Feng said, the core of the revolver is the bullets made from gunpowder. Even if outsiders created revolvers, without bullets, they would just be decorative items. And the formula for gunpowder was only known to the few of them. After chatting for a while with Chu Feng, Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo prepared to return to the sect. As they were about to leave the valley, Chu Feng spoke up. Uncle Ning, I finished reading the books sent by the sect a while ago. This time, when you go back, please have the sect disciples send some more books over. Chu Feng said this to create a false impression, making outsiders think that the knowledge he understood came from reading books. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, Ning Fengji slightly nodded. All right, when I get back to the sect, I'll have someone send them to you. At the same time, Ning Fengji thought to himself, no wonder Xiao Feng understands so much and can create such powerful weapons. If Xiao Feng loves reading this much, who else would understand? If he can't make it, who can? More than a month later, in the Spirit Hall, the Pope's palace. Waste. What else can you do? BBDong, sitting on the throne, angrily reprimanded the bear, Douluo, standing below. At that moment, a wave of murderous intent flashed across BBDong's delicate face. She had just sent someone to Gongxin City to invite Lu Gao to the Spirit City, only to be intercepted. Not only did she fail to invite Lu Gao, but she also lost several powerful members of the Spirit Hall. Even the bishop of the Spirit Hall in Gongxin City, Miles, had been taken down. Although those who attacked the Spirit Hall did not reveal their identities, reports from spies indicated that Lu Gao had appeared in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Thinking of this, BBDong couldn't help but grip the scepter in her hand tightly and silently vowed, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, let you bounce around for a while longer. Once those two weapons are replicated, it will be time to settle old and new scores. Seeing the Pope BBDong in a rage, the bear Douluo, standing on the steps, did not dare to make a sound, not even breathing heavily. He lowered his head, staring at the patterns on the tiles, as if those patterns contained profound truths. The demon bear Douluo complained inwardly, I can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought a group of masked people would show up out of nowhere? It's not like I didn't resist, but the newcomers were too powerful. And I got injured. Why is it always me getting scolded? Sigh. It's getting harder to deal with the elders of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, after listening to Chu Feng's grandiose narrative, a look of excitement appeared on Lu Gao's face. He has already extinguished the thought of taking advantage and then leaving. Lu Gao couldn't help but start imagining the scenario described by Chu Feng. He secretly thought to himself, Chu Feng understands me. Remembering how other forces had tried to win him over with money and beautiful women, Lu Gao felt disdain for those forces. What Lu Gao cares about the most is not money or beautiful women, but changing the status of blacksmiths and leaving a mark in history. In other parts of the continent, blacksmiths have a status similar to that of commoners. Only in this Gongxin City do blacksmiths have some influence. The Spirit Hall is an association composed of soul masters, and it is indeed an association. However, the Spirit Hall can make the two great empires wary, becoming the noblest organization in the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Lu Gao has already made up his mind. No matter who drives him away, he will not leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He is determined to be an elder guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After all, the things described by Chu Feng are enough to change the status of blacksmiths across the entire continent. It will change the situation of the Douluo Continent. As a participant, Lu Gao will certainly be remembered in history. Beside him, Chu Feng secretly nodded at Lu Gao's expression. It seems that he successfully won over Lu Gao. In the following year, the master craftsman Lu Gao stayed at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and began to create some items according to Chu Feng's plan. Meanwhile, Chu Feng continued to stay in the valley, using the energy emitted by the Ice and Fire 2 instruments to cultivate. On this day, in the Sunset Forest, Chu Feng was soaking in the Ice and Fire 2 instruments, operating the soul power within him to absorb the energy emitted by the Ice and Fire 2 instruments. Suddenly, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Although over the past year, he mainly used the energy of the Ice and Fire 2 instruments to address the issue of his soul power being unstable and to extend the lifespan of his third soul ring. His cultivation level had also been steadily increasing. Just now, his soul power level reached level 50. However, this was not the main reason for his happiness. Chu Feng discovered that after several years of being bathed in the energy of the Ice and Fire 2 instrument's eye, his martial soul had begun to evolve. His martial soul is the Ning Rong, which according to records should have a pair of wings. However, when he awakened, his Ning Rong martial soul did not have wings. At that time, he thought it was due to the lower tier of Douluo Continent that caused the Ning Rong not to fully awaken, missing its wings. Later, Chu Feng learned through a letter left by his father that his parents naively believed in Yu Xiaogang's theory to obtain soul rings, which resulted in damage to their own bodies. At that time, Chu Feng thought that the reason his martial soul did not have wings when it awakened with only 2 levels of soul power was because of his parents' physical condition. In other words, it was a case of congenital deficiency, as the saying goes. Until he took the 8-angled Xianbing grass, Li Hua, Xingjiao Shu, and Wang Chuan Qiushui Du, his martial soul still showed no significant change. At that time, Chu Feng thought that his martial soul might have reached this form and would not change anymore. But unexpectedly, after absorbing the energy emitted by the Ice and Fire duality, I, for several years, his martial soul actually evolved. Although the wings of the Ning Rong had not yet evolved to their normal form and were only the size of a palm, it was still a good omen. At least, Chu Feng knew how to make up for the deficiencies of his martial soul. While feeling the changes in his martial soul, Chu Feng thought to himself that perhaps the energy contained in the celestial herbs, after being transformed by the herbs, helped him more than the energy directly emitted by the Ice and Fire duality eye. After a while, Chu Feng came out from the Ice and Fire duality eye, put on his clothes, and prepared to return to his dorm outside the valley to rest. As Chu Feng walked out of the valley, the 3 elders of the Feng family who were protecting him were meditating and practicing in the distance. Upon seeing Chu Feng walking out of the valley, they also ended their practice and followed him. After reaching the dormitory, Chu Feng lay on the bed and with a thought, summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng age, 14 years martial soul, Ning Rong realm. Soul zone modification time limit, 3. 3 system energy, 79 crit cards, 6x crit card x3, 10x crit card x3, 20x crit card x 1-time pause card, x2 soul power, level 50 soul rings, yellow 506, 7 years, yellow 901, 2 years, purple 5761, 9 years, black 10038. 3 years, soul skills, swift wings, earth defense, fiery explosive flames, sky-filling golden arrows, other skills, forging, shooting, alchemy. Looking at the 3rd soul rings, age changing to 5761. 9 years, an increase of 2,253. 6 years compared to more than a year ago. Chu Feng thought to himself that it seemed that as his strength improved, the speed at which he absorbed energy increased. And the speed at which the soul ring's age increased was much faster. Last time, he practiced in the Ice and Fire duality eye for 2 years, and the age of the 3rd soul ring only increased by over 1,000 years. Just as Chu Feng was looking at the virtual panel, there was a knock on the door accompanied by a familiar voice, Chu Feng. Hearing Fong Xiaotian's voice, Chu Feng closed the virtual panel and then sat up. The door is not locked. Come in. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Fong Xiaotian with short hair stepped in. Compared to 3 years ago, Fong Xiaotian had undergone significant changes. With Chu Feng's strong spiritual perception, he sensed that Fong Xiaotian's soul power was no longer just over level 40 as in the original story, but had reached level 53. Over the past few years, Chu Feng had spent most of his time practicing in the Ice and Fire duality eye and had rarely returned to Shrek Academy. So he had met Fong Xiaotian only a handful of times. It had been a long time since he last saw Fong Xiaotian. Seeing Fong Xiaotian's cultivation level now, Chu Feng knew that what he had said to Fong Xiaotian back then had worked. Fong Xiaotian felt a surge of gratitude upon seeing Chu Feng. After listening to Xiao Feng's words back then, he focused on his cultivation and no longer spent excessive time trying to please Huowu. As a result, not only did his soul power level rise rapidly, but Huowu also no longer ignored him. Fong Xiaotian could feel that his importance in Huowu's heart was increasing. Suddenly, Fong Xiaotian's face showed a look of shock, as if he had discovered a new continent. With his soul, king-level spiritual perception, Fong Xiaotian discovered that Chu Feng's soul power had reached level 50. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Xiao Feng, your soul power has reached level 50? Upon hearing Fong Xiaotian's words, Chu Feng smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Fong Xiaotian sighed deeply and said with some emotion, "Since awakening my innate full soul power, I've always believed I was a genius, and no one among my peers could compare to me. But now I realize I was wrong. Compared to you, what kind of genius am I? After a few seconds, Fong Sha calmed his excited heart and chatted with Chu Feng about recent events. Then, he told Chu Feng about what Feng Wuyo had instructed. Xiao Feng, the new session of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to begin, and it's currently the registration phase. My grandfather wants you to participate, so I'm here to ask for your opinion. As soon as Feng Sha finished speaking, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Recently, he had been so focused on his training that he had forgotten the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, which occurs every 5 years, was about to start. He definitely wanted to participate in this competition. It was a great opportunity for him to make money. His millions of gold soul coins have been lying in his account for a long time. Before Chu Feng could say anything, Feng Sha continued. My grandfather said that if you participate in this competition, he will give you 20,000 gold soul coins as a reward. Hearing Feng Shaoyan's words, Chu Feng touched his nose to hide his embarrassment, secretly thinking to himself, is my image of being fond of money so deeply ingrained? However, he was no longer as short of money as he was before, since he now possessed a fortune. Moreover, he could also place bets in this competition to make some profit. Back in the days at the Xuantian Academy, Feng Wuyo had taken good care of him, so he thought it wasn't worth taking the 20,000 gold soul coins. With that in mind, Chu Feng shook his head and said, I'll participate in this competition, but you can keep the 20,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Feng Sha looked at Chu Feng with surprise. Xiao Feng. Before Feng Sha could finish, Chu Feng waved his hand and said, that's settled then, just sign me up. Seeing this, Feng Sha pondered for a moment and then said solemnly, thank you, Xiao Feng. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Feng didn't want the reward, he chose not to ask. Besides, the 20,000 gold soul coins could alleviate some of the financial pressure on the Windsword Sect. The Xuantian Academy was established by the Windsword Sect. The Windsword Sect had few assets and low income, and sometimes the Xuantian Academy had to subsidize part of the Windsword Sect's expenses. 099, I'll just be an ordinary team member. Hearing Feng Shaoyan's words of gratitude, Chu Feng waved his hand. Senior Feng, no need to be polite. Seeing this, Feng Sha smiled slightly and continued, by the way, Xiao Feng, in this elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent, the team captain is selected based on soul power level. Originally, I was the highest with a soul power level of 53, and I was chosen as the team captain. However, at that time, the academy didn't know your soul power level had already reached 50. Once you obtain your soul rings, if your soul power level is higher than mine, you'll be the captain. Hearing Feng Shaoyan's words, Chu Feng thought for a few seconds and then shook his head. Senior Feng, even if I surpass you in soul power level after obtaining my 5th soul ring, you should still be the captain. I'll just be an ordinary team member. Feng Sha was somewhat surprised by Chu Feng's response. Ordinary team member? At this moment, Feng Sha was puzzled, thinking to himself, Xiao Feng hasn't obtained a soul ring yet, and doesn't know how high his soul power level can reach. Why would he voluntarily give up the captain position to be an ordinary member? Does he know that after obtaining the soul ring, his soul power level won't be higher than mine, and he's saying this to save face? However, Feng Sha quickly dismissed this thought. After years of interacting with Chu Feng, he knew that Chu Feng was a pragmatic person who didn't care much about appearances but valued substance. As long as it was beneficial to him, Chu Feng wouldn't mind others' opinions at all. Thinking of this, Feng Sha glanced at Chu Feng and frowned slightly. Could it be that Xiao Feng is unwilling to participate in this competition, and he doesn't know how to refuse? So, he said he would just be an ordinary team member? Then during the competition, he would only show up and not contribute? No. The reason Xiao Feng said he would be an ordinary team member shouldn't be that. The elite competition for advanced soul master academies across the continent is held every 5 years, organized by the royal families of the Tiandou and Xingluo empires, with the Spirit Hall co-hosting. It is one of the most prestigious spirit contests in the Soul Master community, second only to the Continental Soul Master ranking tournament held by the Spirit Hall. Outstanding participants in the competition will be granted titles by the two empires. This is something that many soul masters dream of. How could Xiao Feng possibly give up this opportunity and just show up without contributing? While Feng Sha was deep in thought, Chu Feng walked to the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Feng Sha, saying, Senior Feng, I've not often been at the academy these past few years, and I don't know many of the students. The organization, coordination, and responsibilities within the team will still need you to handle. Hearing Chu Feng's explanation, Feng Sha raised an eyebrow. You don't know the other students? Is that really the reason? Chu Feng noted that. However, he secretly thought to himself that this wasn't the only reason. The reason he refused to be the captain is that being a captain requires worrying about this and that, leaving no time to relax. The treatment of the captain is the same as that of ordinary team members, making it a completely thankless position, from the preliminary rounds to the finals. It takes several months. He prepared to take advantage of this time to continue his training at the Eye of Ice and Fire to enhance his strength. Chu Feng remembered that in about 12 or 13 years, Qianren Xue and BBDong would ascend to godhood one after the other. Although even if BBDong and the others became gods, he could still push them back to the title Douluo realm. Chu Feng still wanted to focus on improving his strength to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. After all, those guys in the divine realm like to engage in some small tricks within the rules. Of course, if the Xuantian Academy battle team encountered a particularly tricky opponent, he would still step in. After all, he planned to bet the several million gold soul coins in his card on the Xuantian Academy battle team winning. Moreover, in the original story, the Wuhuan Hall offered 3 soul bones as rewards for the champion team. Chu Feng was also determined to obtain these 3 soul bones. Fong Sha, on the side, still had some doubts about Chu Feng's reasons. However, he did not dwell on the issue any further. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Fong Sha stood up to take his leave and hurry back to Xuantian Academy. After Fong Sha left, Chu Feng tidied up and prepared to leave the Sunset Forest to go to the Star Doe Forest to obtain his 5th soul ring. 100 Chu Feng's 5th soul ring in a clearing far from the Star Doe Forest. Sounds of fighting and the roars of soul beasts echoed in the air. The Bon Doa stood in the clearing, watching the tall figure battling with the Bai Mang Long in the sky, secretly nodding in approval. He knew that Chu Feng's ability to fly in the air was a skill granted by the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, which Chu Feng had mentioned before. The enhancement of a 10,000-year soul ring on Xiao Feng's strength should not be underestimated. Xiao Feng's attack power is almost on par with that of a Soul Emperor-level Assault-type Soul Master. Bon Douluo thought to himself. Subsequently, Bon Douluo turned his gaze towards the distant Star Doe Forest, paying attention to the movements within it. This time, he had brought Chu Feng to the Star Doe Forest to hunt the Emerald Mang Dragon to obtain a soul ring. He didn't let Chu Feng experience training during the process of searching for the Bai Mang Yalong like before. After all, Chu Feng had once stayed with the Sword Douluo at the place where the Rugameitu and Titan Giant Ape were killed. Soul beasts are much more sensitive to smell than humans. If that 100,000-year-old Tianqing Niumeng sensed Chu Feng's aura, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. After all, the combat power of that Tianqing Niumeng has already surpassed that of a 96th level title Douluo, and it could probably rival a 97th level title Douluo. This time, Chu Feng was to capture the Bai Mang Yalong outside the Star Doe Forest himself and then kill it. Just as Bon Douluo was keeping an eye on the Star Doe Forest, the battle between Chu Feng and the Bai Mang Yalong was also nearing its end. After a few minutes of fighting, Chu Feng had figured out the combat characteristics of the Bai Mang Yalong. He was prepared to end the life of the Bai Mang Yalong and no longer practice on it. During the process of hunting soul beasts, gaining practical combat experience through fighting with soul beasts was something Chu Feng had actively proposed. Anyway, with a title Douluo present, he couldn't really encounter danger. Gaining practical experience from fighting soul beasts was far faster than competing with soul masters. After all, aside from life and death battles and betting battles in the soul arena, most competitions simply couldn't involve life and death combat. At this moment, Chu Feng used his soul skill, Swift Wings, suddenly increasing his speed and dodging the claws of the Bai Mang Yalong. Immediately after, he unleashed his soul skill Sky, full of golden arrows. In an instant, dozens of shining golden arrows coalesced in front of him. The next second, dozens of shimmering golden arrows shot toward the Bai Mang Yalong's wings. Boom! A series of loud explosions, scales flying, blood splattering. The Bai Mang Yalong's wings were severed by the golden arrows. Roar! In a roar of anger and despair, the massive body of the Bai Mang Yalong crashed to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, dust was kicked up from the ground. Then, Chu Feng used the soul skill Sky, full of golden arrows again, summoning dozens of golden arrows to shoot at the Bai Mang Yalong's vital points. After 2 rounds of the golden arrows, the Bai Mang Yalong's body seemed to have turned into a sieve, showing no signs of life whatsoever. The next second, strands of black light surged from the Bai Mang Yalong's dark green body. More and more black light gathered in the air, finally transforming into a heavy black soul ring. Upon seeing the soul ring before him, Chu Feng did not rush to absorb it, but instead took out food to replenish his soul power from his storage soul guide. The soul ring before him was dropped by the Baimang Yalong, which was around 19,000 years old. Chu Feng needed to adjust his state to the best before absorbing it. He had consumed quite a bit of soul power during the battle just now, so he needed to eat something to replenish it. After a moment, Chu Feng adjusted his state and then glanced at Bon Douluo not far away. Seeing this, Bon Douluo slightly nodded. Xiao Feng, you can absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. I will protect you. As for whether Chu Feng could withstand the soul ring of about 19,000 years, Bon Douluo was not too worried. Before coming to the Stardow Forest, he and Sword Douluo had confirmed repeatedly that Chu Feng's current body strength could withstand soul rings under 20,000 years. Thank you, Senior Bon. After speaking, under Bon Douluo's concerned gaze, Chu Feng sat down cross-legged. He then released his soul power to draw the nearby soul ring down onto himself. As the soul ring landed on him, Chu Feng immediately felt a powerful soul power surge into his body. However, this powerful soul power was not overwhelming and violent. On the contrary, within the powerful soul power, there was a touch of gentleness. Chu Feng knew this was because the Baiming Yalong was a wood attribute soul beast. Therefore, the energy in the soul ring was calmer than that in the soul ring dropped by the 10,000-year holy gold Yalong. At this moment, Chu Feng circulated the soul power within his body, guiding the soul power from the soul ring to expand his meridians and strengthen his bones. He also released a mental power comparable to that of a soul sage to shatter the mental power that impacted his consciousness. After a while, all the residual mental power of the Baimang Yalong was converted into Chu Feng's mental power. There was no trace of the Baimang Yalong's mental power left in Chu Feng's mind. Subsequently, all of Chu Feng's focus was on absorbing the soul power within the soul ring. As time passed, the soul power from the soul ring flowed into Chu Feng's limbs and bones like a trickling stream. After a moment more, the soul power within the soul ring transformed into Chu Feng's own soul power. However, Chu Feng did not get up, but instead kept his eyes closed, pretending to still be in meditation. At this moment, Chu Feng had a thought and used the Time Modifier to adjust his cultivation level. However, he did not use a critical hit card while modifying his cultivation level. In an instant, Chu Feng felt his soul power surge significantly, reaching level 55. Moreover, after years of tempering in the ice and fire two-elemental and the improvement of his physical quality, although he had also rapidly increased several levels this time, Chu Feng did not feel the soul power within him as unstable as the last time. Next, Chu Feng modified the year limits of his soul rings one by one. Of course, he still did not use a critical hit card. After doing all this, Chu Feng opened his eyes and summoned the virtual panel. Host, Chu Feng age, 14 years old martial soul, Ning Rong realm, Soul King modified year limit, 4, 6 system energy, 56 critical hit card, 6x critical hit card x3, 10x critical hit card x3, 20x critical hit card x 1-time pause card, x2 soul power, level 55 soul rings, yellow, 511, 3 years, yellow, 905, 8 years, purple, 5766, 5 years, black, 10,042, 9 years, black, 19,897, 6 years, soul skills, swift wings, earth defense, fiery explosion, sky full of golden arrows, wooden prison, other skills, forging, shooting, alchemy. Not far away, Bon Douluo was releasing his mental power to monitor the surrounding situation. He saw Chu Feng finish absorbing the soul ring and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief when he noticed Chu Feng's soul power level. The corners of Bon Douluo's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, no wonder he's a prodigy beyond geniuses. Suddenly, Bon Douluo's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned to look in the direction of the Stardow Forest. In his perception, there were several soul masters with varying strengths rushing toward their location. Among them was even a title, Douluo level Soul Master. 101 encountering the demon bear and ghost leopard sensing that outsiders were approaching rapidly. Bon Douluo moved and instantly appeared beside Chu Feng. Seeing Bon Douluo's serious expression and the surging soul power around him, Chu Feng knew something was amiss. Chu Feng followed Bon Douluo's gaze into the distance and released his mental power. A few seconds later, several soul masters with varying strengths appeared in his line of sight. Among them, there was a tall, elderly man who, despite possessing mental power comparable to a soul sage, couldn't perceive the specific soul power level. The other soul masters were at the soul sage and soul king levels. As these soul masters approached, Chu Feng recognized the elderly man whose level he couldn't discern. It was the demon bear, Douluo, a powerful, titled Douluo. A few years ago, he had met this elder from the spirit hall. After the death of the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo at his hands, the demon bear Douluo came to investigate the situation on behalf of Pope BBDong. The demon bear Douluo had wanted to take him back to Spirit City, but was stopped by Ning Rong and Sword Douluo, who arrived in time. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "It seems all these people are soul masters from the Spirit Hall. I should inform Senior Bone to eliminate these Spirit Hall soul masters. This is a great opportunity to weaken the Spirit Hall's combat power, especially since there is a title Douluo among them." With this in mind, Chu Feng looked at Bone Douluo beside him, preparing to convey his thoughts through a secret message. With Bone Douluo's strength, he should be able to deal with these Spirit Hall soul masters. After Chu Feng and Bone Douluo finished their secret conversation, Bone Douluo was also somewhat tempted. This was indeed a good opportunity to weaken the Spirit Hall's power. Not far away, upon seeing Chu Feng and the two of them, the demon bear Douluo was suddenly alarmed. His luck was too bad. He randomly chose a direction and unexpectedly ran into Bone Douluo. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he was aware of the covert conflicts between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If it were in a public place, Bone Douluo might have reservations and wouldn't dare to take action against him. But in this remote location, Bone Douluo was very likely to take action against them. With a strength of level 92, he simply couldn't compete with Bone Douluo. However, in the next second, a flicker of joy flashed across the face of the demon bear Douluo. At that moment, a thought emerged in his mind. He could completely use the Bone Douluo to block that 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python. What a great cover! With this thought, the magic bear Douluo waved his hand, collecting the soul masters around him into the storage soul guide. Then, without waiting for the Bone Douluo to take action, the magic bear Douluo's speed suddenly surged, changing direction to bypass the Bone Douluo and continue racing into the distance. Seeing the magic bear Douluo's actions, a cold light flashed into Bone Douluo's eyes. He waved his robe sleeve, bringing Chu Feng to his side, preparing to catch up with the demon bear Douluo and take him down. At that moment, a roar that was neither quite like a bull nor quite like a python echoed from afar. Upon hearing this roar, Bone Douluo's expression changed. The heavenly blue bull python. At this moment, Chu Feng and the others realized that the demon bear Douluo was fleeing from the pursuit of the heavenly blue bull python. Just as the roar of the heavenly blue bull python faded, another figure rushed toward them from the distance. Behind this figure, there was a soul beast with a bull's head and a serpent's body. It was indeed the heavenly blue bull python. Seeing the scene, Bone Douluo's expression turned grim as he said in a deep voice, "Ghost leopard." Hearing Bone Douluo's words, Chu Feng recognized who was coming. This soul master, whose specific realm he couldn't sense, was Ghost Leopard Douluo, also an elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing Chu Feng and Bone Douluo from afar, Ghost Leopard Douluo, like the demon bear Douluo, changed direction, bypassed Bone Douluo, and continued to rush into the distance. The direction of their escape was the same. When Bone Douluo saw the heavenly blue bull python turn its enormous head to look at him and Chu Feng, his expression changed, and he took Chu Feng with him, moving toward the distance as well. The heavenly blue bull python was simply not something he could contend with. He estimated that even combined with Sword Douluo and under Ning Rong's enhancement, they might only be able to fight the heavenly blue bull python for a while. At this moment, Chu Feng also had no intention of taking down the heavenly blue bull python. In his plans, the heavenly blue bull python could serve as his spirit ring. After all, the heavenly blue bull python also contained the bloodline of a dragon. At this time, Chu Feng noticed that the direction chosen by Bone Douluo was not the same as that of the Spirit Hall and others. An idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Chu Feng spoke to Bone Douluo. "Senior Bone, let's chase after the demon bear Douluo and create some trouble for them." Create trouble? Yes. Let's use them as a shield to hold back the heavenly blue bull python. Upon hearing Chu Feng's suggestion, Bone Douluo's eyes lit up. This plan was quite good. He and Xiao Feng were able to shake off the sky blue bull python while also using others to their advantage. With the strength of the sky blue bull python, the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo would be heavily injured if not dead. Afterwards, Bone Douluo changed direction, using spatial power to suddenly accelerate towards the direction where the people from the Spirit Hall were fleeing. Before long, Bone Douluo caught up with the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo. Seeing the smiling Bone Douluo, the expressions of the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo changed. It had been a long time since they last met. Why were they running so fast? Why not have a spar instead? As soon as Bone Douluo finished speaking, Numerous large bone spikes emerged around the bodies of the two demon bear, Douluo. In an instant, the bodies of the two were tightly encased by the bone spikes. This was Bone Douluo's soul skill, Bone Prison. Inside the bone prison, the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo quickly used their soul skills to shatter the bone prison. Just as the two of them emerged from the bone prison, they saw a massive snake tail smashing towards them. It was the sky blue bull python, and Bone Douluo's figure had already vanished. Seeing that they had been caught up by the sky blue bull python due to a delay of a few seconds, the two demon bear Douluo roared in anger. Ning Rong, you old scoundrel. The two of them were shouting in frustration while dodging the massive snake tail of the sky blue bull python. Subsequently, without hesitation, they each unleashed their seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. They both knew that with their current strength, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat the 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python before them. The only chance of escape was to unleash their martial soul true forms. All soul masters, upon reaching the soul sage level, have similar seventh soul skills. However, those with beast martial souls call their seventh soul skill martial soul true form, while those with weapon martial souls call it weapon soul true form. Once the martial soul true form is activated, the user can use their first to 6 soul skills without restriction for 30 minutes, with their power increased to 150% of the original. However, the side effect is that for the 7 days following the use of the martial soul true form, the soul master's attributes will be reduced to half of their original state. Although the side effects are significant, the demon bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo could not afford to worry about that now. After activating their martial soul true forms, their bodies transformed into their respective martial souls, the blood demon crazy bear and the black patterned ghost leopard. Their strength has also reached the level of a 95th ranked title Douluo. Upon seeing this scene, the eyes of the sky blue bull python, which are the size of a house, flashed with a hint of disdain. So what if their strength reached 95? It is the king of the Star Doe forest. Subsequently, the sky blue bull python used its massive tail to strike at the two magic bears. Seeing the terrifying tail coming, the two magic bears, having unleashed their martial soul true forms, did not dodge this time, but instead took the hit from the sky blue bull python head-on. Instantly, they were struck by the tail, spitting out blood and flying off into the distance. Taking advantage of this blow, the two magic bears created a significant distance between themselves and the sky blue bull python. After they landed, the two of them, dragging their injured bodies, ran off into the distance without looking back. However, the direction chosen by the two magic bears was completely opposite to that of the sword-fighting Douluo and the others. Seeing this scene, the Tianqing Niumang's eyes flashed with a hint of conflict. It glanced back at the Star Doe forest, hesitated for a moment, then shook its 100-meter-long body and returned to the Star Doe forest. The bodies of Xiao Wu and Erming had just been blasted out of the ground by that Black Panther. They had to hurry back and clean up the mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bone Douluo, who had already run far away, was standing on a towering giant tree with Chu Feng. When he saw the direction in which the two magic bears were fleeing, he muttered, "It's a wasted effort." Originally, he had thought that the conflict between the two would allow a third party to benefit. But unexpectedly, the two sides were not fighting fiercely. Seeing that the Tianqing Niumang was also returning to the Star Doe forest, the Bone Douluo gave up on pursuing the two magic bears and headed towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with Chu Feng. After all, unless he used his martial soul true body, he really couldn't deal with the two magic bears who were using their martial soul true bodies. And the side effects of using the martial soul true body were too great. He couldn't easily use it. After all, he still had to take Chu Feng back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. A few days later, in Wuhuan City, in the spacious and bright meeting hall of the Pope's Palace, BBDong, holding a scepter, stood near a huge table. On the table lay 2 weapons made of fine iron and a map of the entire continent. The shapes of the 2 weapons were different, but one could vaguely see the shadows of a repeating crossbow and claw weapons, although these 2 weapons were slightly larger than the repeating crossbow and claw weapons. BBDong's gaze fell on the location of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School on the map. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed in the meeting hall. Sensing the aura of the incoming people, BBDong's brows furrowed slightly, and she thought to herself, the aura of the magic bears and the ghost leopard is so weak. Only half of what it usually is. It seems that they have used their martial soul true bodies. BBDong raised her head slightly and looked at the approaching magic bear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo. The 2 magic bears approached BBDong, bowed, and after greeting her, the magic bear Douluo spoke. "Your Holiness, We have gathered information about the situation in the Stardo Forest. In the core area of the forest, we only saw the Tianqing Yomang and did not encounter the Titan Giant Ape or the Soft-Bone Charm Rabbit. At this point, the magic bear, Douluo, hesitated for a moment and said with some confusion, however, the Tianqing Yomang is not, as the Snake Spear Elder said, that it does not easily attack soul masters. After the Snake Spear became a title, Douluo, he went to the core area of the Stardo Forest with great ambition. At the Life Lake, the Snake Spear Douluo encountered the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan Giant Ape. At that time, the Snake Spear Douluo was suppressed by the aura of the Tianqing Yomang to the point of being unable to move. In the end, the Tianqing Yomang spoke human language and let the Snake Spear Douluo go. It was from that moment that the Wuhuan Palace learned that there was a Tianqing Yomang living in Life Lake, which was even stronger than the Titan Giant Ape. Following this, the Magic Bear, Douluo, recounted their trip to the Stardo Forest. When the Magic Bear, Douluo, finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed in BBDong's eyes, and a cold voice echoed in the meeting hall. Did you encounter the Bone Douluo and Chu Feng? Yes. The Magic Bear Douluo replied respectfully. Then, as if remembering something, he continued, Your Holiness, that boy named Chu Feng seems to have reached the Soul King level. I propose that the Pope change the championship prize for this Soul Master competition. For this Soul Master competition, the Wuhuan Palace planned to offer 3 soul bones as a reward to the championship team. However, these 3 soul bones were only to be handed over to 3 young soul masters of the Wuhuan Palace through the Soul Master competition. In this Wuhuan Palace team participating in the competition, there were 3 soul masters who had all reached the Soul King level. These 3 were the talented individuals valued by BBDong and were referred to as the golden generation of the Wuhuan Palace. The higher-ups of the Wuhuan Palace believed that the champion of this Soul Master competition would undoubtedly be the Wuhuan Palace team. Therefore, the Wuhuan Palace would offer 3 soul bones as the reward for the championship team. However, the Magic Bear Douluo no longer thought so. He was more familiar with Chu Feng than the other Wuhuan elders. He feels that many things are related to Chu Feng, and this Chu Feng is not simple. He also heard that among the contestants from Xuantian Academy, there's already a Soul King level Soul Master. With Chu Feng, that makes 2 Soul Kings. Therefore, he was worried that the 3 soul bones from the Wuhuan Temple might be at risk. So he suggested to BBDong to change the rewards for the champion team. As soon as the Magic Bear, Douluo, finished speaking, BBDong looked at him in surprise and thought to herself, It seems that the Magic Bear believes that the Wuhuan Temple team may not be able to defeat the Xuantian Academy team. At this moment, BBDong recalled that Chu Feng's name was on the list of contestants submitted by Xuantian Academy. The lists submitted by the various academies only contain basic information such as name, gender, age, and martial soul. The soul power level was not included in the contestants' information. In the past 2 years, Chu Feng had been living in seclusion, protected by experts around him. Therefore, BBDong did not know that Chu Feng's cultivation had already reached the Soul King level. She initially thought that Chu Feng was simply participating in this Soul Master competition to gain some experience and would not actually compete, as his soul power level was not high. In some situations, Chu Feng was able to escape unscathed, which should have been due to external help. But BBDong did not expect that Chu Feng was already a Soul King, a 14-year-old Soul King. Chu Feng's talent is even more terrifying than Shui's. It seems that Chu Feng is not just participating in the Soul Master competition to gain experience. He will also compete, BBDong thought to herself. After a moment, BBDong looked at the map on the table. Her gaze slowly swept over the locations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the Windsword Sect. At this moment, a thought that she had long considered resurfaced in BBDong's mind. After thinking for a moment, BBDong glanced at the 2 weapons on the table and made a decision in her heart. She wanted to take advantage of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition to give these sects a big gift. However, she first needed to bring Ning Fengji to Wuhuan City to watch the finals of the competition. This way, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would lose a titled Douluo level expert and a powerful support type Soul Master. As a result, the top combat power of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be dispersed. By then, she could defeat them one by one. In the past, Ning Fengji would not come to Wuhuan City to watch the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Even the Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, an honorary elder of the Wuhuan Temple, would not come. Thinking of this, BBDong said in a voice full of authority, This time, the reward for the champion of the Academy Soul Master Competition will be changed from 3 soul bones to a complete set of soul bones. Upon hearing this, the Magic Bear and the others frowned. Before they could say anything, BBDong continued. Magic Bear, tell the elder guarding the treasury to select a set of incomplete soul bones. Over the years, the Wuhuan Temple has accumulated quite a number of soul bones, among which incomplete soul bones are not in the minority. This is also one of the reasons why the Wuhuan Temple can attract many soul masters to join. Originally, BBDong only intended to present these 3 high-quality, well-aged soul bones as a formality. To pass them into the hands of the 3 young soul masters she valued through the soul master competition. After all, although she is now the Pope, the Wuhuan Temple cannot be decided by her alone. Some superficial rules still need to be followed. As soon as BBDong finished speaking, the Magic Bear Douluo and the Ghost Leopard Douluo exchanged glances. Indeed, the outside world only knows that the Wuhuan Temple has offered 3 soul bones as the reward for the champion team of this Academy Soul Master competition. They did not know the age and completeness of the soul bones. Using incomplete soul bones to replace 3 high-quality soul bones could also avoid external discussions. After all, if the reward was cancelled, people might say that the Spirit Hall went back on its word, that the promised reward was changed. Such rumors would be a serious blow to the prestige of the Spirit Hall. However, did they really have to use a set of 6 incomplete soul bones to replace the original reward? 3 incomplete soul bones would suffice. After all, the quality and age of the 3 soul bones originally considered as rewards had not been publicly announced. This way, they could also save 3 incomplete soul bones. In the world of soul masters, incomplete soul bones are also quite valuable. Thinking of this, the bear Douluo voiced his doubts. Hearing the bear Douluo's question, BBDong lightly parted her lips and said, "If you don't spare the bait, how can the fish bite the hook?" Bait? Bite the hook? The 2 bears were somewhat puzzled. Seeing the expressions of the 2 bears, BBDong did not explain anything, simply saying, "Elders, you've worked hard. Please go rest. In a while, there will be places where the 2 elders can contribute." After the 2 bears left the Pope's hall, BBDong lightly moved her steps to the window of the hall. Looking at the soaring eagle in the distance, a smile appeared on BBDong's face. Without a set of soul bones, how could she attract the interest of Chu Feng and others? If Chu Feng did not come to the Spirit City, how would Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo come to the Spirit City? If Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo did not come to the Spirit City, her plans might cause considerable casualties among the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. As for this set of incomplete soul bones, it would still belong to the Spirit Hall. No one could take them away. Although the Xindao Academy battle team had 2 Soul Kings, the Spirit Hall battle team had 3 Soul Kings. Moreover, BBDong planned to reward the 3 talented individuals she valued with those 3 soul bones through other means before the finals of the grand competition. To enhance the strength of the Spirit Hall battle team, the elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent tests the abilities of the Soul Masters themselves, prohibiting the use of any external items. Without external items, could Chu Feng, relying solely on his own strength, be a match for the Spirit Hall battle team? Especially since among the 3 individuals she valued, 2 had martial soul fusion skills. A few days later, after more than 10 days of travel, Chu Feng and Bonduo returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After lunch, Chu Feng, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bonduo arrived at the conference hall. Once everyone was seated, Ning Fengji placed his staff aside. Then, he reached into his storage soul guide and took out a piece of paper, handing it to Chu Feng. "Xiaofeng, this is the list of participants from Shrek Academy that you wanted." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng nodded and took the list. Not long ago, Ning Fengji had told him that a senior Soul Master Academy in Tiando City had changed its name to Shrek Academy. Therefore, before going to the Star Dough Forest to obtain soul rings, he had asked Ning Fengji to pay attention to which participants Shrek Academy would send to this year's Academy Soul Master competition. Chu Feng looked at the list, which not only contained the basic information of the registered participants, but also included the cultivation levels of each team member filled in later. He glanced at the information of the substitute team members of Shrek Academy. Then his gaze fell on the information of the official members. Talon, male, age, 24. Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, rank, Soul Master. Huang Yuan, male, age, 21. Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, rank, Soul Master. Jingling, male, age, 22. Martial Soul, Skeleton, rank, Soul Master. Jiangzhu, female, age, 19. Martial Soul, Healing Staff, rank, Soul Master. Tang Yin, male, age, 14. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, rank, Soul Master. Oscar, male, age, 14. Martial Soul, Sausage, rank, Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, male, age, 14. Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, rank, Soul Master. When he saw the name Tang Yin, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought to himself, this Tang Yin should be Tang San. Just as Chu Feng was looking at the list, he heard Ning Fengji's voice beside him. Xiao Feng, you noticed that Tang Yin too, right? When I got the list of Shrek Academy from Qinghe, I also noticed this name. During the time he went to the Stardow Forest, I had Uncle Jian investigate Shrek Academy. As soon as Uncle Jian arrived at Shrek Academy, he was discovered by Tang Hao from the Haotian Sect. Later, I had my informants gather information about this Tang Yin and the ranks of these competitors. Based on the information returned by the informants, this Tang Yin should be Tang San. This Tang Yin entered the academy after the Blue Tyrant Academy changed its name. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Jian Douluo beside him said in a deep voice, Fengji is right. I was discovered by Tang Hao as soon as I reached the entrance of Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's soul power level is the same as mine, having also reached level 96. Speaking of which, Jian Douluo showed a hint of confusion, but why doesn't Tang Hao stay at the sect? Isn't he afraid of others attacking the Haotian sect? Besides Tang Hao, he is the only titled Douluo there. Hearing Jian Douluo's words, Chu Feng thought to himself that was old news from a few years ago. The current Haotian sect probably has several titled Douluos stationed there. After all, in a few years, even the youngest of the elders in the Haotian sect, the 7th elder, has reached the titled Douluo level. However, Chu Feng did not express his thoughts. After all, this information is something even Ning Fengji and the others are unaware of, and he couldn't explain how he knew it. Chu Feng glanced at the name Tang Yin on the list again and then looked at his right leg. There was the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. I didn't expect Tang Hao to have such deep feelings for the Blue-Silver Emperor, actually protecting Tang San in secret. But if Tang Hao and Tang San knew that the soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor was with me, I wonder how they would feel, Chu Feng thought to himself. Just as Chu Feng was pondering this in silence, he heard Ning Fengji's steady voice. By the way, I just received news that the Spirit Hall has changed the rewards for the champion team. Previously, the reward was 3 soul bones, but now it has been changed to a complete set of 6 soul bones. The usually composed Ning Fengji showed excitement in his eyes when discussing the situation. Although 2 years ago, they had already obtained 9 soul bones, no one would ever think that having too many soul bones, which are priceless treasures, was a bad thing. In the past, regarding the soul bone rewards offered by the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji would have just thought about it. He doesn't believe that the Xuantian Academy's team can win the championship in the competition. After all, in the last 3 competitions, except for one championship taken by the Xinglua Empire, the other 2 championships were won by the Wuhuan Temple team. Moreover, according to the information he has, this year's Wuhuan Temple team is even more formidable, with 3 members having reached the Soul King level. However, at this moment, Ning Fengji does not think that Xuantian Academy has no chance of winning the championship. He believes that the chances of Shenkei's Academy winning the championship are very high. After all, not only is Fong Sha a Soul King level Soul Master, but Chu Feng's cultivation has also reached the level of Soul King. Moreover, Chu Feng possesses excellent soul skills in a domain that can lower others' cultivation levels. As Ning Fengji's words fell, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. 3 soul bones exchanged for 6 soul bones? Chu Feng felt a bit puzzled about the championship reward being changed by the Wuhuan Hall, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Next, during the period leading up to the official start of the Advanced Academy Soul Master Competition, Chu Feng spent more time in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. He continued to utilize the energy of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to refine his body and extend the lifespan of his 3rd soul ring. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Beside the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, ending this period of cultivation and preparing to return to Tiando City. The elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is divided into 7 regions. Each empire, kingdom, and duchy represents a separate region. The opening ceremony for the Tiando Empire region will be held tomorrow in Tiando City. At that time, all participating contestants from the Advanced Soul Master Academies in the Tiando region will gather for identity verification. Elder Feng's soul power has reached level 90. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Feng's face. During the carriage ride to Tiando City, Chu Feng learned through conversation that Elder Feng's soul power level among the Feng family elders had reached level 90. Yes, I reached level 90 over 10 days ago, Elder Feng said with a smile. At this moment, Elder Feng was also very excited. Several years ago, the three brothers should have passed away one after another. After all, they were quite old, and their cultivation had not yet reached the title Douluo level. Their lifespans were not much different from other soul masters. Only upon reaching the title Douluo level would their lifespans be significantly extended. However, in the past few years, while guarding Chu Feng, the three brothers felt that their bodily functions were becoming increasingly youthful. After years of accumulation, Elder Feng's cultivation finally progressed from level 88 to level 90. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Chu Feng felt a surge of emotion in his heart. He knew that after reaching level 90, Feng did not immediately go to hunt soul beasts in order to protect him. It was also to allow him to cultivate for a longer period at the Eye of Ice and Fire. For this month, Sword Douluo had left the Heaven Do Empire for some matters. Only a few days ago, Sword Douluo had finished his tasks and returned to the Sect. During Sword Douluo's absence, the seven-treasure glazed tile school was guarded by Bone Douluo. If the three elders of the Feng family went to hunt soul beasts, he would have to return to the seven-treasure glazed tile school and could not continue cultivating at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although Chu Feng was confident in his self-protection, without the protection of a title Do-level power in the shadows, Ning Fengji and others were still worried. After a long journey, everyone entered Heaven Do City and arrived at a property of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. In a courtyard, Chu Feng and the three elders of the Feng family met with Ning Fengji and others. Upon learning that Feng De had reached level 90 soul power, Ning Fengji and the others were very excited. The seven-treasure glazed tile school was about to add another title Douluo. At this moment, Sword Douluo looked apologetic. "Uncle, I still need to protect Fengji, so I can't help you hunt soul beasts." After Sword Douluo finished speaking, Feng De waved his hand. "Xiaoqian, just protect this sect, master well. The matter of soul beasts can be handled by us three old fellows." Then, the three elders of the Feng family chatted with everyone for a while before leaving Heaven Do City and heading straight to the Stardo Forest. The next day, after having breakfast, Chu Feng left the courtyard with Ning Fengji and others. They rode in a carriage adorned with the seven-treasure glazed tile Sect's emblem, heading to the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena to meet up with the people from Xuantian Academy. The Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena served as both the venue for the Heaven Do region's opening ceremony and the preliminary rounds. Along the way, the streets were bustling with people, all discussing the upcoming Senior Academy Soul Master competition. While Chu Feng gazed at the lively scene outside the carriage window, Ning Rong, sitting next to him, snorted, "What's so interesting about all these people outside?" She then pulled down the curtain, blocking the view. Seeing this, Chu Feng looked at her with a puzzled expression, secretly thinking, why is Rong acting crazy? Did her princess disease flare up again? A few years ago, after returning from Shrek Academy, Ning Rong had changed quite a bit. She was no longer as domineering as before, as if she had grown up overnight. Noticing Chu Feng's confused expression, Ning Rong merely huffed, offering no explanation. She couldn't explain it, after all. Was she supposed to tell Chu Feng that she was jealous? Yes, she was jealous. Just a moment ago, when Chu Feng was looking out the window, several girls dressed in bright clothes were throwing flirtatious glances at the handsome Chu Feng. It was likely that if it weren't for the seven-treasure glazed tile Sect's emblem on the carriage, they would have approached him already. Ning Rong had long considered herself Chu Feng's official girlfriend. How could she tolerate such behavior? Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo sat opposite Chu Feng and the others, exchanging knowing smiles. Youth was indeed wonderful. At that moment, they both recalled their own youthful romances. Zhu Zhuqing, sitting next to Ning Rong, noticed this scene, and a slight smile appeared on her cold face. She had noticed Ning Rong's gaze earlier. As a woman herself, Zhu Zhuqing understood why Ning Rong was being so temperamental. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing thought of her own engagement and sighed inwardly. She envied such love and also envied Ning Rong for having a partner who was both handsome and talented. After a while, the carriage carrying Chu Feng and the others arrived at the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena. Once inside, Chu Feng, Ning Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing went to the rest area to find the teachers and students from Xuantian Academy. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, under the protection of Sword Douluo, headed towards the VIP seats to attend the opening ceremony of the competition. From the moment they entered the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, Sword Douluo, enhanced by Ning Fengji, released his spiritual power, covering the entire arena. He paid extra attention to the movements around Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng and the three arrived at the rest area and found the section designated for Xuantian Academy. Looking at the more than 10 participants from Xuantian Academy before him, Chu Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of Feng Huai's remarkable feats. He stopped by the Xuantian Academy on his way to the Starry Forest to obtain the 5th Spirit Ring. When he heard that Feng Wuyo was worried about the funding for the academy and the sect, he jokingly said, "Dean, there's no limit on the number of substitute players, so why not just get more substitutes?" In the Senior Academy Soul Master Competition, in addition to the rewards for the entire team for winning each match, if a school reaches the finals, the Tiando Empire will reward each participating player, whether official or substitute, with 1,000 gold soul coins. Originally, Chu Feng was just making a joke. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuyo's eyes lit up and took it seriously. Feng Wuyo actually created a list of several hundred substitutes and submitted it to the Tiando authorities. When the staff in charge of the event saw the list submitted by the Xuantian Academy, their faces turned green. However, since there were indeed no restrictions on the number of substitute players, and Xuantian Academy was backed by the Feng Sword Sect, one of the major powers, the staff did not dare to make a decision on their own and quickly reported the matter to Emperor Xuya. When Emperor Xuya saw the list from Xuantian Academy, he was amused. He had heard of Feng Wuyo's reputation for being money-minded, but he didn't expect him to come up with such an idea. It is said that after reviewing the list from Xuantian Academy, Emperor Xuya simply remarked, "Such talent is wasted being a dean. They should enter the court and manage the empire's finances." Subsequently, Emperor Xuya sent someone to Xuantian Academy to discuss with Feng Wuyo, asking him to consider the face of Xuantian Academy and the empire and revise the number of substitutes. Feng Wuyo politely declined the suggestion. In his view, being overly concerned about face is of little use. Face cannot be spent like money. Finally, after several days of discussion, the representative sent by Emperor Xuya agreed to Feng Wuyo that if Xuantian Academy ultimately reached the finals, the rewards would still be based on the number of players originally listed by Feng Wuyo. However, Xuantian Academy had to submit a new list, and in the new list, the number of substitutes could not exceed 10. Xiao Feng, Ning Rong is here, and this must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Just as Chu Feng was deep in thought, he heard Feng Wuyo's voice behind him. Chu Feng turned around to see Feng Wuyo and Feng Shaotian, who had completed their formalities, walking towards them. After both sides exchanged greetings, Feng Wuyo explained the rules of the competition once again to the students. He was afraid that some of the rules would be forgotten by the participating students. There are nearly 100 high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. The Heaven Do Royal Family, Star Luo Royal Family, and Spirit Hall each have a team that is guaranteed to advance. The remaining participating teams compete through preliminary rounds for 30 qualifying spots. Among them, the Heaven Do competition area has secured 5 qualifying spots. Since the total number of Soul Masters across the continent does not exceed 6 digits, during the competition, participants are required to avoid severely injuring their opponents. And deaths must not occur. Once an opponent is killed, the corresponding academy will not only bear responsibility, but will also have its qualification revoked. Additionally, during the competition, the use of weapons other than martial souls is prohibited. It is also not allowed to prepare food or medicine, or to enhance the attributes of the participants before the competition. While Feng Wuyo was explaining, Chu Feng suddenly noticed several hostile gazes directed at him. He looked towards the source of the gazes and saw the striking shit green color. Flender, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San Oscar. So it's the Shrek Academy that has arrived, Chu Feng thought to himself. Chu Feng knew that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang dared to appear here openly because of Tang Hao, the master of the Haotian Sect, a titled Douluo of level 96. Upon sensing that Tang San only had a soul power of level 30, Chu Feng glanced at Tang San and thought to himself, a soul master at the soul ancestor level participating in the high-level academy soul master competition. I guess Tang San's courage comes from those so-called Tang Sect secret skills. Then, Chu Feng looked at Yu Xiaogang beside him. Noticing Yu Xiaogang's appearance at that moment, Chu Feng frowned. Yu Xiaogang has changed quite a bit. Yu Xiaogang still had short hair and wore a gray robe. However, the weathered beard was gone, and his skin had become much fairer. What surprised and puzzled Chu Feng even more was that, through his perception as a soul sage, he sensed that Yu Xiaogang had broken through level 30 and reached level 42. He actually broke the level 30 curse. Has Yu Xiaogang found some herbs from tens of thousands of years ago? Chu Feng thought to himself. But after taking the herbs, his body should be full of vitality. Why does it feel like Yu Xiaogang's aura is somewhat off? While Chu Feng was observing Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, Feng Wuyo had finished explaining the competition rules. The rules of the high-level Academy Soul Master competition are these. You should adjust your states well, as the identity verification will begin shortly. After finishing the rules, Feng Wuyo noticed that Chu Feng was looking into the distance. When he followed Chu Feng's gaze and saw the participating team from Shrek Academy, he couldn't help but laugh. Shit green clothing? Which academy is this? Such unique taste. Just as Feng Wuyo's words fell, Chu Feng was startled. He remembered the Shrek team's jersey covered in advertisements and thought to himself, if Feng Wui saw the back of the Shrek jersey, he would definitely imitate Flanders' approach. In the original work, the back of the Shrek Academy jersey had the big words, sincerely seeking sponsorship. No way. He must put an end to this phenomenon. With this in mind, Chu Feng said to Feng Wui, Dean, compared to their team uniforms, what do you think of ours? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Feng Wui withdrew his gaze from the Shrek team members. He looked at Chu Feng, but did not respond immediately. At this moment, he thought to himself, what does Xiao Feng mean by asking this? Does he think the team uniform of Xuantian Academy is a bit unattractive? Does he want to spend money on new uniforms? With this thought, a smile appeared on Feng Wui's face. I think our team uniform looks pretty good. It's much better than their poop green uniforms. Do we need to change the style of the uniforms? Or add something to them? Hearing Chu Feng's words, Feng Wui thought to himself as expected. Xiao Feng thinks the Academy's uniform is not good-looking and wants me to get new ones. The Xuantian Academy uniform is far better than that poop green uniform. He can't waste money on redoing the team uniforms for Xuantian Academy. Thinking of this, Feng Wui decisively spoke up. Our team uniform is fine. No need to change the style or add anything to it. Hearing Feng Wui's response, Chu Feng knew the matter was settled. Even if Feng Wui saw the promotional ads for Shrek Academy, he wouldn't consider changing Xuantian Academy's uniforms. Although Feng Wui, like Chu Feng, loves money, he is a trustworthy person and will not change the promises he makes. This commitment to keeping promises is similar to Chu Feng's. On the other side, seeing that Chu Feng only glanced at him indifferently, Tang San clenched his fists tightly, a cold expression appearing on his face. Chu Feng doesn't take him seriously at all, even though your soul power is higher than mine. But you underestimate me, Chu Feng. I will make you pay for this. Tang San secretly vowed in his heart. Tang San knew that Chu Feng had a strange domain that could lower a person's cultivation. However, he still chose to participate in this year's Advanced Academy Soul Master competition. Because besides soul power, he also had the purple extreme magic eyes, ghost shadow mysterious track, and Xin Yu hand, among other Tang Sect's unique skills. These unique skills were more than enough to deal with a Chu Feng. Now, Chu Feng had become an obsession for Tang San, starting to affect his cultivation. Tang San wanted to defeat or even eliminate Chu Feng to rid himself of this obsession. He wants Chu Feng to know the consequences of opposing him, Tang San. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang squinted his eyes, looking at the distant Chu Feng, thinking to himself, this little brat's cultivation is really progressing fast. Just now, Flanders told him that Chu Feng's cultivation has already reached the Soul King level. Could it be that this little brat is cultivating some secret method, just like him? However, the aura on this kid is truly annoying. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang coldly smiled at Chu Feng, secretly thinking, Chu Feng, should I hate you, or should I thank you? Over the past few years, after constant searching, Yu Xiaogang finally found a method. Not only can it treat his martial soul issue, but it also allowed him to break through the level 30 bottleneck. One could say that if it weren't for Chu Feng causing problems with his martial soul, Yu Xiaogang wouldn't have been searching everywhere for a cure. He doesn't seek a way to heal, and his soul power level won't break through 30. Looking at Chu Feng laughing and chatting with others, Yu Xiaogang silently thought to himself, Chu Feng, to repay you, I will definitely make you experience the hardships and suffering I have endured these past few years. I will let you feel what it's like to abandon that pride in your heart. A moment later, a staff member in uniform arrived at the resting area. Behind the staff member were nearly 30 young girls. After scanning the area, the staff member activated their soul power and said loudly, we will now start verifying the information of the contestants. Please follow the guidance of our staff. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the young girls began to guide each contestant team out of the resting area, walking towards the distance. After verification by the event organizers, each academy's contestant team, under the guidance of the event staff, entered the entrance passage. However, the order of entry for each academy's contestant team was not based on the rankings from the previous competition. In the last competition, the Xuantian Academy battle team ranked first in the Tiando Empire. But at this moment, the Xuantian Academy battle team was the second team to enter the venue. The first team to enter was the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, one of the 3 teams with guaranteed spots. After all, the high-level Academy Soul Master competition was co-hosted by the Tiando and Xinghua Empires, with the Spirit Hall as a co-organizer. And it was necessary to give some face to the Tiando royal family. Now entering the arena was the contestant team from Xuantian Academy, which had narrowly lost to the Spirit Hall team in the last competition missing out on the championship. However, the Xuantian Academy battle team had defeated the contestant team from the Xingluo Empire, bringing considerable glory to the empire. While the event host introduced the contestant teams, Chu Feng began to survey the venue in front of him. This was his first time at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. On a vast field, 5 tall platforms had already been constructed. The golden background podium was set up at the front of the wide area. Surrounding the field were stands filled with spectators, but the stand behind the podium were the VIP area. In addition to the enthusiastic audience, there were also some staff members in uniforms busily working. This is very similar to the sports meet at my previous school, Chu Feng thought to himself. Chu Feng looked around and then focused his gaze on the podium. There, 3 elegantly dressed men were already seated. The man sitting in the center was an old man. The old man wore a scarlet and gold robe and a crown adorned with gold and diamonds. This should be the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shi. Chu Feng thought to himself. To the right of Emperor Shi sat a man dressed in a white robe, wearing a 7 treasures purple gold crown. He was Ning Fengji, the Sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Since the Xuantian Academy's battle team took the stage, Ning Fengji's gaze had been fixed on this contestant team. At this moment, seeing Chu Feng looking over, Ning Fengji smiled and nodded. To the left of Xuya was an old man dressed in a red robe, wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown. Ning Fengji had previously introduced to Chu Feng that only the 4 high bishops, who were just below the pope, could wear the 5-pointed platinum crown. This old man should be the platinum Bishop Salis, the head of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City. While Chu Feng was observing the environment of the Tiando Great Soul Arena, the competing teams began to arrive at the spacious venue one after another. Once all the contestant teams had entered the venue, the host standing next to the podium spoke through a sound amplification soul guide. Next, may His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire announce the opening of this competition. As the host's words fell, Emperor Shi, dressed in a scarlet and gold robe, stood up and said loudly, "I, the Emperor Shi of the Tiando Empire. I represent the Tiando Empire and wish you all good results." At this point, Xuya paused for a moment before continuing. In this competition, any team that reaches the finals, whether they are official members or substitutes, will be granted the title of Count in addition to the original rewards. As soon as Emperor Xuya's words fell, the audience in the stands began to discuss animatedly. Even the seemingly sleepy Platinum Bishop Salis looked at Emperor Xuya in surprise, a serious expression appearing on his face. According to past practices in the Tiando competition area, only the official members of the teams that reached the finals would be granted the title of Viscount. This old fellow Xuya is really spending big to attract talent, Salis thought to himself. However, among the contestant teams, some soul masters with higher soul power levels were not overly excited. After all, soul masters who reach the Soul King level are targets for various empires and kingdoms to attract, and they would be granted titles. The stronger the strength, the higher the title granted. In the Shrek team, aside from Tang San and Tai Long, the other contestants without strong backgrounds showed expressions of yearning, especially Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were particularly excited. For Oscar, being granted a title meant a continuous source of income. For Ma Hongjun, it meant gaining the favor of many young girls. In the VIP area, after waiting for Emperor Xuya to sit back down, the host continued. Next, may Mr. Ning Fengji, the Sect master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, give a speech. Amidst the applause, Ning Fengji, wearing the 7 treasures purple gold crown, slowly stood up, expressing gratitude for the event organizer's warm invitation and recalling his own experiences at the Academy Soul Master competition years ago. May you all gain something in this Academy Soul Master competition. May your lives become broader and broader. As soon as Ning Fengji's words fell, the host, holding the sound amplification soul guide, continued, Sect Master Ning, I believe the audience around me, like me, wants to know which team among the 28 contestant teams you favor. Hearing the host question, Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Of course, it's the Xuantian Academy battle team. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, the host discreetly glanced at Platinum Bishop Salis. Seeing Salis nod slightly to him, the host gritted his teeth and made up his mind. After all, after this opening ceremony, he would move to live in Spirit City. Offending Xuya and Ning Fengji was no issue. With the Spirit Hall as a strong backing, he wasn't afraid of Xuya and the others. Thinking this, the host continued to press, Sect Master Ning, why do you favor the Xuantian Academy contestant team? Is it because the other Academy teams are lacking in strength? As soon as the host's voice fell, the gazes of Ning Fengji, Emperor Xia, and others instantly focused on the host, especially Ning Fengji, who sensed that something was off. All the segments of the opening ceremony, including the questions asked, were prearranged. The question the host just asked was not among the prearranged ones. Moreover, the host's follow-up question was particularly cutting. Ning Fengji not only represented the seven-treasure glazed tile school, but also the Heaven-Do Empire. After all, Ning Fengji was the teacher of Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of Heaven-Do. The host's follow-up question would significantly diminish the goodwill of other participating teams towards the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the Heaven-Do Empire. Furthermore, during the competition, the teams from Xuantian Academy and the Royal Academy of Heaven-Do would be more easily targeted by other teams. Just as Ning Fengji was pondering how to respond to this question, from the stands, Chu Feng, standing on the field, heard the host's follow-up question through the amplification soul guide. Seeing Ning Rong beside him, Chu Feng suddenly had an idea. He then secretly transmitted a message to Ning Fengji. In the VIP seats, upon hearing Chu Feng's transmission, Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. A faint smile appeared on his face, not because the other competing teams were weak, but because my daughter was in the competition team from Kamikaze Academy. As a father, I naturally have to support my daughter. 108 Platinum Bishop's Arath scheme saw the carefully designed problem being casually solved by Ning Fengji. The host, holding a loudspeaker soul guide, smiled awkwardly. At this moment, his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Just as he was pressing Ning Fengji for answers, the mental power of the Snow Knight Emperor directly enveloped him. He was a soul master of over 30 levels, and facing the mental power of the Snow Knight Emperor felt like falling into an ice cave. Continue. The majestic voice of the Snow Knight Emperor echoed in the host's ears. The host took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to host the opening ceremony according to the established process. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for your wonderful response. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to invite the Hall Master of the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City, Platinum Bishop Salis, to conduct the draw for the first round of the preliminaries. As soon as the host finished speaking, Salis slowly stood up. At the same time, a staff member in uniform placed a wooden box on the podium in front of Salis. Salis reached into the wooden box while secretly thinking to himself. The host's probing just now had no effect. He had to take care of the second matter that the Pope had instructed. With that in mind, he released his mental power to envelop the wooden box, preventing others from probing it with their mental power. Subsequently, Salis took out 2 pieces of paper from the box, glanced at the names of the academies on them, and then handed the papers to the host. The host received the papers and announced loudly. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tiando Academy will compete against Xuantian Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Sanghui Academy will compete against Huiyin Guanghui Academy. Due to the various processes taking up a lot of time on the first day of the competition, there would only be one match today. The audience in the stands became excited upon seeing the strongest team from the previous Tiando Empire take the stage on the first day. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on the aged face of Platinum Bishop Salis. The Snow Knight Emperor beside him was displeased to hear that the first match was between the Xuantian Academy team and the vice team of Tiando Academy. A look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. According to past customs, the matches on the first day typically featured the vice team of Tiando Academy competing against weaker teams. This way, it also gave the Tiando royal family some face. Salis, this old fellow, must have played tricks during the drawing. Just now, when he released his mental power, it was blocked by a mental power not weaker than his own outside the wooden box. The Snow Knight Emperor understood that this was likely Salis trying to save face for the Tiando royal family. However, the Snow Knight Emperor said nothing. As all the processes had been predetermined, Salis was responsible for the drawing segment. Moreover, the Tiando Empire still needed to maintain a facade of harmony with the Wuhuan Hall and couldn't afford to tear the facade. After the drawing was completed, Salis glanced at the teams in the arena, thinking to himself. He had already completed 2 of the tasks assigned by the Pope, and there was 1 left. With that in mind, he cleared his throat and, holding the amplification soul guide, said, "Here, on behalf of His Holiness the Pope, I announce a decision. In this competition, any team that makes it to the finals, regardless of whether they are official members or substitutes, can exceptionally join the Wuhuan Hall." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Great Soul Arena was filled with murmurs and discussions. It was even more sensational than when the Snow Knight Emperor announced the titles earlier, especially the Soul Masters in the stands, who were incredibly excited, almost wanting to jump down from the stands to participate in the matches on behalf of the students in the arena. The Wuhuan Hall, second only to the Pope's Hall. There is only one in the capitals of the 2 major empires. For Soul Masters, joining the Wuhuan Hall is far more attractive than a title. On the podium, both the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji had somewhat gloomy expressions. especially the Snow Knight Emperor, whose hands clenched into fists within his robe sleeves. This was a blatant attempt to poach talents right in front of him. At this moment, he wished he could kick Salas off the podium. However, thinking of the titled Douluos from the Wuhuan Hall, the Snow Knight Emperor still endured it. Sitting back down, Platinum Bishop Salas caught a glimpse of the Snow Knight Emperor's ashen face, but there was no expression on his face. However, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Over the years, Salas had been hindered while working in Tiando City. After all, he was not as skilled in political maneuvering as Ning Fengji. At this moment, seeing the Snow Knight Emperor's expression, Salas felt much more at ease. I wonder what the Pope wants by recruiting so many Soul Masters, Salas thought to himself. Recently, Pope BBDong had ordered the Wuhuan Hall to vigorously recruit Soul Masters from various places. He had privately asked the Elder Demon Bear Douluo of the Spirit Hall, but the other party said that he was not aware of the Pope's intentions. After the draw, as each participating team exited to rest, the Master of Ceremonies for the opening ceremony handed the amplification Soul Guide to the commentator for the match. Then, the Master of Ceremonies for the opening ceremony turned and left the VIP seats. He was preparing to leave Tiando City and head towards Wuhuan City under the escort of the strong members of the Spirit Hall. Seeing the host step down from the stands, Douluo communicated with the Soul Masters from his own sect nearby to make some arrangements to capture this host. Emperor Xia also communicated with the person next to him, doing similar things as Douluo. However, neither Douluo nor Emperor Xia chose to act in the stands. After all, there were tens of thousands of spectators in the entire Great Soul Arena, making it a crowded and chaotic environment. On the other side, the Xuantian Academy battle team and the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy returned to the resting area to begin their pre-match preparations. Team leader Fong Sha flipped through the materials brought back by Feng Waya and then handed the information to Chu Feng. The materials contained personnel information about the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Chu Feng took the documents handed over by Feng Waya. He found that the members of the vice team from the Tiando Royal Academy were, just like in the original work, only at the soul respect level, with not even a single soul master among them. Subsequently, he handed the information over to the other members of the team. Seeing that Chu Feng had finished reading the materials, Fong Sha spoke up and said, "Xiao Feng, how do you think we should approach this match?" Although Chu Feng had said he only wanted to be an ordinary team member and didn't want to take charge, he was still appointed as the vice captain by Feng Wuyo, responsible only for tactics. Other matters would still be handled by the captain, Fong Xiaotian. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and the others also intended for Chu Feng to hone his tactical arrangement skills in this Soul Master competition. On the surface, Chu Feng did not express any disagreement with Ning Fengji and the others' thoughts and did not refuse their goodwill. However, in his heart, he somewhat disagreed with their views. Chu Feng believed that having strong personal strength was the true path. Tactics, he thought, were only widely applicable among mid to low-level soul masters. As one's cultivation increased and the number of high-level soul masters decreased, the value of tactics also diminished. Especially at the levels of Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, the value of tactics became pitifully low. Moreover, the members of the same team could not always live and train together. Summary: Chu Feng was originally a university student from Blue Star who traveled to the Douluo Continent and became an infant. Years later, he awakened a system called Time Modifier. From then on, Chu Feng embarked on a different path to becoming a powerful being. Tang San not good. Where did my Xuantian skill go? Tang Hao, could this be Chu Feng's domain? My killing god domain is far inferior. Yu Xiaogang, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters.